In the realm of the ninja world, a tale unfolds, one that transcends time and space. Our protagonist, born into the illustrious Sarutobi clan in the Hidden Leaf Village 5 years prior, finds himself betrothed to a transformed version of Shimura Danzo, known as Shimura Tamaki. Under the tutelage of the legendary Hashirama and Madara, he aspires to become the most formidable Hokage in history, with grand aspirations declared in the classroom. He attracts numerous followers, emerging as the leader among his peers in the inaugural ninja academy. He pioneers the creation of the Rasengan and Chidori, dominating the first Chunin exams, and masters the Flying Thunder God technique, defeating the assassin Kakuzu. Furthermore, he attains Sage Mode, vanquishing the second Tsuchikage. Ultimately, he stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world, fulfilling his childhood ambition of becoming the strongest Hokage of all time. Chapter 1. Have I been reborn? The ninja world has always been a tumultuous realm, rife with conflict and strife. Presently, it is engulfed in the ceaseless chaos of the Warring States period, a time characterized by internecine struggles, where clans vie for supremacy and treachery abounds. Within the Land of Fire, the most powerful clans are the Senju and Uchiha. The head of the Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, is unrivaled in strength, wielding wood release with unparalleled mastery, while the Uchiha clan leader, Madara Uchiha, is among the most formidable shinobi, showcasing the full potential of a Sharingan that has been passed down through generations. These leaders stand proudly above their clans, commanding respect throughout the Land of Fire and beyond. Beneath these prominent families, several other powerful ninja clans also exist. The Hyuga clan, renowned for their Byakugan and gentle fist techniques, has carved out a significant presence in the Land of Fire, while the Sarutobi clan boasts a unique, multi-chakra nature and an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu. The Shimura clan excels in wind release techniques, and the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans possess their own distinctive family secrets, while the Aburame clan has mastered the art of insect manipulation. These are just a few of the notable clans within the Land of Fire, alongside numerous other formidable families and smaller clans. At this moment, a momentous event is taking place within the Sarutobi clan stronghold. In a traditional Japanese-style building, a myriad of ninjas and ordinary clan members are abuzz with anticipation. The clan leader's wife is in labor. The Sarutobi clan leader is no ordinary man. He ranks among the elite of the ninja world. His name is Sasuke Sarutobi, sharing the same name as a certain well-known character from the Naruto series. This is no coincidence, as the father of the character named his son in honor of Sasuke Sarutobi. Outside the clan's residence, several individuals rush towards the compound, led by a figure clad in armor, whose stature belies an extraordinary present. Sasuke Sarutobi himself. He appears weary, as if he has traveled tirelessly for days, though he has merely hastily returned from the front lines upon hearing the news of his wife's labor. Fortunately, this is not a time of war between clans, but merely a skirmish against bandits. Otherwise, as clan leader, Sasuke would have found it challenging to extricate himself from his duties. Ignoring his personal image, he hastens towards the inner sanctum of the clan, where his fellow clan members respectfully bow and make way for him. Despite the need to maintain the dignity befitting a leader, Sasuke can scarcely contain his urgency. In no time, he traverses the expansive residential area and arrives at his dwelling. Even before entering, he can hear the anguished cries of his wife giving birth, filling him with anxiety and concern. Upon reaching the delivery room, he is intercepted. Acknowledging that his presence would only add to the chaos, he anxiously awaits outside, but he paces back and forth, and before long, a loud wail emanates from within. Inside the delivery room, a newborn, covered in filth, is cradled by the midwife, who assesses the infant's weight before revealing to the exhausted mother, "Madam, you have born a healthy boy, weighing 7 pounds. The mother, struggling to smile, responds, "As long as he is healthy." The midwife presents the infant to the mother, just as Sasuke bursts into the room, his voice laced with urgency. "Kodo, are you all right?" The midwife respectfully addresses him. "Lord Clan Leader, your wife has given birth to a robust son." Sasuke nods absent-mindedly, casting a glance at the newborn's wrinkled visage, displaying a hint of distaste. He strides to Kodo's side, gently caressing her pale face. "I'm relieved you are safe. You have endured much." Kodo shakes her head. "I'm not so fragile." "What of you? Why are you back from the front lines? Did you not set out to eradicate the bandits?" "Merely a handful of miscreants. Hardly any ninjas among them, just one competent Jonin leader. easily dealt with. The rest are for Dai-san and the others to handle, he boasts, unable to suppress his childlike pride before his wife. As they converse, the infant's cries intensify. The midwife announces, "Lord, I shall take the young master to bathe him." Sasuke gestures for her to proceed, then turns to Kodo. "Let us name our son as we previously decided." Kodo affirms, "Indeed, he shall be named Sarutobi Hizashi." At that moment, the newborn Hizashi is anything but tranquil, squirming restlessly in the midwife's arms. What is happening? Everything is obscured, it is all so hazy. How long have I been in the darkness? What fate have I encountered? After walking along, everything turned black. As the darkness fades, light returns, and Hizashi begins to comprehend his surroundings. Observing the indistinct shapes of two small hands, the realization dawns upon him. Have I been reborn? Yuan Fei, an ordinary contemporary university student, once walked the streets until a sudden darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining awareness, he finds himself as the newly born Sarutobi Hizashi, though he remains unaware of his new identity as the world appears blurred through the underdeveloped senses of an infant in the bathing chamber. The midwife carefully cleanses Hizashi, while several attendants gather, engaging in lively conversation. "Is this the young master? How unseemly," remarks one attendant, scrutinizing the infant. Another interjects, "Hush, all newborns look like this." The youngest attendant leans in, poking Hizashi's cheek. His little face is so tender. An older attendant muses, "Chun, are you envious?" The younger one retorts, "My face is equally tender." "Is it? Let me see." The elder replies, sparking playful banter. Meanwhile, Hizashi remains oblivious, immersed in the water, unaware of the world into which he has been reborn. Chapter 2. Where's my Konoha cooking king? 3 years later, within the Sarutobi clan's stronghold, a brown-haired child practices frog leaps along the path, as passers-by seem unfazed by his antics. In their eyes, this was the unique training method of their young clan leader. Upon returning home, they would recount the diligent efforts of the young leader to their families. After all, children of the same age as the young leader were still at the stage of playing in the mud and wetting their pants. Meanwhile, the young leader, Sarutobi Hizashi, was preoccupied with thoughts of his own height. "I want to grow taller. How did I end up as this little old man?" Sarutobi Hizashi? Today marked the 3rd year since Hizashi arrived in this world. During this time, he learned Japanese, and, through the conversations of others, he came to understand the world and era in which he found himself. The frequently mentioned terms Sarutobi, chakra, and ninjutsu immediately enlightened him as a fan of Naruto. However, the term Konoha had never reached the ears of the young Hizashi. Coupled with the familiarity of his own name, he grasped the era in which he existed. Sarutobi Hizashi, the legendary strongest Hokage of all time, the 3rd Hokage. Yet in the anime, the portrayal of the 3rd Hokage's strength was indeed underwhelming, failing to live up to the title of the strongest Hokage. Not to mention the extraordinary 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the protagonist, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Even his mentor, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and his student, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, displayed far superior prowess in the anime. Perhaps, during his prime, Sarutobi Hizashi's combat abilities merely surpassed those of the 6th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, and the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, who lacked the Manjiki Sharingan. This discrepancy stemmed from the inconsistency between Kishimoto's early character designs and the later plot developments that in truth, the 3rd Hokage represented the pinnacle of conventional ninja strength. While he may not have matched the later, overpowered Hokages, his peak combat power was certainly formidable. He was depicted as proficient in all ninjutsu of Konoha, possessing a wealth of forbidden techniques from sealing scrolls, alongside impressive taijutsu and the summoning beast, Inma. This made him a versatile powerhouse and a formidable close combat fighter, with no apparent weaknesses to exploit. Hence, the transmigrated Hizashi was content with his identity. As long as he followed the storyline from the original work and aimed for the position of Hokage, reaching the pinnacle of his life would be effortless. Additionally, by leveraging the advantages of being a transmigrator, he could avoid several mistakes made by the 3rd Hokage in the original narrative. Thus, Konoha could firmly maintain its status as the strongest village in the ninja world. He also needed to carefully mentor the rebellious Orochimaru, ensuring a peaceful and enjoyable later life, while diligently nurturing Naruto and Sasuke, waiting for the main cast. to vanquish the great antagonist. Perhaps he could even live to see the era of Boruto, akin to the elderly Inoki from the neighboring Iwagakure. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was Hizashi's height. Judging by the short stature of the elderly third Hokage, he surmised that his younger self was not much taller. This frustrated Hizashi, who had been 1.8 meters tall in his previous life. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. As Hizashi practiced his frog jumps, a young maid approached him. "Young master, the clan leader has summoned you back." The maid walked over to Hizashi and said. He halted his steps. "Sister Haru, what is it? Father usually only calls me back when it's almost mealtime." Haru replied, "It seems that the head of the Shimura clan and their young leader have come to visit. Their clan leader appears to be here to discuss important matters with our clan leader. In any case, the clan leader asked me to call you back to play with the Shimura young leader." Hizashi nodded and said, "All right, he'll return at once." He then took Haru's hand and headed home. Among the maids in the clan leader's household, Haru was the youngest and most beautiful. Hizashi had grown close to her from a young age, as who wouldn't be fond of a beautiful sister. Hence, his mother, Sarutobi Kodo, had assigned her to specially look after Hizashi. Along the way, Hizashi pondered, the young leader of the Shimura clan? That must be Danzo. I'm curious to see what the little Konoha Pot King looks like. With anticipation for the little Pot King, Hizashi returned home. As he stepped through the doorway, he heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. Can we trust the words of Senju Hashirama? The Senju clan is not known for their benevolence. Hizashi paid close attention to the man's words while addressing Sarutobi Sasuke, who was seated on the tatami mat. "Father, I've returned." Sasuke turned around and patted Hizashi's head. "Come, say hello to Uncle Hireichi." "Hello, Uncle Hireichi," Hizashi obediently replied. Hireichi smiled in response and picked up the child who had been hidden behind him, but he said to the child, "Tama, go play with your brother Hizashi. Daddy needs to discuss some matters with Uncle Sasuke." The child named Tama nodded obediently and scampered over to Hizashi, tugging at the hem of his clothing, nervously saying, "Brother Hizashi, let's go play outside." Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, but nonetheless led Tama outside. Once outside, Hizashi halted and sized up the child named Shimura Tama. With a delicate face and adorable short hair, it was evident that she was a girl. "Do you know a boy named Shimura Danzo? He should be around your age," Hizashi asked tentatively. Tama pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "No, I don't think there's anyone named Danzo around my age. If there were, I would definitely know them." Hizashi felt a jolt of surprise at her response. No. In the original work, Shimura Danzo, like the third Hokage, was born within the first 5 years of Konoha. Thus, he could not possibly not have been born yet. Initially, he thought this young leader was Danzo, only to find that it was a little girl named Tama. Moreover, the girl's response also refuted the possibility of Danzo being her brother or younger sibling. She hadn't even heard of the name Tama.ina clan. There were typically only a handful of children of the same age. Even for a 3-year-old, it was unlikely they wouldn't remember each other's names, as they usually played together. At that moment, a bold hypothesis formed in Hizashi's mind. Tama was Danzo, only altered due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration. That can't be right. If so, what happened to my Konoha Pot King? Did he turn into a Pot Queen? Hizashi mused. Just as Hizashi was lost in thought about whether the Pot King had undergone a transformation, inside, the two clan leaders continued their discussion. "From what I understand, Senju Hashirama may indeed be considering such a course of action," Sasuke remarked. Hireichi wore a contemplative expression, taking a while before responding. "Uniting various clans to establish a village sounds like a daunting task. What if it's a scheme by the Senju clan?" Sasuke replied, "Whether it's a conspiracy will become clear once the war between the Senju and Uchiha clans concludes. If the Senju aim to use the establishment of a village to absorb other clans, then they would not leave the powerful Uchiha clan as a lingering threat. Conversely, if the age-old enemies, the Senju and Uchiha, can set aside their hatred to coexist, then the grievances of other clans would pale in comparison. Perhaps the chaotic era of recent years is about to come to an end." Thus spoke Sarutobi Sasuke. Chapter 3. Do I have an advantage? In the expansive courtyard of the Sarutobi clan leader's residence, Hizashi was playing hide and seek with Tama. Tama covered her eyes with her hands, counting aloud, 28, 29, 30. "All right, brother Hizashi, I'm coming to find you." Tama removed her hands and opened her eyes wide, surveying the surroundings of the courtyard, appearing somewhat bewildered. Throughout their game of hide and seek, she had yet to find Hizashi even once. Conversely, Hizashi managed to discover Tama each time. After all, he possessed the soul of an adult. If he could win a game of hide-and-seek against a 3-year-old, that would be quite disheartening. In fact, Hizashi initially held a disdainful attitude toward playing with children. As he played, he seemed to be transported back to the carefree days of his childhood in a previous life, reveling in his own amusement. The little dumpling circled the courtyard time and again, yet she failed to catch a glimpse of the elusive Hizashi. At that moment, the two clan leaders emerged from the house. With a smile, Hokage gestured to the dumpling, saying, "Dumpling, let's go home with Daddy." The dumpling, feeling a tinge of reluctance, replied, "Are we going home already?" Nevertheless, she obediently returned to her father's side. Sarutobi Sasuke then turned his attention to the rooftop, calling out, "Come down, Hizashi." Consequently, Hizashi peeked over the edge of the roof and gradually descended from a nearby pillar. "You look like a monkey," Sasuke remarked with a hint of jest. The dumpling burst into laughter upon hearing this, and even Heiji struggled to suppress a chuckle. Hizashi, slightly exasperated, pondered why he had to bear such a nickname after being reincarnated as Sarutobi Hizashi. After escorting Heiji, the dumpling, and the other visiting members of the Uzumaki clan from the Sarutobi residence, Sasuke and his son returned indoors. "Hizashi, you are already 3 years old," Sasuke stated. "Yes, father," Hizashi replied, somewhat puzzled by Sasuke's comment. Observing his son, who had always been more mature than his peer, Sasuke felt that despite Hizashi's maturity, he still displayed a touch of childlike spirit when playing with the little girl from the Uzumaki clan earlier that day. 3 years old. "I can teach you how to refine chakra," Sasuke continued. Chakra, Hizashi nearly forgot about this essential element. The foundation of power in the world of Naruto revolves around chakra. Whether it be ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, they all require chakra. Chakra is a product of the harmonious blend of one's mental energy and physical energy, extracted from the body's 130 trillion cells. It can be said that chakra is the cornerstone of a ninja's strength. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world possess an immense quantity of chakra, some even rivaling tailed beasts. As for Senju Hashirama, his chakra surpasses that of the tailed beasts, rendering him a monstrous existence. Typically, children from prominent clans begin their chakra training around the ages of 3 or 4, acquiring basic combat abilities by the ages of 5 or 6. In times of crisis, children of such age may be dispatched to the battlefield, a harsh reality of the Warring States period. Following Sasuke's Hansen teaching method, Hizashi immersed his spirit within himself, seeking to perceive the blend of his mental and physical energies. As a novice newly introduced to training, it took Hizashi considerable time to sense the presence of his own mental energy within his mind. However, he was astounded to discover not just one, but 3 distinct sources of mental energy within him. One was particularly minuscule, likely generated during this lifetime. The second was a more substantial and mature mental energy, presumably inherited from his previous life. Yet he also identified a third type of mental energy, markedly different from the first 2. This energy was exceptionally pure and powerful, akin to the sun within Hizashi's mental realm. Once Hizashi successfully entered this mental world, he immediately felt the presence of this formidable mental energy, while the other 2 sources of his own mental energy became apparent later. Uncertain of the origins of this mysterious energy, Hizashi surmised that it might be connected to his reincarnation into the Naruto world, although he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his arrival. Hizashi endeavored to utilize this mental energy to refine chakra, attempting to extract a thread of this spiritual force and proportionately blend it with the energy within his body. While this concept seemed straightforward, it proved to be a formidable challenge for the inexperienced Hizashi. He felt as though he spent an eternity merely trying to control this enigmatic mental energy to extract a single thread and manipulate it. After considerable effort, he finally managed to transport a sliver of mental energy into his body. However, combining this mental energy with his physical energy presented another hurdle. Maintaining the appropriate ratio of these energies was an exceedingly delicate task. Any miscalculation would prevent the formation of chakra. Thus, Hizashi persevered, attempting again and again. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, he successfully refined his very first strand of chakra. A wave of surprise washed over him, coupled with incredulity, for he understood the difficulty of this initial endeavor. Typically, individuals require approximately a month to refine chakra for the first time, even prodigies taking several days. However, Hizashi achieved this in an astonishingly brief period. Even the 3rd Hokage, renowned as a genius among geniuses, would not have attained such speed in chakra refinement. Hisashi speculated that this rapid success was undoubtedly linked to the mysterious mental energy within him. Upon opening his eyes, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, as though he had been awake for 3 days and nights without rest. He noticed his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, still standing before him. "Father, you haven't left yet?" he inquired. Sasuke, with a perplexed expression, replied, "Didn't you just sit down?" Hisashi immediately sensed something amiss. He had felt immersed in his mental world for a considerable time, and his mental fatigue corroborated this notion. However, according to Sasuke, he had only just sat down. This indicated that he had refined chakra almost immediately after sitting down. Hisashi had assumed that his intense focus on training would have caused him to miss dinner, and that the sun must have set outside. Yet, when he glanced out the window, the sun still hung in the sky, confirming Sasuke's assertion. Though Sasuke's claim of him just having sat down might have been slightly exaggerated, the time could not have exceeded 10 minutes. If a genius could refine chakra in 3 days, what then could be said of refining it in 10 minutes? A prodigy? Hisashi was astounded by this realization. He began to connect the dots between his mental fatigue and the presence of that mysterious mental energy within him. Could it be that this energy had the power to influence the flow of time? Hisashi formed a preliminary hypothesis in his mind. If this conjecture held true, then, without a doubt, this mental energy would serve as his extraordinary advantage. One must understand that an individual's mental energy is inherently limited. Moreover, aside from clans like the Yamashiro who possess secret techniques for mental training, there exists no method within the ninja world to cultivate mental strength. Thus, a ninja's chakra limit is often determined by their mental energy capacity. The presence of this vast reservoir of mental energy within Hisashi would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his chakra reserves. More importantly, the ability of this mental energy to influence the flow of time would afford Hisashi more opportunities for training than others. Undoubtedly, this would become the key to his future dominance over the ninja world. Chapter 4. I have grown stronger. As Rigian became aware of the formidable external force he possessed, Sasuke sensed a faint trace of chakra within him. Sasuke was taken aback. "You have refined chakra?" His voice even cracked slightly. This was not due to a lack of experience on Sasuke's part. Rather, it was astonishing that Rigian had distilled chakra in merely 10 minutes. Sasuke himself had taken 3 days to achieve the same, and at that time, he was a year older than Rigian was now. Initially, Sasuke had approached the task of having Rigian refine chakra with a mere experimental mindset, believing that his son, being exceptionally mature since childhood, would certainly possess considerable talent. He thought that at 3 years old, Rigian should be able to extract chakra. Sasuke had even prepared to spend an entire week at home to guide Rigian through the process. However, who would have thought that within less than 10 minutes of sitting down, Rigian would manage to refine his own chakra? This left Sasuke in a state of disbelief. Such genius could only be described as monstrous. Even the most powerful figures of the era, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, would not have matched Rigian's speed in refining chakra at a young age. Sasuke pondered, "It must be so, father," Rigian replied earnestly. Sasuke immediately adopted a serious demeanor and instructed, "Do not let anyone know about the speed at which you refined your chakra. Do you understand?" Rigian comprehended his father's intention. The tall tree attracts the wind, and a commoner is innocent, but bearing treasure is a crime. These two sayings resonated with Rigian, who possessed the soul of an adult. At that moment, Rigian's imagination sparked. If Orochimaru were to learn of my chakra extraction speed, he might immediately wish to dissect me. Yet, Orochimaru had yet to be born. "I understand," Rigian said to Sasuke. Sasuke gazed deeply at Rigian, then retrieved a chakra testing paper from his ninja tool pouch to assess Rigian's chakra attributes. As expected, he possessed all 5 elemental affinities. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well, since you have refined chakra, there is no need for further training today. You are still young, and your mind cannot bear too much strain. Go to the kitchen and see if your mother has finished cooking. She is preparing the meal herself today." After acknowledging his father, Rigian made his way to the kitchen. Sasuke watched his son's retreating figure, and the images of Hashirama and Madara resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps his son could reach the heights that he himself could not attain. That evening, after a hearty meal, Rigian returned to his room. He sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation once more. He felt his mental energy had significantly recovered after a brief respite. Undoubtedly, This was again attributed to that mysterious mental energy. Rigian marveled at the potency of his external force while commencing his chakra training. Thus, 2 years swiftly passed. Since he began chakra training, Rigian's daily routine had become monotonous. His days consisted of physical training, martial arts, and weapon practice, while nights were dedicated to chakra refinement and learning basic ninjutsu. Through 2 years of exploration, Rigian had essentially grasped the function of the mysterious mental energy within his mind. This energy influenced the flow of time solely within Rigian's mental realm. In other words, although Rigian perceived 10 minutes as 3 days, he would not experience accelerated aging. Otherwise, his physical age would likely be significantly advanced by now. The reality was that he had only grown a few centimeters taller than his peers. During these 2 years, Rigian effortlessly mastered the body replacement technique and some basic ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. His chakra reserves far surpassed those of his contemporaries, reaching the level typical of a mid-tier ninja. It is noteworthy that he was merely 5 years old, just at the age to enter the ninja academy. Of course, possessing the chakra of a mid-tier ninja was entirely distinct from having the combat capabilities to match. At this point, Rigian lacked practical combat experience. Thus, he did not truly embody a mid-tier ninja. Rigian had confirmed that Dango was, in fact, a gender-swapped Danzo, as there was no one named Danzo in the Shimura clan. Based on Dango's name and identity, it closely resembled the original Danzo from the story. Consequently, Rigian had come to this conclusion. As Dango matured, she no longer clung to Rigian as she did at 3 years old. Instead, her demeanor had become more masculine. She seldom sought Rigian for games like hide-and-seek anymore. Rather, she approached him for sparring. As the junior clan leader of the Shimura clan, she had also undergone training from a young age, raised as a boy, which had enhanced her abilities beyond those of most peers. However, she still fell short compared to Rigian. One afternoon, Dango arrived at the Sarutobi clan's residence, navigating her way to the woods where Rigian often trained. Spotting Rigian, she called out, "Rigian, brother." Rigian turned at the sound, recognizing Dango, and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Dango replied nonchalantly, "My father has come to consult your father about matters, specifically, the Senju's victory over the Uchiha and the alliance formed to establish a ninja village." The young Dango was unaware of the intricacies of the ninja world, thus failing to grasp the significance of establishing a ninja village in the current context. While Dango remained oblivious, Rigian understood fully. His pupils constricted as he pondered, this day has finally arrived. Regardless of the shifting dynamics within the ninja world, Dango had come to challenge Rigian. "Let's have a match," she proposed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Rigian nodded. "A match it is, then I shall return." Upon hearing this, Dango drew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, preparing for battle. Rigian similarly retrieved a kunai. Both of them simultaneously formed hand seals, and the battle commenced. Dango charged towards Rigian, wielding her kunai in one hand, while launching several shuriken with the other. The shuriken whistled through the air, aiming directly for Rigian's face. Unfazed, Rigian deflected each shuriken with his kunai. As Dango closed the distance, Rigian did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward to meet her. The two engaged in a fierce clash with their kunai. After a brief stalemate, the outcome of this contest of strength emerged. Dango found herself outmatched by Rigian and was forced to retreat several steps to evade his attacking kunai. Seizing the moment, Rigian threw 2 shuriken at her. Dango managed to deflect them with her kunai, but did not anticipate Rigian following closely behind. He delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. However, Rigian showed no signs of easing up. The airborne Dango vanished in a puff of smoke, transforming into a wooden stump. The real Dango then appeared behind Rigian, pressing her kunai against his lower back. A triumphant expression spread across her face. Yet suddenly, Rigian before her also transformed with a loud pop into several leaves. Watching the leaves drift slowly to the ground, Dango realized she had lost. Rigian held his kunai poised against Dango's fair neck, stating, "Let us go home." Chapter 5. I am engaged. After their brief sparring session, Rigian and Dango linked their hands together, forming the sign of reconciliation. Rigian led Dango towards home, remarking, "Dango, next time you use the body replacement technique, be sure to choose the right moment." "When did I use it?" Dango retorted playfully. "Right after your replacement," Rigian replied. Based on his recent interactions, it was evident that Dango had only recently learned the body replacement technique. Hence her execution was not as polished as Rigian's. Nevertheless, The fact that Dango could incorporate the body replacement technique into her combat strategy so quickly was a testament to her innate talent. Having mastered the body replacement technique and becoming proficient with ninja tools, Dango's strength had already reached the level of a graduate from the Ninja Academy in the original storyline. However, it is essential to note that the academy in the original narrative was situated in a time of peace. The assessment difficulty is naturally relatively low. In fact, even upon reaching such a level, one would still be considered cannon fodder on the battlefield. To survive in such an environment, this level of skill is insufficient. However, as a young head of the Shimura clan, the likelihood of Tawanzi finding herself in a battlefield at this age is quite minimal. After all, we are already in the late Warring States period. The Senju and Uchiha clans have reconciled and established a ninja village. It is likely that this visit from Shimura Haichi to the Sarutobi household concerns discussions about joining the ninja village. Based on Ritsun's understanding of Sasuke and the storyline, it is certain that Sasuke will lead his family to join. He holds a deep admiration for Senju Hashirama's vision of founding the village, believing it could put an end to the chaos among the various clans within the Land of Fire. Moreover, Sasuke greatly respects Hashirama's strength and character. Considering himself a devoted admirer, Ritsun brought Tawanzi to his home, which was quite lively that day. His mother, Sarutobi Kodo, and father, Sarutobi Sasuke, were there to welcome Tawanzi and her family. Tawanzi's parents, Shimura Haichi and Shimura Minako, had also arrived at the Sarutobi residence. Upon seeing Tawanzi's parents present, Ritsun sensed something amiss. Even if they were to join Konoha, there would be no need for the matriarchs of both clans to meet, right? This scene reminded him of couples introducing each other to their parents. However, Ritsun dismissed it as mere overthinking. He sat beside his parents, raised his cup, and intended to quench his thirst, having expended considerable energy during afternoon training. Tawanzi sat beside her parents, directly across from Ritsun. Minako gazed at Ritsun with the scrutiny of a mother-in-law inspecting her son-in-law. Kodone, we cannot go back on the engagement between Ritsun and Tawanzi, you know? With a sputter, Ritsun sprayed water across the table, splattering Tawanzi. She wiped her face in disgust. At that moment, the eyes of everyone at the table turned to Ritsun. He stared incredulously at his parents and Tawanzi's parents, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Kodo lightly tapped Ritsun on the head. What are you doing? You've splashed water on Tawanzi. Wow, Ritsun exclaimed. Tawanzi hasn't even entered the family yet, and you are already showing favoritism. You're just 5 years old. How could you be engaged already? Ritsun exclaimed in surprise. Little brat, an engagement does not equal marriage, Sasuke chimed in. Besides, such a cute girl like Tawanzi is a treasure for you. Ritsun also thought about it. It was not merely a matter of fairness, but rather a reflection on the era in which he found himself, the Warring States period of the Naruto world, where Konoha had just been established, perhaps even lacking a proper name. In this context, it was entirely normal for the young heads of two allied clans, one male and one female, to be betrothed at a tender age to solidify the friendship between their families. However, for Ritsun, the engagement with Tawanzi was indeed a shocking revelation. After all, he had always associated Tawanzi with Danzo from the original narrative. Considering Danzo from the original story, the infamous Pot King of Konoha, many of the plot's unresolved issues had been placed on his shoulders. Danzo's character served primarily to bear the blame in the storyline, as it would be unthinkable for the third Hokage to embody such a villainous role. In the original narrative, Danzo was notorious for his misdeeds. Ritsun could instantly recall many instances, such as colluding with Hanzo to cause Yahiko's death, crippling Nagato, stealing one of Shirsue's eyes, using Sasuke as leverage to orchestrate the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and remaining passive during Pain's invasion while murdering the messenger frog sent to Naruto. The list of Danzo's transgressions was endless. Even in Boruto, Danzo had unwittingly acquired a new set of grievances. His appearance was equally unappealing, being an old, decrepit man wrapped in bandages, hiding a transplanted Sharingan arm and Hashirama's cells beneath. This presented a rather repugnant image. Thus, whenever Ritsun connected Tawanzi with Danzo, he found the once adorable Tawanzi losing some of her charm. As Ritsun gazed at the little girl seated before him, with whom he was now engaged, he pondered for a moment and resolved the internal conflict that had long troubled him. Tawanzi was Tawanzi, she was not Danzo. Even if the Danzo of the original narrative was an irredeemable villain, what did that have to do with the 5-year-old girl sitting before him? Coming to this realization, Ritsun accepted the engagement arranged by their parents. After all, as a child, He had no power to resist the joint decision of their two clans. Hiruzen also understood that while he enjoyed the privileges that came with being a young clan leader, he could not escape the constraints that accompanied such a status. Furthermore, as Sasuke had pointed out, having such a delightful girl like Tawanzi was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. This notion was further evidenced in the original narrative, where both the youthful and adolescent Danzo were depicted as rather handsome. Setting aside the scars on his chin, Danzo's appearance in his youth was arguably more attractive than that of the third Hokage during the same period. He could easily be described as a striking young man. Of course, in his old age, he bore a resemblance to the third Hokage, albeit with the added benefit of aging more slowly due to his Hashirama cell transplant. In summary, since Danzo in the original narrative was quite handsome in his youth, it was perfectly reasonable for Tawanzi, as a female counterpart, to be equally charming. At that moment, Tawanzi noticed Hiruzen staring at her and became somewhat bashful, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Though still young, she understood the implications of engagement in the generally precocious Naruto world. Being engaged now meant that they would inevitably marry in the future. After marriage, they would have children. Although she was still too young to contemplate that and would need to learn, Tawanzi's thoughts spiraled into a flurry of imaginations, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Hiruzen observed the adorable Tawanzi before him and couldn't help but chuckle. The parents at the table witnessed the budding affection between the children and smiled, except for Tawanzi's father, Shimura Haichi. What father could bear to give away such a lovely daughter to another man? Haichi's heart ached at the thought, yet he consoled himself with the notion that it was all for the sake of the family. Chapter 6. My Hokage mentor the day after the engagement with Tawanzi. Sasuke and Haichi, accompanied by Hiruzen and Tawanzi, set off for the Senju clan's stronghold. At this time, the Senju clan had relocated to the same area as the Uchiha clan. Beneath the cliff where Hashirama and Madara once shared their youthful dreams, what would later be known as Hokage Rock. The truce between the Senju and Uchiha clans had been established several days prior. After all, news in the ninja world spread relatively slowly, and the Senju clan had only announced their intentions to the outside world once they were prepared to establish a village. Presently, the Senju and Uchiha clans had settled in this region, and it was only then that Sasuke and Haichi arrived at the Senju stronghold to request entry into the village. The village was still in its infancy, with many aspects unrefined, and most external clans remained in a state of observation. Thus, Sasuke and Haichi's decision to join at this juncture displayed considerable boldness. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Senju stronghold, they expressed their intentions to the guarding ninja, who granted them access to the inner sanctum. The guiding ninja was quite courteous, as Sasuke was a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world, and Haichi was no slouch either. Therefore, even the Senju clan treated them with respect, particularly since the current clan leader was the amiable Hashirama. The group made their way to the clan leader's residence. The family of Hashirama stood formally at the entrance to greet their guests. Dressed in a green kimono with an ivory cloak, Hashirama's long hair cascaded down to his waist, and he greeted everyone with a radiant smile, devoid of any airs befitting the god of shinobi. Beside him stood a striking woman with vibrant red hair. Styled in two buns, his wife, Mito Uzumaki, now known as Mito Senju. Next to Mito was a boy, noticeably taller than the current Hayashi, suggesting he was a few years older. This boy was likely Hashirama's son. Thank you, Sasuke and Hina, for choosing to join our village at this crucial moment, Hashirama expressed, bowing slightly in gratitude. Sasuke and Hina, taken aback by the god of shinobi's gesture, quickly returned the bow. Joining the village benefits everyone. It is indeed a mutually advantageous endeavor, Sasuke replied. Hashirama's smile widened at this affirmation. You are absolutely correct. By the way, I have yet to introduce you. This is my wife, Mito, and our son, Emo. Sasuke and Hina immediately began conversing animatedly with Mito and her child. Observing this, Hashirama decided to engage in a bit of mutual flattery and turned his attention to Hayashi and Dango. Upon catching Hashirama's gaze, Hayashi, undaunted, executed a polite bow. Greetings, Uncle Hashirama. Dango followed suit, mimicking Hayashi's gesture. Hashirama, smiling at the two children, beckoned them over. Soon, the group entered the house, where the adults began their discussions, while Hayashi and Dango remained in the courtyard with Emo. Through their conversation, the three children grew closer. Hayashi learned that Emo was 3 years his senior, making him 8 years old and the young clan leader of the Senju. Like Hayashi, he possessed mastery over all 5 elemental natures. When Mo discovered that Hayashi and Dango were engaged, his expression turned increasingly animated. "Well, I shall not intrude. I will take my leave," Mo jokingly remarked. Hayashi, somewhat exasperated, pulled Mo back. "Come on, Mo, don't tease me. Isn't it quite normal to be engaged at a young age in the shinobi world?" Mo sighed. "I too wish to be engaged to a lovely girl." Dango, catching the compliment, felt a bit bashful. "We also have a beautiful older sister. I will introduce you to her later." Dango took Mo's words seriously and began contemplating which girls in her family were of a similar age. The three continued their lively exchange, with Hayashi gaining a sense of Mo's character, which mirrored his father, Hashirama, peaceful, gentle, and naturally humorous. At that moment, Hashirama and the adults exited the house, signaling that their discussions regarding the clan's alliance had concluded. Sasuke called Hayashi and Dango over. "Hayashi, Dango, come here for a moment." The two complied, approaching with curiosity. Hashirama then announced, "Children, your fathers and I have decided that I will take you as my apprentices." Hayashi was taken aback. Although he had anticipated becoming Hashirama's disciple, he did not expect it to happen so soon. Perhaps it was his displayed talent that had piqued Hashirama's interest. 2 years prior, upon refining chakra, Sasuke had publicly declared that Hayashi had accomplished this remarkable feat in just 1 day, a speed that positioned him among the most exceptional talents in the shinobi world. A rarity of a century. It was likely that Hashirama saw this prodigious potential and wished to take Hayashi under his wing. Moreover, there were political considerations at play. Hayashi and Dango were both young clan leaders of the Sarutobi and Shimura families, the first to respond to the call for village formation. By accepting them as disciples, Hashirama could send a clear signal: those who join the Senju clan will not be overlooked. The shinobi world, after all, is driven by interests. Hashirama aimed to end the era of chaos, yet not all clan leaders shared such lofty ideals. Many focused on their own benefits. Without sufficient incentives, clans would hesitate to join, even under the banner of the formidable Senju Hashirama. Accepting these two apprentices represented a significant benefit. Hashirama's reputation as the god of shinobi resonated throughout the shinobi world. If his apprentices were from a respected lineage, it would undoubtedly illuminate the future prospects of their families. This alone would entice numerous clans to seek affiliation with the village. Naturally, Hashirama could not accept every applicant, and his choices were laden with political strategy. The 6 individuals in the original team, including Dango and Hayashi, each held unique identities. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were among the founding families, alongside the Senju and Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami, a genius of the Uchiha clan, would also benefit from integration into Konoha, as he was influenced by the village's ideals unlike other Uchiha who were steeped in clan loyalty. Akito Torifumi represented the Akimichi clan, a mediator among clans. Accepting him would foster alliances with various families. Mito and Haruno Hanabi stood as paragons of commoners' talents, illustrating the growing strength of non-clan ninjas. Accepting these disciples would convey goodwill towards commoners, who faced far greater hardships than their clan counterparts. In summary, each of these 6 individuals represented a faction within the shinobi world. It could be said that the apprentices of the Hokage are never ordinary figures. Chapter 7. A 50-50 chance with Hashirama. Hashirama observed the astonished expressions of the children and cheerfully remarked, "However, before formally accepting you as my apprentices, there is one more step." Hayashi and Dango regained their composure, gazing expectantly at Hashirama. He continued, "I wish to spar with you." Sparring with Hashirama Senju? Hayashi could hardly believe his ears. Who was Hashirama Senju? He was the legendary god of shinobi. The opportunity to engage with him in combat was a rare privilege. One could recall the tales of Kakazu, who boasted of surviving an encounter with Hashirama for decades. Yet, it was well known that Kakuzu had been defeated by Hashirama's wood-release techniques. Hayashi understood the gravity of the situation. On one hand, he had the chance to measure himself against the most powerful shinobi in the world, while on the other hand, he feared that Hashirama might inadvertently inflict serious harm upon him. If that happened, Dango would be left alone for the rest of her life. Seeing Hayashi gulp nervously, Hashirama burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, fear not. I shall seal my chakra and physical strength to that of a genin. It will merely be a friendly spar." Hayashi's heart settled at this reassurance. With his chakra already at the level of a chunin, and with Hashirama sealing his chakra to a genin's level, the odds seemed favorable. The mysterious spiritual energy within Hayashi was immensely beneficial for his training, enabling him to refine his physical prowess and draw forth chakra in seemingly endless quantities. In the present moment, the extraction of Chunin chakra by Ryzen over the past 2 years stands as a testament to his accomplishments. Given his tender age and the developmental stage of his body, excessive chakra refinement could adversely affect his growth and health. Moreover, this mysterious energy allows his mind to exist in a different temporal flow than the external world. Whenever he enters a focused state, he transcends into an alternate time flow, where it feels as though time stands still, yet his thoughts remain unaffected. In this state, he is capable of learning ninjutsu and refining chakra. Naturally, such a state demands considerable mental energy. Initially, Ryzen could only enter this state twice a day, each session lasting no more than 10 minutes. However, he has since mastered the control of this flow and adapted to it, now able to train for an entire night at a 10-to-1 time ratio. This means that while merely 10 seconds pass in Ryzen's mental realm, a full second elapses in reality. This flow rate imposes a minimal burden on him, allowing his training the following day to remain unaffected. The greatest disparity in time flow that Ryzen has achieved is the initial 10 minutes equating to 3 days, a staggering ratio of over 400 to 1. However, this extreme disparity brings with it a significant toll, as even now Ryzen can only sustain it for 20 minutes. He has the ability to enter this state at will, making it not only a means for training, but also a tool for combat. Ryzen has named this state flow of heart. With the assistance of this state, he has mastered the body flicker technique and numerous fundamental ninjutsu, thus theoretically reaching the level of a Chunin, though this remains untested in practice. Well then, Ryzen, you may proceed. Hashirama stated. Ryzen acknowledged, and the two found themselves in the expansive yard of Hashirama's residence, standing opposite one another. Even for a simple spar, both parties formed a stance of confrontation. The battle commenced. Hashirama stood still, arms crossed, seemingly intent on allowing Ryzen to make the first move. Ryzen retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Hashirama. Yet, Hashirama remained unmoved, merely waving a hand to intercept the shuriken with his physical prowess. Ryzen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Hashirama's physical strength had reached a point where even shuriken could not breach his defenses. Nevertheless, Ryzen did not cease his actions, quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, mud bullet technique. Ryzen struck the ground with both hands, causing a morass to erupt. Countless mud bullets surged forth from the mire, aimed at Hashirama. Finally, Hashirama chose to move, leaping out of the attack range of the mud bullets. Ryzen continued to form seals. Water release, water surge wave. A torrent akin to a waterfall erupted from Ryzen's mouth, forcefully cascading towards Hashirama. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama summoned an earth flow wall, which stood resilient against the deluge, repelling Ryzen's assault. Undeterred, Ryzen pressed on, forming more seals. Fire release, fireball technique. A searing red flame erupted from Ryzen's mouth. Leaning forward, he endeavored to channel his chakra to amplify the ninjutsu's potency. Hashirama, taken aback, had not anticipated that this ancestral technique of the Sarutobi clan would be mastered by a mere 5-year-old. However, with the earth flow wall shielding him, Ryzen's level of fire release was insufficient to breach Hashirama's defenses. Hashirama presumed Ryzen's youth and lack of combat experience were the reasons behind such an impulsive move. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. The vast accumulation of water from the water surge wave quickly evaporated under the intense heat of the fireball technique, transforming into steam that shrouded the air in mist, obscuring the vision of those present. Hashirama chuckled, remarking, "This kid has some ideas." He then thrust his right foot forcefully into the ground, unleashing his formidable strength, augmented by chakra. In an instant, the earth flow wall crumbled to dust. But that was not the end. The ground before Hashirama erupted violently, rocks soaring through the air as the entire expanse turned over. Along with the debris, Ryzen was propelled into the air. It turned out that Ryzen had seized the opportunity of the rising mist to employ the earth release, heart decapitation technique, attempting a surprise attack from below. However, Hashirama had seen through his plan, quashing it with a single blow. As Ryzen soared through the air, he internally lamented, "Is this the strength of a genin?" Struggling to regain his balance, he landed awkwardly, covered in dust and appearing rather disheveled. He raised his sleeve to wipe his face, only to smear more dirt. However, Ryzen had no time to dwell on such trivialities, for Hashirama was already charging towards him. This marked the first time Hashirama had taken the initiative in the fight, likely spurred by Ryzen's commendable abilities. Ryzen, confronting the oncoming Hashirama, suppressed his rising panic. Flow of heart, activate. Time around Hashirama seemed to slow to a crawl, as if viewed through a slow-motion lens. Despite this, Ryzen maintained his readiness, for his own speed had not altered. Thus, even if his eyes could keep pace with Hashirama's movements, his body might still falter, reminiscent of Sasuke's initial encounter with Lee, where eye and body speed failed to align. Yet, the augmentation to his observational prowess afforded by the flow of heart far exceeded that of the mere Sharingan. As Hashirama launched a straight punch, Ryzen desperately shifted his body, narrowly evading the blow. However, another strike swiftly followed. Chapter 8. I also wished to dance. Facing Hashirama's sweeping kick, Ryzen executed a backflip, barely avoiding the attack. Hashirama unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet Ryzen, utilizing the flow of heart, managed to evade each one. Hashirama found the experience curious. Logically, with Ryzen's speed, he should not have been able to dodge such a barrage. Yet, Ryzen's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Each time Hashirama attacked, Ryzen had already begun to evade, as if he could foresee Hashirama's every move. This sensation was akin to his encounters with Madara, where even though Madara's taijutsu fell short of his own, he could still hold his ground thanks to the Sharingan. However, Ryzen's reflexes seemed even quicker than Madara's. Were it not for the absence of Tomo in Ryzen's eyes, Hashirama might have suspected him to be of the Uchiha clan. Yet, despite Ryzen's rapid reactions, it became evident that if Hashirama were to unleash more chakra and exert greater force, Ryzen would inevitably find himself unable to evade. This exemplified the disparity in raw strength. Nevertheless, Hashirama had deliberately sealed away much of his chakra and stamina, while he could easily release them. He could not bear to compromise his own words merely to defeat a junior. As Ryzen gradually acclimated to employing the flow of heart in battle, the dynamics of their skirmish reached an impasse. While evading Hashirama's attacks, Ryzen even managed to counterattack. Yet, given Ryzen's current strength, his strikes felt more like a mere tickle to Hashirama. Conversely, any hit from Hashirama would be detrimental to Ryzen. Thus, their standoff was exceedingly fragile, entirely reliant on Ryzen's maintenance of the delicate balance afforded by the flow of heart. Ryzen resembled a small boat navigating through tumultuous waves, at risk of capsizing with the slightest misstep. As they exchanged blows, a voice rang out from behind them. What a pitiful sight, haha. Even a mere child cannot be bested. Their confrontation paused momentarily. As Hizashi and Hashirama turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, they beheld a man clad in a black high-collared robe, his long hair billowing behind him in the wind. Matter, do not perch upon my wall, Hashirama admonished, stepping forward and pointing at the man with a firm tone. It was then that Hizashi recognized him as Uchiha Matter, the legendary king of dance in Konoha, or rather, the Shura of the ninja world. With a resigned expression, Matter leapt down from the wall. He had actually arrived at the onset of the sparring session between the two, witnessing the entire exchange. However, upon seeing their duel reach a stalemate, he could not resist a mocking comment. Gazing intently at Hashirama, he remarked, "Heisei Arma. I never imagined you would be unable to handle this little brat. It seems peace has rendered you complacent." Hashirama's expression darkened as he retorted, "I too did not expect Hizashi to possess such strength, having sealed away too much stamina and chakra in advance. So, do not stand there and criticize. If you are capable, why not step in?" Matter erupted into laughter. "Just a mere child, and you seek to find excuses?" He then turned his gaze toward Hizashi. "Little brat, do you wish to dance as well?" Hizashi felt a pang of embarrassment. Matter's love for dance was as notorious as ever, earning him the title of Konoha's Dance King. Just as Hizashi prepared to muster the courage to express his desire to join in the dance, Mito's sharp voice interrupted, "Matter, if you intend to fight, do so elsewhere. Look at what Hashirama has done to my yard. I have yet to reprimand him." At this, Hashirama shrank back, glancing around to find his yard in utter disarray from their previous skirmish. He had not anticipated that a sparring session with a 5-year-old would result in such chaos. In his mind, Hizashi was merely a child who had just mastered the body flicker technique, along with a modicum of taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. To his surprise, Hizashi had acquired an impressive array of ninjutsu, demonstrating notable skill and tactical acumen. What astounded Hashirama most was Hisashi's remarkable speed of reaction. As if his every move was being anticipated, this level of prowess could already rival that of a nin. It was essential to note that Hashirama was referring to the nin of the Warring States period, where such ranks were of great value. Even within the Senju clan, a nin represented the backbone of the family's strength. The nin of that era were a far cry from the ninjas of peacetime, who, like Irika and Mizuki, only possessed basic ninjutsu and shurikenjutsu, and would barely measure up to the standards of a genin in the Warring States. Even more astonishing to Hashirama was Hisashi's age. He was merely 5 years old. Hashirama reflected on his own childhood at that age, recalling that he had only just begun to learn the body flicker technique and had mastered only a single elemental ninjutsu. Hisashi's accomplishments were staggering by comparison. Just as Hashirama marveled at Hisashi's talent, Mito had approached him, tugging at his ear. Hashirama yelped in pain as he was dragged to the crater left by their battle. Hisashi noted inwardly, Mito's strength is indeed formidable. I could hardly breach Hashirama's defenses with my shuriken. You will clean up this yard, or you shan't have dinner tonight, Mito declared fiercely. Observing this, Madara thought to himself, indeed, women are troublesome. He then turned back to Hisashi, stating, Little brat, I reluctantly acknowledge your strength. I intend to take you on as my disciple, ensuring that your future prowess surpasses that of Heisei or Ma. At this moment, Hashirama, who had already taken the initiative to claim Hisashi as his own pupil, boisterously proclaimed, Ha 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 ha, Madara, you have arrived too late. Hisashi is already my disciple. Mito promptly delivered a light slap to Hashirama's forehead. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and fix the yard. Hashirama abruptly ceased his laughter, obediently bowing his head to continue the repairs. Hisashi was taken aback that his displayed prowess had attracted the attention of two of the most formidable figures in the ninja world, making him feel as if he could star in a novel titled Naruto, the beginning as the disciple of Hashirama and Madara. Seeing that Hashirama had already claimed Hisashi, Madara added, Little brat, you will surely regret not becoming my disciple, Uchiha Madara. Hisashi rolled his eyes internally, thinking that becoming Madara's disciple would indeed lead to regret. After all, he would be forced to wander the ninja world with him during his defection and endure a life of seclusion in a cave post the Valley of the End battle, an existence unworthy of even a dog. Being Hashirama's disciple allowed one to inherit the title of Hokage. What could be inherited from being Madara's disciple? A litter of white zetsu? Thus, even if Hisashi had not yet formally become Hashirama's disciple, he would have resolutely declined Madara's offer, as he aspired to become Hokage and reach the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 9. I, Madara, shall call you the strongest. Once Madara finished speaking, his tone shifted as he continued, Sarutobi, little brat, your strength has gained my recognition. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu far exceed that of your peers, and your reaction speed can even rival mine. Among your contemporaries, I, Madara, would deem you the strongest. Hisashi was taken aback by such an honor. This declaration echoed the praises Madara had once bestowed upon Guy for his taijutsu. However, Hisashi felt deserving of this commendation, having achieved nin level strength at the tender age of 5. This rate of growth was unprecedented in the Warring States era. Throughout the original narrative, only Kakashi's rapid ascension from genin to nin at the ages of 5 and 6 could be compared. Of course, Kakashi's titles refer to his rank, and the 6-year-old Kakashi would not necessarily be able to defeat the 5-year-old Hisashi. Still, it remained true that the nin of the Warring States were far more valuable. This was understandable, given that the third Hokage was a prodigy in his own right. Now, with the soul of an adult and the mysterious spiritual energy as his trump card, Hisashi's swift rise in strength was hardly surprising. Feeling a bit shy in the face of Madara's praise, Hisashi scratched his head. After addressing Hisashi, Madara turned his attention directly to Hashirama, who was diligently repairing the damage he had caused. The restoration required a far more meticulous control of chakra than the destruction itself. Madara approached, Heisei or Ma. I initially sought to challenge you, but it seems that we'll have to wait. Madara, I am currently too busy to entertain you, Hashirama replied, not lifting his gaze. It appeared he had learned to be cautious, fearing another severe reprimand if he did not focus on the repairs. Madara snorted, akin to a miffed spouse, and performed a single-handed hand sign before vanishing from Hashirama's yard. Hashirama immersed himself in his task, and before long, he had restored the yard to its former glory. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he cautiously glanced at Mito, who seemed somewhat satisfied, nodding in approval. "Should you dare to behave like this again, beware for your life," she warned, delivering a final ominous statement. Hashirama exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Now, Tsubaki, let us venture outside for a spar," he suggested. Hashirama was cautious, having learned the hard way not to underestimate a child with such remarkable abilities. He feared that Tsubaki might wreak havoc on the yard just as Hisashi had. Yet, as it turned out, Hashirama's concerns were unfounded. Tsubaki was not Hisashi. She lacked the adult soul and the extraordinary advantages Hisashi possessed. Her abilities were merely those of a typical 5-year-old ninja. While she could be considered talented, she paled in comparison to Hisashi. Initiating the first wave of offense with shuriken, Tsubaki found her efforts effortlessly thwarted by Hashirama. Undeterred, she then seized a kunai, attempting to engage in close combat. Hashirama found himself more relaxed in this match than in his bout with Hisashi, easily evading Tsubaki's flurry of attacks. Nevertheless, Tsubaki also exhibited moments of brilliance. Originally, Hashirama believed he had grasped the essence of Dango's abilities and intended to subdue him. However, Dango's swift use of the substitution technique allowed him to evade Hashirama's strike. This outcome stemmed partly from Hashirama underestimating Dango. Observing the situation, Hashirama's interest was piqued, and he exerted a bit more effort, prompting Dango to find himself on the defensive. Relying on his agility and adeptness with the body flicker technique, Dango struggled to hold his ground for a time. Ultimately, he succumbed to Hashirama's prowess and was defeated. With hands on his hips, Hashirama remarked, "Dango, you still have much to strive for." Mito cast Hashirama a disapproving glance, saying, "You take pride in besting a child, behaving like one yourself." Hashirama felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. "Well then, I have come to understand your capabilities. I shall officially take you on as my disciples," he declared. Nijan stepped beside Dango, and together they bowed respectfully, signifying their formal apprenticeship. This relationship differed significantly from their time in Tobarama's class, where Nijan and Tobarama were more akin to subordinate and superior rather than true master and disciple. It was reminiscent of Kakashi's relationship with Team 7. Although they referred to Kakashi as their teacher, he imparted little of tangible value to them. The Chidori was taught to Sasuke, while Naruto's Rasengan was a gift from Jiraiya. And Sakura's formidable strength, medical ninjutsu, and healing techniques were lessons from Tsunade. Sasuke honed many of his skills under Orochimaru's tutelage. Thus, the true masters of Team 7 were the legendary Sannin, not Kakashi. As Hashirama observed the two bowing children, an idea struck him, and he vanished in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared, holding 2 scrolls. "These are gifts for you," he said. "They contain various techniques created by my brother and me, along with some insights into training." He handed the scrolls to Nijan and Dango respectively. Nijan accepted the scroll, expressing his gratitude profusely. The original techniques of Hashirama and Tobarama were treasures coveted by many in the shinobi world, not to mention the invaluable training insights, which would undoubtedly save Nijan from many detours in his own training. This gift was indeed priceless. Truly, having Hashirama as a master was a fortuitous turn of events, and Nijan was relieved he had not acquiesced to Madara's demands. After receiving the gifts, Nijan and his companions bid farewell to Hashirama's family and departed. For the time arranged with Sasuke was the following day. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were set to officially join the village, necessitating their swift return to prepare their residence. As relocating an entire clan was no small feat, Hashirama also needed to plan and clear space for the 1,000 or so members of these 2 clans. Fortunately, with his wood release techniques, clearing a patch of land was a relatively effortless task. He could even preemptively construct a few houses for habitation. Hashirama's chakra reserves were significantly greater than depicted in the original narrative, making the creation of several houses a mere trifle. As Nijan's group journeyed homeward, he could no longer contain his curiosity and unrolled the scroll. To his delight, it was filled with remarkable techniques, including several high-level jutsu and the long-sought shadow clone technique. The subsequent insights from Hashirama were even more valuable, a treasure that was hard to come by. Meanwhile, in a clearing near the Senju clan, Hashirama stood amidst the space, clapping his hands together. With a flourish of his wood release technique, several wooden houses of varying sizes erupted from the ground. Satisfied, Hashirama nodded in approval and moved to another location to continue his ambitious project of village construction. The path to building a village is fraught with challenges, he mused. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, for his dream was gradually coming to fruition. What shall we name the village, I wonder? Perhaps I shall confer with Madara about it next time, he said to himself. Chapter 10. The Dawn of Education since the joining of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. An increasing number of families sought to become part of the village. Concurrently, a considerable number of commoners and civilian shinobi also chose to join. The village's name was finally settled upon, inspired by Madara's suggestion. Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village, a testament to the shared dream of Hashirama and Madara. The village's leader was designated as Senju Hashirama, who bore the title of Hokage. This title was coined by Hashirama himself, and in accordance with the original narrative, he became the first Hokage. Hashirama's ascent to Hokage mirrored the events of the original storyline. Initially, he had promised Madara the position. As the name Konoha was indeed Madara's brainchild, Hashirama desired Madara to embrace the Hokage role as a means to safeguard the village they had jointly established. However, Tobirama vehemently opposed his brother's decision, citing Madara's inherent malevolence as a reason. Tobirama's words reached Madara, who felt disheartened by the prospect of assuming the Hokage position. Ultimately, through a democratic election, the gentle and affable Senju Hashirama prevailed. Hashirama assumed the role of Hokage, while Tobirama served as his advisor. The numerous regulations and guidelines governing the village were primarily crafted by Tobirama. Despite Hashirama's unparalleled combat prowess, his administrative capabilities did not match those of his younger brother. Tobirama, possessing exceptional intellect and critical thinking skills from a young age, emerged not only as a competent politician, but also as an outstanding shinobi scientist. The renowned Flying Thunder God technique, the reanimation jutsu, and the shadow clone technique were among the many forbidden arts he invented. As the scale of Konoha expanded, Tobirama proposed the establishment of a ninja academy. In the Hokage's office, Hashirama sat at his desk, overwhelmed by the mountain of documents before him, applications for admission to Konoha from various clans, and a multitude of commoners. Yet, he took joy in witnessing the prosperity of the village he had founded, feeling a bittersweet blend of pain and pleasure. At that moment, the door creaked open. Hashirama looked up to see his brother, Senju Tobirama, entering, dressed in black long sleeves, holding a document, and gently closing the door behind him. Brother. Tobirama approached the desk and handed over the document. This is the plan for establishing the Ninja Academy. Please review it. The Ninja Academy? Excellent. Let me take a look. Hashirama replied, opening the document and examining it intently, a smile creeping onto his face. How wonderful it is to have the children of shinobi families and commoners learn together. This will forge deep bonds as they grow. The notion of creating a ninja academy where the village's children could learn together was a vision Hashirama had shared with Madara in their youth. To see this vision on the verge of realization brought him great comfort. Tobirama, I entrust you with the creation of this ninja academy. I hereby appoint you as its first principal, Hashirama declared, setting the document down. Tobirama appeared surprised but accepted the appointment. Very well, brother. However, there is an issue that requires your attention, he said. Curious, Hashirama gestured for Tobirama to continue. Currently, the village's craftsmen are preoccupied with constructing Hokage Rock, leaving insufficient manpower for building the Ninja Academy. Hashirama quickly grasped Tobirama's implication. He would need to employ his wood release to create the structures. Feeling a bit weary, he replied, all right, just provide me with the blueprints when the time comes. I can use my wood release to construct the framework, but I cannot guarantee the interior arrangements. Tobirama remarked, there is no need for concern. We have sufficient personnel to manage the internal arrangements. After speaking, he took the documents and departed from the Hokage's office. Hashirama rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the vibrant scenery. The population of Konoha had grown substantially, and the streets were bustling with life, filled with members from various clans walking together. An atmosphere of peace enveloped the village, and smiles adorned the faces of its inhabitants. Observing this scene, Hashirama felt a surge of emotions. He was born during an era of relentless warfare, having lost all but one of his younger brothers, Tobirama, to the battlefield. The scars of conflict had weighed heavily upon him. Now, with peace finally achieved, Hashirama silently vowed to safeguard the hard-won tranquility. A day later, on the site designated for the construction of the Ninja Academy, Hashirama stood alongside Tobirama, flanked by a dozen construction workers. With the building plans in hand, Hashirama meticulously studied them before passing the documents to Tobirama. He then clapped his hands confidently. Wood release. Technique of the Senju clan. From the ground, countless roots erupted, swiftly transforming into the shapes depicted in the plans. In an instant, 2 buildings and a playground materialized under Hashirama's command, along with a surrounding wall enclosing the school. The scale of the Ninja Academy was modest, featuring a teaching building, an administrative office, and a training ground for combat practice. The initial enrollment was only expected to accommodate a few dozen students. Rome was not built in a day, and naturally, the first cohort of the academy would not be numerous. Moreover, many parents remained skeptical about this new educational establishment, as they were accustomed to educating their children within their clans. With the construction of the academy nearing completion, the installation of interior furnishings and subsequent renovations would require only a few more days. Enrollment notifications had already been distributed to every household. The academy would operate on a 3-year system, accepting children aged 5 or 6. With limited slots available, only 50, fewer than the required number, had registered, totaling just 38. It appeared that most parents in Konoha were still hesitant. Since the enrollment numbers had not reached the cap, it was almost guaranteed that anyone who applied would be accepted. At this moment, in the Hisashi household, 6-year-old Hisashi had received his admission notice as an eligible child. He pondered over the prospect of attending the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy? It seems I will encounter quite a few familiar faces. The familiar faces he referred to were from the original stories, Tobirama's class. Excluding Hisashi himself, he had met only Danzo among the 6 members of Tobirama's class. The names of the others, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito, and Nara Shikaku, left a significant impression on him, given that they were all part of Tobirama's Hokage guard. In the future, those who survived the battles would ascend to prominent positions within Konoha. En and Shikaku even continued to hold high-ranking roles in the Boruto series, indicating that Hisashi's ambition to reach the era of Boruto was within grasp. Torafu's last appearance was during the Nine Tails incident, after which he did not reappear, while Kagami tragically passed away at the young age of 25, presumably in the First Shinobi World War. Notably, the renowned Shunshin no Jutsu was a legacy of Kagami's descendants. In terms of lineage, they would be of the grandson generation. In summary, as Hisashi gazed at the admission notice, a sense of anticipation for his future life at the Ninja Academy began to blossom within him. At last, he would no longer be training alone at home. Chapter 11. My little companions. The opening ceremony of the Konoha Ninja Academy commenced. Hashirama, clad in Hokage robes and donning a conical hat, stood at the podium, with Tobirama, also dressed formally, positioned behind him. Below them stood 38 eager new students. As Hashirama delivered his speech, Hisashi found himself somewhat distracted, his attention drawn to the classmates nearby. The boy in black with curly hair must be Uchiha Kagami. That bespectacled fellow is likely Mito. The chubby boy with the headband is undoubtedly Akimichi Torafu, and the girl with the bun should be Nara Shikaku. Just as Hisashi was scanning the crowd, Hashirama concluded his address. Well then, students, I shall not prolong this any further. Farewell. With that, Hashirama vanished in an instant. Hisashi was taken aback. Shouldn't a Hokage's speech be lengthy and tedious? Hashirama's remarks were surprisingly succinct. Tobirama then stepped forward to elaborate on the academy's curriculum and corresponding courses. As the principal, it was his duty to announce these specifics. Through Tobirama, Hisashi learned that some of the courses would be taught directly by him, while others would be led by ninjas selected from various clans. Additionally, students would be grouped into different classes for instruction. Following the announcement, Tobirama officially declared the Ninja Academy open, and the teachers escorted the students to their classrooms. According to the class assignments, Hisashi found himself grouped with the original members of Tobirama's class. Hisashi, we're in the same class, Torafu exclaimed, happily approaching Hisashi. Hisashi smiled and patted Torafu's head. Of course, Sensei would certainly arrange for us to be together. Torafu looked enlightened, almost forgetting her sensei's identity as Hokage. Let us go to class, Hisashi said, taking Torafu's hand and leading her toward the teaching building. At that moment, a boy with wavy black hair approaching his cheeks and dressed in black came up to them. Hello, you must be Sarutobi Hisashi. Hisashi turned to see the boy he had noticed earlier. And you are? Hisashi inquired, feigning ignorance. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Kagami, the boy replied. Hisashi's earlier guess had proven correct. Kagami continued. I've heard of your genius and look forward to the opportunity to spar with you. Hisashi smiled and nodded. Yes, I too anticipate our duel. Torufu, observing the two boys, interjected, what about me? I want to spar as well. Hisashi turned back, exasperated. Torufu, haven't we already practiced countless times? Torufu, displaying a typical feminine stubbornness, retorted. Just because we VE practiced before doesn't mean we can't spar again. Eventually, Hisashi acquiesced to her request. As Uchiha Kagami observed the exchange, he felt somewhat redundant in their trio. As a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, he had heard of Hisashi from the elders, along with the news of his engagement to Torufu. Just as the three of them were walking side by side toward the classroom, another figure approached from behind. This individual was somewhat plump, wearing a headband with two protruding horns and sporting rosy cheeks. It was Akimichi Torufu, who waved to the group. Hello, I'm Akimichi Torufu, and from now on, we will be classmates. Hisashi greeted Torufu warmly, pulling him closer. Hello, I'm Sarutobi Hisashi. This is Torufu, and this is Uchiha Kagami. With that, the three of them introduced themselves to one another. Torufu, though somewhat shy, responded to the greetings from his new classmates. However, Chifeng's father, Akid Kenji, the head of the Akid clan, had specifically instructed him to cultivate good relations with individuals such as Ryzen and Dango before Chifeng's enrollment. Thus, Chifeng took the initiative to approach them. Ryzen noticed that three individuals had already gathered beside him, so he turned to survey the surroundings. From a short distance behind, he spotted Midogate In and TG Koha walking alone. Both In and Koha hailed from commoner families, lacking companions among the new students and appearing somewhat out of place, especially since most newcomers came from ninja clans. While there was no malice towards the children of commoners, they certainly did not extend the same friendly greetings as they did to Ryzen. Are you Midogate In and TG Koha? Ryzen called out, raising his voice slightly. The two were taken aback, but nodded in surprise. From now on, we shall be classmates. Let us proceed to the classroom together, Ryzen beckoned. In and Koha felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude, as being children of commoners often instilled a sense of inferiority. However, they did not decline Ryzen's invitation and quickly followed him. Ryzen then introduced them to the others. Upon observing his surroundings, he noted that the Tobirama class was complete. And over there, are you Kashinkai and Katsura? We shall be in the same class henceforth. Let us walk together. Ryzen called out, gathering his classmates around him. A group of over 10 individuals had gathered around Ryzen. During the class allocation, Tobirama had taken attendance, and Ryzen had made a point to remember their names. Thus he could easily identify them. Dango, standing beside Ryzen, felt a sense of admiration as he witnessed Ryzen memorizing so many names upon their first meeting. Kagami observed Ryzen engaging warmly with his peers, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Tobirama, on the podium, took note of the situation. You are quite the natural leader, Ryzen, to garner such attention on your first encounter. It seems my brother has taken on a worthy apprentice, Tobirama mused inwardly. Once everyone had arrived at the classroom, Ryzen was the first to enter, only to find a familiar figure standing inside. Uncle Yama, Ryzen exclaimed. This individual was indeed Sarutobi Yama, a jonin of the Sarutobi clan and a direct subordinate of Sasuke. From now on, you shall address me as teacher, Ryzen, Yama said. Everyone, please find your seats. The students promptly settled into their positions, with Ryzen sitting in the front row, flanked by Dango. I am Sarutobi Yama, your instructor. I will be teaching you the regular curriculum. Now it is your turn to introduce yourselves, starting with you. Ryzen, Yama gestured to Ryzen. Rising from his seat, Ryzen surveyed the room, and then turned his gaze to Yama. Hello everyone, and greetings to you, Teacher Yama. My name is Sarutobi Ryzen. I have many interests and just as many dislikes. My dream is to become Hokage, and to be the strongest Hokage in history. Chapter 12. I have become class leader. Ryzen's declaration left his classmates astounded. To aspire to become Hokage, and the strongest Hokage at that, was a sentiment likely never voiced by anyone in the village before him. In the original narrative, many characters had echoed such aspirations, including Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Obito Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, all of whom strive towards the title of Hokage. However, during the early days of Konoha's establishment, few children harbored such dreams. Most had yet to develop that mindset. Yama stared at Ryzen, taken aback, before finally saying, All right, Ryzen, you may take your seat. Subsequently, each student offered a brief introduction. After confirming everyone's names, Yama stated, Now that everyone is present, I will distribute the textbooks. Ryzen, please assist me with the distribution. With that, Yama produced a scroll, unfurling it atop the podium. He placed a hand upon it, and dozens of books materialized before the class. These 3 textbooks are fundamental: History of the Ninja World, The Establishment of Konoha, and Chakra Extraction Methods. Future lessons will include topics on intelligence gathering and code languages, along with outdoor survival and fundamental ninjutsu. It must be noted that while the Ninja Academy may not significantly enhance a student's prowess, it effectively nurtures their overall qualities as ninjas. After all, these educational processes were designed meticulously by Tobirama, boasting a scientific and systematic approach far superior to the oral traditions of various clans. Ryzen began distributing the stack of books, one by one. Internally, he grumbled, "Am I being treated as free labor?" Yet, he bore no resentment. In his previous life as a high school student, he had served as class president. Thus, he was accustomed to assisting teachers. Yama observed Ryzen distributing the books until he had finished, then indicated for Ryzen to return to his seat. Everyone has received their materials. This comprises the entirety of your first semester's curriculum. I hope you will approach your studies at the Ninja Academy with the utmost seriousness. Remember, it is a rare privilege to learn in a peaceful village and enjoy a stable learning environment. Yama began, delivering the classic admonitions of the older generation. While Yama reminisced about the trials of yesteryears, Ryzen's mind drifted elsewhere. He casually flipped through the textbooks he had received. The history of the ninja world and the establishment of Konoha were self-evident, lacking anything of particular interest. As for the chakra extraction methods, Ryzen had already mastered that technique 3 years prior, leading to a disinterest in the 3 textbooks. Closing his eyes, Ryzen entered a state of flow, recalling the shadow clone technique he had just learned the previous day. In this state, he could rapidly process thoughts and harness his mental energy. Thus, not only could he absorb theoretical knowledge, but he could also extract chakra from within and even simulate its flow in his body. At this moment, Ryzen was utilizing his mental energy to mimic the chakra flow involved in releasing the shadow clone technique, thereby significantly enhancing his proficiency. Not only did he practice the shadow clone technique, but he also simulated each of the several ninjutsu he had mastered. Ryzen controlled the flow of time in his mental realm at a ratio of 10:1, allowing him to train for over an hour in his mental world, while only 7 to 8 minutes elapsed in reality. Just then, Ryzen felt a gentle prod on his arm. He opened his eyes to find Dango poking him with a finger, looking puzzled. Dango gestured for Ryzen to look towards the podium. Following Dango's gaze, Ryzen saw Yama regarding him with a disapproving expression. It appeared that Yama had mistaken Ryzen's closed eyes during his practice for slumbering lazily. Noticing that Ryzen was awake, Yama refrained from commenting further and continued addressing the class. "Now, we shall commence the election for our class leader. One by one, please come to the blackboard to write down your nominations. If multiple votes are cast for the same individual, please write the character Tama beneath that person's name." Japan's counting system is similar to China's. Prior to the Meiji Restoration, the character Tama was primarily used for counting, much like the correct characters, each being composed of 5 strokes. After the Meiji Restoration, the standard characters became predominantly utilized. It was only then that Ryzen realized the implications of Yama's words. "I nearly missed the phase of electing the class leader." After DSHN finished speaking, the students in the front row gradually stepped onto the podium. Tawanzi rushed to the front, seizing the chalk and boldly inscribing the characters Unfei Rigian on the blackboard. Upon completing this act, Tawanzi set down the chalk and clapped his hands, descending from the stage while casting a triumphant glance at Rigian, as if he had achieved something of great significance. Rigian, somewhat exasperated, patted Tawanzi on the head and ascended to the podium, observing as others wrote you beneath their names. In no time, the character Wong had already been inscribed. Rigian took the chalk, choosing not to complete the character U, but rather contemplating for a brief moment before writing another name next to his own, Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, seated below, looked up in surprise at Rigian. After Rigian finished writing, he turned to put down the chalk, their gazes accidentally meeting. Rigian smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Kagami, taken aback, politely reciprocated Rigian's gesture of goodwill. Thus, the voting results began to unfold step by step, though the outcome had long been apparent. Ultimately, Rigian was elected class leader by a significant margin. Rigian could not help but chuckle ruefully. What was the merit in being class leader? If it merely entailed assisting the teacher? Having served as class leader for 2 lifetimes already, he nonetheless returned to the podium to express his gratitude for being chosen. And so, The first day of school concluded. It had merely consisted of self-introductions and the distribution of textbooks, coupled with the election of a class leader. The formal classes would begin the following day. Once DSHN announced the dismissal, he left the classroom, and the students immediately relaxed, exiting in groups of 2 or 3. Rigian and Toanzi also stood up, preparing to leave the classroom. At that moment, Kagami approached Rigian. Rigian, the Uchiha clan is quite close to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Shall we walk together? Rigian patted Kagami's shoulder and replied, All right, let us return together. Chapter 13. I can only do 2 things thus. The 3 set off on their way home, engaging in light conversation. Rigian inquired of Kagami, How does your Uchiha clan fare in the village? Kagami responded, Most of us are quite content with this peaceful environment. However, as you know, we Uchiha place great importance on family ties. Therefore, the vast majority still identify primarily as Uchiha rather than as ninjas of Konoha. This is something I do not agree with. One cannot help but notice the maturity that permeated Kagami's words, far removed from that of an ordinary 6-year-old. If Uchiha Itachi possessed the mindset of a Hokage at the age of 7, then Kagami was of a similar ilk, an unusually precocious child who lacked Itachi's extreme views. This trait was particularly rare among the Uchiha, given that, according to Tobarama's research, their emotions tend to be extremely sensitive and fragile. Any emotionally charged event could lead to radical behavior. It could be said that most Uchiha ninjas are genetically predisposed to psychological disturbances. However, Kagami's descendant, Shursui, demonstrates a relative normalcy in this lineage. Upon hearing Kagami's words, Rigian remarked, There is nothing unusual about this. Every clan experiences such circumstances, especially since Konoha has only recently been established. Rigian then turned to Kagami and Toanzi. If I were to become Hokage in the future, I would certainly strive to change this, instilling a sense of pride in being a ninja of Konoha, regardless of clan, age, or rank. Kagami was profoundly moved by Rigian's words. Like himself, Rigian recognized the negative impact of familial ties on the village. Yet, while Kagami merely acknowledged the issue without contemplating solutions, Rigian not only grasped its significance, but also resolved to become Hokage to effect change. Kagami felt a genuine admiration for Rigian. Toanzi, hearing Rigian's bold declaration, looked on with awe. However, she quickly regained her composure. Who said you would definitely become Hokage? I want to be Hokage too. You shall be my rival from now on, Toanzi declared with a hint of pride. Rigian laughed heartily, ruffling Toanzi's hair. Very well. Then we shall be rivals in the future. It seems it is still early to head home. Shall we train together instead? Toanzi immediately accepted Rigian's invitation. Having trained together many times before, Kagami, without much thought, agreed as well, wanting to foster a good relationship with Rigian and also curious to observe how this renowned genius trained. The 3 soon arrived at a training ground frequented by Rigian, a clearing in the forest. Upon reaching their destination, the trio commenced their training. Rigian channeled chakra into the soles of his feet and ascended to the trunk of a large tree, hanging upside down from a sturdy branch to perform crunches. Observing Rigian's adeptness in utilizing chakra to ascend the tree, Kagami's admiration for his talent deepened. He began to mimic Rigian, focusing chakra at his feet in an attempt to ascend as well. Meanwhile, Toanzi had already mastered this technique under Rigian's guidance, opting instead to practice ninjutsu. She had learned the most basic ninjutsu, the body replacement technique, and it was time to explore elemental ninjutsu. The Shimura clan excelled in wind-style ninjutsu, and Toanzi was no exception. She formed hand seals, attempting to gather chakra within her body. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Toanzi inhaled deeply and puffed out her cheeks, attempting to compress the wind chakra within her mouth. However, she suddenly lost control of the chakra's form and, in a panic, expelled it as an unformed wind bullet. The compressed wind bullet, under immense internal pressure and highly unstable, could barely maintain its shape for even a meter's distance. As it threatened to explode, Toanzi, in her haste, forgot to flee and merely shielded her face with her hands for protection. Bang! The wind bullet detonated, scattering countless tiny wind blades. As several of these blades hurtled toward Toanzi, a figure suddenly appeared before her, enveloping her in an embrace and rolling to the ground. The person who had come to her rescue was none other than Rigian. They tumbled together, evading the onslaught of wind blades. Their fall was devoid of any romantic kiss or dramatic flair, for Toanzi was still a child, lacking the adult form that such scenarios often imply. Tawanzi found herself pinned to the ground by Rigian, but fortunately, the grass cushioned their fall, sparing her from injury. Rigian, however, collided with Tawanzi's chest, leaving his face aching from the impact. At that moment, Kagami, who had been focused on his training, rushed over to help them up. Rigian stood, rubbing his face, while Tawanzi, still holding her chest, rose, complaining, "That hurt." Rigian smiled wryly. "I feel pain too." Kagami inquired, "What happened here?" Rigian shook his head, gesturing for Kagami to ask Tawanzi. Realizing her mistake, Tawanzi responded sheepishly, "I was practicing our family's wind release ninjutsu, but it went awry." Kagami, with a serious tone, replied, "Practicing ninjutsu should always be done under the supervision of an adult. By the way, what level of ninjutsu was that?" Tawanzi replied, "It was C-rank ninjutsu." Kagami was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are far too reckless. C-rank ninjutsu is not something a child of our age should attempt. It's far too dangerous." Kagami's voice turned serious. Had it not been for Rigian's timely use of the body flicker technique to tackle Tawanzi, the consequences could have been dire. A pair of scars is about to appear on the adorable face of Tawanzi. However, Rizen is capable of mastering 2 types of advanced ninjutsu. "And I believed I could as well," Tawanzi expressed with reluctance. It was then that Jing learned that Rizen had already acquired 2 forms of high-level ninjutsu. Jing found himself at a loss for words. Generally speaking, the most frequently employed ninjutsu by a genin are the basic body replacement technique and some auxiliary techniques of a lower tier. Many genin have yet to master high-level ninjutsu, as it can be considered a signature move for them. In fact, even some chunin possess only a scant few high-level techniques. Such advanced ninjutsu is typically utilized by jonin and can be regarded as a chunin's ultimate skill. Thus, high-level ninjutsu can be deemed as techniques of jonin caliber. Remarkably, Rizen, at the tender age of 6, has already mastered 2. Jing felt that despite his high regard for Rizen's abilities, he had still underestimated him. Gazing at Rizen, Jing inquired, "Rizen, have you truly mastered high-level ninjutsu?" Rizen scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, I've learned 2, the Fire Dragon Fireball and Shadow Clone technique. That is all." "Is that it?" Jing was taken aback. "Yes, would you like me to demonstrate?" Rizen raised an eyebrow. Jing immediately displayed an expression of interest, yet hesitated, fearing that witnessing it might discourage him. "No need," he said. Chapter 14. "My move will be impressive," Rizen chuckled, and said, "Why not? What harm could it do to show you?" As he spoke, Rizen began forming hand seals. Shadow Clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, a clone identical to Rizen appeared beside him. Tawanzi excitedly approached Rizen and his clone, scrutinizing them closely. "I really can't tell the difference," she remarked, poking both clones in the abdomen. They felt the same. Just yesterday, Tawanzi had only known that Rizen could use the Shadow Clone technique, but had never witnessed it in action. She had begged Rizen to show her, but he had refused, claiming it would waste chakra. Yet now, in front of Jing, Rizen had willingly demonstrated it. The more Tawanzi thought about it, the angrier she became. She delivered a solid punch to the clone. With a loud bang, the clone vanished, eliciting a cry of pain from Rizen. The disappearing clone returned all the memories and sensations it had accumulated during its existence to the original, meaning that Tawanzi's punch had truly impacted Rizen. He looked at Tawanzi, utterly bewildered. She turned her head away in frustration. In truth, it was not entirely Tawanzi's fault for being jealous. Rizen's peculiar competitive streak had compelled him to showcase his abilities to Jing. Jing, startled, remained silent, yet his curiosity about the tangible Shadow Clone technique was piqued. Noticing Tawanzi sulking, Rizen refrained from commenting. "There's one more thing I wish to show you," he said to Jing. Initially glancing at Tawanzi with concern, Jing raised an eyebrow at Rizen. Rizen waved his hand dismissively. Having lived 2 lives and nearing the age of 30, he thought it absurd to be unable to handle a little girl. "Tawanzi, watch closely. This move will be impressive. Fire style, Fire Dragon Fireball." Rizen inhaled deeply, placing 2 fingers in front of his mouth. As he exhaled, a brilliant crimson flame erupted forth, sweeping forward like a furious dragon, carrying with it a wave of terrifying heat that incinerated everything in its path. The forest, spanning several meters in front of him, was reduced to ashes, trees snapping and crashing down in a cacophony of destruction. Rizen turned elegantly, casting a glance at Tawanzi and Jing, clearly eager to flaunt his most powerful technique. However, Tawanzi and Jing were not focused on Rizen's proud expression. Their attention was drawn to the chaos behind him. Tawanzi gasped, her mouth agape, as if she wished to speak. Jing shouted, "Risen, there's a fire behind you." It was then that Risen realized the gravity of the situation. Turning around, he saw vast swathes of trees ignited by his earlier flames, the fire rapidly spreading. Hastily, he formed hand seals. Water style, water chaos wave. A torrent of water surged forth, crashing against the burning trees. Risen directed the flow towards the heart of the flames, effectively extinguishing them with remarkable efficiency. As he unleashed the water chaos wave, he advanced, maneuvering to douse the still-burning trees and grass. After considerable effort, he finally managed to quell the fire. Charred and disheveled, Risen bore the marks of the flames on his face and body. Tawanzi and Jing rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. "I'm fine," Risen waved them off. Seeing that he was indeed unscathed, Tawanzi complained, "Look at you trying to show off. You destroyed so many trees." Risen could only smile wryly, having not anticipated the sheer power of his technique. What was meant to be a simple display had nearly turned into a wildfire catastrophe. It seemed he had been assimilated into this childish behavior. After this commotion, the trio decided to forego further training. They set off home together, agreeing to find another place to train in the future. Upon returning, Risen immediately took a bath under the attentive care of a maid. His soot-covered appearance startled Chun. After bathing and changing clothes, Risen returned to his room and summoned a shadow clone. The clones could serve purposes beyond mere combat, due to their shared memories. Utilizing a shadow clone for training could yield extraordinary results, especially the advanced version known as the multi-shadow clone technique, which could exponentially amplify the user's training speed. However, this came with a significant burden, as the influx of memories could overwhelm one's mind. Fortunately, Risen possessed a protective, mysterious mental energy, mitigating this mental strain considerably. Thus, he could confidently employ shadow clones for training. Risen retrieved the scroll gifted to him by Master Hashirama and tossed it to his clone. "You practice. There's still half of it left to learn," he instructed. The clone accepted the scroll and nodded, settling onto the tatami to study. Meanwhile, Risen exited his room and made his way to the family training grounds, picking up a metal rod to practice his staff techniques. The Sarutobi clan's ancestral staff technique is exclusive to the clan leader's lineage. This is not akin to the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. Rather, the staff technique requires a partnership with the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain to unleash its full potential, and only the clan leader's lineage is authorized to forge such a contract. This agreement was established centuries ago between the first clan leader of the Sarutobi and the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. Risen's current practice with the staff is also a preparation for mastering the summoning technique in the future. At the same time, in the training grounds of the Shimura clan, Tawanzi was forming hand seals. Wind style, gale breakthrough. She was still practicing ninjutsu, but had learned her lesson and was no longer recklessly attempting high-level techniques. The simplified version of the classic high-level ninjutsu, gale breakthrough, served as an excellent practice technique. Even failure would not carry the same dangers as the vacuum sphere. Another failure left Tawanzi feeling quite dejected. However, remembering Risen's triumphant display of his two high-level techniques earlier, she clenched her fists. "I'll try again." In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Jing stood 10 meters away from a wooden target, extending his hands towards his tool pouch. Several shuriken and kunai were hurled at the target. Yet they all missed their mark. How could this be? He wondered. Technique of the shuriken. Each shuriken and kunai was tethered with a fine line. Jing tugged on the line with all his might. The shuriken and kunai unexpectedly turned back. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the shuriken and kunai embedded themselves into the back of the target. The actions of Q were far from over. The classic fire release technique from Naruto, a merciful art that has never claimed an enemy's life. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the target. The unfortunate wooden target, first pierced by the ninja tools, then met the full force of Q's fireball technique, transforming into charred remains upon impact. Q took a slight breath. "Hisashi, I will catch up to you." Chapter 15. I will fight 10 months later. The semester for Yamashita's class was drawing to a close. The history of the ninja world and the founding of Konoha had been thoroughly covered, and the methods of chakra extraction had been explained. The students had successfully extracted their own chakra, a skill mastered by the noble families 2 or 3 years prior, but considered precious for the commoners in the class. In addition to these 3 theoretical subjects, there were outdoor physical training and ninja tool classes, which had significantly enhanced the average strength of the students. The time for the final assessment had arrived. On that afternoon, students trickled back to school. Hisashi stretched lazily and asked his companion, "Dango, how did the cultural exam go?" Dango replied, "Not bad, and you?" Hisashi waved his hand dismissively. "A piece of cake. The afternoon's practical assessment is what really demands my focus." Upon entering the classroom, only a few individuals were present: Hugh, Taki, In, and Kokoro. "Good morning, everyone," Hisashi greeted. The four engaged in conversation, their camaraderie having deepened over the months. Other classmates gradually arrived, settling in as they awaited Yamashita's arrival. As the only Jonin teacher at the ninja school aside from Tobarama, Yamashita had a certain presence. He was particularly fond of using the body flicker technique to suddenly appear at the podium. "Is everyone here?" Yamashita asked, materializing without notice. Only Hisashi, with his flow state ability, was quick enough to react. "You may proceed to the training ground for the assessment," he instructed. Thus, the group set off towards the training field. Upon arrival, the students of Yamashita's class were astounded to find the training area not particularly large, crowded with students from the entire school. Tobarama stood in the center, surveying the surroundings. "I will personally supervise this final practical assessment. The evaluation will be one-on-one combat. The criteria for assessment is not victory or defeat, but your performance while fighting with all your might. As long as you exhibit outstanding effort, even in defeat, you can achieve high scores. So give it your all." As soon as Tobarama finished speaking, a hand shot up. "Hisashi, do you have something to say?" "Principal, there isn't anyone in the school who can make me fight at my full capacity." Hisashi stunned everyone with his bold declaration. "Since you mentioned we should fight with all our strength, I am requesting to challenge 10 classmates." Before Tobarama could respond, Yamashita, standing beside him, could not help but interject. "What did you just say?" "I want to challenge 10. I want to fight 10. Hisashi proclaimed loudly. Yamashita was about to retort when Tobarama raised his hand to silence him. Tobarama approached Hisashi. "It seems you are quite confident in your abilities." "Very well. Fighting with full intensity is indeed the condition I set for this assessment. Since you believe there is no peer capable of pushing you to your limits, I hereby approve your request." Tobarama, having interacted with Hisashi frequently, recognized his extraordinary prowess at the ninja school. He felt Hisashi's request was reasonable and was eager to observe his progress over the past few months, contemplating whether to teach him additional techniques. "Those who wish to spar with Hisashi, please raise your hands," Tobarama announced. Dango was the first to raise his hand, followed by Q. After some contemplation, Taki also raised his hand. In, nudging his glasses, thought, "The principal will surely pay special attention to this duel. This is my opportunity to showcase my strength." Thus, Un raised his hand without hesitation. Kokoro, seeing Un's gesture, also raised her hand. Apart from Hisashi's classmates, several others from different classes joined in. Tobarama counted and declared, "That's sufficient. No need to raise any more hands. The numbers are just right. Those who raised their hands, step forward, and the rest of you, please move aside to clear some space." Following Tobarama's instructions, everyone vacated the training field, leaving only Hisashi and 10 classmates. Yamashita stood among them and announced, "Partners, form the hand seals. The battle begins." No sooner had he spoken than Dango charged at Hisashi, wielding kunai. En, unwilling to fall behind, followed suit with kunai in both hands. Hisashi, holding a kunai in one hand, felt no fear facing the two. With a speed that surpassed theirs, he surged forward. "You are not quite ready to play the taijutsu game with me," Hisashi thought, activating his flow state. He perceived the movements of Dango and In as if they were in slow motion. With a sudden slide kick, he tripped Dango, swiftly pushing himself up with his hands. Dango, taken by surprise, found himself airborne before he could react. Hisashi's speed was astonishing. To Dango, he seemed to vanish entirely. By the time Dango realized what had happened, he was already sent flying. Before Dango could regain his footing, Hisashi was already in front of In. In, blocking with kunai in both hands, found himself overpowered as Hisashi struck down with immense force, and could barely withstand the impact. Just as the two engaged, Hisashi noticed more opponents approaching from behind him. He swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick, sending In flying several meters away, and felt as if they were locked in a struggle of strength just moments before, and now found himself propelled backward. Q leaped up to catch him. Hisashi hurled the kunai he held. As the training field was equipped with wooden ninja tools, there was no concern of causing harm. The kunai flew straight towards Q, who was holding in. Q furrowed his brow, realizing he could not evade it, and braced himself to take the hit. At that moment, Taki stepped in front of Q and in. Taki, Q shouted. Taki absorbed the kunai with his broad back. It's nothing, not painful at all, he grunted, his face contorted. While they spoke, a figure in white dashed towards Hisashi. Hisashi recognized the person by their Byakugan and the green mark on their forehead. It was Hinata Shin from the adjacent class, a prodigy of the branch family. Gentle fist. Without further ado, the two engaged in combat. Hinata Shin gathered chakra in his hand and attacked Hisashi's chakra points. Aware of the gentle fist's effectiveness, Hisashi dared not slacken his guard, deftly dodging each of Hinata Shin's strikes. Observing Hisashi's remarkable speed, Hinata Shin gritted his teeth and accelerated his assault. However, Hisashi seemed to read every one of Hinata Shin's moves, evading each with perfect precision. As Hinata Shin's offensive began to wane, Hisashi seized the moment, deflecting Hinata Shin's hands aside and unleashing a powerful punch toward him. True to his lineage, Hinata Shin reacted swiftly, retreating. Yet Hisashi's assault was relentless. Konoha whirlwind. A rapid spinning kick caught Hinata Shin off guard, sending him flying as he stumbled back, unable to regain his balance. Chapter 16. A mutual pursuit. Hinata Shin was sent crashing to the ground, and the group that had intended to rush and halted in their tracks. As a descendant of the Hyuga clan, known as Konoha's strongest family of taijutsu practitioners, Hinata Shin's fall left a significant impact on the spectators. The mastery of physical techniques among the crowd belongs to the elite. However, even under the pressure of the Sun Slash, it could not endure for long. This instilled a sense of fear in everyone, rendering them hesitant to advance. Just as Sun Slash found himself in a stalemate with the crowd, a whistling sound pierced the air from behind him. Instantly, he formed hand seals and executed the body flicker technique, swiftly relocating to the side. Several wooden shurikens sliced through the space where he had just stood. It turned out that the recently toppled Dumpling had risen again. Upon seeing Sun Slash evade to the side, Dumpling formed hand seals and unleashed a newly mastered ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged toward Sun Slash. With remarkable speed, Sun Slash formed hand seals in response. Wind release. Great breakthrough. An even mightier gale met Dumpling's wind, causing a tempest to erupt on the battlefield. Ultimately, Sun Slash's great breakthrough overpowered Dumpling's technique, sending him flying. Before Sun Slash could take further action, the others unleashed their ninja tools once more. Realizing that a contest of physical prowess would not triumph over Sun Slash, they resorted to long-range attacks. Sun Slash deftly twisted and turned to evade a barrage of shuriken and kunai, while simultaneously preparing to execute his own ninjutsu. At that moment, the ninja tools that he had evaded began to move again. It was revealed that Mirror had instructed the others to throw his wire-bound tools at Sun Slash. The tools approached from behind, striking Sun Slash's back. To everyone's astonishment, the figure of Sun Slash vanished and was replaced by a wooden stump. I had anticipated your move. Mirror, Sun Slash declared, reappearing atop the training ground's perimeter wall. Fire release, fireball technique. A blaze surged toward the group. Mirror positioned himself in front of the others. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball intercepted the flames directed at the crowd. Sun Slash, unfazed, augmented his chakra reserves. Mirror, too, exerted more effort to channel his chakra. Seeing that he could not overcome Mirror at that moment, Sun Slash formed hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique. A shadow clone appeared beside him. Water release, water chaos wave. The shadow clone unleashed a torrent aimed at the great fireball that was locked in combat with Mirror's technique. Here, the advantage of possessing all elemental chakra became evident. Sun Slash's water release swiftly shattered Mirror's fire release and surged toward the crowd. Consequently, Sun Slash ceased his fire release. Earth release, earth flow wall. It was Mirror who cast this technique. Undoubtedly a genius, though lacking the versatility of Sun Slash, he, like Dumpling, possessed a multi-elemental chakra. Unlike Dumpling, who specialized in wind release, Mirror was also adept in earth release. The earth flow wall absorbed the impact of the water chaos wave. However, Sun Slash showed no signs of halting. Lightning release, thunder crash. The shadow clone raised its hands, gathering a substantial amount of lightning chakra, then swung its arms downward. A bolt of lightning struck the earth flow wall. The explosive thunderbolt shattered the wall, seemingly poised to strike Mirror. At that moment, Dumpling, who had just been knocked down, scrambled to his feet and dashed in front of Mirror. Wind release, whirlwind. A gust of wind erupted, shielding Dumpling from harm. The thunderbolt could not penetrate this wind chakra that countered it, halting its advance. The audience watched in awe as the three engaged in a stunning display of ninjutsu offense and defense. Was this truly the caliber expected of first-year Ninja Academy students? Not to mention the bystanders, who had no knowledge of ninjutsu. Even the children from other clans would find it challenging to exhibit such remarkable abilities. Although the ninjutsu exchanges among the three appeared somewhat immature, they adeptly integrated elemental advantages. Naturally, Sun Slash, with his mastery of all elements, held the upper hand. Observing Dumpling's arrival, Sun Slash decided against further elemental ninjutsu. Fire overcomes wind. While he could indeed overpower the whirlwind with fire release, Mirror also commanded fire release, placing him at a disadvantage. Continuing in this manner would merely deplete his chakra. Although he possessed a greater chakra reserve, the presence of so many opponents and his desire to avoid a protracted struggle influenced his decision. Unless Sun Slash resorted to using high-level elemental ninjutsu, he felt it somewhat undignified to employ such techniques against mere 6-year-olds. Thus, he abandoned the strategy of long-range attrition and charged into the fray. Utilizing his flowing mind mode, he navigated effortlessly among the crowd, as if dancing through a garden of flowers without disturbing a single petal. Sun Slash twirled and dodged among the throng, managing to evade even a brush of their fingertips. The crowd was left in disarray, thoroughly overwhelmed by his prowess. Even those struck by Sun Slash's wooden kunai felt the sting of his blows. It is often said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, yet in this scenario, Sun Slash's 2 fists proved capable of fending off 20. Gradually, some among the crowd found themselves unable to rise. Sun Slash's strikes were undeniably powerful. A single blow could leave one with bruises. He continued to weave through the crowd, while only a few remained capable of continuing the fight. Dumpling, Mirror, Wind, Flame, and Little Spring. As Sun Slash faced the simultaneous assault from these few, he adeptly maneuvered. Thanks to his mysterious mental energy, a significant advantage, he needed only to train his chakra and ninjutsu each night. The daylight hours were devoted to rigorous physical training. Thus his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Leaf Hurricane. The first to be struck out of the fight was Tsurun Little Spring, who had only recently begun to refine her chakra. Lacking any mastery of ninjutsu, despite her solid foundational skills, she was the weakest among the remaining fighters. Nevertheless, Sun Slash's offensive continued unabated. Leaf Hurricane. This strike connected with Flame, who attempted to block with both hands, but to no avail, being sent sprawling several meters away. Seeing this, Dumpling, Mirror, and Wind hurriedly aligned themselves in a defensive posture, attempting to leverage their numerical superiority against Sun Slash. As the battle wore on, their chakra reserves dwindled, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. In contrast, Sun Slash appeared vibrant and full of energy. The three marveled at Sun Slash's formidable strength. Observing the trio's defense, which seemed quite formidable, Sun Slash realized that a direct assault would be foolish. He needed to employ strategy. Shadow Clone Technique. Sun Slash created a shadow clone. The previous clone had long since been dispelled by Sun Slash. He instructed the new clone, use Gale Palm. The clone clapped its hands, summoning a fierce wind from its palms and pushing it forth. Simultaneously, Sun Slash leaped before the clone, soaring into the air, gliding over the heads of the three. You turn to defend against my original self. I shall handle the clone, Mirror swiftly declared. Consequently, Dumpling and Wind turned to face the rear, only to discover that there was not one, but 3 Sun Slashes behind them. Clearly, this was merely a shadow clone technique. However, the problem was that the two had not discerned which was the original. Dumpling and Wind lacked the perceptive ability to see through the clone technique. The 3 Sun Slashes charged toward them, while the frontal clone lunged at Mirror. A well-coordinated dual assault was set in motion. Chapter 17. I shall no longer perform. The 3 braced themselves against Sun Slash's onslaught. The shadow clone facing Mirror charged forward. Leaf Hurricane. Having witnessed this technique numerous times, Mirror was already prepared. He raised his foot to deliver a counter, attempting to block the Leaf Hurricane. To his astonishment, his kick passed straight through Sun Slash's leg. This was not due to any ethereal trickery on Sun Slash's part, but rather because the Sun Slash before him was not a tangible clone. The shadow clone had dispelled itself after executing Gale Palm, leaving behind a mere phantom before dissipating. At that moment, Jing's attention was focused on the entity passing above his head, completely oblivious to the changes unfolding before him. A sense of foreboding washed over Jing. "Be careful. There are two entities behind us," he warned loudly. Just as he finished speaking, he witnessed the two individuals beside him being sent flying in succession. Jing quickly rolled forward, narrowly evading the attack that had surged from behind. He glanced at the fallen Tuanzi and Qifeng, then looked at the seemingly unscathed Rihuan before him, who slowly raised his hand. "I concede." At that moment, Tuanzi, still on the ground, grasped Jing's raised hand. "No, we cannot concede. I can still fight." Tuanzi struggled to rise and helped Qifeng to his feet. Qifeng, panting heavily, declared, "I can fight too." Jing felt a pang of shame at the unwavering fighting spirit of his companions. "Indeed, we can still battle." The three of them supported each other. At that moment, Rihuan, standing before them, felt as though he were the villain. Since he had taken on the role of the antagonist, he might as well embrace it fully, he mused. "I will not hold back. I also possess advanced ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow River." Jing, Tuanzi, and Qifeng hastily dodged to the side. However, due to a delayed reaction, Qifeng was engulfed by the rushing mudslide, trapped and unable to move. "Tuanzi, do you still have chakra left? We can execute a combined attack." "All right, let's join forces." Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A fierce gale propelled the massive fireball toward Rihuan, its flames growing ever more intense. In contrast to the two, Rihuan appeared to possess boundless chakra, at least in this low-level confrontation. His chakra was more than sufficient. Water Release, Water Barrier. Over the past few months, Rihuan had mastered an increasing number of ninjutsu techniques. This water barrier was a version developed by Tobirama, classified as a high-level defensive water technique. He expelled a torrent of water from his mouth, forming a wall that intercepted the duo's combined ninjutsu. Let us not forget that Rihuan had a shadow clone. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Another high-level water technique was unleashed. The water barrier was already adequate to withstand Tuanzi and Jing's joint attack, adding the Water Dragon Bullet. The outcome was inevitable. A colossal water dragon emerged from the water barrier, its head meeting the fireball and gale with tremendous force, surging toward the two. Their combined strike paled in comparison to Rihuan's water release. With a resounding crash, the water dragon struck the ground before Tuanzi and Jing, toppling them and extinguishing their last vestiges of fighting spirit. The force was immense. Had Rihuan not deliberately controlled its impact, both would have required hospitalization. The outcome was clear. Dashi swiftly entered the training grounds and announced the results. Rihuan then helped his fallen classmates to their feet, employing the healing seal. Rihuan was careful in his approach. While he knocked them to the ground, the most they suffered were superficial injuries, recoverable within a few days for a ninja's physique. "Jing, come lend a hand." Rihuan attempted to pull Qifeng from the mire. Jing limped over to assist. Together, they grasped Qifeng's hands and pulled him free. Rihuan and Jing did not mind the mud coating Qifeng, hoisting him onto their shoulders. Qifeng protested, "Rihuan, Jing, I can stand on my own, I'm fine." Rihuan then released his side, and Qifeng was indeed able to stabilize himself. The two formed the healing seal. Jing also let go and said, "Let us go. Everyone else has gathered over there." They noticed the others assembled in the center of the training ground, with Tuanzi waving at them from the crowd. The three made their way over to join their comrades. Tobirama stood before everyone, holding a report card. "You all performed admirably. Each of you showcased your abilities. I have decided to award everyone an excellent grade." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Rihuan smiled and turned to Jing. "To be honest, your strength is quite impressive." Jing gave a wry smile. "You, unscathed, say this to us." Rihuan shook his head. "No, I am different from you." He did not elaborate further, noticing Tuanzi gleefully raising his hand in celebration. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled Tuanzi's sleek, dark hair. Tuanzi made no objection, allowing Rihuan to do so. The assessment for the 11 individuals had concluded. The group stepped aside to observe the evaluations. Since the stronger individuals had already battled Rihuan, the subsequent fights were rather lackluster, mere chickens pecking at each other. Tobirama diligently assigned scores. The afternoon assessment concluded swiftly. He gathered everyone before the podium to announce the results. The first semester of the ninja school had officially ended. Everyone had performed commendably. Now, I will announce the overall rankings. First place, Sarutobi Rihuan. Second place, Uchiha Jing. Third place, Shimizu Tawanzi. Fourth place, Akimichi Chiefing. Fifth place, Hyuga Xin. Sixth place, Mito Minyan. Seventh place, Uchiha Koharu. Listening to the rankings, Rihuan noted that, apart from Hyuga Xin, the top contenders were as he had anticipated. After all, as a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Xion's strength was not to be underestimated, easily surpassing Mito Minyan and Uchiha Koharu, both of whom hailed from common backgrounds and had only engaged in ninja training for a few months. In contrast, Hyuga Xian had honed his skills within the family structure from a young age. Rihuan cast a glance at Hyuga Xian, who appeared to be of similar age. However, the main house of the Hyuga clan had not sent him to the ninja school. Instead, they had dispatched a branch member, indicating a certain narrow-mindedness. Even the conservative Uchiha clan had sent their top genius to the school. If not for the absence of suitable-aged children from the Senju clan, they too would have undoubtedly sent someone. The ninja school was not merely an educational institution. Its political significance was substantial. It allowed individuals to build connections and families to unite various clans. The establishment of the ninja school in Konoha clearly aimed to support all clans. As Rihuan pondered, his thoughts drifted far away. Chapter 18. My misfortunate master. All right. The semester's instruction has concluded. Please go to your respective homeroom teachers to collect your report cards. And then you may take your leave, Tobarama announced before descending from the podium. The crowd eagerly rushed to find their homeroom teachers for their report cards. Meanwhile, Rihuan and Tawanzi lingered as Tobarama approached them. Rihuan, Tawanzi, you are to visit your master tomorrow morning. The break is an excellent opportunity to enhance your skills. Let your master guide you well, Tobarama said, affectionately ruffling their hair. Now, go collect your report cards. Rihuan and Tawanzi nodded obediently and walked towards their teacher, Dashi, who was not far away. The next day, early in the morning, Rihuan and Tawanzi arose early and headed toward the Senju clan's residence. I hope your wounds have healed, Rihuan inquired. Do you dare to ask? I still feel pain all over, Tawanzi retorted angrily, pinching Rihuan's waist. Ouch, that hurts, Rihuan yelped. Seeing this, Tawanzi released him, sparing Rihuan for the moment. Now you know my strength, humph. Soon, the two arrived at the Senju clan's residence. After stating their purpose, they were granted entry. Upon reaching the clan leader's residence, Rihuan knocked on the door. After a brief wait, the door was pushed open from the inside. Show. As the sun rose, Risen encountered the person who came to open the door. It was none other than Senju Tobarama. Tobarama greeted the two warmly. Good morning. You've arrived quite early. My father should still be asleep. Allow me to call him. Please come inside. Risen and Dango politely returned the greeting and followed Tobarama into the courtyard. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by Mito, who was clad in an apron and carrying breakfast. Risen and Dango have arrived, Mito exclaimed with a smile. Please take a seat. I will fetch Hashirama. Risen and Dango obediently sat down as Mito placed the breakfast on the table before heading towards the inner room. Risen noticed Mito's demeanor was rather fierce, which raised his apprehension. Senju, Hashirama, how much longer do you intend to sleep? Your two disciples are waiting outside. Mito's voice echoed, revealing a stark contrast to her graceful appearance. Risen subtly turned his gaze to Dango, sensing that Mito had set a rather poor example. Dango shot him a glance, as if warning him to be cautious of Mito's fierceness. Risen quickly turned away just as Hashirama awoke. Wait, Mito, be gentle. You'll pull my hair out. Hashirama's lament reached Risen's ears. Glancing at Tobarama, Risen noticed him waving his hand dismissively, clearly accustomed to the scene. After a brief moment, Hashirama emerged from the room, wearing a loose robe and disheveled hair, looking as if he had just awakened. Truly the legendary god of ninja. Ah, it's Risen and Dango. Hashirama greeted them before sitting down to eat breakfast. Please wait a moment. I will take you to train shortly. Risen and Dango nodded dutifully. Half an hour later, they arrived at the newly constructed training ground number 1 in Konoha. The area was sparsely populated, as most ninjas trained at their family's training grounds. Upon Hashirama's arrival, those present greeted him with respect. Lord Hokage. Hashirama responded to each with courtesy before turning to his disciples. I have heard from Tobarama about your performances in the final assessments. Both of you did exceptionally well. I have tailored a training regimen based on your abilities and characteristics. Risen and Dango listened intently. Hashirama continued. Risen, your talent is unparalleled. You possess chakra of all attributes, a vast chakra reserve, and remarkable physical prowess. I am confident that you will surpass me in the future. Hiruzen couldn't help but internally scoff. He had impulsively declared his intent to surpass all previous Hokages. At this stage, you only need to master the 5 elemental jutsus you excel at, and learn the ancestral summoning technique of the Sarutobi clan. Afterward, I will teach you some forbidden jutsu created by Tobirama, as well as Mido's sealing techniques. Of course, how much you can learn will depend on your dedication. Hashirama succinctly outlined his teaching plan. As for Dango, he needed to understand one thing. He did not possess the all-encompassing talent that Hiruzen had. However, your affinity for wind jutsu is commendable. You must specialize in wind jutsu, integrating it with your taijutsu, and carve out your own path. Just like Hiruzen, after mastering wind jutsu, you can pursue more advanced techniques. As the god of ninja, Hashirama's insight and vision were at the pinnacle of the ninja world. With just a few words, he had illuminated the developmental paths for both of them. Both Hiruzen and Dango nodded, committing Hashirama's words to memory. Now, you may practice your jutsu as usual. I will be here to guide you, Hashirama said. Thus, the two began training their jutsu while Hashirama stood nearby, meticulously correcting their habitual mistakes and teaching them to better control and refine their chakra. Time flew by swiftly under the guidance of the god of ninja. And by the end of the morning, the two had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the execution of jutsu. Additionally, Hashirama presented each of them with a scroll containing specially selected jutsu and training insights. There are many benefits to training under Hashirama, Hiruzen mused. Let us call it a morning. Let us head to my house for lunch. I want you to experience Mido's culinary skills. Hashirama invited them home. Hiruzen felt reassured about Mido's cooking, especially after seeing how much Hashirama had enjoyed breakfast. It certainly wouldn't be as disastrous as Kushina's culinary attempts in the original story. On their way, a familiar figure appeared before them. Madara? Hashirama exclaimed upon recognizing the silhouette. It was none other than Uchiha Madara, who strolled down the street with an air of arrogance, arms crossed. Madara glanced back at Hashirama, but chose to ignore him and continued on his way. Hashirama immediately lowered his head, slipping into a melancholic state. Meanwhile, Hiruzen hurried over. Uncle Madara, would you like to join us for lunch at Hashirama's? Mido's cooking is delicious. Hiruzen attempted to befriend Madara, while Hashirama echoed his sentiment. Madara, however, declined. No thanks, I've already eaten. Hashirama sensed a profound change in Madara since the day he overheard Tobirama's words. He had become significantly more withdrawn and solitary. Hiruzen, aware of Madara's impending defection from Konoha, sought to convey goodwill, yet he understood that his gestures could not mend Madara's disappointment. Both Hiruzen and Madara shared the belief that the current system of nations and villages could not foster true peace. The notion of heartfelt reconciliation with enemies was merely Hashirama's naive idealism. Ultimately, it was Hashirama and Madara's formidable strength that maintained the fragile peace among nations. Madara sought genuine tranquility, and he had yet to visit the south he shrined to witness the altered stone tablet manipulated by Kurizetsu. Once he did, his resolve would be irrevocably transformed. However, Hiruzen, being merely a child, could not effectuate any change. He could never endorse Madara's ideology at the expense of Hashirama, his master and Hokage. Chapter 19. An encounter with 500,000. Madara walked away alone, while Hashirama silently observed his retreating figure. After a considerable pause, he beckoned Hiruzen and Dango to continue their journey. In the days that followed, Hiruzen and Dango regularly met to train. Hashirama was not always available, and when he was occupied, they would venture to the relatively secluded training ground number 4, located at the village's edge, where they could practice freely. Hiruzen referred to this as their holiday training. Eventually, Kagami joined their holiday training group. One afternoon at training ground number 4, the expansive area was occupied only by Hiruzen, Dango, and Kagami. Hiruzen wielded an iron rod, practicing his staff techniques against a wooden post, while Dango practiced the sword techniques of the Uchiha clan with a long blade. Kagami drew the short sword from his back and engaged Dango in a sparring match. The three trained diligently, their movements punctuated by the sounds of clashing weapons and labored breaths. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor entered the training ground. The individual, dressed plainly and appearing to be a wandering merchant, hurriedly approached with a package slung over his back. Upon noticing the presence of the trio, he slowed his pace. Choosing to bypass them without uttering a word, and quietly exited the area. Hiruzen cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer before resuming his practice, indifferent to the stranger's presence as he vanished from their sight. Hiruzen and Jing exchanged a brief glance, silently acknowledging that something was amiss with the individual they had just observed. The figure, despite his merchant attire, bore the telltale calluses of a ninja on his hands and was clutching his abdomen, which seemed to bear faint traces of blood. Once the man had retreated into the distance, the trio sheathed their weapons, preparing to return to the village to report their findings. Suddenly, a series of swift, slicing sounds cut through the air behind them. Reacting swiftly, Hiruzen turned to intercept the incoming shurikens with his iron rod. Tuanzi, run to the village and summoned the Konoha guard. With the Konoha administrative structure gradually improving, the guard had been established under Tobirama's guidance. Recognizing the severity of the man's injuries, Hiruzen believed the Konoha guard would likely be in pursuit of him already. Without hesitation, Tuanzi gathered chakra beneath his feet and sprinted toward the village, while the man set his sights on Tuanzi, pursuing him with remarkable speed, clearly not an ordinary foe. Hiruzen and Jing hurled a few shurikens in an attempt to impede the man, but with a mere flick of his hand, he severed them with wind blades. Realizing their efforts were futile, Hiruzen called out, "Earth release, earth wall." He concentrated his chakra, and together, the two unleashed a towering earthen barrier, approximately 30 meters long and 15 meters high, rising to block the man's path. "You little brats." Seeking death, the man, abandoning his pursuit of Tuanzi, opted instead to eliminate the two who had thwarted his plans. Drawing a kunai from his pouch, he advanced upon them, unmistakably a seasoned jonin. Although he appeared wounded by the Konoha guard, his strength remained far beyond that of mere students like Hiruzen and Jing. The situation for Hiruzen and Jing was dire. Half of Hiruzen's chakra had been spent on the earth wall, while Jing had exhausted most of his own chakra. They had successfully halted the man's advance, but their predicament was perilous. The man, wielding his kunai, swiftly closed the distance to Jing. The kunai lunged straight for Jing's face, leaving him no time to react, and he instinctively leaned back. At that moment, Hiruzen struck the man's hand with his iron rod, forcing him to retract his arm. But the man retaliated with a swift kick. In a heightened state of focus, Hiruzen reacted as the man lifted his leg, yet he was unable to fully block the attack. The kick broke through Hiruzen's defense, landing solidly in Jing's abdomen, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, unconscious. The overwhelming power of the man was palpable, a stark reminder of the raw strength he possessed, unlike any they had encountered before. The man turned to Hiruzen, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he raised 3 fingers of his left hand. Recognizing the hand sign, alarm bells rang in Hiruzen's mind. Wind release, wind blade. This was a technique capable of dispatching formidable foes. Hiruzen retreated, positioning his iron rod defensively. In his heightened state, he could perceive the chakra coalescing into countless blades of wind in the man's hand. As the man unleashed his attack, Hiruzen reacted just in time. Yet despite his efforts, he was still caught by the residual force of the technique, blood streaming down his body. The terror of such a high-level jutsu was evident, as even the aftershocks could inflict grave injuries. The man raised his hand once more, preparing for another onslaught. In a decisive move, Hiruzen hurled his iron rod while forming hand signs. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. As the wind blades advanced, they shattered the iron rod into fragments. Fortunately, Hiruzen managed to unleash the fire dragon just in time, the massive fire serpent surging forth to confront the incoming wind blades. Due to the elemental interplay, the fire dragon momentarily halted the wind's advance. This technique, learned from Hashirama's teachings, demonstrated that with proper application, defensive jutsu could serve offensive purposes and vice versa. For several tense seconds, the fire dragon and wind blades clashed, the latter gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, the wind blades obliterated the fire dragon, but by then, Hiruzen had already retreated beyond the range of the attack. The man, clearly frustrated, had not anticipated the resilience of this young ninja. He had initially aimed to deal with them effortlessly, intending to teach Konoha a lesson, but now found himself cornered. Realizing he needed to act swiftly, the man resolved to eliminate Hiruzen before fleeing, convinced that the Konoha guard would not arrive in time. With his kunai firmly in hand, he charged forward once more. In his heightened state, Hiruzen had adapted to the man's speed and, facing the rapid assault, formed a cross seal. Shadow clone technique. This was the only high-level technique he had mastered from the scroll given to him by Hashirama. To conserve chakra, he created only 3 clones. Wind Release, Gale Palm. The clones coordinated with Hiruzen, launching 2 of them toward the man with a powerful gust. As the clones soared through the air, Hiruzen and the remaining clone prepared to engage. Just as the man intended to dispatch the airborne clones with wind blades, the injury in his abdomen flared up, causing his attack to falter and miss. The 2 clones, now armed with kunai, hurtled toward the man, ignoring the blood flowing from his palms. The man seized the kunai from both clones, discarding his own safety. He hurled the kunai back at them, piercing the clones and causing them to dissipate. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and his remaining clone closed in, thrusting their kunai toward the man. As the man unleashed another wind blade, he believed he had finally subdued the troublesome boy, only to discover that both figures before him were mere clones. Cursed brat, where's the real one? As he searched frantically, 2 hands emerged from the ground, grasping his ankles and pulling him down. In a moment of instinct, the man thrust his kunai into the earth as he sank. But the decapitation technique had not fully taken effect due to the clone's disappearance. With half of his body still above ground, he managed to push himself free, while Hiruzen remained concealed beneath the surface. Now, it can be said that the situation for Ritsuki has reached a dead end. Initially, the massive Earth-style technique, Earth Wall, consumed half of his chakra. Following that, he employed the Fire-style technique, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Then, he resorted to the Shadow Clone technique, producing 5 clones in total. He had hoped that one of those clones, which was set to execute the decapitation technique, could successfully restrain the man. However, it became evident that the man was unfazed. At present, Ritsuki's remaining chakra was barely sufficient for one more high-level technique, or perhaps a few lesser ones. This was far from enough to turn the tide in his favor. Just then, Ritsuki heard a familiar voice. Over there. They are right there. It was Dango. Ritsuki recognized the voice. Having concealed himself underground while using the decapitation technique, he felt the vibrations of footsteps approaching through the earth. The man, of course, noticed as well. He was taken aback by the swift arrival of the Konoha security forces, and even more so by Ritsuki's resilience in enduring until now. The man formed hand seals to use a sensing technique, locating Ritsuki underground. You little brat, hiding here. Just as he was about to make a move, he spotted a dozen ninjas circling around the earth wall. Damn Uchiha. Damn brat. The man instinctively covered the wound on his abdomen, which was still bleeding profusely. Upon closer inspection, the wound had penetrated deeply enough to expose his intestines. I cannot allow a talent like you to grow. Let us die together. He screamed in madness, simultaneously forming hand seals. Retreat. Retreat. A man adorned with the Uchiha clan's insignia shouted to the group of ninjas while cradling the unconscious Kyo. But Ritsuki is still there. Dango attempted to rush forward, only to be yanked back by the man. Ritsuki, hearing the man's desperate shout from underground, realized this was the final desperate counterattack. He quickly formed hand seals, channeling all of his remaining chakra. Using the decapitation technique, he swiftly shifted in the opposite direction. The man hastily completed the intricate hand seals. Forbidden technique, Wild Sand Hurricane. A terrifying, colossal tornado formed before him, swirling with countless sharp wind blades, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, the man himself was caught in his own technique, reduced to mere flesh by the slicing wind blades. The tornado exploded outward, uprooting trees and obliterating everything in its path. Realizing that the man's technique had been unleashed, Ritsuki moved swiftly through the earth while forming seals to erect an earth wall behind him. Just as he finished these actions, the storm swept in, leaving no mercy for Ritsuki underground. The wind blades tore through the ground, shattering everything above it. The earth wall he had just conjured was also caught in the tornado and shredded. Ritsuki attempted to flee, but it was too late. The tornado's range had already reached him. In a final desperate move, he urged the last of his chakra to burrow deeper into the earth. Subsequently, he lost consciousness due to chakra depletion. When he awoke, a day had already passed. Days later, in the land of wind, in the office of the Sand Village's Kazekage. Bang! A pair of hands slammed heavily onto the desk, shattering it. How is this possible? How could sand fall to the hands of a 6-year-old brat? Shouted a man with brown hair and a black mask covering his chin. This man was none other than the first Kazekage, Rinto. Sand was the very spy that Ritsuki encountered previously and Rinto's prized pupil. Kazekage, according to the information from Konoha and our intelligence. It was indeed that brat named Sarutobi Ritsuki who thwarted Sand, leading him to take his own life to protect the information. Reported a bald man adorned with a blue dragon tattoo, bowing respectfully. This intimidating figure was the first Kazekage's right-hand man and the future second Kazekage, Shaman. Shaman, is your intelligence reliable? Rento inquired with a furrowed brow. Shaman stepped forward and stated, Kazekage, this information was brought out by a spy who infiltrated Konoha alongside Sand. The intelligence is absolutely authentic, and the news spread by Konoha aligns perfectly with the facts. Rento stood up, snorting disdainfully. Humph, Konoha. Sarutobi Ritsuki. He walked to the window, gazing out at the swirling sands, declaring, one day, I will make Konoha pay the price. At this moment, Ritsuki's name had spread, to varying degrees, to the ears of the other 5 Kage. The first Tsuchikage, the first Reikage, and the first Mizukage had all heard of Ritsuki's exploits. At the tender age of 6, he had thwarted a Sand spy, forcing him to take his own life. This name thus left a significant impression in the minds of the Kage. Konoha truly produces exceptional talent, they all lamented. Chapter 21, My Hospital Life Konoha Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. Ritsuki enjoyed the special treatment of a private room. He casually reached for the fruit on the table, devouring it voraciously. Just then, the door creaked open. Ritsuki turned to see Dango. Oh, Dango, he said, his mouth full of apple. Ritsuki, you're awake. Dango exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy lighting up his face as he rushed towards Ritsuki and enveloped him in a bear hug. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ritsuki cried out in pain. Dango quickly released him, realizing in his excitement that Ritsuki was still a patient wrapped in bandages. The forbidden technique unleashed by Sand had left Ritsuki battered and bruised, his body marked by numerous small cuts from the wind blades. Fortunately, the earth wall he had erected had mitigated some of the onslaught, and his desperate attempt to burrow underground had spared him from greater harm. Otherwise, Ritsuki might not only be confined to a hospital bed, but could very well have met his end. Despite the extensive nature of his injuries, none were fatal. The most critical issue was the loss of chakra that had led to his unconsciousness. Chakra represents a fusion of spiritual and physical energy, a form of life force. Once depleted, it could result in fainting for days, or worse, a glorious sacrifice akin to Kakashi's fate. With chakra exhausted and his body covered in wounds, it seemed that Ritsuki's brief respite would be spent in recovery. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Ritsuki turned towards the door. Dad, Mom, he exclaimed upon seeing his parents, Sasuke and Kodo. Upon seeing her son swathed in bandages, Kodo rushed forward with a tender heart, gently embracing Ritsuki. Mom. He felt the warmth of maternal love. Ritsuki, you've suffered. Kodo's voice trembled, for Ritsuki was indeed a piece of her heart. Sasuke approached the bedside slowly, stating, Ritsuki, you truly are my son, Sarutobi Sasuke. I am proud of you. Sasuke gazed at Ritsuki with admiration and affection. To him, the injuries were trivial. What mattered most was that Ritsuki had thwarted a Sand spy, contributing to the village while also elevating the reputation of Konoha, the Sarutobi clan, and Ritsuki himself. Kodo released her embrace and gently caressed Ritsuki's face. No matter how you are, you will always be my good son. Ritsuki nodded, touched. He recognized his fortune. Both his past and present parents cherished him deeply. Ritsuki valued this love from his parents immensely. All right, Ritsuki, you focus on healing in the hospital. Your father and I have tasks to attend to and cannot stay with you, Kodo said. Risen thoughtfully remarked, it's all right, Mom and Dad. I can take good care of myself. Chin replied with a sense of relief. Risen, you are always so understanding. By the way, you should thank Tawanzi. She has been by your side in the hospital since yesterday. Upon hearing this, Risen turned his gaze towards Tawanzi, who shyly avoided meeting his eyes. Thank you, Tawanzi. Risen said. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do, Tawanzi replied. Well then, Risen, Tawanzi, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye, Chin bid farewell. Goodbye. They both echoed. After Sasuke and Chin departed, Risen and Tawanzi exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Momentarily, they found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, Risen recalled something and asked, by the way, how is Jing? Tawanzi appeared startled by Risen's sudden inquiry and then looked up at him, responding, oh, Jing is right next door. Risen nodded, so it seems he is all right. Tawanzi continued, he mainly suffered injuries to his abdomen and back, along with a mild concussion. He hasn't woken up yet, but the doctor said there is nothing serious. Logically, your injuries are even more severe than his, yet you woke up first. Tawanzi's tone carried a hint of surprise. Risen habitually attributed the reason to a mysterious spiritual energy. Although its origin eluded him, it had consistently aided him. Perhaps Jing is just weaker than I, Risen mused. Tawanzi couldn't help but laugh at his words. They engaged in conversation for quite some time in the hospital room when footsteps echoed from outside. Master, Principal, entered Hashirama and Tobarama. Risen, we heard you woke up. So we came to see you, Hashirama said, clad in his Hokage robes, evidently just having come from the office. Master Hashirama, Risen propped himself up. Don't move around too much, focus on your recovery. Yesterday was quite a scare. I nearly had a heart attack when I heard the news, Hashirama admonished. Risen, still feeling the remnants of fear, replied, I thought I was going to die. Do you want to know who that spy was? Tobarama interjected abruptly. Risen felt somewhat perplexed. He had only guessed the individual was a spy due to their peculiar behavior, but he had no knowledge of their true identity. He looked at Tobarama in confusion. According to our intelligence, that person is highly likely to be Suna's Jonin, Sand. Sand, the disciple of the first Kazekage, is proficient in wind release techniques. I must say, Risen, you accomplished something significant, Tobarama remarked. Risen was taken aback. He had indeed surmised the individual was from Suna due to their ninjutsu, but never imagined they were a disciple of the first Kazekage. Ha ha ha, my apprentice is indeed remarkable. Hashirama laughed, hands on his hips. Hashirama and Tobarama stayed in the hospital room for a while longer before departing. As Risen and Tawanzi continued their conversation, he felt a thirst and asked Tawanzi to fetch him a jug of water. Not long after Tawanzi stepped out, the door swung open again. Tawanzi, why are you back? Risen exclaimed, thinking it was Tawanzi, only to turn and find it was Madara. This startled Risen, as he hadn't expected Madara to visit. Madara entered with a stern expression, glancing at Risen's injuries. Sarutobi brat, I heard you were injured. Was it the work of someone from Suna? Risen replied, Yes, Uncle Madara. He addressed him with an affectionate tone, aware that he couldn't overtly display closeness due to political reasons, but felt it permissible to use a familiar address. Humph. I knew it. This so-called peace is nothing but a facade. Even a small village like Suna dares to send spies to Konoha. Is this what you call peace, Hashirama? Madara muttered to himself. After speaking, he turned to leave, seemingly having come only to confirm Risen was still alive. Goodbye, Uncle Madara, Risen called after him. Madara paused, glanced back at Risen, then waved his hand and departed. Madara appeared burdened with thoughts, likely contemplating leaving Konoha. Risen lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on his situation. Chapter 22. I have become the big brother thus. Risen remained in the hospital bed until the commencement of the new school term. Jing awakened the night Risen regained consciousness and spent the remainder of the holiday in the hospital with him. However, Jing was discharged a few days earlier, just in time for school. Although Risen assured the doctor he was fine, the doctor insisted he stay a few more days. By the time Risen returned to school, classes had already begun for several days. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was surrounded by a throng of students. Risen, big brother. Risen, big brother. What is going on? Risen was somewhat bewildered. He looked around at the crowd, surprised by their enthusiasm. One boy exclaimed, Risen, big brother. I heard you single-handedly defeated the Suna Jonin spy. Yes, Risen, you are amazing. Another added, Indeed, big brother Risen defeated my man during the final assessment. Others chimed in, creating a cacophony of excitement. Risen found himself both amused and exasperated. The rumors had spiraled out of control. With his abilities, how could he possibly defeat a Jonin, especially one who was the favored disciple of the first Kazekage? Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Konoha guard, Sand would not have escaped, and he would have been forced to take desperate measures. Surviving Sand's grasp was already a stroke of luck. The notion that he had defeated a Jonin was ludicrous. Risen hurriedly clarified that he had merely impeded the Jonin, not defeated him. But the children were not inclined to listen. They only believed what they wished to believe. Consequently, Risen took a seat amidst the throng of admirers. Tawanzi teased him. You've become a great hero now. Risen shook his head, saying, They don't understand the situation, don't you see? What kind of hero emerges from the ground? Tawanzi couldn't help but laugh, responding, That is true. Just then, Sarutobi Yamashita appeared in an instant. What are you all shouting about? I could hear you from the administration building. Quiet down. Class is starting, Yamashita announced. Risen flipped through the new textbook on the desk, finding it rather dull. He mused that he might as well use Itachi's shadow clone technique to attend class in the future. However, he soon realized a potential dilemma. If his shadow clone flirted with Tawanzi in the classroom, would that mean he was being cuckolded? He pondered this philosophical question. Ultimately, he decided to let the shadow clone practice at home while he attended class himself. Thus, Hiruzen raised his hand to request a bathroom break, which Yamashita granted. In the restroom, Hiruzen performed the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shadow clones appeared. You all go practice. I'll head back to class, Hiruzen instructed. The shadow clones had no objections, as they found the classroom rather tedious. Hiruzen returned to class to continue his studies. The so-called transformation technique involved utilizing chakra to morph oneself into imagined entities. Yamashita passionately lectured. Report, Hiruzen interrupted. Come in, Yamashita beckoned. Yamashita's ninjutsu class continued. But Hiruzen's mind had already wandered elsewhere. He tore a corner off the textbook cover and held it in his palm, gathering a sphere of attribute-less chakra in his hand, manipulating the paper to spin erratically. This is a method for practicing chakra control, simultaneously preparing for the creation of a particular technique. That technique, of course, refers to the iconic jutsu known as the Rasengan, one of the most celebrated techniques in the entire Naruto series. The Rasengan was developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, over the course of 3 years, and is one of the few techniques in the original work that details the entire training process. Naturally, the protagonist, Riku, aspires to replicate this jutsu, considering it a high-level technique with promising advanced derivatives. Thus, Riku resolved to embark on its creation. However, it would not be appropriate to practice with a water balloon in class, so Riku devised this training method. Dango, noticing Riku's actions, curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" Riku responded mysteriously, "It's a secret." Dango scoffed and turned her head away. "Fine. If you won't say, you won't say." While Riku practiced openly in class, 5 shadow clones he had created began to quarrel. "We were all created together. Why should you be the leader?" "Exactly. Why should we listen to you?" The clones argued over who should take charge. The first shadow clone, which had issued commands to the others, suggested, "How about this? Let's all practice the shuriken shadow clone technique. Whoever succeeds first becomes the leader." The other clones found this suggestion reasonable and agreed. After Riku mastered the multi-shadow clone technique, he conceived the idea of inventing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Although it appeared straightforward, it had proven elusive for quite some time. Applying the shadow clone technique to shuriken and creating physical shuriken was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in forming the hand seals while throwing the shuriken. The shuriken shadow clone technique required 8 seals to be completed immediately after the shuriken was thrown, demanding exceptional speed in seal formation. Thus, Riku had yet to succeed. At that moment, the 5 shadow clones each held a ninja tool pouch filled with shuriken, and they sought out a large tree for practice. The first shadow clone threw the shuriken, but it struck the trunk before he could complete the necessary seals. Again, shuriken shadow clone technique. The clones persistently practiced, each exerting themselves to the utmost to earn the title of leader. Through repeated attempts, they gradually approached success. Time passed swiftly, and soon the first shadow clone's pouch was nearly empty. After yet another failure, he reached into the pouch. "Only one left?" he muttered to himself. Grasping the final shuriken, he took a deep breath and hurled it toward the tree. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed the seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. As the shuriken flew, it instantly replicated into identical shuriken. With rapid multiplication, the clones produced countless shuriken. The tree was suddenly riddled with shuriken. "Ha ha ha, I did it!" The first shadow clone exclaimed joyfully. "Fair is fair. I am the leader now." However, the first shadow clone's elation was short-lived. The shuriken shadow clone technique, being a high-level technique, was quite chakra-intensive. Although he had not fully succeeded previously, he had utilized the technique several times while the shuriken were lodged in the tree. Thus, despite his failures, the chakra consumed was equivalent to a successful attempt. Each shadow clone only received 1/6 of Riku's chakra, which was already insufficient, compounded by the continuous use of a high-level technique. Consequently, the first shadow clone's chakra was depleted, and he could no longer maintain his form. With a pop, he vanished. Meanwhile, on the ninja school's training ground, Riku was engaged in a physical training class under the guidance of the versatile teacher, Yamashita. The instructor had the students run laps, requiring them to complete 50 laps before moving on to other exercises. Riku led the pack, but suddenly, The memories and experiences from the first shadow clone flooded into his mind, leaving him dizzy. He felt an influx of knowledge regarding the shuriken shadow clone technique, and his muscles ached as if he had been throwing shuriken for hours. Reflexively, he began forming the seals from memory. So speedy, Rika marveled, feeling as though his brain and fingers were directly connected, with no hindrance. The once cumbersome seals now felt effortless. He attempted to form seals for other techniques. Realizing it was merely a matter of practice, his seal speed had not improved significantly. Only when using the shuriken shadow clone technique did he experience this remarkable fluidity. As he ran and formed seals, Dango, intrigued, quickened her pace to catch up. "Why are you forming seals while running?" Rika looked up at her and replied, "Oh, nothing. Just training, time management." Dango appeared astonished. Perhaps she was unaware of the term involution. Otherwise, she would surely have commented on Riku's dedication. She nodded thoughtfully, but continued running. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 shadow clones began to argue. The second shadow clone declared, "Since the leader has vanished, I shall be the second brother." The third clone challenged, "Why should you be second?" "Because I was closest to the leader," the second clone retorted. The fourth clone interjected, "What a ridiculous reason." The fifth clone echoed, "Exactly." After a moment of contemplation, the second shadow clone proposed, "Since the leader has mastered the shuriken shadow clone technique, we need not practice it anymore. Our chakra is limited. Instead, let us see who can throw a shuriken the farthest." The other clones agreed, and each produced a shuriken. The fifth clone was the first to throw, launching it in an elegant arc. The fourth and third clones followed, but their throws did not surpass the fifth's distance. Finally, the second clone exerted himself with a dramatic rearward motion and successfully threw his shuriken farther than the others. "Well, now I am the second brother," he announced, clapping his hands. "Next, we shall practice the Rasengan." The third clone inquired, "Rasengan?" The second clone nodded, "Indeed. The leader has already begun practicing it. We cannot fall behind. While you practice chakra rotation with leaves, I will go to the village to buy balloons. Later, we shall go to the riverbank to practice with water balloons." The second clone directed, and the others willingly complied with his orders. Thus, the shadow clones began their respective tasks. The second clone quickly returned with a bag of balloons, and the group proceeded to the riverbank. The fifth clone was responsible for filling the balloons with water, while the second, third, and fourth clones focused on their training. The second clone held a balloon in his palm, concentrating chakra within it, not to burst the balloon with chakra directly, but to make it rotate rapidly in a chaotic manner. The goal was to use the force generated by this rotational chakra to cause the balloon to explode. Therefore, it was not merely a matter of the balloon bursting. It was essential to understand the reason behind its explosion. If the balloon burst simply due to unstable chakra accumulation, that would not be deemed a success. Several shadow clones of Risen were diligently practicing by the riverbank, while the task of inflating balloons was quite arduous for number 5. After all, these 3 individuals had a remarkable knack for ruining balloons. For nearly every balloon number 5 inflated, they managed to burst one. Consequently, the shadow clone's dexterity remained unceasing. The reason they did not employ the flow state technique was that it bore little relevance to the cultivation of such creative ninjutsu. This form of training, in essence, revolved around practice and trial and error. Flow state was better suited for comprehension-based learning rather than this hands-on practice. Although the flow state allowed for superior control of chakra, the Rasengan itself was a chaotic mass of disorderly chakra that did not require deliberate management. Attempting to do so would only yield counterproductive results. The flow state was most effective for refining chakra and acquiring knowledge. In any case, Risen was not in a rush to master it, as there was ample time left in ninja school, which is also why he chose not to apply for early graduation. Logically, Risen's abilities had long surpassed the graduation standards. Yet he did not follow in the footsteps of Kakashi or Itachi by graduating early, as graduation entailed undertaking missions, leaving little time for extensive training. Thus, Risen cherished the freedom to practice within the confines of the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, as Risen's 4 shadow clones diligently honed their skills, a peculiar scene unfolded on the ninja school's playground. Dango was following Risen, running without pause while simultaneously practicing hand seals. Jean approached and inquired, "Why are you all forming seals while running?" Dango pretended to be profound and replied, "This is called time management. You wouldn't understand." Jean, though perplexed, was nonetheless astonished. Although he was unaware of the origins of the term time management, he could discern its significance from its mere name. Subsequently, Jean began to imitate the practice. thinking to himself that he had just learned the hand seals for a new ninjutsu, but had not yet mastered them. Observing the leading 3 students of their class engaged in this activity, the concept of time management began to spread among their peers. Soon, everyone was practicing hand seals while running, though not everyone possessed the ability to multitask effectively, as it indeed tested one's balance. At that moment, Hiruzen had completely internalized the shuriken shadow clone technique and had mastered this ninjutsu. Hearing some commotion behind him, he turned to find a group of around 10 individuals practicing hand seals while running. Well, Hiruzen mused, it seems we have a veritable assembly of time management masters. Chapter 24. Speaking frankly thus, Hiruzen's life at the Ninja Academy passed peacefully day by day, filled with classes and training. His strength steadily increased. Having completed the shuriken shadow clone technique and mastering the Rasengan after a week of diligent practice, he also invested considerable time to comprehend the ancestral fire release technique, ash pile burning, which involved transforming chakra into the form of ash, a task of considerable difficulty despite its mere rank. Fortunately, he could utilize the flow state technique to aid in mastering the transformation. At present, Hiruzen's abilities were roughly comparable to a late-stage Konohamaru from the Wind of the Shippuden series, albeit in a strengthened form. During this period, various events transpired within the village. For example, the Hokage was to take on apprentices. Hashirama announced his intention to select students from the first batch of the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this news, many parents who had not enrolled their children in the academy regretted their decisions. Ultimately, Hashirama chose the remaining 4 students from Tobarama's class, a decision grounded in simplicity, as these 4, along with Hiruzen and Dango, comprised the top 6 students in the academy. After a semester of ninjutsu learning, the common-born prodigies Mito Menka and T-Rune Koharu were afforded opportunities surpassing those of most clan ninjas, even eclipsing Hinata Shu from the adjacent class. Within Konoha, the significance of the Hokage taking on apprentices was matched by an external diplomatic event of considerable importance. Iwagakure dispatched representatives to form an alliance with Konoha. The individuals sent were not of ordinary rank, being the future second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. This alone attested to Iwagakure's earnestness. Hashirama, upon learning of a ninja village wishing to ally with Konoha, expressed great joy and further validated his approach. He believed that if the 5 great nations and their respective ninja villages united in alliance, peace within the ninja world would be realized. The request from Iwagakure perfectly aligned with Hashirama's vision. Just as Hashirama expressed goodwill and a willingness to engage in detailed discussions with the envoys from Iwagakure, Madara interrupted their visit. His words were unyielding. We cannot form an alliance. You are destined only to submit to the power of Konoha. When Mu and Inoki invoked Hashirama's name as justification, Madara's fury erupted. Do not mention him in my presence. Following this, Madara expelled the 2 representatives from Iwagakure with overwhelming force. This incident remained a confidential matter within Konoha, given its implications for inter-village relations. Hiruzen happened to overhear Hashirama mention this while visiting his home. Upon learning of Madara's actions, which mirrored events from the original narrative, Hiruzen realized that he ultimately could not alter significant events. Despite many occurrences having shifted due to his butterfly effect, most of these changes were inconsequential. The truly impactful events within the ninja world remained beyond his influence. For instance, regarding Madara, in the original storyline, after expelling the 2 from Iwagakure, he visited the South-He Shrine, where he discovered the true means of achieving peace and the method to awaken the Rinnegan, the fusion of the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Thus, Madara completely severed ties with Hashirama. The events that ensued need not be elaborated upon. Madara returned to Konoha with the 9 tails, engaging in combat with Hashirama, an encounter famously known as the Valley of the End battle. In this clash, Hashirama narrowly emerged victorious. Yet Madara attained his goal of acquiring Hashirama's cells, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan before his demise. It seemed that these events would transpire in the not-so-distant future. Hiruzen reflected. Perhaps by that time, he would possess the strength to alter these historical narratives. A few nights later, after finishing dinner, Hiruzen took a stroll through the woods near his family home beneath a bright full moon. As he walked, he gazed at the moon, which always evoked a sensation akin to a sword of Damocles hanging over him. Kagaya Otsutsuki, he mused, mentally reciting the name of the ultimate being sealed within the moon. Ultimately, It would fall upon the protagonist to seal her away. It was not his concern. He was neither a reincarnation of Ashura nor Indra. Why should he be the one to seal Kaguya? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he resolved to disregard the celestial matters. With the enhancement of his abilities, Hiruzen had begun to cultivate a modicum of confidence, albeit not excessively so. After all, the world of Naruto was one that heavily emphasized lineage. In the original narrative, only descendants of the Otsutsuki clan had the opportunity to touch the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Even with the mysterious spiritual energy he possessed as a unique advantage, it could not change the fact that he was of an ordinary bloodline. Though the Sarutobi clan was undoubtedly talented and possessed formidable advantages, it was likely that he could only hope to surpass the level of a shadow and attain the rank of a super shadow. Such power, during the later stages of Naruto, would merely render him a super soldier, assisting the protagonist rather than leading the charge. Strength often correlates with ambition. If one's strength and ambition were misaligned, calamity was likely to ensue. Hiruzen understood this well. His current plan was to proceed methodically towards becoming Hokage, striving to amend certain regrettable narratives that he could influence. The demise of the Door of Death, the passing of Yahiko, the loss of White Fang, Orochimaru's defection, the Nine Tails incident, the death of Shursui, and the Uchiha clan's rebellion. These events should be within my capacity to alter. Perhaps I could indeed change them. Perhaps I could elevate Konoha to become the strongest in the ninja world. However, to aspire to be the most formidable Hokage in history? Let us dismiss that notion. What folly was I uttering back then? Hiruzen found himself shaking his head, recalling his own naivety in the classroom. Little one, you seem troubled. A sudden voice startled Hiruzen. It was Madara. Hiruzen recognized the voice as owner and turned to see Madara clad in a black cloak, adorned with the Uchiha fan on his back. That appearance? Could it signify a defection? When did he even arrive? Hiruzen was filled with confusion, yet he remembered to greet politely, Uncle Madara. No need for such familiarity, child. I sense your heart is filled with fear of me, Madara replied, arms crossed. Hiruzen mentally scoffed. Of course I'm afraid of you. You're the second most powerful. Just as Hiruzen was about to clarify his thoughts, Madara interrupted, stating, no need for explanations. I have merely come to inquire about one matter. Hiruzen was perplexed. Madara continued, what is your perspective on the current peace? Fear not. Speak freely. No one else shall know. With that, Madara fixed his gaze intently upon Hiruzen's face. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen spoke candidly. To speak honestly, the peace we currently enjoy is but a temporary reprieve, not true peace. As soon as he uttered those words, Madara erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems even your disciple does not endorse you. Madara's remarks were laced with his characteristic sarcasm. Chapter 25. I am incredibly brave. Madara appeared to be satisfied with the answer he desired. Excellent. It seems you have not attempted to deceive me with hollow words, he remarked to Hiruzen. He then tossed a scroll to Hiruzen, who swiftly caught it. This is a reward for your honesty, Madara explained. Before Hiruzen could express his gratitude, Madara added, I perceive a hint of confusion within you. Hiruzen remained silent. Madara continued, confusion is a natural state. I too have been ensnared by it. I once doubted the current peace, but could find no means to realize it. Yet, I have discovered the path to true peace. Madara grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his eyes unconsciously transforming into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. These eyes of mine shall unveil the truth of peace. Hiruzen's heart sank. It was evident that Madara had been misled by Kaguya's schemes. After finishing his speech, Madara's eyes returned to normal, and he turned to depart. Wait, Uchiha Madara, Hiruzen suddenly called out. I do not understand your interpretation of peace, but I shall show you the peace I aim to realize. Hiruzen's declaration raised Madara's eyebrows. Oh, it seems you are no ordinary child. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I look forward to witnessing the peace you envision. However, do not perish before you achieve your ambitions, Madara cautioned before leaving without a backward glance. Hiruzen watched Madara's retreating figure, his heart racing. Have I truly become so audacious as to speak to him in that manner? Hiruzen mused, feeling a surge of bravery at the moment, but later regretting it. Fortunately, Madara did not take offense and did not eliminate him on a whim. Despite his apprehension, Hiruzen had no regrets about what he had said. He fundamentally disagreed with Madara's notion of peace, which revolved around the infinite Tsukuyomi. Setting aside the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a means for Kaguya's resurrection, The so-called peace it promised involved everyone being ensnared by the god tree, trapped in an eternal illusion, ultimately transforming into white Zetsu. This was not peace, it was the end of the world. Hiruzen had not come to this world to live within such a dream. However, he could not directly inform Madara that he had been deceived by Kaguya. Doing so would only make Madara regard him as insane. Moreover, revealing such knowledge could provoke the hidden Kaguya, who might seek to harm him. Although Kaguya's strength was not formidable, she had her cunning. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to demonstrate his vision of peace to Madara, proving that the infinite Tsukuyomi was erroneous. Hiruzen's concept of peace was simple: the unification of the ninja world. It was undeniable that the ninja world lacked a comprehensive ideology of unity. Even someone as formidable as Madara regarded foreign nations merely as subjects to be subjugated. The objective of previous ninja wars was not to annex other nations, but to seize benefits. In contrast, Hiruzen had been influenced by the ideology of a unified China since childhood, leading him to naturally adopt this perspective. Though he was uncertain of the specific means to achieve it, one must take one step at a time, focusing on strengthening himself first. As Madara vanished into the distance, Hiruzen finally remembered that he had set out for a walk. He headed home, casually unrolling the scroll that Madara had gifted him. To his astonishment, the scroll contained an array of renowned jutsu: Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Extinguishment, Dragon Flame Song, and Dust Concealment Technique, techniques Madara had personally wielded. There were also numerous jutsu and forbidden techniques that Madara had collected, including a particularly shocking forbidden technique, the 8 Gates. Hiruzen marveled at Madara's acquisition of the 8 Gates technique. It was no wonder he had known about the red steam produced when opening the 8th gate against Might Guy. Perhaps Madara deemed it unsuitable for himself and chose not to practice it. One could only wonder if Madara regretted not having learned it when he had been struck by Might Guy's devastating kick. As Hiruzen continued to peruse the scroll, he made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by his maid, Haru, who hurried over to him. "Young master, why have you returned so late? Reading while walking is detrimental to your eyes." She expressed concern for Hiruzen's well-being. Hiruzen set the scroll aside, smiling at Haru as he replied, "Thank you, Sister Haru." A day later, the news of Madara Uchiha's defection spread throughout the village. Although the village attempted to conceal it, a living person could not simply vanish without notice. Moreover, Madara was a notable figure, a legendary ninja on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The Uchiha clan had not made any explicit statement regarding the situation. After all, their clan leader's defection was quite embarrassing. They simply replaced him silently with the current captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Retsu. Retsu possessed the status and strength to assume the role of clan leader following Madara's departure, ensuring that the Uchiha remained one of the foremost clans in the village, second only to the currently flourishing Senju clan. The two founding clans, the Senju and Uchiha, maintained their stable positions, while the once preeminent Hyuga clan, as depicted in the original storyline, was now unable to compete with them. However, in the original timeline, the Uchiha were annihilated, and the Senju clan also fell into decline for inexplicable reasons, leading to a vacuum of power that allowed the Hyuga clan to claim the title of the foremost clan. Moreover, the credibility of the Hyuga clan's title of supremacy appeared questionable. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, how many individuals emerged from the Hyuga clan? Yet, the entire fire release unit representing Konoha within the ninja allied forces was composed solely of the Sarutobi clan. This indicates that the Sarutobi clan was thriving. This was not surprising, considering that Sarutobi Hiruzen had served as the third Hokage for several decades. In the past few decades, the Sarutobi clan has naturally experienced rapid development. Furthermore, the Sarutobi clan itself is a formidable elder family, whose strength cannot be underestimated. Conversely, news of Uchiha Madara's defection from Konoha certainly reached other ninja villages, sparking various thoughts among some individuals. After all, the deterrent power of Uchiha Madara, one of Konoha's 2 pillars, remains significant. His departure has undoubtedly diminished Konoha's top combat power, leading other villages to entertain certain ideas. However, these thoughts are not overly ambitious, for Konoha still boasts the legendary god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, whose presence alone is sufficient to dominate the ninja world. The villages most inclined to harbor such thoughts are Sunagakure and Iwagakure. In Sunagakure, the Kazekage's disciple perished in Konoha, while in Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage's aide and disciple faced expulsion from Konoha. This naturally bred animosity towards Konoha from these two villages, and they began to engage in covert maneuvers. This is what one might call the undercurrents beneath the facade of peace. Chapter 26. I am the man who will become Hokage. Time swiftly advanced to 4 years in Konoha. This year, Hiruzen was 9 years old. His strength progressed rapidly. While it may not be termed meteoric, it was certainly unparalleled. Whether in terms of chakra quantity or the ninjutsu he mastered, Hiruzen had already reached the level of a J-nin, with chakra levels surpassing those of a typical J-nin, rivaling even the elite of the Senju clan. He had learned every technique from the scrolls given by Hashirama and Madara, and even created his own techniques, including the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, Rasengan, and Chidori. Thus, Hiruzen's reputation as a prodigy spread throughout the village, even reaching the ears of ninjas from other villages. His progress in taijutsu was also remarkable. He had fully mastered the ancestral staff techniques and was proficient in the Konoha-style fluid techniques depicted in the original work. Most notably, he had already opened 2 of the 8 gates. However, his mastery of Jinjutsu was relatively limited. The only high-level Jinjutsu he possessed was the Dark Illusion technique, which served as his trump card, alongside some lower-tier Jinjutsu. Nevertheless, his grasp of low-level Jinjutsu did not significantly contribute to his combat prowess. Hiruzen primarily focused on resistance to Jinjutsu and the ability to dispel it. Presently, Hiruzen could be regarded as a triad of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu, with no apparent weaknesses. In Hashirama's words, Hiruzen's strength had solidly reached the J-nin stage. Yet, despite such prowess, Hiruzen was still attending the Ninja Academy, placing considerable pressure on the teachers there. Currently, aside from Tobarama and Oyama, none of the other teachers were even close to being Hiruzen's match. Oyama could only match him evenly, but in a serious fight, Oyama, being an experienced J-nin in his 30s, would likely prevail over Hiruzen. Fortunately, the time for the graduation examination arrived, shifting the pressure onto the examiners. The first graduation exam at the Ninja Academy was quite rigorous, differing from the original work, which only assessed basic body flicker techniques. This year's exam involved combat against the village's Jinin, with the passing standard set at enduring for 10 minutes. If a participant could defeat their opponent, they would receive full marks. On the day of the exam, under Tobarama's supervision, the proceedings unfolded smoothly. Well done, Dango, you scored full marks. Hiruzen praised Dango, who had just finished his examination. Dango, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "Hee, I did all right." Although Dango said this, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Among Hashirama's 6 disciples, only Hiruzen had yet to take the exam, while the others had all achieved full marks. Naturally, Dango did not wish to be the only one without a perfect score. Although he consistently ranked among the top 3, he always felt nervous before his turn, worried he might not perform well. Now, with a perfect score, Dango's anxieties were finally laid to rest. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen directed his gaze toward the examination arena. He greeted his surrounding friends, Dango and Q, before walking toward the arena. As he departed, he affectionately ruffled Dango's charming bobbed hair. With Hiruzen's entrance, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Of course, it was not Hiruzen who felt the tension, but rather the Jinin responsible for battling the candidates. Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen? I hope I don't get matched against him. Losing to a 9-year-old would be utterly embarrassing. The Jinin whispered among themselves. At that moment, Hiruzen approached Oyama, who was overseeing the drawing of lots. He greeted him politely and reached into the box. Drawing out a slip of paper, he read aloud, "Uchiha-ban." The gazes of the Jinin shifted toward a boy with black hair and eyes. The boy appeared quite nervous, but forced a smile as he stepped forward. "Ha ha ha, I am Uchiha-ban, the future man destined to become Hokage. You are in for a tough match against me, Sarutobi Hiruzen," he declared. Hiruzen scrutinized the boy. He appeared youthful, perhaps 3 or 4 years older than Hiruzen. With the classic Uchiha black hair and eyes, styled in a traditional spiky manner, reminiscent of the young Obito from the original work. Wait a moment, Obito? Hiruzen realized a striking similarity. I won't be facing Obito's grandfather, will I? Hiruzen mused as he continued to appraise Uchiha-ban. Feeling uneasy under Hiruzen's gaze, Uchiha-ban exclaimed, "What are you looking at? I'm not fond of men." Hiruzen burst into laughter, while Uchiha-ban blushed, realizing his earlier words were somewhat embarrassing. At this juncture, the examiner interjected, "Please proceed to the arena for your match." Only then did Hiruzen, and Uchiha band step into the arena, which was essentially the training ground of the Ninja Academy, the very location where Hiruzen had previously taken on 10 opponents single-handedly. The two stood facing each other, performing the necessary hand seals. Let the battle commence. Uchiha band was the first to charge forward, wielding a kunai. He swung the kunai at Hiruzen, who, without bringing an iron staff or kunai to defend himself, merely evaded Uchiha band's strikes with an air of nonchalance. Frustrated by Hiruzen's apparent arrogance, Uchiha band quickened his assault. However, Hiruzen quickly adapted to Uchiha band's speed, as his heart flow mode operated without regard for the norm. After a prolonged attack, Uchiha band found himself panting, having failed to even graze Hiruzen's clothing. Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not take me for a fool. Uchiha band gasped. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, saying, I merely sought to gauge your strength as a future Hokage. It appears your abilities are rather lackluster. He intentionally provoked Uchiha band. The Uchiha clan, known for its pride, could hardly tolerate such taunts. Upon hearing Hiruzen mock his dream, Uchiha band's expression shifted. He hurled the kunai at Hiruzen, who ducked to avoid it. In that moment, Uchiha band formed hand seals and unleashed fire-style fireball jutsu. A fireball, 3 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Hiruzen, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom and a cloud of dust. According to the no smoke, no injury principle, Uchiha band's attack had missed its mark. In the aftermath, where Hiruzen had stood, there was now a large crater created by the fireball. Suddenly, Hiruzen emerged from the ground beneath Uchiha band's feet, grabbing his ankles and pulling him down. Thus, Uchiha band became the first victim of Hiruzen's newly devised decapitation technique. Hiruzen had never before succeeded in capturing anyone with this move. Uchiha band's head popped out, indignantly glaring at Hiruzen. You ambushed me. How despicable. Hiruzen shook his finger, replying, Skill is paramount. Perhaps you should train harder. To speak candidly, with the prowess exhibited by Uchiha Izumi, even 3 years prior, Sarutobi Hizashi could have effortlessly bested him. Should Uchiha Izumi have activated his Sharingan, he might have been able to endure a bit longer under Hizashi's leniency. However, Izumi did not awaken his eyes, and thus he could not evade even Hizashi's simple technique, the heart's decapitation. Upon hearing Hizashi's words, disappointment flickered across Izumi's face. How could he face Aoi after being defeated by a child 4 years his junior? A girl with short hair and bangs appeared in his mind. Chapter 27. My teacher Uchiha Izumi shook his head. Aoi, with her gentle demeanor, would likely only say, You've worked hard, don't dwell on it. Reflecting on this, a radiant smile spread across Izumi's face. Hizashi, puzzled, regarded Izumi with curiosity. How could this individual, having been defeated by him, still appear so cheerful? At that moment, the examiner announced the results of the examination. Sarutobi Hizashi emerged victorious, achieving a perfect score. Hizashi, recalling that he was indeed partaking in an examination, pulled Izumi from the ground to avoid disturbing the next candidate. Hizashi's perfect score came as no surprise. His reputation as a prodigy was already well established. Defeating a teenager who had yet to awaken his eyes from the Uchiha clan was quite ordinary. Although Hizashi was the examinee, the battle was decidedly one-sided. With Hizashi's strength barely even tapped, Izumi was swiftly vanquished. As Hizashi extracted Izumi from the earth, Izumi patted Hizashi's shoulder and remarked, You truly are Sarutobi Hizashi. I acknowledge your prowess. With that, he gave Hizashi a thumbs up. Hizashi could only chuckle, recognizing that Izumi embodied a rare comedic trait among the Uchiha clan, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Hizashi offered a polite retort. Your strength is commendable, though slightly inferior to mine. Izumi chuckled and bid farewell to Hizashi, returning to the assembly point for the genin. Hizashi rejoined his companion, Dango, and said, Well, I also achieved a perfect score. Dango replied, It would be abnormal if you hadn't. Dango possessed a clear understanding of Hizashi's capabilities. All the other examinees had exerted their utmost in the test, while Hizashi had not needed to. If Hizashi had truly unleashed his full potential, the lower-ranking ninjas responsible for the assessment would have paled in comparison. Upon hearing Dango's comments, Hizashi smiled slightly, and then suddenly recalled something, glancing at Kagami, who was intently observing the examinations. By the way, Kagami, do you know that Uchiha Izumi? Kagami snapped back to attention, replying, He is my cousin. Hizashi pondered thoughtfully. Kagami continued, His talent is among the weakest of our generation, and thus he is not well regarded within the clan. However, he is genuinely kind-hearted. Hisashi nodded. After a brief interaction, he could indeed sense that Izumi possessed a rare, amiable nature among the Uchiha, distinct from Kagami's calm and composed demeanor. If it had been another member of the Uchiha clan, they would not have shown him any kindness after being bested. Yet, Izumi was still smiling foolishly on the ground, seemingly unfazed by his defeat. Judging by his character, Izumi might indeed be a distant ancestor of Obito. However, Hisashi dismissed the thought. After all, he had already traversed into the era of the third Hokage. As long as he ensured Obito did not venture to the Kanabi Bridge, the Fate Stone would not fall upon him. At that moment, Hisashi unconsciously glanced toward Izumi, who stood among the lower-ranking ninjas. Such a personality among the Uchiha, when provoked, often becomes more extreme. Hisashi shook his head, thinking there was no need for excessive dramatics. He resumed watching the examinations as more candidates took the stage. The examination neared its conclusion, and the first cohort of students from the Ninja Academy displayed commendable strength, with the vast majority passing and receiving their own Konoha headbands. Among them, a select few had defeated lower-ranking ninjas, achieving perfect scores, including Hisashi and his 5 companions. Once all examinations concluded, the school proceeded with the division of the lower-ranking ninjas into teams, forming groups of 4, consisting of 1 J-nin and 2 males and 1 female. At this point in the original narrative, such a system may not have yet been established. However, due to Hisashi's butterfly effect, he had previously mentioned to Hashirama that their 6 individuals could conveniently be divided into 2 teams of 3. Hashirama had remembered this statement, and as 3-man squads were the most common on the battlefield, these freshly graduated genin were organized into groups of 3. Team 1, Kashib Keiji, Katsura, Hige Shin. Team 7, Sarutobi Hisashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami. Team 8, Akimichi Torif, Mito Kaze, Uchiha Koharu. An instructor announced the results of the team divisions, which aligned with Hisashi's expectations. Hashirama's 6 disciples were grouped together. The assignment of J-nin instructors would occur the following morning, and everyone was reminded to arrive punctually at school. At this moment, the mountain appeared and stated, "Everyone heads home with anticipation for your J-nin instructors." Even Hisashi was unsure who his J-nin mentor would be, though it was likely Tobirama. Hashirama probably had little time to take on students for missions. Who, then, would lead Team 8? On the morning of the following day, everyone gathered in the classroom, awaiting their instructors. As each J-nin entered the classroom to collect their students, Dango appeared somewhat impatient. "Why is our teacher arriving so late?" Hisashi jested, "Perhaps it is tradition." Dango did not comprehend Hisashi's words, while Kagami gazed toward the door, stating, "Someone is coming." The door opened, revealing a man clad in blue armor, wearing a mask and forehead protector. "The principal?" The 3 exclaimed in unison. Tobirama folded his arms and declared, "You shall now address me as Teacher Tobirama. Team 8, follow me." Hisashi was somewhat taken aback. Tobirama was leading Team 8. Who would then lead Team 7? Was there anyone more qualified than Tobirama? Indeed, there was. Shortly after Tobirama departed, the door swung open once more, and a woman with long red hair, dressed in black combat attire and draped in gray armor, entered. "Mito-sensei." The 3 again spoke in unison. Mito smiled and said, "You shall now call me Teacher Mito." Hisashi and his companions obediently replied, "Teacher Mito." Mito's smile broadened as she said, "Come, let me see how well you have been taught by your teacher, Hashirama." Mito led the trio away from the classroom to a spacious training ground. Stretching her limbs, she remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last exercised. Remember, you must approach this battle with the mindset to defeat me. Otherwise, it will lack excitement." Upon hearing this, Hisashi and his companions immediately adopted a serious stance. They dared not underestimate this seemingly ordinary beauty. However, in actuality, as the wife of the strongest ninja in history, Senju Hashirama, Mito possessed extraordinary strength, comparable to that of a Kage. Her Uzumaki lineage endowed her with prodigious physical talents, alongside exceptional sealing techniques akin to Naruto's chakra. These attributes constituted Mito's formidable capabilities. In the future, as she became the host of the 9 Tails, her power would undoubtedly ascend to an even greater height, likely reaching beyond the Kage level. It could be said that Mito was a top-tier expert easily overlooked. Chapter 28. Allow me to show you what true combat is come. Let me witness your abilities. Mito commanded. The 4 formed hand seals, and the battle commenced. Observing that all 3 remained firmly in place, Mito charged forward. Hizashi brandished an iron rod to block her advance. Tawanzi and Jing wielded kunai in defense. Mito swiftly appeared before the trio, raising a leg high. Then, with a single foot, he struck the ground with tremendous force. Ryu was startled, retreating repeatedly. Tawanzi moved to the left, while Jing veered to the right. The three scattered in different directions. Mito's strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. Ryu felt as though the ground trembled violently beneath him. The land struck by Mito was utterly pulverized, creating a massive pit spanning several dozen meters. Naturally, Ryu and his companions were caught in the aftermath. Fortunately, Ryu had long prepared himself for Mito's assault, using an iron rod to prop himself up and leaping into the air, evading the ground's shockwave. However, Tawanzi and Jing were less fortunate, being flung away by the force of Mito's blow. Ryu used the iron rod to propel himself upward, subsequently wedging it between his legs. With swift hand signs, he unleashed a fiery technique. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. A searing torrent of flames surged toward Mito. Unfazed, Mito raised his leg once more, causing a massive rock to erupt from the ground. The colossal stone swiftly intercepted Ryu's fire attack. Ryu intensified his chakra, and the rock, a meter or two thick, was penetrated, creating a gaping hole. The flames surged through the stone, striking the earth. However, Mito was already gone from that spot. Ryu's heart sank in dread as he saw Mito appear beside him in an instant. With a swift side kick, Ryu hurriedly raised the iron rod in defense. The immense force nearly rendered him unconscious. He was sent flying, while Mito turned his attention to Tawanzi and Jing. Mito charged toward Tawanzi, who hurled his kunai at him. Simultaneously, he drew his long sword from his back. Wind release, vacuum blade. Tawanzi exhaled a stream of green wind chakra, enveloping his sword. He then lunged at Mito with his blade. Meanwhile, Jing drew his tanto from his back, utilizing the body flicker technique to swiftly close in on Mito. Fire release, dance of the sun halo. As Jing swung his sword, a fiery sword aura slashed toward Mito from behind. Caught between two attacks, Mito merely smiled, realizing he had to take this seriously. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. 5 golden chakra chains erupted from Mito's back. 3 of them intercepted Jing's dance of the sun halo and countered toward him, while the other 2 ensnared Tawanzi's longsword. The sharp wind chakra on Tawanzi's blade could not sever the chains. They tightly coiled around his sword and yanked outward with tremendous force, causing Tawanzi to lose his grip and send the sword flying far away. Simultaneously, Jing faced his own struggles as 3 chains struck at him. Jing's dance of the sun halo proved ineffective against the chains. Thus, he retreated while fighting back. Yet those chains seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing Jing. This was Mito's manifestation of the Kagura Mind's Eye. With Mito's immense power, employing the Kagura Mind's Eye required no hand signs or closed eyes. It was merely a passive ability. He could perceive everything within a radius of several dozen miles, far surpassing the Hyuga clan's Byakugan in range. At that moment, a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds' cries echoed from behind. Lightning release, Chidori. Ryu sprinted toward Mito, his right hand charged with blue lightning chakra. In the flow state, Ryu adeptly maneuvered at high speeds while using Chidori. Mito had already sensed Ryu's attack with his Kagura Mind's Eye. Adamantine chains. For more chains extended from Mito's back, all aimed at the rapidly approaching Ryu. Ryu nimbly dodged the 4 chains, weaving left and right, skillfully evading the onslaught. As Ryu closed in on Mito, the latter recognized the formidable power of Chidori. Thus, Mito concentrated all 9 chains. Adamantine chain barrier. The 9 chains plunged into the ground around Mito, forming a transparent barrier between them. Ryu struck the barrier with his Chidori. The azure lightning surged, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Seeing that even Chidori's penetrating power could not shatter the barrier, Ryu dissipated the lightning in his right hand and raised his left. Rasengan. A blue chakra sphere formed in Ryu's left hand, crashing against the barrier. With a thunderous impact, the barrier still stood firm. Inside, Mito marveled at the formidable power of these 2 formless jutsu. I have invested considerable chakra into this barrier, yet I can still feel its momentary tremor, he mused. Without pausing his movements, Mito allowed only 3 chains to maintain the barrier while sending the remaining 6 to attack Ryu. Seeing his attack thwarted, Ryu rolled backward to evade the chains. At this moment, Tawanzi and Jing seized their opportunity. They stood together, exchanging a knowing glance. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. This was the most potent jutsu mastered by Tuanzi and Jing. After all, not everyone possessed the same prowess as Rihu, who had attained a plethora of high-level techniques as a mere genin. However, these two jutsu, albeit of lower rank, held considerable might, especially when combined. The high-pressure wind sphere collided with the massive fire dragon, unleashing a tempest of flames along with a gale upon the adamantine barrier, with only 3 chains sustaining the barrier. Tuanzi and Jing's combined attack proved more effective than Rihu's Chidori and Rasengan. A hairline crack appeared in the barrier, albeit just a slight one. The barrier itself remained resolute as ever. Undeterred, Tuanzi and Jing pressed on, continuing to unleash their jutsu against the barrier. Mito paid them no mind, believing that Tuanzi and Jing lacked the strength to breach the barrier. His focus remained primarily on the agile Rihu, who deftly evaded the 6 chains' relentless assault. Noticing Tuanzi and Jing attempting to break the barrier, Rihu resolved to buy them time. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. While dodging the chains, Rihu formed a cross seal. Dozens of shadow clones emerged, tasked with keeping the 6 chains occupied. Seizing the opportunity, Rihu darted out of the chains' attack range. The clones unleashed Rasengan against the chains. While the chains would not be severed, the immense force of the Rasengan sent them flying. With numerous Rasengan raining down, even the strongest adamantine chains displayed faint cracks. Observing this, Rihu intensified his efforts, while his true self took refuge in the branches of a tree. Gather the chains together, Rihu instructed his clones. Consequently, 6 clones approached, using their bodies to grasp the chains, dragging them together. Some clones were scattered by the thrashing chains, yet others surged forward to grasp them again. Rihu executed the multiple shadow clone technique once more. 3 clones dashed forward, encircling the chains. Sealing technique. Triangular sealing. Chapter 29. I shall begin. A green pyramid-shaped barrier formed among the 3 clones, ensnaring the 6 adamantine chains within. The chains were trapped within the triangular ceiling, unable to escape. The clones holding the chains dissipated voluntarily, leaving only the 3 clones sustaining the barrier. Originally a sealing technique utilized by the Sarutobi clan, the triangular sealing now became easily wielded by Rihu after mastering the multiple shadow clone technique. In an effort to seal the 6 adamantine chains, Nichiren expended a considerable amount of chakra, significantly more than what Konoha utilized in the Boruto series, employing a sealing technique to counteract another sealing technique. It may resemble a nesting doll, yet it was the most effective solution Nichiren could devise. The triad sealing did not fully constrain the chains. It merely ensnared the foremost segment. Thus, even if Mizuho manipulated the chains, he could not inflict any harm upon Nichiren. At that moment, Mizuho, within the adamantine barrier, wore a faint smile. This young lad, Nichiren, possesses quite the talent for sealing arts. It appears I shall have much to teach him in the future. Observing the chains confined, Mizuho made no attempt to escape. It was not that he couldn't see, while Nichiren's sealing technique appeared competent. It was still too immature in the eyes of a master like Mizuho. Should he so desire, he could easily dismantle the seal. However, Mizuho was curious to see Nichiren's next actions, particularly how he would amalgamate sealing techniques with combat. Seeing the chains successfully sealed, Nichiren let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward Mizuho. Kagami continued to unleash the dance of the sun halo against the barrier, while Tuanzi retrieved his long sword, employing wind-release chakra to assault the barrier. Their combined attacks targeted the previously formed fissures, causing them to widen further. Within the barrier, Mizuho remained composed, seemingly tauntingly challenging them to breach the barrier. Nichiren swiftly approached his companions, employing all his skills. He first hurled a shuriken and then rapidly formed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. An array of shuriken surged toward the barrier, producing a cacophony as they clattered to the ground. Undeterred, he continued with Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. A fireball, reminiscent of a meteor, hurtled toward the barrier. Upon impact, it erupted, transforming into a sea of flames. Tuanzi and Kagami swiftly evaded, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Taking advantage of the obscuring flames, Nichiren utilized the Shadow Clone Technique to execute the Earth Release, Heart-Cutting Technique, attempting to breach the barrier from below. Yet, even underground, the barrier thwarted his efforts. Mizuho chuckled within the barrier, declaring, "My barrier has no blind spots." Nichiren was compelled to dissolve the Shadow Clone. Mizuho seemed intent on assessing the strength of Nichiren and his companions through the barrier. Nichiren then decided to unleash his full potential. Shadow Clone Technique. He summoned a single shadow clone, conserving chakra for the ensuing onslaught. Tawanzi, Kagami, stand back. I am about to commence, he instructed. The duo retreated behind Nichiren as he initiated Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release, Thunderclap. A combined ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Nichiren and his shadow clone executed the joint technique, with Nichiren's original form releasing the Water Dragon Bullet while the clone conjured the Thunderclap, channeling all lightning chakra into the Water Dragon. The dragon surged forth, crackling with electricity toward the barrier. While this combined ninjutsu did not significantly differ in its impact on the barrier, it was merely a demonstration of Nichiren's capabilities to Mizuho. When the Water Dragon collided with the barrier, it erupted in a tumultuous wave, crackling with arcs of electricity. The spectacle was grand, yet it seemed to inflict no substantial damage upon the barrier. Nichiren continued to form seals, and simultaneously, his shadow clone mirrored his movements. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Combining these techniques produced the Earth Dragon Flame Flow. A colossal head of an Earth Dragon emerged before Nichiren, spewing forth torrents of mud and earth, while the flames from the Great Dragon Fire Technique enveloped them, both hurtling toward the barrier. Mizuho, within the barrier, appeared unfazed, even stifling a yawn. As the Earth Dragon Flame Flow struck the barrier, a series of cracking sounds echoed from within. However, it was merely that. After impacting the barrier, the assault slumped feebly to the ground, and the raging torrents of burning earth were mercilessly repelled by the barrier. Undeterred, Nichiren continued to form seals. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. 3 additional shadow clones emerged, and they exchanged knowing glances, immediately comprehending their respective tasks. 5 Elements. Great Continuous Bullet Technique. Each Nichiren and shadow clone executed seals, unleashing massive chakra orbs of varying elemental attributes toward the barrier. The quintet's assaults converged upon the barrier, resulting in a violent reaction. With a thunderous roar, the 5 Elements, Great Continuous Bullet Technique detonated, sending dust spiraling into the air. As the dust settled, Nichiren beheld the barrier swaying precariously. Mizuho's expression shifted slightly. Unaware of Mizuho's reaction, Nichiren dispelled the shadow clones, concentrating his chakra. With unwavering resolve, he initiated the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Nichiren's body began to emanate a verdant aura, his skin flushed a deep crimson. With the lotus of rebirth, Nichiren vanished from his position, reappearing before the barrier. He raised his leg and, moving at supersonic speed, delivered a powerful kick to the barrier. The fissures deepened rapidly. With another swift kick, followed by a flurry of strikes, Nichiren executed a series of rapid kicks aimed at the fissures, causing them to expand and deepen. With a sharp crack, the barrier shattered under the force of Nichiren's kick, creating an opening wide enough for a person to pass through. Tawanzi and Kagami, witnessing this, rushed forward with blades drawn. Nichiren surged into the breach with the momentum of his assault. Mizuho, taken aback, hadn't anticipated Nichiren would truly breach the barrier. Growing serious, Mizuho commanded the adamantine chains, which had been ensnared by the Triad seal, to whip violently about. In an instant, they broke free from the constraints of the seal, swiftly retracting and ensnaring Nichiren at an imperceptible speed. Nichiren, having exerted all his strength to breach the barrier, found himself ensnared by the chains, unable to leverage any power as he had yet to land. Tawanzi and Kagami, having approached the barrier, were similarly ensnared by emerging chains. Nichiren struggled with all his might to escape the chains, to no avail, and was compelled to relinquish the state of the life gate. Mizuho dispelled the barrier, drawing the 3 bound individuals before him, stating, I have gauged your abilities. Tomorrow, accompany me on a mission. Make sure to rest well tonight. I wouldn't want you arriving tomorrow in a fatigued state. Nichiren interjected, Mizuho-sensei, might we be released before further discussion? Mizuho slackened the chains, allowing the 3 to escape their predicament. Chapter 30. My first mission after releasing the 3, Mizuho announced. Join me tomorrow morning to receive your mission. I believe your skills are sufficient to tackle a B-rank mission. A B-rank mission? Nichiren exclaimed, astonished that his inaugural task would be of such caliber. He had anticipated several mundane D-rank missions before ascending to B rank. Indeed, I have no time to waste accompanying you on D-rank missions, Mizuho replied. The following morning, Nichiren and his companions arrived at the mission assignment office in Konoha. Mizuho soon joined them, assisting in selecting a task. Patrolling the village? Isn't that merely a circular route? I refuse to do it. Escorting merchants to Kyoto? That requires watching their faces. I refuse to do it. Mizuho sifted through the mission roster, and then his eyes landed upon a task that piqued his interest: eliminating bandits. Now that sounds intriguing. The location specified was Nagano Prefecture, Matsukawa Town, Oki Village, and Little Round Mountain. The location is quite close to the previous residence of the Senju clan. Mizuhito, holding a directory, pointed out a specific task to the staff, stating, "This one." The staff took note and promptly dispatched someone to summon the client. Mizuhito, alongside Nikizane and the others, waited patiently. While waiting, he turned to Nikizane and remarked, "This mission may pose some dangers." With that, he tossed the scroll detailing the task to Nikizane. Nikizane unrolled the scroll, and the three gathered closely to examine it with care. Generally, high-level missions do not involve conflicts among ninjas. As for those mountain bandits, they are merely an unruly mob. Nikizane looked up at Mizuhito and said, "It seems manageable." Mizuhito smiled slightly and replied, "That is merely a theoretical assumption. How can you be certain that there are no ninjas among the bandits?" Nikizane furrowed his brow. Kon and Kagami also looked up at Mizuhito. "Are you suggesting that the client might have misrepresented the situation?" Kagami voiced his thoughts. Mizuhito nodded. "That is indeed one possibility. Furthermore, as a mere civilian, the client may not have an accurate grasp of the bandit's situation." Nikizane presented another possibility. Mizuhito nodded approvingly. "Exactly. Therefore, we must remain vigilant under any circumstances." The three responded in unison, "Understood." At that moment, a staff member led the client before them. An elderly man, frail and thin, approached Mizuhito, bowing respectfully, and implored, "Ninja Lord, please save our village." Mizuhito reassured him, "Do not worry. The ninjas of Konoha will surely resolve your predicament." The elderly man nodded gratefully. "If there are no further issues, we may set off at once," Mizuhito suggested to the old man. Thus, the group immediately departed for their destination, the small round mountain of Omoku village. On the way, the elderly man began to share specific details with the four. "My name is Omoku Masaru, and I am the village chief. The villagers pooled their savings to send me here to seek the help of the honorable ninjas of Konoha. The reason for this is that the bandits on the small round mountain near our village have become exceedingly rampant." His voice trembled, revealing a deep-seated hatred for the bandits. "My son and daughter-in-law were slain by them, and even my granddaughter was abducted. My old companion fought bravely against the bandits, but was also tragically killed." Tsubaki, being the most empathetic, felt tears welling in her eyes upon hearing the elderly man's plight. Nikizane then inquired, "Have you reported this to the authorities?" There are countries and governments in this world. The nominal ruler of the Land of Fire is the daimyo, and each county and city has officials appointed by him. It is their duty to maintain local security. Omoku Masaru shook his head. "I have reported it, but to no avail. The officials in Matsukawa Castle took the bribe and made no effort to dispatch troops to eliminate the threat. When I confronted them, I was thrown out." Nikizane was taken aback by the corruption and incompetence of the officials in the Land of Fire. It seemed that much of the populace lived in dire straits. Mizuhito then asked, "When did the bandits on the small round mountain first appear?" Omoku Masaru replied, "They have existed for quite some time. However, previously, due to the presence of the Senju clan ninjas, the bandits were not as bold as they are now. After the ninjas moved to the village of Konoha, the bandits grew emboldened." Mizuhito nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that he had not heard of bandits in that vicinity before. The deterrent effect of ninjas on ordinary people is significant. Even a low-ranking ninja could easily decimate an entire village, and the stronger ninjas could annihilate a nation single-handedly. This accounts for why the bandits had previously been subdued, yet now they dared to emerge. "Ninja lords, you surely possess the transformation jutsu that allows one to change appearance, correct?" Omoku Masaru inquired. Mizuhito assured him, "Rest assured, this is a requirement of the mission. Since we have accepted it, we will certainly fulfill the conditions." Omoku Masaru felt a sense of relief. He explained, "The reason this condition was added to the request is that the bandits are excessively vigilant. They have set up sentries along the routes in and out of the village, strictly controlling who enters and exits." Nikizane asked, How were you able to leave with the money then? Omoko Masaru explained. I told the sentries I was going out to buy seeds. After all, most of the grain in our village has been stolen, leaving us with only enough to survive and a small amount for planting. My purpose in coming out was to purchase seeds in Matsukawa Castle. When it comes time to return to the village, I would appreciate it if you could disguise yourselves as grain delivery men. Mizuhito replied, No problem, transformation jutsu is a basic skill that every ninja masters. Do not underestimate my 3 disciples. They are stronger than many adult ninjas. Upon hearing this, Omoko Masaru quickly offered his compliments to Nikizane and the others. His demeanor was notably humble in their presence, a reflection of the plight of ordinary people. They must lower themselves before bandits or officials, let alone ninjas who could easily take their lives. The laws of the government do not constrain ninjas who operate beyond the reach of ordinary authority. The unwritten rule among ninjas not to harm civilians is merely a convention. In reality, many derive pleasure from slaughtering the innocent. These individuals continue to roam freely, while the unfortunate innocent suffer. In Nikizane's view, the world had become aberrant. A transformative change was necessary, one that might occur in the not-too-distant future. Chapter 31. I am an assistant. The following day, in Matsukawa Castle, Nikizane and the others accompanied Omoko Masaru to a grain shop to purchase seeds. The amount of seed required for a village is substantial, and Omoko Masaru purchased several bags of grain, along with 4 or 5 empty sacks and a wooden cart. He loaded the grain and sacks into the cart and began pushing it out of the city. Nikizane and the others offered to assist, but Omoko Masaru declined. In his view, such labor should not be assigned to the esteemed ninjas. However, Nikizane, Tsubaki, and Kagami did not step forward overtly to help. Instead, they subtly exerted their strength on the cart, making it easier for the elderly man to push. After all, he was just an ordinary old man. And after a long day of walking, pushing a cart further was quite the strain. The bumpy and rugged road was enough to test anyone's endurance. Yet, the 3 underestimated the stamina of a seasoned farmer. Omoko Masaru had spent his life engaging in agricultural labor. Walking 2 days was hardly a challenge for him. It was the first time for Nikizane and his companions to venture outside their village, but currently, they had no desire for leisure, as the mission destination was imminent. Nevertheless, Nikizane took note of the conditions within Matsukawa Castle. He observed a stark disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. The wealthy donned lavish attire, appearing rotund and content, while the majority of commoners, like Omoko Masaru, wore coarse, short garments and appeared gaunt. The various aspects of Matsukawa Castle enriched Nikizane's understanding of the world. Having lived in a realm dominated by ninjas, he had only interacted with ninjas until entering Matsukawa Castle, where he realized that the vast majority of people were ordinary citizens. Nikizane once believed that the world of Naruto resembled a fantastical or immortal realm. However, through today's experiences, he concluded that the world of Naruto more closely resembled an urban fantasy, albeit with the ninja community distinctly separated from the common populace, residing within ninja clans and villages. Throughout the journey, Nikizane pondered these revelations. It was Daiki Masaru who interrupted Nikarin's thoughts. Daiki halted the cart on the road and proceeded to remove the empty burlap sacks from it. He explained, I must fill these sacks with soil, otherwise, the sentinels will sense something amiss. After all, most of the money I brought out has been allocated for commissioned tasks. Nikarin stepped forward, offering his assistance. Appreciating Nikarin's goodwill, Daiki handed him a sack, saying, Thank you for your hard work, esteemed ninja. Together, they filled the sacks with sand and placed them at the bottom of the cart, covering them with the genuine sacks of grain on top. The group then continued their journey. Matsukawa Castle was not far from Konoha, and likewise, Daiki Village was close to Matsukawa Castle. It is difficult to fathom that even this not-so-remote village suffers greatly from the depredations of mountain bandits. What life must be like in even more secluded villages is beyond imagination. Perhaps it is merely an isolated case, Nikarin consoled himself. The group had departed from Konoha the previous morning and reached Matsukawa Castle before sunset. They rested for the night, replenishing their sustenance and fresh water, as they had relied solely on soldiers' rations for energy during their travels. After purchasing seeds in the morning, they set off southward, arriving near Daiki Village by evening. Upon nearing the village, Daiki instructed, Esteemed ninjas, you may alter your appearances. We shall reach our destination shortly. The 4 of them performed hand seals, transforming into the likenesses of the grain store clerks they had seen that morning. Nichiren and Kagami took Daiki's place, pushing the cart forward, while Daiki led the way, prepared to confront any inquiries from the bandits. Mito and Dango flanked them on either side. As the sun gradually descended, the group reached the entrance of the village, where they encountered a dozen bandits blocking the road with makeshift wooden barriers. Upon spotting Nichiren's group, one of the bandits remarked, "Look, a few unfortunate souls are approaching." Another chimed in, "5 of them. We can take action. Let's bring out the goods and shake them down for some cash." The bandits produced their weapons, crudely fashioned spears made of wood and knives, with only the leader wielding a proper katana. As Nichiren's group approached the cart, the bandits brandished their weapons, threatening, "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." Nichiren mused to himself. What a quaint form of intimidation. Daiki hurried forward, producing a bag of coins. "Esteemed gentlemen, it is I," he said, preparing to extract some coins from the bag. The leader of the bandits seized the pouch from Daiki. "Ah, it's you, old man. Weren't you off to buy grain? Why have you brought back a few extra people?" Daiki, undeterred by the theft of his money pouch, bowed repeatedly, saying, "Indeed, I went to purchase grain, but it was too much for an old man to carry alone. I enlisted the help of a few clerks from the grain store, as I was the only one permitted to leave at the time." The bandit nodded, saying, "I see." He stepped closer, scrutinizing Nichiren and the others. Having once been a ronin in Matsukawa Castle, he recognized the faces of the clerks, finding them somewhat familiar. The bandit then unsheathed his katana and punctured several burlap sacks atop the cart, revealing the grain within. He approached and grasped a handful of grain, remarking, "I remember you set out several days ago. Why have you only just returned?" Daiki explained, "I was delayed on the road, and due to the quantity of grain purchased, I had to wait an additional day." The bandit accepted Daiki's explanation and tossed the grain aside onto the road. Daiki winced at the sight of the fallen grain but quickly regained his composure, continuing, "You gentlemen have worked hard as well. I have a few bills here. Consider it the travel expense for these clerks." The bandit sheathed his katana and accepted the bills, gesturing to Daiki. "You, old man, understand the situation." "Ha ha." The other bandits joined in the laughter. The bandit clapped Daiki on the shoulder, saying, "Go back and tell your village to farm diligently. We rely on you for sustenance." Daiki nodded vigorously. Yes, we will certainly honor you, esteemed sirs." To the bandits, Daiki appeared merely as a weak old man whose family had been slaughtered, too frightened to resist. Just recently, his granddaughter had been taken by the bandit leader and made his woman, leaving him too intimidated to protest. Thus, they deemed him no threat and permitted Daiki to go buy grain, believing he could not abscond with the money, especially with his granddaughter in the leader's grasp. Little did they know, this village chief was the key to the bandits' downfall. Chapter 32. Am I too kind to you? The group was allowed into the village, where they saw Daiki returning with the others. The villagers understood the situation and continued their work in silence, for the village was rife with the bandit spies, monitoring suspicious activities and overseeing the labor of Daiki village's inhabitants. It is somewhat ironic that these indolent bandits took it upon themselves to supervise the diligent farmers. They resembled overseers of a construction project. As Nichiren's group passed through, the bandits interrogated them. Due to the stringent oversight of the villagers by the bandits, Daiki had to collect funds by going door to door under the pretense of purchasing grain. Daiki led Nichiren and the others to his home, ensuring no bandits were nearby, and said, "The night is drawing near. Please, come inside." Mito remarked, "It is the perfect time to act. However, we must first enter the house." Once inside, Mito instructed, "Nichiren, create 4 shadow clones. Use the transformation technique to disguise yourselves as clerks to alleviate any suspicions from the bandits. We will hide in the village chief's home and wait until the dead of night to execute our plan." Mito reiterated the strategy. First, they would deal with the bandits patrolling the village, then split into 2 teams. Nichiren and Kagami would head to the watchtower at the village entrance while Mito and Dango would approach the tower at the rear. They would then regroup at the foot of the small circular mountain before ascending together. Remember, maintain utmost silence to avoid alarming the bandits. Nichiren and the others nodded in agreement. Understood. Nichiren then utilized the multiple shadow clone technique, transforming the clones into the appearance of clerks. The shadow clones exited, removing burlap sacks from the cart before pushing it away from the village. Along the way, the bandits did not impede them, as they were wary of potential trouble with the authorities or ninjas if the situation escalated. The shadow clones pushed the cart a considerable distance before concealing it in the nearby woods and dispelling the technique. At that moment, Nichiren's original body absorbed the memories of the 4 clones. The hour was late, approximately 8 or 9 in the evening. Nichiren inquired of Mito, "The clones have been dispelled. Can we proceed now?" Mito peered through a crack in the window to assess the situation outside and replied, "Let us proceed as planned." Nichiren and the others retrieved kunai from their ninja tool packs. For assassination, kunai proved to be the most effective weapon, compact yet razor-sharp. Mito noted, "There are 10 bandits within the village, with 12 at each of the village's entrances." This was not discerned through Mito's Kagura mind's eye, for its perception is attuned to chakra, and these bandits are mere mortals. Mito reached this conclusion by observing the village at dusk. He continued, "The number of individuals at Little Round Mountain is uncertain. The village chief estimates around 40 to 50. However, I sensed a fluctuation of chakra emanating from the direction of Little Round Mountain." At this moment, Hiruzen and the others exchanged surprised glances with Mito. Mito elaborated, "There is only one, yet he possesses considerable strength." Hiruzen turned to the side, regarding the bewildered Omoji. Omoji hastily explained, "I truly do not know. However, the leader of the bandits who murdered my wife and child and abducted my granddaughter is merely a wandering warrior, not a ninja." Mito reassured him, "You need not feel responsible. We anticipated such a scenario." Omoji, filled with emotion, implored, "Ninja, all spoils from the extermination of the bandits will belong to you. I beseech you, you must eliminate them." Mito gestured for Omoji to remain calm and stated, "I will elevate this mission to a higher rank. After we eradicate the bandits, I shall take the appropriate rewards for this rank, and you may handle the rest as you see fit." Omoji expressed his profound gratitude to Mito, while Hiruzen and the others were taken aback. "A higher rank?" Hiruzen inquired. Mito met the gazes of Hiruzen and the others, affirming, "Indeed. The chakra level of that ninja is that of an elite J-nin." The expressions of Hiruzen and his companions turned grave. An elite J-nin is considered a formidable force even in Konoha. How could one possibly be found in a bandit encampment near a small mountain village? Meanwhile, within the heart of the Little Round Mountains encampment, the boastful bandit leader knelt humbly before a man clad in blue-gray armor. This man, tall and oddly featured, possessed pale blue skin and a visage resembling that of a shark, complete with gills on either side of his face and a mouth full of sharp teeth. The bandit leader, kneeling, ingratiated himself, "My lord, I bring you a gift, and I hope it pleases you." He signaled for one of his men to present the so-called gift. The gift was a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age. The leader boasted, "This girl was recently taken from the foothills. She possesses a fiery spirit, and I hadn't yet had the chance to deflower her. Just in time for your arrival, I present her to you." This girl was none other than Omoji's granddaughter, Omoji Ko. She had been rendered unconscious and bound, indicating the leader's wariness of her. The man regarded Ko and then waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave her here, and then depart. Do not disturb me." The leader obediently left Ko behind and exited with his subordinates, a smile adorning his face. However, once outside, that smile faded, replaced by a sinister cunning and a thirst for revenge. "I have coated that woman in a potent sedative. Should you dare to touch her or remove her garments, the drug will incapacitate you. At that moment, I shall repay the indignities I have suffered tenfold." The leader seethed inwardly. Inside the room, the man observed the unconscious girl without a trace of interest, maintaining his meditative pose with eyes closed. A closer inspection would reveal a narrow, unhealed wound on his chest, wrapped in bandages yet visible through the torn armor. "Damn you, Byakuren." The wound throbbed painfully. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of those sent by Byakuren, he would not have been forced to hide in this remote mountain stronghold. Curse it. This place is too close to Konoha. If I attract the joint pursuit of Konoha and Kirigakure, it would spell trouble. Once I recover, I must relocate. Byakuren, I, Kisame Hashigaki, shall make you pay dearly for pursuing me. His hand unconsciously caressed the wound on his chest. Mitsuki-sama, I have completed the task. Is my role still of significance? At this moment, he sensed something amiss. A sedative? I initially intended to spare your lives, but it seems I have been too merciful. Chapter 33. I am angry meanwhile. In the village of Omoji, a silent massacre was unfolding. Doton, heart decapitation technique. Hiruzen stealthily infiltrated underground, arriving beneath a patrolling bandit. Suddenly, he seized the bandit's legs and pulled downward. Before the bandit could utter a sound, a shuriken flew from afar, precisely embedding itself in the bandit's throat. The bandit opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Only blood gushed from the gaping wound. After a brief struggle, he succumbed to death. Such operations continued, and the number of bandits in the village dwindled, all while they remained blissfully unaware. This exemplifies the overwhelming superiority of ninjas over ordinary individuals. Assassination is the ninja's primary vocation, while bandits typically rely on their crude weapons and treachery to intimidate villagers. Soon, the 10 patrolling bandits met their silent demise. Hiruzen and his companions split up according to plan. Hiruzen and Kagami hurried toward the village entrance, adopting the iconic ninja running posture, with arms extended behind and bodies leaning forward. Although this posture may compromise balance and speed, for ninjas, those factors are inconsequential. What matters is the ease of accessing weapons from behind. "You left, I right," Hiruzen whispered. He then produced a shuriken and hurled it toward the sentries at the village entrance. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A barrage of shurikens swiftly transformed the right side bandits into lifeless husks. The left side bandits, still reeling from shock, barely registered the incoming shurikens that found their mark in their throats. Clang! The leading bandit managed to deflect the strike with his katana, preparing to charge at the two. However, Kagami merely raised a finger, and a shuriken embedded itself deeply into the bandit's skull. The bandit immediately fell backward. Hiruzen and Kagami approached the fallen foes, meticulously ensuring no survivors remained. Once satisfied with the outcome, they made their way toward Little Round Mountain. This marked Hiruzen's first experience of taking a life. Yet, perhaps due to his past lives or the bandit's numerous transgressions, he felt no psychological burden, his emotions remaining remarkably stable, akin to how one might treat a straw dummy in a ninja school's assassination class. In contrast, Kagami was not so composed, though appearing unaffected. The emotional turmoil stemming from his inaugural kill was profound, evidenced by the spinning tomo in his crimson eyes. Indeed, Kagami had awakened his Sharingan, not due to the loss of a comrade or family member, but rather because of the emotional upheaval brought on by his first kill, showcasing his remarkable talent. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Hiruzen reunited with Mito and Dango. Dango's delicate features bore traces of blood, her emotional state visibly fluctuating. Hiruzen approached and gently wiped the blood from her face, offering reassurances. Mito instructed, "First, eliminate the sentries below, then proceed upward and assess the situation. Should you encounter that ninja, flee immediately. I shall handle him." Mito paused, adding, "Except for Hiruzen, I permit you to engage that ninja, but exercise caution." The three nodded, a sense of tension palpable as they faced the unknown elite J-Nin. Indeed, Hiruzen possessed the strength of a J-Nin. However, the experience of battle cannot be compared to that of a true Jonin. At present, Kagami has just awakened his Sharingan, reaching a level equivalent to a Chunin. Dango was originally on par with Kagami, but after Kagami activated his eyes, Dango found himself slightly inferior. Nevertheless, he still managed to attain Chunin status. "All right, let's move," Mito commanded, and the group rushed out. The sentries at the foot of the mountain were easily dispatched using their ninja tools. Subsequently, they ascended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered a few patrolling bandits, who were swiftly dealt with by Hisashi and Kagami in perfect coordination. Throughout this extermination process, not a single bandit managed to emit a signal before meeting their demise. The four arrived at the base of the bandit stronghold, where two lookout towers flanked the main gate, each manned by a bandit who appeared to be in a drowsy stupor. Kagami acted swiftly, utilizing his shuriken technique to eliminate the bandit, binding the corpse with wire to the pillar to prevent it from falling and alerting others. After disposing of the lookout bandits, the four climbed directly onto the stronghold's walls. They initially peered through the fortifications, confirming that most of the bandits were asleep, thereby maintaining their original assassination plan. Mito and the others communicated their tasks through hand signals, splitting into two teams. Mito and Dango would approach from the front, while Hisashi and Kagami would flank from behind. As Hisashi and his companions sprinted along the wall, he blew a whistle to signal readiness. Mito responded with a signal to commence action. This whistle, reminiscent of a bird's call, went unnoticed by the bandits, yet it served as a death knell for them. The assault began, first eliminating isolated patrolling bandits, then systematically taking out the sentries within the stronghold, before infiltrating the bandits' quarters to silently eliminate the unsuspecting foes in their slumber. Suddenly, one bandit, alert to the unusual sounds, turned to his companion, inquiring if he had heard anything strange. "I haven't. Why do you care?" The other bandit replied dismissively. The alert bandit rose from his bed, donned his trousers, and grasped his katana, casting a glance at the tormented woman lying on the bed. Could it be that those from below have come for revenge? He pondered. Impossible. The perimeter is heavily guarded. Not even the authorities could break through. As he approached the door, ready to push it open, his chest was pierced through by a wind release technique, vacuum blade. The assailant was Dango. The bandit fell silently to the ground. Only then did another bandit inside realize something was amiss. But before he could even arm himself, Dango burst in and swiftly dispatched him as well. The woman, witnessing the demise of her two tormentors, erupted into tears. Dango did not intervene. He allowed her to grieve, as she quietly exited the room, gripping her kunai tighter, as if to convey her burgeoning wrath. The assassination did not persist indefinitely, as vigilant bandits began to take notice of the enemy presence, calling out to their comrades. Despite Hisashi's immediate silencing of one, the alarm had already been raised. All remaining bandits in the stronghold awakened, arming themselves and charging out of their quarters. Hisashi and the others, having witnessed the many atrocities committed by the bandits, fought with renewed ferocity. With stealth no longer an option, the anguished cries of the bandits filled the night air, echoing their plight. Chapter 34. I can barely hold on in the heart of the stronghold. The bandit chief knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. His limbs had been shattered by Kisame, yet he endured the agony, begging for forgiveness. "Ninja-sama, I was foolish to commit such transgressions. Please, I implore you to pardon me." Blood flowed profusely from his forehead as Kisame regarded him with a cold stare. At that moment, he sensed the turmoil outside. "Miss Shinobi? How could they possibly find their way here?" Kisame muttered to himself before swiftly decapitating the chief with a single stroke. "Noisy," he remarked, then exited the building. At this juncture, the bandits within the stronghold had been nearly annihilated. Mito and Dango continued to search for any remaining foes, while Hisashi took note of Kisame emerging from the building. Kisame? No, he shouldn't even be born yet, Hisashi thought, observing Kisame's features closely. He then instructed Kagami, "Quickly find Mito-sensei. I will hold this man off." Hearing his command, Kagami utilized the body flicker technique to retreat. The stronghold was expansive, and Mito was still some distance away. "Hisashi, you must hold on." Kagami's heart raced with concern for his companion. Kisame approached, eyeing Hisashi's forehead protector. "Oh, so Leaf has come to join the fray? This position is indeed vulnerable." Mistaking Hisashi for an enemy, Kisame prepared to strike. Before Hisashi could react, Kisame lunged forward, raising his blade. Heart flow mode, activate. Hisashi narrowly evaded the blow. Engaging in a swift exchange with kunai, Kisame unleashed a flurry of strikes, which Hisashi deftly dodged, managing to inflict a wound on Kisame's arm. "You've got some skill," Kisame remarked. "Leaf is indeed formidable. Even a child possesses such strength." Undeterred, Kisame continued to swing his blade, its edge glinting under the moonlight. While Hisashi danced amidst the flashes, evading his attacks. Realizing close combat was ineffective, Kisame withdrew a step, forming hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet. He concentrated chakra, conjuring a shark-shaped water projectile aimed at Hisashi. Hisashi rolled backwards, gathering chakra and executing a technique of his own. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A dragon of water emerged, clamping down on the shark. The shark retaliated, swiping its tail, and both the water dragon and shark dissipated into a cascade of water, forming a small pool on the ground. After a flurry of hand seals, Kisame struck the ground with one hand, summoning 4 sharks that leapt into the air, attacking Hisashi from above. Water release, rain of 4 sharks. Faced with the descending sharks, Hisashi raised his head and unleashed a fire technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A vast conflagration surged, obstructing the water sharks, enveloping the area in a thick mist. Kisame drew his long blade again, charging forward. One decisive stab pierced Hisashi's chest. However, Hisashi transformed into a cloud of smoke. What kind of clone is this? Kisame, hailing from the mist, had never encountered the shadow clone technique, as physical clones with identical strength to the original were rare. Hisashi reappeared behind Kisame, thrusting a kunai through his back. Yet Kisame morphed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Hisashi realized the peril. Kisame, wary of the mist, refrained from recklessly charging in again, uncertain of the unknown clone technique's peculiarities. He decided to resolve the situation with a single water technique. Leaping into the air, he gathered chakra in his throat, unleashing a torrent of water that crashed to the ground, rapidly forming a lake and sending waves crashing toward Hisashi. Hisashi managed to stabilize himself amidst the tumultuous waters by skillfully controlling his chakra. However, from beneath the surface, a figure emerged, circling behind him. Though Hisashi reacted instantly, it was too late. Water release, water prison technique. The water swiftly coalesced into a spherical cage, ensnaring Hisashi within. As the sun set, Ritsun was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of drowning. Although he could momentarily breathe within the watery prison, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to suffocation. The water prison, infused with the chakra of Kisame Hashigaki, was exceptionally heavy, rendering Ritsun incapable of forming hand seals to escape with ninjutsu. Just when Kisame believed victory was assured and prepared to deliver the fatal blow, Ritsun raised his right hand. Unable to form seals, he declared, "Then I shall employ an unsealed technique, Rasengan." A chaotic sphere of chakra materialized in his palm, churning the water prison violently. The prison shattered under the pressure. While Ritsun's Rasengan, undiminished in power, struck the water clone behind him. The clone, possessing merely 1/10 of Ritsun's strength, could neither evade nor withstand the assault. Disintegrating into a puddle, Kisame, witnessing a ninjutsu he had never encountered, was taken aback by the Rasengan's formidable might and chose to proceed with caution instead of advancing. After forming hand seals, he struck the water's surface again, exclaiming, "Water release. 5 shark bombs." From the depths emerged 5 sharks, surging towards Ritsun with astonishing speed. The sharks leapt from the water, launching an assault on him. In response, Ritsun summoned 4 shadow clones, each deploying a Rasengan to obliterate the sharks. However, as the defeated sharks fell back into the water, they rapidly regenerated and prepared for another attack. Ritsun suddenly recalled that these sharks could regenerate as long as the shark-faced figure maintained contact with the water, continuously supplying chakra for their restoration. Realizing he could not afford to expend chakra unnecessarily, Ritsun understood that the chakra reservoir of the shark-faced figure was vast, likely beyond his own capacity. Moreover, the combined consumption of the Rasengan and shadow clones far exceeded that of merely maintaining 5 sharks. Determined to conserve energy, Ritsun created another shadow clone to hold off the sharks while he extended a single hand, invoking Chidori. Ritsun dashed towards Kisame with blinding speed, leaving a blue afterimage in his wake. Kisame was astounded by the sheer number of techniques this young ninja possessed, as the sound of 1,000 birds echoed ominously. Ritsun approached Kisame, who, realizing evasion was futile, seized Ritsun's arm with great force, halting the Chidori's advance. The thrust merely pierced Kisame's armor, inflicting superficial wounds to his abdomen. Resolute, Ritsun unleashed Chidori's stream. A surge of lightning enveloped him, coursing through Kisame's arms and the lake beneath them. Kisame was compelled to release Ritsun and retreat, while Ritsun staggered back, jolted by the electric current. The intense exchange of high-level ninjutsu left him feeling fatigued. Is this what battles at the Jonin level feel like? Ritsun pondered, rubbing his sore arm. I can barely hold on. Where is Teacher Mito? Chapter 35. My role this battle was far more arduous than his previous sparring sessions with Mito. It was not that Kisame was stronger than Mito. Rather, the stakes were life and death against Kisame, while his encounters with Mito were merely practice. In his fight with Mito, Ritsun needed only to display his abilities without overthinking. In contrast, facing Kisame required constant vigilance and strategy, leaving Ritsun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Kisame, aware that Ritsun had allies, continued to weave seals for his next technique. Unwilling to squander time. Water release, hundreds of shark bombs. He struck the water's surface with one hand, summoning a torrent of sharks that surged forth like a tidal wave. Ritsun's expression turned grave upon witnessing this technique. He summoned 4 shadow clones and unleashed his most potent attack, 5 release, great multi-shadow bomb technique. A colossal explosion erupted, scattering the massive waves and obliterating many sharks. Yet, several remained, advancing towards him. Activating the 3rd gate, Ritsun engaged in close combat, while his clones launched Rasengan at the remaining sharks. Just as he was clearing the last of them, Kisame did not wait idly. He formed seals and thrust his hands outward, declaring, "Water release." Great shark bomb technique. With Ritson still occupied, he found himself unable to evade the sudden onslaught. In that moment, chains appeared around Ritson. Diamond lock barrier. A barrier materialized, intercepting both the Great Shark Bomb and the remaining sharks. The Great Shark Bomb possessed the property of absorbing the chakra of enemy ninjutsu. Thus, upon seeing his technique thwarted, Kisame intensified his chakra input, attempting to breach the barrier. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The barrier was steadily absorbing chakra without showing any signs of breaking. Conversely, the Great Shark Bomb had absorbed too much chakra, and Kisame struggled to maintain its form. Desperate, Kisame continued to feed chakra into the bomb as it expanded uncontrollably until it erupted in a violent chakra explosion. The scale of the explosion far surpassed Ritson's great multi-shadow bomb technique, sending shockwaves throughout the lake and even causing tremors in the nearby hills. As the chaos subsided, Ritson remained unscathed within the barrier, while Kisame was caught in the blast, his armor shattered and blood staining the lake beneath him. Damn it, how could this happen? Kisame glared at the steadfast barrier before him. At that moment, a red-haired woman appeared before the barrier with a flash. Kisame Hashigaki, former elite jonin of the mist, now a rogue ninja, wanted for stealing crucial information from the first Mizukage, by Lien. Am I mistaken? The red-haired woman, who was Mito, inquired. Kisame wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. So Bai Lien has indeed conspired with Konoha, divulging my intel to them. He did not respond to Mito's statement. Instead thinking, I cannot allow my information to fall into Konoha's hands. It would implicate Lord Huanyue. It seems my moment to act has arrived. Kisame began forming seals. Mito prepared to command the diamond chains with vigilance. Yet, the ninjutsu Kisame unleashed was the water prison technique. He expelled a water sphere, encasing himself within it, and summoned sharks that ferociously devoured him. In an instant, the water sphere transformed into a sphere of blood. Mito dispelled the diamond lock and barrier, stating, "He is dead." Ritson stepped forward, remarking, "I think he may have misunderstood some matters." Mito nodded in agreement, adding, "The mist style is ruthless, showing no mercy to enemies or themselves, leaving no room for error." At that moment, Dango and Kagami arrived, unaware of the unfolding situation. Dango asked, "Did you deal with that enemy?" Ritson gestured toward the dissipated water sphere, replying, "He took his own life." Dango and Kagami were both taken aback. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a ninja's resolve. Ritson and his companions began the final tasks. The hideout contained many women abducted by bandits from the Great Wooden Village or along the road. These bandits showed no compassion, leaving many women mentally and physically scarred. It was then that Ritson's group fully comprehended the cruelty of the ninja world. Without strength, one would meet such a grim fate. Ultimately, power remained an essential requisite for survival in the ninja realm. Without it, one could only be at the mercy of others. Only with strength can one determine their own destiny. Nikon entered the leader's room, startled by the sight of the headless corpse on the floor. The wound suggested it was the work of the dry persimmon shark. Indeed, they were not allies. Nikon then noticed the unconscious Demu Xiang on the ground. Having seen her photograph at Demu Zheng's home, he recognized her immediately. Nikon approached, bent down, and prepared to untie the ropes binding Demu Xiang. Using a kunai, he cut through the ropes and returned the weapon to his pouch. He then reached beneath her and attempted to lift her, but found her too heavy. No, it wasn't her weight, it was his own lack of strength. Realizing this too late, Nikon collapsed onto Demu Xiang, losing consciousness. When he awoke, it was already daytime. What has happened to me? Nikon lay on Demu Zheng's bed, extending his hand from beneath the covers to clench his fist. His strength had returned somewhat. He threw off the covers and sat up. Outside, Demu Xiang heard the commotion and rushed in excitedly. Upon seeing her, Nikon raised a hand in greeting, only to receive a warm embrace from her. The difference in development at 16 or 17 was quite apparent, Nikon mused. He patiently awaited her to release him. "Thank you for saving me, little brother," Demu Xiang expressed gratefully. "Little brother? I'm 30 when you combine both my lives," Nikon silently scoffed. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, it was the least I could do. "By the way, where are my companions?" he inquired. "They're digging a pit with the villagers to bury those wretched mountain bandits," Demu Xiang replied. Nikon agreed. With 40 to 50 corpses left unburied, a plague would surely arise. Let the earth reclaim these societal scum. Demu Xiang helped Nikon to his feet. Let me take you to eat something first. The villagers are holding a feast at noon to thank you. Uncle Zhong next door even slaughtered his cow, she said. Nikon smiled. That sounds good. I could use a bite to eat, as I'm rather hungry. The young girl laughed, leading Nikon to the dining table. He picked up a bowl and savored the warm rice porridge. There was nothing quite as comforting as a steaming bowl of porridge in the morning. Chapter 36. My starting point. As Nikon enjoyed his porridge, the large bowl caused a few drops to spill down his chin. Just as he set the bowl down to wipe his mouth, Demu Xiang reached over to assist him. Let me help you with that, she said. Nikon did not refuse. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Nikon, are you awake? Come help us. Startled, Nikon jumped. It was Tawanzi's voice. He quickly stood up as Tawanzi entered, noticing Nikon standing straight. Hey, Nikon, you're awake. Tawanzi exclaimed, greeting both Nikon and Demu Xiang. Yes, I'm awake. I just had a little something to eat, Nikon replied. Tawanzi nodded, linking arms with Nikon and pulling him outside. We're going to help now, Sister Xiang. Tawanzi said to Demu Xiang. Nikon also waved goodbye. I'm heading out, sister. The two then went outside to assist. Demu Xiang covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. She understood the thoughts of the young girl all too well. However, with someone like Nikon, he must surely have no shortage of admirers. There was still much to be done in the village. The bandit corpses had already been moved to the mountains for burial, but bloodstains and other aftermath required attention. The spoils from the mountain had yielded 150,000 taels of silver, which would be distributed by Demu Xiang. The women rescued from the mountain who belonged to the village returned home, while those without a home were given provisions to leave. Those who were homeless stayed in the village. As for the bandit stronghold on the mountain, it was dismantled to prevent any rogue elements from taking over and wreaking havoc on the countryside. Some weapons were left for the villagers to defend themselves, while the excess was destroyed, as they were regulated by the authorities and served no purpose. In short, the cleanup took all morning. Afterward, Nikon and his companions finished lunch in Demu village and prepared to depart. As they left, the entire village came to bid them farewell. The most emotional was Demu Xiang, who even knelt to bow several times to their departing figures. After all, these ninja were not only easy to get along with, but also possessed kind hearts, taking only a portion of the wealth as compensation for their mission, leaving the rest for the villagers. This would allow the villagers to begin anew. Meanwhile, Demu Xiang assisted her grandfather while gazing at the departing figures of the group. Nikon, thank you. Thank you all, she whispered as their silhouettes faded into the distance. It was only after they had completely vanished that the villagers began to disperse, while Demu Xiang and Demu Xiang lingered for a long while before finally leaving the village entrance. Nikon and his three companions returned to Konoha, and with the speed of ninjas, they arrived back in Konoha by afternoon. Their journey had been slower on the way there out of consideration for Demu Xiang, but with the mission completed, they hurried back. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was evening. Suabutsu treated Nikon and the others to ramen in the streets. Though it was not the famous Ichiraku ramen of the original story, as Uncle Ichiraku had yet to be born, as Nikon slurped the so-called Japanese ramen. He thought it paled in comparison to Lanzhou beef noodles. I wonder if Ichiraku ramen will surprise me. Slurping the noodles, Suabutsu set down his chopsticks and asked, "What have you all gained from this first mission? Share your thoughts." Nikon swallowed the noodles and replied, "I still lack strength and combat experience. If it weren't for teacher Suabutsu's intervention, I would have perished at the hands of the dry persimmon shark." After finishing his statement, Nikon sipped the broth, clearly still hungry. Suabutsu remarked, "In truth, your abilities are already impeccable among your peers. The only thing you lack is experience in life and death confrontations with true powerhouses. The dry persimmon shark qualifies. While the Sand Village spy from 3 years ago was only half of that. It's not that he was significantly weaker than the dry persimmon shark. It's simply that 3 years ago, you and he were on different levels. Therefore, you couldn't accumulate experience in the same way as you would against the dry persimmon shark." Nikon found Suabutsu's words profoundly insightful and nodded in agreement. Suabutsu then turned to Tawanzi. "What about you, Tawanzi? What are your thoughts?" Tawanzi replied, "I believe I have discovered my future direction. Unlike Nikon, I do not possess the same innate talent. Hence, I have focused entirely on mastering wind release." Witnessing the battle between the dry persimmon shark and Nikon confirmed this for me. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, even using just water release can defeat a genius like Nikon. She elaborated on her inner thoughts. Suabutsu gently patted Tawanzi's head. "It's wonderful that you have found your own path. However, you must remain steadfast in pursuing it. Tawanzi nodded obediently. Suibatsu then gazed at the quietly eating Kagami. Kagami looked up and said, "Teacher Suibatsu, I believe my greatest achievement has been awakening my Sharingan. I will need time to adapt and strive to utilize it effectively." Suibatsu agreed with Kagami's perspective. Indeed, one could say that half of the Uchiha clan's strength derives from the Sharingan. As long as you master its use, your future power will not pale in comparison to Nikken's. Suibatsu's last statement trailed off, yet all three understood who the unspoken half referred to. In the entire ninja world, only one could stand alongside Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. The trio pretended not to hear. Continuing to savor the ramen while listening to Mizuho speak, he remarked, "It appears that the three of you possess a commendable understanding of your circumstances. Henceforth, I shall guide you in continuously undertaking tasks to accumulate experience. You must learn to gather wisdom from these assignments to enhance your strength. You are now a genin, and the tranquil training environment of the Ninja Academy will no longer be available to you. This is a crucial point for you to comprehend." The trio of Nikizane promptly acknowledged their understanding. After finishing their ramen, they collectively proceeded to submit their completed mission. At that time, Mizuho had already searched the remnants of the body of the rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, as well as the lair of his leader. He was able to uncover evidence that confirmed Kisame's identity, including a missing mean forehead protector and personal belongings. Although Kisame had not left any information pertaining to Kirigakure, some personal details were still retained. Mizuho presented this evidence to the officials, validating the mission's rank. Following verification, the task was elevated to a higher level. Considering Mizuho's reputation made any deceit improbable, the officials accepted the reward of 150,000 Ryo, retaining 75,000 Ryo as their share for the village, while the remaining 75,000 Ryo was allocated to Mizuho's team. Typically, the distribution was split evenly between the captain and the three members. The officials handed the reward to Mizuho, marking the successful completion of their first task. Countless missions awaited Nikizane and his companions in the future, and this was merely the beginning. However, starting with a rank A task was already exceedingly rare. Chapter 37. I am on vacation Konoha, Year 5. Konoha's Mission Submission Office. Alright, this task has been completed. Here is your reward. The staff member handed Nikizane a paper bag filled with currency from the Land of Fire. Nikizane had come alone to collect the reward after the task was completed. Mizuho and the others had all dispersed to attend to their individual matters. Upon receiving the bag, Nikizane departed from the submission office. Naruto Uzumaki completed 1 A-rank task, 7 B-rank tasks, and 25 C-rank tasks. What a promising junior, one staff member remarked, gazing at Nikizane's task record. Over the past 2 years since becoming a genin, Nikizane had proven to be a diligent worker. Since the eradication of the bandits from Uyama, Mizuho and his team had either been engaged in missions or traveling to them. However, the benefits of their endeavors were evident, as their abilities had significantly improved. Nikizane's combat experience had become more extensive, and he had learned some sensory ninjutsu and sealing techniques that Mizuho had taught during their spare moments. Samuji's wind techniques had also become more formidable, and in terms of wind ninjutsu, Nikizane was no longer her equal. The improvement of Kagami was perhaps even more pronounced, as he had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. The awakening occurred when the trio was engaged in an A-rank mission, and Kagami was ambushed by a CH Nin. In an effort to save Kagami, Nikizane sustained significant injuries, resulting in a month-long stay in the hospital. Kagami, upon awakening his double Tomo, was able to eliminate the CH Nin. At the age of 9, he awakened the single Tomo, and by 10, the double Tomo. Kagami's talent left Nikizane in awe, as he was indeed a descendant of Shursui. With the reward in hand, Nikizane first made his way to Mizuho's residence. He knocked on the door and called out, "Mizuho-sensei, I have come to deliver the task reward." A voice responded, "Is that you, Nikizane? Please wait a moment." Afterward, Mizuho opened the door, her face radiating excitement. "Nikizane, the 100 healing jutsu you mentioned earlier, I have just researched it. Is it truly capable of preserving one's youth?" Mizuho pointed to the sealing mark on her forehead, and Nikizane realized why she was so elated. He had initially thought Mizuho was merely short on funds, but seeing her excitement over the reward was enlightening. At a loss for words, Nikizane recalled that in the original work, Tsunade had exhibited similar enthusiasm. It was evident that women were indeed concerned about their appearance. Mizuho had already mastered the sealing technique, Thus, she devised the 100 healing jutsu, originally created by Tsunade, within a few weeks. The essence of the 100 healing jutsu lies in storing chakra, using the in sealing technique, which, when activated, continuously releases chakra. This released chakra can rapidly heal injuries. And in a normal state, it nourishes the body, ensuring eternal youth. After all, Mizuho was not young anymore and would soon be a grandmother. Although she still appeared youthful and beautiful, concerns about aging were inevitable. Nikazane had merely mentioned the in sealing technique and the 100 healing jutsu while studying sealing techniques, highlighting its role in maintaining youth. Mizuho immediately urged Nikazane to elaborate. He shared his general understanding of the 100 healing jutsu, explaining it as his own conjecture. Mizuho quickly set to work on her research and, to his astonishment, successfully developed it. It seemed that Nikazane had underestimated the anxiety women felt regarding their appearance. Inviting Nikazane inside, Mizuho responded to his inquiry. "Isn't Hashirama-sensei and Tobarama not at home?" "Oh, Hashirama is quite busy at the moment, likely preoccupied with the CH-NIN exams. Tobarama is out on a mission," Mizuho replied. "The CH-NIN exams?" Nikazane noted the significance. Mizuho continued, "Yes, the joint CH-NIN exams. Your master wishes to invite ninjas from various nations to participate in Konoha's CH-NIN exams, along with the leaders of the 5 great shinobi countries and the daimyo. The daimyo seem to be quite favorable towards your master, but unfortunately, the Mizukage and Kazekage have declined the invitation to attend." Mizuho provided Nikazane with an overview of the CH-NIN exams. Nikazane pondered, stroking his chin. A joint CH-NIN exam, inviting ninjas from various nations, and even the daimyo of the 5 great countries attending. This event was evidently grander than the CH-NIN exams depicted in the original story. Hashirama's intention was likely to maintain amicable relations among the nations. However, this examination was destined to become a bargaining chip in the power dynamics of the great nations. The performance of the ninjas from each country would directly influence the quantity and quality of missions received by their respective villages. With the daimyo present, any underwhelming performance from a ninja could lead to considerable embarrassment. The daimyo wielded significant influence over national politics and economics. The relationship between the various ninja villages and the daimyo was one of cooperation rather than subjugation, allowing the daimyo the freedom to choose which village's ninjas to support, while efforts would be made to favor their own ninjas. A significant disparity in performance could result in missions being snatched away. Mizuho then remarked, "You need not worry. Your master has already registered all 6 of you for participation. Whether you wish to attend or not, you must participate." Nikazane couldn't help but smile, realizing the inevitability of the situation. Nonetheless, it was reasonable, as Nikazane and his 5 companions were among the most formidable genin of their age group, making it only logical for them to represent their village in such a significant event. With great power comes great responsibility. Nikazane stated, "I actually did want to participate, as it would provide an opportunity to engage with genin from other nations." He held a firm confidence in his capabilities. Although officially a genin, he could easily surpass most J-nin. His strength was firmly at the J-nin level. Among Hashirama's 6 disciples, Nikazane was the most exceptional. Following him in strength were Tsumuji and Kagami, proficient in the wind techniques and physical arts of the Shimura clan, and possessing the double Tomo Sharingan, respectively. Both were capable of CH-NIN level combat. The strength of Akido, while comparable to Tsumuji and the others, was slightly inferior. Meanwhile, Mizuho and Kamachi were somewhat weaker than Akido. However, overall, the strength of the 6 surpassed that of typical genin, albeit to varying degrees. Upon hearing Nikazane's words, Mizuho chuckled. "It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in your abilities. However, although your strength is commendable, diligent preparation remains essential. After all, your opponents are formidable geniuses from other ninja villages." Nichiren nodded in agreement, contemplating the potentially challenging adversaries he might encounter. The 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and his contemporaries. It is likely they will cross paths during the exams. Mito added, "There are still 3 months until the Chunin exams. During this time, focus on your training. The missions for Team 7 are on hold. You must perform admirably, otherwise it would be a disservice to the 3 months of respite." Nichiren scratched his head and replied, "Understood, Teacher Mito." Chapter 38. My training life thus began the 3-month training period. Mito, occupied with perfecting the 100 healings technique, did not partake in the training of the trio. Nichiren and his companions chose to train independently, as each had different focal points. Consequently, separating for training proved to be the most prudent choice. Nichiren ventured outside the Hidden Leaf Village, discovering a waterfall where he aimed to practice wind release nature transformation and lightning release chakra form transformation. This preparation was intended for the development of the wind release Rasengan and the Chidori sharp spear. At the waterfall, Nichiren formed a cross seal with his hands. Shadow clone technique. He created a total of 20 shadow clones. U10 will first practice cutting leaves, and then proceed to slice the waterfall. The remaining 10 will focus on training the Chidori sharp spear. After delegating the tasks, he accompanied the first 10 clones to gather leaves. 3 months is a span of time that can be considered neither short nor long, yet it is certainly not ample. Nichiren had numerous aspects he wished to enhance. In this context, choices had to be made. Should he continue learning the 5 elemental jutsu, practice the 8 gates, or focus on the sealing techniques and sensory ninjutsu taught by Mito? Alternatively, he could further develop the Rasengan and Chidori. After careful consideration, Nichiren resolved to advance his mastery of the Rasengan and Chidori, as these were signature skills of the two protagonists in the original narrative, holding tremendous potential. Moreover, the development of these two techniques would yield significant improvements for Nichiren. The wind release Rasengan is a high-level wind release technique, while the Chidori sharp spear compensates for the Chidori's limited attack range. Notably, Nichiren had identified the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage as hypothetical opponents for the upcoming Chunin exams. The wind release Rasengan could counteract the third Raikage's lightning release chakra armor, while the Chidori sharp spear would prove effective against the third Tsuchikage's earth release. This reasoning constituted a significant portion of his decision. From a developmental difficulty perspective, mastering the Rasengan clearly posed a greater challenge than the Chidori sharp spear, as Nichiren had yet to fully grasp the wind release chakra form transformation. However, he had already acquired a certain level of proficiency in lightning release chakra form transformation while practicing the Chidori. Thus, he decided to concentrate his training efforts on the Rasengan. Holding a leaf in his hand, Nichiren endeavored to sever it using wind release chakra transformation. In the original story, Asuma remarked that the key to wind release is thinness and sharpness. These seemingly simple 4 words are exceedingly difficult to master, requiring a formidable level of chakra control to slice the leaf without causing harm to oneself. Consequently, Nichiren activated his unique ability. Heart Flow Mode activate. In Heart Flow Mode, Nichiren's chakra control became significantly more refined. With the enhancement of 10 shadow clones and the Heart Flow Mode, the efficiency of his training surged beyond mere addition. His productivity resembled that of Naruto employing 100 shadow clones in the original narrative, yet without exhausting his chakra to such a degree. When he dispelled the shadow clones, he would not be left incapacitated, for there was no Kakashi or Yamato to carry him back. Thus, Nichiren rose early each day to train by the waterfall, returning home only when the sun had set, just in time for dinner. Lunchtime consisted of the soldier pills, thankfully not the concoction made by Sakura in the original story, lest he find himself as famished as Naruto. The progress in cutting leaves was swift, with Nichiren completing it on the first day. However, the true challenge lay in slicing the waterfall. Nichiren and his 10 shadow clones aligned themselves, matching the width of the waterfall. Standing on the water's surface, he extended his hands forward, manipulating chakra to cut through the waterfall. The progress was notably slow. A week later, he still observed no significant advancements. Nevertheless, Nichiren maintained a calm demeanor, reassured by the knowledge that over 2 months remained. Given his speed in cutting leaves, he should have ample time to develop the Rasengan. If Naruto took a month in the original tale, dedicating 3 months seemed quite reasonable. Simultaneously, the group of shadow clones practicing the Chidori sharp spear made rapid progress, already developing a prototype. However, controlling the extension of the Chidori sharp spear proved challenging, with both its length and power remaining unstable. For the time being, stabilizing its form was paramount, after which the clones could shift focus to training the Rasengan. Another week passed, and Nichiren finally achieved a breakthrough. The waterfall was now sliced halfway through. With the help of his shadow clones, he constructed a bridge using earth release, allowing them to practice on the bridge while he and the remaining 10 clones continued on the water's surface. The shadow clones on the bridge successfully cut through half of the waterfall, while the clones on the water completed the rest. Thus, the waterfall was effectively severed. Yet, this was insufficient. True success would come when the 10 shadow clones on the bridge could cut through the waterfall directly. Another week elapsed, and at last, the waterfall could be cleaved directly by the 10 shadow clones on the bridge. The next step involved merging wind release with the Rasengan. The 20 shadow clones spread out, each forming a Rasengan. Unlike Naruto during his training, Nichiren had already mastered the ability to form a Rasengan with one hand, negating the need for additional clones. While in heart flow mode, he could effectively multitask, maintaining the Rasengan's form while infusing it with wind release chakra, thereby combining the two. Wind release Rasengan. Nichiren successfully formed the wind release Rasengan after half a day's effort. The difficulties that plagued Minato and Naruto in developing the wind release Rasengan were effortlessly resolved in heart flow mode. Nichiren sought a large stone on the riverbank to test its power. Wind release Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan struck the stone, which towered over him and required 4 shadow clones to barely encompass it, instantly reducing it to dust. Nichiren felt immense satisfaction with the power of this technique. However, it remained a mere prototype. He continued to refine the Rasengan, this time dedicating a considerable amount of time to it. For a full fortnight, Nichiren observed as the Rasengan gradually transformed into the form of the wind release Rasengan. Ultimately, after 1 month and 6 days, he successfully developed the wind release Rasengan. However, this Rasengan remained a prototype, usable only in hand and incapable of being thrown, as doing so would result in a loss of power. Nichiren hesitated to test its potency in hand, given the technique's substantial side effects, which Tsunade had classified as forbidden. In the original narrative, Naruto overcame the instability of the wind release Rasengan through Sage mode, achieving a version with full power. However, with Jiraiya yet to be born, where could Nichiren find Myoboka Mountain? Deep in thought, Nichiren resolved to continue training, striving to perfect the wind release Rasengan with full power within the remaining 2 months. Chapter 39. My excitement the day before the first joint Chunin exam of the Shinobi world. The entire Hidden Leaf village was abuzz with activity. The impending Chunin exam not only spurred infrastructure development, but also fostered growth in commerce and tourism. Many individuals arrived early in the village to partake in the festivities surrounding the exam. The Hidden Leaf had grown significantly, now rivaling several towns beyond its borders. A considerable number of civilians had settled here, bringing the total population to nearly 20,000, with a harmonious ratio of approximately 40% ninjas to 60% civilians. This coexistence of nearly 10,000 ninjas and over 10,000 civilians was indeed a remarkable spectacle within the shinobi realm. Most inhabitants of the shinobi world had never encountered the life of a ninja, as the total ninja populace was merely around 100,000, while the overall population soared into the millions. This disparity underscored the divide between the ninja world and the lives of the majority. Outside the Hidden Leaf, a short-haired girl walked briskly, muttering, "Narizane is such a nuisance. He disappears the moment he begins training. It was only thanks to Teacher Mito that I discovered he had gone outside the village. Just wait and see how I teach him a lesson." The girl was Dango, making her way to the location Mito had mentioned. Gradually, she approached a waterfall, and in the distance, she heard a spiraling shuriken followed by a tremendous explosion. The sound echoed painfully in her ears as the waterfall crumbled, sending cascades of water showering down upon the forest. Dango rushed out of the woods to witness the devastation and spotted Narizane standing triumphantly at a distance, hands on his hips, beaming with satisfaction at the destructive power of his technique. It appeared he had successfully developed the full potential of his spiraling shuriken. Upon seeing Dango, Narizane affectionately beckoned her over. Dango had also learned some sensory ninjutsu from Mito, allowing her to discern that the recently unleashed technique was a wind release. "Was that a wind release?" Dango asked, astonished. "Indeed," Narizane replied. "I just developed it. A combination of the spiraling sphere and wind release, creating the wind release spiraling shuriken." Dango's expression shifted. It seemed Narizane's proficiency in wind release had surpassed her own. Could it be that even her specialty was outmatched? Dango pondered. Noticing her thoughts, Narizane offered, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." As he spoke, he instinctively ruffled Dango's hair. Pouting, she retorted, "Humph, as if I care." Narizane laughed heartily. "But first, you need to master the spiraling sphere I taught you." Dango replied confidently, "That's no problem. I just didn't take it seriously before." Narizane nodded in agreement. The two returned to the village and regrouped with Kyo, as personal attendance was required for formal registration. On their way, Narizane noticed numerous ninjas wearing headbands from other villages, likely participants in the exam. The trio proceeded toward the designated registration area, engaging in conversation along the way. Narizane, you've been so busy these past few months. Surely you've made significant progress? Kyo inquired. Narizane replied honestly, I've developed 2 ninjutsu techniques. I'd say that's quite fruitful. Dango interjected. Kyo, let me tell you. His techniques are incredibly powerful. He can even destroy a waterfall. Kyo's eyes widened in shock, while Narizane downplayed it. It was just a small waterfall. By the way, what preparations have you made for the exam? Dango announced. I learned summoning and medical ninjutsu. Kyo added, I've been studying jinjutsu. Narizane nodded, recognizing that both were continually striving to grow stronger. Upon arriving at the registration desk, Narizane submitted their forms. Sarutobi Narizane, Shimura Dango, Uchiha Kyo. The staff glanced at the trio before stating, Here are your identification cards. Please arrive at classroom 105 of the Ninja Academy for the written exam tomorrow at 9 a.m. Entry is permitted with this card. Narizane accepted the cards and distributed them to Dango and Kyo, saying, All right, let us go. Don't forget about the exam tomorrow. Dango teased. You're the one who won remember? You almost missed registration with your late training. Narizane retorted, It's because there will be other talented ninjas from different villages. We can't embarrass the Hidden Leaf. Before he could finish, his voice trailed off as his gaze fixed on something ahead. Dango followed his line of sight and spotted a boy with a large nose and a headband from the rock village walking into the registration area. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable sense of destiny enveloped both. This strange feeling interrupted Narizane's conversation. Inoki, Sarutobi Narizane. They simultaneously thought of each other's names. Narizane chose not to engage with Inoki and left the registration area with Dango and Kyo. Once outside, Dango asked, Who's that big-nosed boy from the rock village? You two seem to know each other. Narizane replied, His name is Inoki, the grandson of the first Tsuchikage and the apprentice of the Tsuchikage. He is probably the ace of the rock village. Dango queried, Ace? Is he really that formidable? Narizane cautioned, Never underestimate anyone. Dango nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. After all, every participant in the joint Chunin exam was no ordinary individual. At that moment, Kyo chimed in, I've gathered information on the contestants. Inoki and Yagura from the Cloud Village are considered the strongest participants outside of the Hidden Leaf. Given their age and abilities, they should have already achieved Chunin or even Jonin status. It's surprising that they still need to participate in this exam. Narizane stroked his chin, musing, Inoki, Yagura. Yagura must be the third Reikage. It seems these 2 villages have invested considerable effort into this event. My 3 months of preparation certainly won't go to waste. Narizane felt a surge of anticipation for the exams that would commence the following day. Curious about the grand spectacle that the first joint Chunin exam of the shinobi world would entail. At this moment, the Hidden Leaf was graced by the presence of the first Hokage, the first Tsuchikage, and the first Reikage, along with feudal lords and various dignitaries. It was a scene where even a casually thrown egg from above might strike a lord from some distant town or a minor feudal lord. Such was the current state of the Hidden Leaf. The stars of this grand performance were Narizane and the other contestants. As Narizane contemplated these matters, he felt a bubbling excitement within him. Chapter 40. I do not wish to cheat. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Narizane, Dango, and Kyo awaited outside classroom 105 of the Ninja Academy. The trio conversed with Team 8, consisting of Kaze, Han, and Kosan. Teacher Tobarama is quite strict. He is definitely tougher than your Mito-sensei, Kosan remarked while chatting with Dango. Meanwhile, Han adjusted his glasses and asked Narizane, Why did Master send all 6 of us for this Chunin exam? Narizane answered, Think about it. Nobles from all nations are present. If a ninja from any village performs well, they will naturally receive more missions and financial support. Han and Narizane discussed the exam while Kaze spoke with Kyo. Kyo, I'm a bit nervous. There are so many competitors, Kaze admitted, glancing around at the throngs of exam participants. Kyo encouraged him. Kaze, you should have more confidence. Your prowess is formidable, seemingly rivaling that of any among us, except for the exception of Nichiren. Torikaze then remarked, However, the ninjas from other villages appear to be older than us. What of age? It does not necessarily equate to superiority, Hugh stated. Torikaze felt somewhat reassured. At that moment, a ninja emerged from classroom 105. He announced, All candidates, please form groups of 3 for the examination and register with me. The groups will remain intact until the conclusion of the second exam. Therefore, you need to deliberate carefully. The trio format has yet to be widely adopted throughout the ninja world, which is why the examiner allows you to form your teams prior to the examination. Nichiren stepped forward, declaring, Candidate number 19, Sarutobi Nichiren. Candidate number 43, Shimizu Dango. Candidate number 27, Uchiha Q, form a group. The three displayed their number plates to the examiner, who recorded their information and instructed, you may enter and sit in the designated positions according to your numbers. Following them was Team 8, Candidate number 57, Akimichi Torikase. Candidate number 108, Mito Ryu. Candidate number 36, Tsunemori Kaharu, formed a group. Team 8 also entered the classroom. Nichiren took his place at seat number 19, observing his surroundings. The sides of the classroom were already filled with examiners, seemingly to monitor for any cheating. He pondered whether the questions would be as challenging as those in the original NIN exams. Candidates gradually formed their groups and entered the examination hall. Nichiren noted Noki and Yagami Nozomi, who had teamed up with other ninjas from their homeland. It had slipped his mind when he first saw Noki, but now, seeing the tall Yagami Nozomi, he recalled. Noki was already 16 this year, and Yagami Nozomi was 15. Given their talents, they should have long been promoted to Jonin. Yet they were still participating in the exam as Genin. Nichiren couldn't help but reflect on the audacity of the first Tsuchikage and the first Reikage. Oh well, we shall confront whatever comes our way, he mused. As all candidates entered the examination hall, the door was closed by the examiner. Nichiren noted the number of candidates. The highest number he heard was 144, indicating there were currently 48 groups in the classroom. Just as he was calculating the numbers, a man with light yellow hair tied in a long ponytail suddenly appeared on the podium, capturing the attention of all candidates. I am Yamashiro Ruji, the examiner for your first examination. I will now outline the rules of the exam. Please remain silent and listen. Instantly, all candidates fell silent. Yamashiro Ruji continued. This examination will take the form of a written test. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Correct answers will earn points, while incorrect or unanswered questions will neither add nor deduct points. The examination duration is 1.5 hours, and early submissions are not permitted. For your group to pass, all members must achieve a score of 6 points or more. Otherwise, the entire group will be disqualified. Additionally, if caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted. This means if one member of the group is caught cheating 3 times, the entire group will be disqualified. To add, the first 2 instances of cheating will not be reported by the examiner. Only the third instance will be noted. I hope you all demonstrate the true spirit of a ninja during this examination. Nichiren listened attentively to the rules, noting similarities to the NIN exams in the original narrative. However, it was clear that submitting blank papers would result in failure. One must indeed answer questions. The examiner began distributing the test papers. The moment Nichiren received his, he scrutinized its contents. A gasp escaped him. The questions were far beyond the expected curriculum. Even with his top score in the Ninja Academy, he could only answer the first 5 questions. Starting from the 6th question, the difficulty escalated significantly, clearly beyond the capabilities of a genin. The initial 5 questions relied on knowledge retention, while the latter 5 seemed designed to compel candidates to cheat, testing their information-gathering skills. Realizing the true nature of the examination, Nichiren commenced answering. The first question requested the translation of a coded message, in accordance with the advantages of military strategy. One must cultivate various skills to excel, thus surpassing all others in any endeavor. The second question asked for a detailed explanation of the principles and applications of the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. The 5th question required listing suitable ninjutsu for 5 scenarios and justifying the choices. Nichiren completed the first 5 questions in approximately half an hour. However, he found himself utterly stumped by the 6th question. If ether containing a certain aromatic hydrocarbon is first mixed with dilute hydrochloric acid and then with dilute sodium hydroxide solution and stirred to separate layers, what compounds will be found in the ether layer? Please list 2 scenarios. What on earth? This question is entirely off the charts. Nichiren inwardly lamented. Although he had been a university student in his past life, he had studied the humanities and had no grasp of such chemical inquiries. Moreover, the current curriculum at the ninja school did not cover these topics at all. Thus, it was completely beyond the syllabus. Nichiren felt a headache coming on. I have no desire to cheat, yet the questions compel me to do so, he he thought helplessly. Forming hand seals, he activated the mind's eye technique. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of heightened perception, a simplified version of the Kagura's mind's eye. Its range was limited to several hundred meters, in stark contrast to the Kagura's expansive reach of dozens of kilometers. Through his mind's eye, Nichiren discerned the chakra of everyone within the classroom. Identifying several ninjas with standard nin level chakra scattered throughout the room, their pins showing no signs of halting. It appeared these few were the informants who had prior knowledge of the answers. Chapter 41. Let us compete. Nichiren meticulously observed the movements of one of the informants, who was conveniently working on the sixth question. Let me glean some insights, he thought. Mimicking the informant's hand movements, he began writing answers on his own paper. Although this imitation relied solely on visual cues, it proved to be remarkably accurate. Not far behind him, Dango noticed Nichiren forming seals and instantly understood his intention, promptly utilizing the mind's eye to replicate Nichiren's actions. Meanwhile, Q, positioned behind Nichiren, activated his Sharingan and began to imitate Nichiren as well. It appeared that both of them were stumped by the sixth question. The examination hall had transformed into a battleground of wits, with each group showcasing their unique abilities. Techniques such as the Sharingan and Byakugan displayed their individual characteristics, while perceptive ninjas in various groups employed their skills to gather answers, devising ways to relay them to their teammates. However, many groups lacked adept perceptive ninjas and were thus compelled to resort to risky measures to achieve the passing score of 6 points, resorting to passing notes and other rudimentary methods to acquire answers. Yet, after obtaining the answers, they remained uncertain if their actions had been recorded by the examiner. Consequently, they felt compelled to answer additional questions as a precaution. Unbeknownst to them, several candidates had already been caught cheating 3 times by the examiner. Candidate number 119 was disqualified, along with candidates number 35 and number 40 from the same group. Candidate number 10 was disqualified, along with candidates number 16 and number 50 from the same group. Groups of candidates continued to be disqualified one by one, increasing the psychological pressure on the remaining candidates. Some were so anxious that they abandoned their attempts to answer. At this moment, those fervently pinning their responses were the ones who had found a solution. The members of Team 7 all possessed perceptive techniques, as did the members of Team 8, albeit to varying degrees, allowing them to navigate the examination with relative ease. Other ninja villages also showcased their talent. In the Hidden Rock Village, a perceptive ninja from Inoki's group employs camouflage ninjutsu to render himself invisible. He leaves a shadow clone behind as a decoy while he stealthily approaches the back of an undercover agent engrossed in writing. He memorizes the answers and relays them to his teammates. Consequently, Inoki remains idle until he receives all the answers before he begins to write, having intuitively grasped that the crux of the examination lies not in knowledge retention, but in the ability to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village, a fair-skinned, blonde youth utilizes perceptive ninjutsu to acquire the complete set of answers, which he promptly shares with his comrades. The auburn-haired, dark-skinned Natsuki, upon receiving the answers, begins to write. As the hour-and-a-half examination draws to a close, only about 20 groups of candidates remain in the venue. The examiner collects the remaining papers and announces that the results will be posted by 6 o'clock that evening beside the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Successful candidates must arrive at the first entrance of the Death Forest near Konoha by noon the following day to partake in the second phase of the Chunin exams. With the papers submitted, the candidates are free to leave the examination hall. After the announcement, Ritsun, Dango, and Q gather together. Ritsun inquires, "Are you all right?" Dango replies, "I copied your answers, so if we fail, it's your fault." Q echoes, "Same here." Ritsun, feeling a bit embarrassed, reassures them, "Don't worry. I can guarantee my answers are correct." Dango remarks, "It seems the Chunin exam isn't too difficult after all." Ritsun glances around and cautions, "Don't let those eliminated ninjas hear you say that." Dango playfully sticks out her tongue, choosing not to press further. As they converse, Ritsun suddenly feels a collision beside him. He deftly sidesteps, utilizing his superior perceptive abilities and quick reflexes to avoid a deliberate bump from Natsuki, who towers over him. Given Natsuki's physical prowess, a solid impact could have resulted in serious injury for Ritsun. Natsuki glances down at Ritsun and feigns indifference, apologizing, "Sorry. I didn't TC you." Ritsun clenches his fists but refrains from engaging, turning back to continue his conversation with Dango and Q. Natsuki, feeling ignored. Suppresses his frustration but chooses to leave with a huff, recognizing the inappropriateness of escalating the situation. At this moment, Inoki, who has been conversing with his comrades, notices the unfolding drama and approaches. Inoki, 6 years Ritsun's senior, yet only slightly taller, remarks, "That guy from the hidden cloud doesn't he seem to be on friendly terms with you?" Ritsun glances at him and retorts, "Who are you?" Inoki responds with a stoic demeanor, "I am Inoki from the hidden rock." Ritsun nods. "Oh, Inoki, I haven't heard of you." Inoki's expression shifts slightly as he asserts, "You will know me soon enough," before departing with his companions. Dango tugs at Ritsun's sleeve, saying, "Ritsun, why provoke them?" Ritsun pats her hand and reassures, "No need to worry, we'll meet them eventually. Besides, they can't defeat me." While Natsuki and Inoki are undoubtedly talented, Ritsun feels confident in his abilities. Having trained rigorously for 3 months with them as his imagined adversaries, he believes himself capable of defeating these future Kages. "Let us see who truly deserves the title of the strongest third Hokage," Ritsun muses, disregarding the fates of the third Kazekage and the unnamed third Mizukage from the original tale. That afternoon, Ritsun and his companions arrive at the Ninja Academy's entrance, where they find the list of results from the morning's examination. As anticipated, all 3 have achieved full marks. Although Team 8 did not secure perfect scores, they have passed. Inoki and Natsuki's group also successfully completed the exam. Ritsun counts and finds that a total of 18 groups have passed, with 30 groups eliminated in the first round. This certainly reflects the high stakes of the first joint Chunin exams in the ninja world, where only the elite prevail. Ritsun glances at the leaderboard, committing a few other candidates' names to memory, only to stumble upon a familiar name, Hanzo. He strokes his chin, realizing he had only just recognized the future demigod Hanzo, likely because he had entered the examination hall late. Ritsun recalls the distinctive features of Hanzo, a young man from the Hidden Rain village, wearing a specialized breathing mask. It dawns on him that he has become desensitized to such evident details after spending so long in this world. The demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Let us also measure our strengths, Ritsun contemplates. Chapter 42. Our search begins the following noon. A throng of candidates gathers at the entrance to the Death Forest. Ritsun and his companions arrive punctually at the examination site. Upon arrival, Ritsun scans the surroundings and notices Hanzo, whom he had previously overlooked. Hanzo appears youthful with striking features, white hair and brown eyes, donning a specialized mask that suggests he is of similar age to Ritsun. He stands with 2 companions from the Hidden Rain, who seem reluctant to approach him, maintaining a distance of several meters while conversing, effectively ignoring Hanzo's presence. This hesitance stems from the fact that Hanzo harbors a toxic pouch within him, buried at a young age. Without the mask, the toxins could be released with his breath, causing fear among those who are aware of his condition. Ironically, Hanzo suffers from the stigma of being a Jinchuriki, enduring the isolation that comes with it. However, he is not immune to the toxins. Should the pouch rupture or leak, Hanzo would face grave danger. Thus, Ritsun holds no malice towards Hanzo at this moment, instead feeling a twinge of sympathy. While Ritsun reflects on Hanzo's narrative, a white-haired young man appears before the crowd, introducing himself as the examiner for the second phase. Kiki Seiji. He proclaims, "I am here to announce the rules for the second examination." As he releases his chakra, an immediate silence envelopes the crowd. The aura of an elite jonin commanding respect despite his recent promotion. Kiki Seiji continues, "The format for the second exam will be a scroll collection battle. We have concealed 9 scrolls, Rin, Bin, Do, Shi, Jie, Zhan, Lai, Qian, within a 10-kilometer radius of the Death Forest. Each scroll bears a chakra mark indicating its location, detectable nearby. To pass the exam, a team must retrieve at least 1 scroll and exit the Death Forest together. The assessment will conclude 3 days from now at noon. Any candidate remaining in the forest, regardless of whether they obtained a scroll, will be automatically disqualified. Furthermore, only exits through entrances 1 and 44 will be deemed valid, while any other exit will nullify the results. Kiki Seiji glances at the sun overhead and adds, "There are approximately 15 minutes until the exam begins. While killing opponents is prohibited, there remains a risk to life. Teams wishing to proceed must sign a life and death agreement." As the clock struck 12, everyone entered through the first entrance in unison. They approached Kiki Kiyoshi, signing the life and death agreement one by one. At the moment the clock hit 12, the massive door of the first entrance creaked open. All the candidates surged in, including Hiruzen, who dashed in with the agility of a ninja. Although they entered through a single entrance, no skirmishes had yet erupted, as no group had acquired a scroll. Engaging in conflict at this stage would merely waste their energy. While running, Hiruzen formed hand seals and activated the mind's eye technique. After scanning the surroundings without success, he opened his eyes and informed his companions, there are no scrolls within a radius of several hundred meters. It appears that the scrolls are not placed so close to the entrance. Let us search toward the center. Hiruzen led his two companions into the heart of the forest. The strategies among the candidates varied. The groups heading directly to the center numbered around 7 or 8, while a few others scoured the forest's periphery. The remainder either ran off at an angle to avoid the main force or lay in ambush near the first entrance, waiting for any teams that might emerge with a scroll. Hiruzen observed that the teams led by Oyamaki, Yue Wang, and Hans all progressed toward the center, indicating that those groups were relatively formidable. The Death Forest, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, might seem vast, yet for ninjas, it was not insurmountable. If not for the task of seeking scrolls, several groups could traverse the entire forest swiftly. The teams heading toward the center gradually dispersed, moving beyond Hiruzen's perceptive range. He inwardly lamented, if only I could master the Kagura mind's eye. After an hour of brisk marching, the trio reached the center of the forest without pausing. This exertion had taken a toll on their stamina, prompting them to decide on a brief rest before commencing a thorough search. Sitting on the ground, Hiruzen drew a map in the dirt with a stick, indicating, this circle represents the Death Forest. We have traveled from the first entrance to the center. He drew a radius on the map, explaining, throughout this journey, we have utilized our perception techniques to check for scrolls. However, we have found none, which means there are no scrolls within this 500-meter radius, covering an area of nearly 10 square kilometers devoid of scrolls. Yet, the entire Death Forest encompasses close to 1,000 square kilometers. If we hypothetically divide the forest into 9 sections, assuming each section contains a scroll, we would need to search an area exceeding 100 square kilometers to guarantee finding one. At our current pace, it would take us an hour to search 10 square kilometers, suggesting we might require over 10 hours to locate a scroll, with the exam lasting 72 hours. Time is of the essence, especially considering potential delays from other factors. Let us rest for 10 minutes before we begin searching in circles from this point. After analyzing the situation and delegating tasks, Hiruzen and his companions rested, replenishing their energy for the forthcoming search. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared overhead. Hiruzen opened his eyes, retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and hurled it upwards. A massive centipede was pinned to a tree. Although immobilized, its considerable body continued to thrash about. Tawanzi looked up with distaste, exclaiming, what a repulsive creature. How can a centipede be so large? Hiruzen shrugged, replying, it's simply a characteristic of the Death Forest. Kagami chimed in, we have rested long enough. Let us expedite our search. Both Hiruzen and Tawanzi nodded in agreement, and the three proceeded to enact their plan, moving to a position 500 meters from the center to commence their search. Chapter 43. I refused. The search persisted for 2 hours as Hiruzen and his companions circled the center of the Death Forest. Despite their efforts, they uncovered no scrolls bearing chakra markings. Stopping, Hiruzen suggested, let us take another short break. His companions nodded in agreement. Tawanzi remarked, we've searched for ages without even a glimpse of a scroll. Hiruzen reassured them, do not fret, the competition has only just begun, and ample time remains. I believe no group has yet secured a scroll. Kagami concurred, Hiruzen makes a valid point, there is no need for haste. Hiruzen continued, after a 30-minute rest. We shall resume our search, as the current terrain and the application of our perception techniques are quite taxing on both our stamina and chakra. While they rested, Hiruzen sensed the presence of individuals nearby, seemingly with ill intent. He signaled to Tawanzi and Kagami, and the trio discreetly drew their weapons, feigning casual conversation while remaining vigilant. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Ninjutsu, 1,000 needles of rain. Countless needles rained down upon Hiruzen and his companions. Just then, a warning rang out, be careful. The trio, already prepared for defense, reacted swiftly. Hiruzen blocked a dozen needles with his shuriken. Seeing Tawanzi and Kagami struggling to fend off the onslaught, he conjured an earth-style wall to shield them. Although the 1,000 needles of rain boasted an impressive onslaught, They could not breach the Earth-style wall's defense. Poison bag brat. What are you shouting about? You're ruining my plans. The ambusher seemed to be arguing. Nikazane soon realized it was Hans's group. The youth from the Rain Village, adorned with a straw hat, berated Hans. Hans retorted, the competition rules strictly prohibit killing. Besides, we need them to find scrolls. We should defeat them honorably. Hearing their exchange, Nikazane laughed. Need us to find scrolls? Defeat us honorably? Ha ha ha. You appear to be rather deluded. Hans addressed Nikazane, my friend. We could clearly achieve a mutually beneficial arrangement. I have noticed you circling in search, indicating your perceptive abilities are remarkable. Our trio is among the top genin in the Rain Village. If we join forces, we can all prosper. You merely need to find one more scroll, and you will gain 3 powerful allies. Why not seize the opportunity? Nikazane replied. First, my name is Sarutobi Nikazane. Secondly, while your proposal is commendable, I must decline. Hans sighed, realizing that peaceful negotiation was futile. He warned, Sarutobi Nikazane, you will come to regret your choice. Do not underestimate my strength. Nikazane brandished his shuriken at the Rain Village trio, stating, I do not underestimate your strength. Rather, I have little regard for theirs. The 2 youths from the Rain Village instantly exploded with rage, charging at Nikazane in an instant. Hans shouted, do not fall into the trap. However, the 2 youths disregarded his warning, drawing their umbrellas as weapons and rushing at Nikazane. Nikazane flung a shuriken at the 2. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. An array of shuriken surged toward them. The youths raised their umbrellas to defend themselves, but were still wounded by the shuriken. At this moment, Kagami threw several kunai. The 2 rain ninjas dodged to the side, and Hans called out from a distance, Shizu, Saryu, beware of the kunai, realizing the danger just in time. Shizuyu and Saryu reacted, but it was too late. Kunai entwined with wire ensnared their legs, binding them together. In an instant, they found themselves unable to escape. Sunslash swiftly performed the hand seals. Water style, water chaos wave. A tremendous torrent surged forth, crashing towards the 2 bound individuals. Suddenly, they vanished from their spot, leaving only a puddle behind. Was it the water body technique? Sunslash recognized this maneuver as a ninjutsu used by Hanzo to evade Orochimaru during their encounter. Hanzo assisted his 2 teammates as they retreated to a safe distance. The 2, Shoyu and Sarayu, had been injured by shurikens and subsequently struck by the water chaos wave. Fortunately, Hanzo arrived just in time, or else they might have perished there. Nonetheless, they were gravely wounded. Hanzo declared, we concede. Consider my previous words as if they were never spoken. Sunslash responded, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already retreating? Hanzo replied, we will have our chance to duel later, but for now, I must tend to my teammates. Sarutobi Sunslash, until we meet again. With that, Hanzo swiftly departed with his 2 companions. This brief encounter was merely a minor interlude in the search for Sunslash and his companions. The trio remained unscathed. After a period of rest, they resumed their search. Another 2 hours passed fruitlessly. Dango lamented, we still can't find the scroll. I almost believe the examiner was deceiving us. Sunslash gently patted Dango's head, saying, you must be tired. Let's call it a day and find a place to set up camp. Q nodded, adding, there's a river nearby. I'll catch some fish. Sunslash agreed, go ahead, I'll start a fire. The 3 divided their tasks. Q went to fetch water and catch fish. Sunslash gathered wood and branches for the fire, while Dango collected leaves to serve as makeshift cushions. Soon, their efforts culminated in the establishment of a rudimentary campsite. As dusk descended, Sunslash sat on the leaf-covered ground, watching the fish sizzling over the crackling fire, mouth-watering. How delightful, he exclaimed. Dango approached, taking a deep whiff. I'm starving. Is the fish not yet cooked? He complained. Q replied, it won't be ready so soon. It just went on. A fish this size takes a while to cook. The 3 gathered around the fire, relishing the roasted fish. After satisfying their hunger, Sunslash approached Dango, who had prepared a bed of large leaves. I'm tired. I'll take a nap. We can take turns keeping watch. Dango for the first half of the night. Q for the middle, and I'll take the last shift. Is that acceptable? Q replied, no problem. Sunslash then promptly laid down to rest. Dango rolled his eyes, muttering, sleep, sleep, sleep. That's all you do. Q chuckled awkwardly, saying, Dango, I'm going to sleep too. You've worked hard. With that, Q settled beside Sunslash. Dango looked at the 2 men lying together and scoffed internally. Men. He then cleared away the remnants of their meal, gathering the leftover fish and bones. After tidying up, Dango sat by the fire, occasionally adding fuel. Thus, the first night in the Forest of Death passed in tranquility. Chapter 44. We are ambushed the following morning. Sun/awakened Dango and Q from their slumber. The morning sun struggled to pierce the dense canopy of the Forest of Death, leaving the surroundings dim. Dango rubbed his eyes, grumbling, "Isn't it still dark?" Sun/chuckled. "Open your eyes and see if the sun has risen." Only then did Dango notice the sunlight filtered through the leaves. "Let's wash our faces to wake up," Sun/suggested. The trio made their way to the river, splashing their faces with the icy water. This time, Sun/managed to catch 3 fish. After a simple preparation, they returned to their campsite. Dango exclaimed, "Fish again?" Sun/replied with a sigh, "There's no other food around. However, we can prepare it differently." With that, he produced a small scroll and unfurled it, declaring, "Release the sealing technique." A pot and 3 sets of bowls appeared. "How about some fish soup for breakfast?" Sun/inquired. Dango and Q readily agreed. The fish from the Forest of Death was undeniably fresh. The trio devoured the fish soup until not a drop remained. After cleaning up, they commenced their search for the day. As midday approached, Sun/suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Dango and Q turned to him. After a brief pause, Sun/continued, "I believe I've found something." He maintained his heightened senses. "What do you mean by believe?" Dango asked, puzzled. Q mirrored his confusion. "The scroll is moving," Sun/explained. "Follow me." He dashed forward, with the 2 following closely behind despite their bewilderment. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Standing on a sturdy branch, gazing down. "Is that the scroll?" Dango hesitantly asked. Below, a massive wild boar was scratching itself against a tree. It was as large as an exterior bear, covered in coarse brown fur, with 2 enormous tusks protruding from its mouth. Sun/stated, "The scroll is located in its abdomen. It seems we've not only located the scroll, but also our lunch." He turned to Dango, saying, "It's up to you now." Reluctantly, Dango unsheathed his long blade. Wind style, vacuum blade. The sharp wind chakra enveloped the blade. Dango leapt down, aiming the strike at the wild boar. The beast sensed the impending danger from above. As it raised its head, Dango's vacuum blade descended, effortlessly slicing through the boar's tough hide and bone, severing its head. But that was not the end. Dango then cut open the boar's abdomen, retrieving a scroll inscribed with the character for formation. "It appears we've found the Book of Formations," Sun/remarked as he approached Dango. Dango handed over the book, stating, "I want roasted meat." Sun/securely stowed the book, replying, "Of course. I'll prepare it for you." He began to work on the boar's carcass with his kunai, while Q searched for wood to kindle a fire. And Dango went to fetch water, for merely consuming meat could lead to thirst. The 3 enjoyed a hearty feast, relishing the roasted meat in a way they had never experienced before, an all-you-can-eat barbecue. As Sun/savored his meal, he remarked, "We should exit through entrance 44. Dango swallowed a piece of meat and inquired, "Why not return through entrance 1? Sun/explained, "Entrance 1 is likely heavily guarded, while entrance 44 should have fewer adversaries." The 44th entrance lay directly opposite the first, separated by the entirety of the Forest of Death. Thus, as Sun/had surmised, the ambushes near entrance 44 were indeed significantly fewer than those at entrance 1. After satiating their hunger, the trio set off towards entrance 44, moving swiftly. In less than an hour, they reached its vicinity. The unobstructed journey had allowed them to lower their guard. It is often at such moments that trouble arises. "Dango, be careful. We are ambushed." Sun/instantly appeared beside Dango, wrapping him in an embrace and swiftly retreating. Just then, a trap triggered by an explosive tag was activated beneath Dango's feet. Q quickly reacted, casting Earth Style, Earth Wall. The Earth Wall successfully shielded them from the explosion. However, the detonation of the explosive tag also triggered all surrounding traps. Sun/shouted, "Q, over here." Without hesitation, Q dashed to Sun/'s side. Simultaneously, Sun/ completed his hand seals. Earth Style, Rock Coffin. The ground around the 3 rose abruptly, encasing them in a protective barrier. This maneuver was originally intended to crush the enemy, to serve as their coffin. Yet, at this moment, it transformed into a sturdy shield that preserved the lives of the 3. The cacophony of explosions persisted relentlessly, only subsiding after nearly half a minute. Shielded by the stone coffin, the trio was spared from the blast's wrath. As they leaped from their rocky refuge, they beheld their ambushers emerging from the shadows. 3 figures adorned with the headbands of a wagakure, tall and imposing, exuded formidable strength. "They're not dead," remarked a slightly plump youth to the lean figure in the center. Identified as Hai. "Don't worry, Hokage. Let me handle this next," Hai responded, stepping forward. The other youth, neither too thin nor too heavy, chimed in. Hokage is lamenting his explosive tags. With his back turned to the two, Hai declared, "Hokage, Danyen, let these leaf brats witness the might of the Iwagakure explosive ninjutsu squad." All right. The two youths appeared to hold Hai in high regard, readily expressing their agreement. Hai leaped into action, charging directly at the trio. "You two take care of the other two. I'll handle this one," Hai instructed as he brandished a kunai, positioning himself atop the protruding rock of the stone coffin. Upon hearing this, Danyen and the other promptly jumped down. At that moment, Hai raised his fist and sprang in front of Hai. His punch landed squarely in Hai's abdomen. With a resounding explosion, Hai was engulfed in a blast. However, instead of blood, fragments of stone erupted from the explosion. Remarkable substitution technique. Hai marveled internally. An Iwagakure explosive ninja? Hai reappeared beside Hai, wielding a kunai poised against Hai's neck. Seems the leaf brats have heard of the explosive prowess of Iwagakure, Hai scoffed, swiftly pivoting to unleash another punch, intending to exchange blows with Hai. Caught off guard by Hai's ferocity, Hai was forced back several meters, narrowly dodging the punch imbued with explosive chakra, leaving only a shallow cut on his neck. Hai leapt down from the rock, remarking, "It appears you possess some merit as my opponent." "Conceited brat," Hai shouted, charging once more at Hai. Meanwhile, Danyen and the other were engaged in combat with the remaining two Iwagakure ninjas. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. They unleashed a long-forgotten combined ninjutsu. The searing fireball surged towards Hokage and Danyen. Danyen quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose to shield them. The fireball collided with the earthen barrier, though its intense heat scorched them. Despite the oppressive heat, Hokage pressed forward, producing a stack of explosive tags and affixing them to the earth wall. He then swiftly retreated. Danyen formed seals again. Earth release, rock bullet. A larger, thicker wall of earth emerged before Danyen. Both he and Hokage struck with tremendous force, propelling the earthen wall towards the previously tagged earth barrier. Upon collision, the explosive tags detonated, unleashing a violent explosion. The sturdy earthen wall remained intact, yet the earth barrier shattered, sending debris hurtling towards Danyen and Hai. They drew their blades in response. Wind release, vacuum blade. Fire release, dance of the sun halo. In an instant, emerald blades of wind intertwined with crimson flames, forming a protective barrier composed of countless wind blades and flames, slicing through the incoming debris. After fending off this assault, they maneuvered around the earth wall from either side, advancing towards Danyen and Hokage, who were concealed behind it. The four engaged in a fierce exchange, the battle momentarily stalemated. Hokage and Danyen were both astonished. The fact that Hai's trio had evaded the explosive tag trap set by Hokage was already remarkable, yet the two charging forward were holding their own against them. It was crucial to note that both Hokage and Danyen were seasoned nin, concealing their true identities to showcase the strength of Iwagakure during the nin exams. Their leader, Hai, was, in fact, a nin. At this moment, Hai was relentlessly assaulting Hai, astonished by his swift reflexes. Not a single one of Hai's explosive techniques had struck true. Hai adeptly evaded each of Hai's attacks with ease. Frustration mounting within Hai, he unleashed a devastating punch. Explosive release, landmine fist. The ground before Hai surged with explosive chakra, culminating in a series of cataclysmic explosions. The deafening sounds of repeated detonations echoed through the air. Hai vaulted high, nearly reaching the tree canopy, evading the chaos below. He formed hand seals, taking a deep breath. Fire release, ash pile burning. A thick cloud of gray ash enveloped the battlefield. "You think you alone can wield explosions? I can too," Hai declared, gritting his teeth. A burst of flame erupted from his mouth, a small spark sufficient to ignite the ash-filled air. Coupled with the ongoing explosions igniting the ash, a tremendous blast erupted, sending a brilliant fireball skyward, piercing through the treetops. The ferocity of the explosion toppled nearby trees, creating shockwaves that affected Danyen and Hai, who were still battling. Hokage and Danyen also felt the repercussions. All four warriors cast their gazes across the tumultuous battlefield. Hai struggled to maintain his footing against a tree. his clothing scorched and skin severely burned, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered forward, intent on continuing the fight. Having never encountered Hei's ash pile burning technique, Hai initially mistook it for an illusion. Little did he know that the cloud of ash would trigger such an explosion, a testament to the inadequacy of scientific knowledge in the shinobi world regarding dust explosions. Certainly, Hei's carelessness contributed. Had he evaded from the start, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Despite his youth and position as a Nin, sent by the Tsuchikage to participate in the Nin exams, he harbored a sense of superiority, dismissing the other participants. Now faced with this unexpected setback, Hai and Dan Yen, disregarding their own injuries, drove Dan Yen and Hai back. They quickly moved to Hai's side, forcibly aiding the gravely wounded Hai to retreat from the battlefield. Hai and his companions did not pursue, allowing their adversaries to escape. Once the trio had distanced themselves, Hai approached Dan Yen, inquiring, "Are you all right? You weren't harmed, were you?" Dan Yen shook his head, countering, "What about you? That man was quite formidable. You're not injured, are you?" Nearby, the only one truly wounded remained silent. Dan Yen had sustained a cut from Hai's kunai. While seated upon a rock, he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch for a roll of bandages to tend to his wound. It was only then that Hai and Dan Yen noticed Dan Yen's injury. "Are you all right, Dan Yen?" They both asked in unison. Dan Yen smiled. "I'm fine, just a minor injury. I've already bandaged it. We should hurry. The commotion may attract more foes." Hai nodded, stating, "I utilized my Byakugan and detected 2 groups hiding nearby during our battle. They have since departed, but it remains uncertain if others will arrive. We should leave promptly." Upon hearing this, Dan Yen and Hai agreed. The 3 individuals hastened towards the entrance number 44, quickly arriving at its threshold. With a keen sense, Hiruzen employed his mind-eye to survey the surroundings once more, ensuring there were no ambushes or traps. Confirming the area was safe, he led his companions out of the death forest. The time was approximately 2 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly overhead. Upon exiting the dense canopy of the forest, the glaring sunlight momentarily disoriented the trio. At that moment, Hiruzen noticed 2 groups already waiting at the entrance, the teams of Ohyuki and Yuzuki. "It appeared they had emerged before us," Hiruzen mused quietly. He retrieved the book of formation and handed it to the proctor responsible for recording the examination results. The proctor accepted the scroll and glanced at Hiruzen and his companions. Noting down in his ledger, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, all passed. You may leave or wait here for your comrades still in the forest. The next examination will take place the day after the conclusion of the second round, and you will each be informed of the specifics. So there is no need for concern." After expressing his gratitude to the proctor, Hiruzen turned to Dango and Kagami, saying, "I recall that the 8th squad was heading towards the forest's edge. They should be exiting from entrance number 1. Let us move ahead." Dango and Kagami nodded in agreement, and the 3 departed the examination grounds. Meanwhile, Yuzuki and Ohyuki, who were waiting at entrance 44 for their companions, observed Hiruzen's retreating figure. Their hearts ignited with the desire for battle. Chapter 46. I Make You Blind. The results of the second examination were finally announced. Out of 18 teams that participated, only 6 managed to emerge with their scrolls on time. Thus, the pass rate for the second examination was a mere 1/3. In total, 18 individuals passed, among which 6 hailed from Konoha, specifically from the 7th and 8th squads. The remaining candidates included 3 from Iwagakure, 3 from Kumogakure, 3 from AIM, and 3 from Tsuchi. As the time arrived for the third examination, it was characterized by public one-on-one duels before an audience, the most captivating segment of the Nin exams. The newly constructed Konoha Grand Arena was bustling with spectators. At the highest point of the stands, 3 long tables were set up, behind which sat the 3 Kage, the Tsuchikage, Hokage, and Raikage, arranged in that order. The Hokage, Hashirama, turned to his fellow Kage and inquired, "Have you both adapted well to Konoha?" The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, wearing a brown conical hat, replied, "My old bones still hold up. But Hokage-sama, is it your hospitality to have your disciples severely injure the candidates from my Iwagakure?" It seemed that the injuries inflicted by the explosive release ninja had garnered the Tsuchikage's attention. Hashirama, in a good-natured manner, responded, "My sincerest apologies, Tsuchikage. My disciple lacks finesse in his approach. I apologize on his behalf." As he spoke, he bowed his head in an exaggerated manner. Tobarama, standing behind him, quickly assisted him upright, saying, "Brother, be mindful of your status. At that moment, the first Raikage, interjected, as the god of shinobi, Hokage-sama. Your apologies are far too weighty for us to bear. While the three Kage conversed at the podium, the host of the examination stepped into the center of the arena, amplifying his voice through a special jutsu. I am Narashikaru, the head examiner for this round. Allow me to explain the rules of this examination. The format will be a knockout system. 18 candidates will engage in one-on-one duels, with the victors advancing and the defeated eliminated. The total duration will span 2 days, comprising 17 matches, 5 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon today, followed by 5 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon tomorrow. The competition will progress through stages, from 18 to 9, 9 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, and finally the championship match. Those who reach the top 8 will earn the title of CH Nin, and the higher the rank achieved, the more substantial the rewards. The 16 finalists will each receive a special commemorative kunai from Konoha, while the top 8 will acquire a level 1 jutsu. The top 4 will gain access to a level 2 jutsu, and the champion will have the opportunity to learn a Konoha level jutsu. The atmosphere in the arena was charged with excitement as Shikaharu's words ignited the crowd's anticipation. With such generous rewards at stake, a thrilling spectacle was assured. Candidates were now invited to the stage to draw their numbers for the matches. Risen followed the throng into the arena, feeling the weight of pressure upon learning of the champion's substantial reward. Hashirama's confidence in offering a level 1 jutsu as the prize indicated his belief in Rizen's ability to triumph. Otherwise, should a secret jutsu from Konoha fall into the hands of a ninja from another village, it would be a significant embarrassment. After all 18 candidates drew their numbers, they were paired off according to the results. The first match was between Sarutobi Risen from Konoha and the 18 from Kumogakure, Seiki. The second match featured Mizukawa from Tsuchi against Ohyuki from Iwagakure. The third match saw Tsuchishi from Iwagakure face Hans from AIM. The fourth match pitted Shirayuki from AIM against Shimura Danzo from Konoha. The fifth match was between Kijiro from Iwagakure and Yazuki from Kumogakure. The sixth match had Uchiha Kagami from Konoha face Berkubi from Kumogakure. The seventh match paired Luyun from Tsuchi against Mito from Konoha. The eighth match saw Tsuya from Konoha against Shu from AIM. The ninth match was between Lingbo from Tsuchi and Akadu from Konoha. After announcing the full list of matchups for the first round, Shikaharu called for candidates 1 and 18 to remain while the others retreated to the waiting area. The audience buzzed with excitement, for the first match featured the highly regarded genius, Sarutobi Risen. The anticipation for this bout was palpable, with many placing bets on Risen, some wagering their entire fortunes on his victory. Conversely, others bet on his defeat, with higher odds for an early exit. However, none dared to confront Risen over their wagers, as he was the esteemed disciple of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Risen and Seiki remained within the arena, which was expansive, resembling the CH Nin exam venue from the original narrative. Surrounded by towering concrete walls, the stands above were filled with spectators. The elevated seats housed the three Kage, while dignitaries and nobles occupied the VIP section. Regardless of their seating, all eyes were intently focused on the two combatants. Risen, clad in black battle attire and olive green armor, and Seiki, a striking blonde youth in a black short-sleeved shirt and white single-shoulder armor. They stood a considerable distance apart, poised for combat. Shikaharu stood between them, declaring, "The first round of the match commences now." As his voice faded, he vanished from the arena. Seiki was the first to act, launching several shuriken before swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, illusion technique, thunderbolt. A blinding white electric light erupted behind Seiki, dazzling even in the daylight and making it difficult for Risen to keep his eyes open. Simultaneously, the shuriken vanished from Rizen's view, replaced by Seiki charging towards him with a kunai. Risen swiftly formed hand seals, countering Jinjutsu release. The blinding light behind Seiki remained intense, but Risen regained sight of the shuriken, while Seiki's advance dissipated. This technique, Thunderbolt, was a combination of lightning release and illusion, creating a brilliant flash that misled the enemy into perceiving it as merely a visual obstruction, while the illusion would strike them unawares. The Day-Slash skillfully evaded all the shurikens while simultaneously throwing one of his own. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens surged toward She. She, not being adept at defensive ninjutsu, could only dodge to the side, sustaining several wounds from the shurikens. Armed with a kunai, she braced himself for any potential attack from Day-Slash, who was approaching while forming hand seals. You throw me a flash, and I will blind you. Illusion technique, dark walking. As a shroud of darkness enveloped him, Shi's vision was completely stripped away. Chapter 47. I will do my best. As executed the dark walking technique, he drew near to Shi. He raised his kunai, preparing to strike. Shi closed his eyes, abandoning his sight entirely. With his left hand forming seals and his right wielding the knife downward, he surprisingly pinpointed Day/'s location. Day/ had no choice but to raise his kunai above his head. Otherwise, the outcome would be fatal for him, while Shi would be severely injured. The clash of the kunai and the blade produced fierce sparks. Day/ realized that he was outmatched in strength by this seemingly frail Shi. He had to grip the kunai with both hands and retreat several meters. After all, Shi was 6 years older than Day/. A gap that could not be easily bridged by talent alone, especially during the crucial years of rapid ninja development from ages 10 to 16. Day/ observed Shi, who had his eyes tightly shut and was forming seals with one hand. It dawned on him that she was the sensory ninja of their squad, akin to Yue Wang. It appeared that the dark walking technique was not insurmountable for ninjas, not to mention that sensory ninjutsu could perceive the external world. Some ninjas could even fight without relying on sight. For instance, the Inuzuka clan utilizes their keen sense of smell, while the Yamanaka clan can rely on mind-controlling insects. Among others, the dark walking technique was ultimately tailored by Tobirama specifically to counter the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and thus its effectiveness against other ninjas was not as pronounced. Seeing that he had pushed Day/ back, she attempted to form seals to dispel the illusion but found it challenging to do so. Day/ would not grant him a moment's respite to break the technique. He hurled several kunai once more, seeking to ascertain the nature of Shi's sensory ninjutsu. If it were akin to the Byakugan, which could perceive precise movements through chakra, it would pose a significant threat. Shi's reaction to the incoming kunai was noticeably slower than his response to Day/'s previous assault. Only when the kunai was nearly upon him did he attempt to dodge. But he could not evade entirely. His armor was once again pierced, and blood flowed. It seemed that Shi's sensory ninjutsu could only detect Day/'s chakra, but not his specific actions, Day/ mused. Realizing this weakness, he devised a plan. He hurled several shurikens while maneuvering to the right. As anticipated, Shi's attention was drawn to Day/, causing him to shift his body toward him, leaving his side vulnerable to the shurikens. Day/ then threw more shurikens to the left and ran in the same direction. Shi, however, shifted his defensive focus elsewhere, attempting to evade to the left rear, but was struck directly by the shuriken. To the audience, it appeared as though she was intentionally taking the hits. Those who bet on Day/'s defeat began to question Shi's sincerity. The uproar in the audience had no bearing on the two fighters in the arena. As she sustained continuous wounds from the ninja tools, his once pristine armor became stained with blood. Having extensive combat experience, she recognized that he could not dispel the illusion in a short time. He relinquished his plans to do so in place and tightened his grip on his ninja blade. As Day/ hurled more shurikens and closed in, she positioned his knife horizontally and began to swing it around. Cloud flow fire slash. The fierce flames released from his strike intercepted the shurikens and pushed Day/ back once more. Observing Day/'s retreat, she charged forward. Day/ again threw several shurikens. She swiftly swung his blade, managing to deflect all the shurikens despite the obscured vision, closing in on Day/. Day/ raised his kunai. He conjured a swirling vortex of water, coalescing into a high-speed spinning water spear enveloping the kunai. Hard vortex water blade. The kunai instantly transformed into a formidable high-speed water blade. Day/ used the water blade to block the incoming flames while advancing towards Shi. A surge of alarm coursed through Shi. Within his perception, he sensed an exceptionally potent chakra gathering in Day/'s hand. As the two engaged in close combat, the clash of fire and water blades was visually striking, with the water blade gaining the upper hand, steadily forcing the flames to retreat. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, as the flames began to falter, Day/'s water blade struck down upon Shi's knife, shattering it without the protection of fire. Day/ withdrew the blade, delivering a downward strike. Ultimately, the water blade halted just above Shi's shoulder. She realized his impending defeat. At that moment, Narashikaharu appeared, announcing the outcome. In the first match, Sarutobi Day/ from the Hidden Leaf Village emerged victorious. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. As they were in the home ground of Konoha, The defeated, she silently formed seals to dispel the illusion and exited the arena. Returned to the waiting area. You are the first to reach the top 8, exclaimed Danzo excitedly. Replied with a smile, to be precise, it's the top 9. He affectionately patted Danzo's head. At that moment, Shikaru called for the second match participants, Mizukichi from the Hidden Mist Village and Noki from the Hidden Stone Village, to come to the arena. The two named individuals walked out from the waiting area and headed to the arena. Observed them through the viewing glass. Mizukichi appeared to be of a similar age to Noki, around 15 or 16 years old. Their match soon commenced. Mizukichi initiated a water release attack against Noki, but unfortunately, Noki was skilled in earth release, effectively countering Mizukichi's technique. Moreover, Noki's overall strength far surpassed that of Mizukichi, leading to a swift victory for Noki. The duration of the battle was even shorter than Day's defeat of Shi. The third match featured Noki from the Hidden Stone Village against Hanzo from the Hidden Rain Village. This match also involved earth release versus water release. However, the difference lay in the fact that Noki's earth release was not nearly as formidable as the previous competitor, while Hanzo's mastery of water release far exceeded that of Mizukichi. In such a case of significant disparity in strength, the elemental countering effect became negligible. Hanzo effortlessly defeated Noki, though it took considerably longer. After all, Noki was still a teammate of Mizukichi, and he possessed some level of capability, managing to endure for nearly 20 minutes before succumbing. Hanzo emerged victorious but appeared quite fatigued, panting heavily, indicating a substantial expenditure of chakra. Once the arena was cleared, Shikaru announced the fourth match, Haru from the Hidden Rain Village against Danzo from the Hidden Leaf Village. Approached Danzo, encouraging him, do your best. The others from Konoha gathered around her, offering support. Danzo nodded firmly, declaring, I will definitely do my best. She then proceeded to the arena. As the battle commenced, Haru cast his umbrella into the air. Ninjutsu, 1,000 rain petals. Danzo had witnessed this technique in the Death Forest and knew its vast area of effect. Merely dodging and blocking would not suffice to protect against it. Thus, Danzo quickly formed seals. As the thousands of petals approached her, she unleashed her counterattack, wind release, vacuum sphere. The massive compressed air sphere was nearly as expansive as the shower of petals, directly sending countless petals flying and even propelling some toward Haru. Haru could not fully evade his own technique, sustaining injury. Before he could react, Danzo charged in with her wind release chakra blade held high. Chapter 48. I did not expect this. He unfurled his umbrella, unleashing countless kunai once more upon Dango. Dango brandished her blade, releasing several wind blades that severed the kunai, sending them crashing to the ground. At this moment, Qingyu became somewhat flustered. He retracted his umbrella and, gripping its handle, advanced towards Dango. Dango met Qingyu's assault head-on. In an instant, the iron umbrella clashed with the long blade infused with wind chakra. The skeletal structure of the iron umbrella was cleaved in two by the blade. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Qingyu immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. A bloody, elongated wound slashed diagonally across his front. Observing his injury, Qingyu felt a surge of humiliation and anger. After all, as a seasoned genin from the Rain Village, he had been wounded by a mere 10-year-old genin girl. With both hands, Qingyu formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped nearly half of the arena, saturated with Qingyu's chakra, effectively obstructing sensory ninjutsu. This technique was one he took pride in as a genin, especially when paired with his rain-like kunai attack. It was nearly unbeatable in battles between low-ranking ninjas. However, this technique was better suited for the humid environment of the Land of Rain. Executing it under the blazing sun of Konoha was considerably more challenging and chakra-consuming. From the viewing area, Rijan could no longer discern the events unfolding in the arena. Yet, he held no concern for Dango. Her strength surpassed mere expectation. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest swept through the arena, dispersing the thick mist. Sharp gusts followed, sweeping across the arena. The mist dissipated entirely, revealing a bloodied Qingyu sprawled on the ground. Nara Shikahira appeared, announcing Dango's victory, while Qingyu was carried away by the medical team for urgent treatment. Cheers erupted from the Konoha spectators once more. Amidst the applause, Dango returned to the waiting area with pride. Rushing to Rijan, she stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with triumph. Rijan smiled and playfully pinched her soft cheek. Your wind release is quite impressive," he praised. Dango lifted her chin proudly. Of course. As Dango and Rijan engaged in cheerful conversation, the final match of the morning commenced. Kiri's Jilung versus Yuki's Yeyue Wang. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena. Both Rijan and Dango paused their chatter and moved to the viewing area, where they beheld a visually striking scene. Yeyue Wang, enveloped in blue lightning, darted with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, breaking through the earthen wall Jilung had erected. The wall crumbled into fragments. Yeyue Wang surged forward, and Jilung swiftly countered with earth release, rising earth. The ground before him erupted, forming a small hill as stones shot upward. Yeyue Wang was propelled into the air by the impact of the stones, only to use them to launch himself downward. With chakra infused in his hands, Jilung lifted a massive boulder overhead. Earth release, earth mountain. Yeyue Wang, descending rapidly, extended one hand, fingers poised. Lightning release, hell spike. The colossal rock seemed feeble beneath the hell spike, cleaving through it as effortlessly as a knife through butter. The boulder was split in two just before Yeyue Wang's attack was about to strike Jilung, veering to the side. The ground itself bore a deep fissure from the force of the strike. It was then that Shikahira intervened, ensnaring Yeyue Wang's attacking hand with his shadow tendrils, pulling it to the left. As a result, Yeyue Wang's attack missed Jilung, allowing him to escape narrowly. Shikahira marveled at Yeyue Wang's formidable strength. Even with all his might, he could only slightly divert the trajectory of the attack. It seemed that the Cloud Village had sent forth a prodigious talent. This battle concluded the fastest of the morning. Yeyue Wang's ferocity rendered the match overwhelmingly one-sided, a dual crushing of strength and chakra attribute. The entire confrontation lasted a mere 37 seconds, yet it left the audience exhilarated. A fervor arose concerning Yeyue Wang's potential victory, surpassing even the betting odds on Rijan's triumph. Standing in the viewing area, Rijan felt a deep-seated unease regarding Yeyue Wang's prowess. He had not anticipated such strength. It seemed even greater than that of Noki. No wonder he could withstand a 3-day battle against 10,000 Rock Village ninjas. The Lightning Chakra mode proved exceedingly effective against Earth-based ninjas, a realization that caught Rijan off guard. Nonetheless, despite Yeyue Wang's formidable abilities, Rijan remained confident, for he too possessed his own advantages. As the morning's examinations concluded, the audience began to disperse, still abuzz with discussions of the matches that had taken place. The performances had evidently left a lasting impression. The long-awaited Konoha genius, Sarutobi Rijan, had indeed lived up to expectations by defeating his opponent. The grandson of the Tsuchikage from the Rock Village, Noki, exhibited extraordinary strength as well. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village showcased impressive water release techniques. Meanwhile, Konoha's other prodigy, Uchiha Dango, displayed remarkable wind release prowess. And most astonishingly, Yeyue Wang from the Cloud Village had dispatched Jilung in approximately half a minute. All in all, the morning matches were a testament to the emergence of exceptional talents. After a midday reprieve, the audience revitalized for the afternoon. The first match of the afternoon was that of Kagami. Rijan and his companions arrived early at the waiting area. That Burakubi doesn't appear weak, so be cautious, Rijan advised. Kagami nodded solemnly. As Shikahira announced the commencement of the afternoon's first match, Kagami and Burakubi took their positions at the center of the arena. Burakubi, a boy with long white hair, was of a similar age to Yeyue Wang. Dressed similarly to his counterpart, he bore a ninja sword upon his back. As the match commenced, both Kagami and Burakubi charged toward each other, drawing their blades. Fire release, Dance of the Sun Halo. Lightning release, Sonic Thunderblade. The conflagration of fire and lightning clashed violently, erupting into a dazzling display of dual colors. The flames expanded, penetrating Burakubi's defenses and singeing his hand, while the lightning blade proved sharper, leaving a gash on Kagami's short sword. Sensing impending danger, Kagami retreated, lest his blade be severed. For a time, the two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, Kagami unleashed a wide-ranging fire attack, forcing Burakubi back. He then stepped back significantly, creating distance and sheathing his short sword. With both hands, he formed seals. Body flicker technique. Suddenly, Kagami's figure began to flicker, gradually manifesting 6 afterimages. Within his crimson Sharingan, Tutomo spun rapidly. The battle continued. Chapter 49, I'm Jealous. The 6 afterimages surged towards Burakubi. Burakubi's expression grew tense as he faced the onslaught. The afterimages attacked while constantly shifting positions, making it impossible for Burakubi to discern which was the real one. The genuine Kagami merged seamlessly among them, and soon, the afterimages surrounded Burakubi. Each afterimage drew their short swords, launching a coordinated assault. Burakubi, swinging his sword towards two of the afterimages, found his strikes passing through their forms. In the next moment, an afterimage behind him struck down, cleaving through Burakubi's armor and leaving a bloody mark. Instantly, Burakubi pivoted, swinging his sword towards the afterimage that had just attacked him. However, his attack once again penetrated the shadow clone. It was not an entity. Blackby exclaimed in astonishment. The voice of the mirror enveloped Blackby. My instant body technique can be described as lacking substance, yet it can also be perceived as entirely substantial. The mirror then launched another assault on Blackby. Splurt. Another spray of blood erupted. The instant body technique of the mirror is not merely a technique of instant movement. It is a fusion of instantaneous movement and illusion. The afterimages left by the instant body technique, aside from the true body, are mere phantoms, maintained in the enemy's perception through illusion. To the enemy, it appears as though there are 6 shadow clones, each not the true body. Yet simultaneously each embodies the essence of the true self. This is because the mirror moves at high speed among the afterimages. If one were to seek out the true body clone by clone, they would never succeed. Blackby decisively broke free from the encirclement of the afterimages. Even as wounds from the mirror's attacks marred his skin, the afterimages pursued him from behind. Blackby infused his chakra into his blade. Lightning release, lightning blade. He hurled his ninja sword at one of the mirror's afterimages, piercing its form like a bolt of blue lightning. The blade then embedded itself deeply into a distant wall. After casting the sword, Blackby formed hand seals and halted in his tracks. Gale release, gale lock. 6 azure lasers erupted from Blackby's hands. To evade these 6 lasers, the mirror was compelled to disperse to the side. However, these 6 lasers inexplicably curved, closely tailing the 6 afterimages of the mirror as they spread out. The mirror's figure flickered continuously, yet the gale lasers pursued him relentlessly, akin to a tracking device. The mirror sprinted to the edge of the wall, running straight up it. The lasers, following closely behind, adeptly curved upward in pursuit. It seemed as though he was about to leap into the audience area above the wall. The mirror swiftly formed hand seals. Instant body technique. In an instant, the mirror, who had been on the wall, appeared in the center of the arena. His speed akin to that of a flash. Blackby was caught off guard, unable to defend against the lasers that had pursued him to the wall. The mirror's 6 afterimages once again launched an attack. Blackby released his hands, dispelling the gale lock. The mirror's short blade was already pressed against his chest. Was your retreat merely to render my ninjutsu defenseless? You little brat. Blackby was outmaneuvered and defeated by the mirror. The mirror gazed up to meet Blackby's towering figure, stating, "That was indeed my intention." Blackby regarded the mirror with a deep glance. Another formidable Leaf Village prodigy. Both Nichiren and the mirror had triumphed over the 2 ninjas dispatched by the Cloud Village, despite being 6 years younger than their opponents, showcasing their extraordinary talents. The first match of the afternoon was thus thrilling. The audience erupted once more into cheers. The mirror and Blackby returned to the waiting hall, where Nichiren and Dango welcomed the recently victorious mirror, followed by their encouragement for the next match featuring Mito Gaiden. In the second match of the afternoon, the flowing cloud from the Hidden Rain Village faced Mito Gate in from the Leaf Village. The third match of the afternoon saw the Hidden Leaf's Tanshin Koharu confront the Hidden Rain's Shoyu. The fourth match had the Hidden Leaf's Akito Torike's face off against the Hidden Rain's Lingbo. As Nichiren observed these 3 matches, he truly felt the growth of the 3 members of Team 8 over the past 2 years since their graduation. All 3 members of Team 8 emerged victorious. Mito Gate-in demonstrated exceptional skill in manipulating ninja tools, having developed a unique technique called the Manipulated Shuriken Strike, allowing for precise control through summoning shuriken from scrolls, rivaling the prowess of the Uchiha clan's shuriken techniques. During his battle against the flowing cloud from the Hidden Rain Village, Mito Gate-in showcased this extraordinary skill, wielding shuriken and kunai with masterful precision. Furthermore, he possessed a solid foundation in ninjutsu and earth release techniques, ultimately defeating Flowing Cloud after an intense confrontation. Next was Tanshin Koharu. Although her strength was considered the weakest among the 6 disciples of Hashirama, this was relative to her opponents. Koharu's abilities should not be underestimated. Setting aside her medical ninjutsu and sensory techniques, which are less applicable in direct combat, her water release skills had reached the level of a chunin. Additionally, she excelled in taijutsu. In her duel against Shoyu, Koharu's water release triumphed over Shoyu's, leading to her victory. Akito Torikase, on the other hand, exhibited even greater strength. He skillfully integrated the secret techniques of his clan, including the multiplication technique and the body flicker, into his combat style. Additionally, he had learned some foundational sensory techniques from Tobirama. While not comparable to Koharu, these techniques compensated for the lack of visibility in his body flicker, ultimately allowing him to defeat Lingbo from the Hidden Rain village. Thus, the first day of matches concluded entirely. The top 9 contenders had been determined. All from the Leaf Village advanced, while 1 each from the Cloud, Rock, and Rain villages progressed. With the entire team from the Flowing Cloud village eliminated, the advantage of the Leaf Village was evident. However, the 3 ninjas from the other villages were no weaklings. The outcomes of the upcoming confrontations remained uncertain. The audience gradually departed from the stands, and the advancing candidates made their way out of the waiting hall. The 6 members of the Leaf Village convened, discussing whether to find a place to celebrate that night. Meanwhile, Hans silently exited the waiting hall. Noki and Yagami exchanged their observations regarding the Leaf Village candidates. It appeared they had temporarily formed an alliance in response to the situation in the arena. Previously, Yagami had nearly killed the Cloud Village's Kiger, yet now he conversed calmly with Noki, demonstrating that there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Sarutobi Nichiren had not revealed his true strength, seemingly conserving chakra for the next day's competition, Noki analyzed. Yagami remarked, since he is not adept in combat, it is quite normal that he has not been forced to unleash his full potential. Beyond Nichiren, only Shimizu Dango and Uchiha Mirror caught his attention, particularly Uchiha Mirror. Noki inquired, "Oh, is it because he defeated your ninja from the Hidden Rain?" Yagami nodded. "I understand his strength. He possesses the ability to contend against Jonin, yet was defeated by a mere 10-year-old child. This indicates the might of the Uchiha clan remains formidable." Noki pondered. The Uchiha, the Sarutobi, the Shimizu. The clans of the Leaf are indeed enviable. It seemed Noki was expressing his envy. Chapter 50. I am the hope of the entire village. The next day, morning. The third exam of the Chunin exam. The draw for the matches of the top 9 competing for the top 8. The candidates drawn for numbers 1 and 9 will engage in combat, while the remaining participants will advance directly. The winner will proceed to the top 8, while the loser will be eliminated. The first candidate, Hans from the Hidden Rain village, faces the 9th candidate, Sarutobi Nichiren from the Hidden Leaf village. Candidates, please step forward. The remaining candidates may wait in the waiting hall. Hans and Nichiren stood opposite each other. As the sole hope of the Hidden Rain village, Hans bore the weight of his entire village's aspirations. Before the match had officially begun, Hans had already assumed a battle-ready stance, gripping the hilt of his katana at his waist, indicating his nervousness as he faced the renowned Leaf Village genius, Sarutobi Nichiren. Nichiren smiled, saying, "It seems we truly are fated to meet." Upon learning that his opponent was Hans, Nichiren summoned his iron rod from the scroll in advance, holding it in his hand. Hans did not respond. The match begins. At the command of the referee, Nichiren launched himself toward Hans like an arrow released from a bow. Yet Hans had yet to draw his signature weapon, the scythe. Instead, he wielded the katana at his waist. Hans's body was slightly bent, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Iato slash. Hans swiftly drew his blade, launching an attack towards Nikizane. Nikizane raised his iron staff horizontally to defend. The fierce collision of weapons sparked brilliantly. Nikizane successfully parried the strike and then swung his staff towards Hans. Hans sidestepped to evade, only to bring down his sword once more. Nikizane once again blocked the attack. Hans felt as though every move he made was anticipated by Nikizane. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, the sound of their weapons clashing resonating throughout the arena. Their duel persisted for 10 minutes. Yet Hans could not land a single hit on Nikizane. Instead, he found himself struck multiple times in the chest by Nikizane's staff. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Hans invoked the water body technique. As Nikizane swung his staff down, it struck only a puddle of water left in Hans's wake. Hans had narrowly escaped a grave fate. The recent intense physical confrontation had drained much of his stamina, and the chakra expended in yesterday's battle against Hokage had not fully replenished. After all, Not everyone possessed Nikazane's remarkable ability to swiftly restore chakra through mysterious spiritual energy. Others were affected by their current states. Observing Hans's retreat, Nikazane remained unhurried. He resolved to conserve chakra for this battle, as he had one more match to face compared to the other 8 finalists. In his mind, Nikazane had already positioned himself among the top 8. Although Hans exhibited talent, his age and strength were limited. Nikazane held complete confidence in defeating any opponent of his own age, including Dango and Kagami. He was merely saving chakra to contend with Noki and Yagami. Hans realized that if he did not exert his full strength, he would surely falter here. He placed his hand on his mask, seemingly intending to remove it. Yet, his hand remained motionless. Nikazane watched from a distance as Hans glanced at him, then withdrew his hand. Sarutobi Nikazane, I shall defeat you with honor. Hans charged at Nikazane, his katana swinging fiercely. Sensing Hans's aggressive intent, Nikazane dodged backwards. However, Hans did not pursue with his sword raised. Instead, he returned the blade to its sheath. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged toward Nikazane, and Hans executed another Iato slash. Confronted at close range by the water dragon and Hans' close-quarters assault, Nikazane found himself in a dire predicament. Earth release, earth spear. Nikazane formed hand seals and unleashed this technique. Although named Earth Spear, it did not summon spears to attack. Rather, he hardened his skin with earth release chakra to bolster his defenses. This was a technique previously utilized by Kakuzu in the original story. Nikazane braced himself against the water dragon and the Iato slash. With both hands, he delivered a powerful strike to Hans' chest. Both Hans and Nikazane were sent flying backward. Hans was propelled by a single blow, while Nikazane was thrust back by the impact of the water dragon. Hans landed first, continuing to perform his ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. The arena was instantly transformed into a vast lake. A torrent of water crashed to the ground, the waves towering 5 meters high. In midair, Nikazane formed hand seals and expelled a mass of earth onto the ground. The soil immediately heaved into a towering, solid rock wall. Nikazane landed atop the rock, rising into the air along with the wall. Despite the overwhelming force of the great waterfall technique, it could not budge the earthen barrier even slightly. Hans ascended the rock wall with his sword drawn, while Nikazane, gripping his iron staff, dove downward. Clang! Hans's katana shattered beneath the weight of Nikazane's strike, producing a sharp, metallic sound. Hans's expression shifted as he failed to react in time and was struck into the lake below, sinking into the water. Hans moved with ease as if he were a fish in the sea. Observing this, Nikazane stood atop the earthen barrier, employing his ninjutsu. Earth release, rock bullet technique. Nikazane expelled stone projectiles like bullets, targeting the submerged Hans. The stones easily pierced the water's surface, striking the lake bed with unrelenting force, embedding deeply into the ground. Although Hans maneuvered effortlessly underwater, evading Nikazane's downward assault proved challenging. He was soon marked with several wounds, yet Nikazane intentionally avoided targeting Hans's abdomen. After all, if the poison were to leak, it would spell disaster, not only for Hans but for the entire audience in the arena. Hans reluctantly emerged from the water, resurfacing. Nikazane then withdrew the iron staff embedded in the rock and charged at Hans once more. At this point, Hans was in dire straits. He bore injuries. His chakra was significantly depleted, and his katana had been broken. In their renewed clash, he found himself clearly at a disadvantage. After several exchanges, Hans was thoroughly defeated. Nikazane's iron staff loomed above Hans's head. Should he strike down now, Hans's life would be forfeit. Nikazane spoke, "You are formidable." Hans's expression shifted at the words. Nikazane continued, "With such strength, I Sarutobi Nikazane acknowledge you." Hans murmured, "Acknowledgement?" Hans, who had been regarded as an outcast since childhood, had never received such recognition. Even as he grew stronger, villagers and fellow ninjas only feared him more. Hans never expected that his strength could earn him acknowledgement. At that moment, Kamahara appeared on the scene, declaring Nikazane's victory. Several other ninjas began to restore the arena's terrain. Nikazane and Hans walked together towards the waiting area. Nikazane patted Hans on the shoulder. "I have heard of your story. Such a life must be quite arduous," he inquired with genuine concern. Hans nodded in silence, glancing at the scar on his abdomen obscured by his clothing. As Nikazane spoke, he placed a hand on Hans, employing medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds. "I understand the pain of being deemed a monster by villagers and feared by comrades. If you wish, I can be your companion. Even if we are not from the same nation, the world of ninjas divided by nationality is too small-minded. Hans expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen, silently contemplating the meaning behind his words. Chapter 51. I believe in you become a companion? Do you mean we can be companions? Hans found it difficult to believe. Hiruzen healed Hans's wounds and replied, Indeed, why not? Hiruzen gazed at Hans. Hans was visibly moved by Hiruzen's words, feeling the emotional resonance even through his mask. However, I possess a poison sac within me, and I cannot even control my own toxins release. I would bring trouble to those around me, Hans added. Hiruzen responded, The poison sac resides within you, but it is not your fault. Moreover, while it may be a burden now, should your strength allow you to control it, the poison sac could become your power. As they conversed, they arrived at the waiting area. Hiruzen continued to engage Hans in dialogue. He sensed that Hans's repressed childhood had left him with psychological scars. However, this also made him more inclined to trust those who wished to be close to him. Much like Hiruzen was now. Hiruzen was the first to express a willingness to become Hans's companion. Since being burdened with the poison sac, Hans's companions had either perished due to the poison he inadvertently released or had distanced themselves from him. He had been groomed by Amigakure to be a future weapon for war. Consequently, Hans harbored a deep disdain for conflict. In the original tale, after Hans ascended to the leadership of Amigakure, he led the village into battles, striving for recognition among the great nations. Hans's vision of peace was remarkably simple. Let the great nations allocate their lands and resources to the smaller ones, thereby achieving a balance of power among the ninja world and ultimately realizing peace. This ideology may seem self-evident from the perspective of smaller nations. However, the great powers would never permit such a notion to prevail in the ninja realm. The very existence of small nations serves as a buffer zone established by the great powers amidst their territories. Otherwise, they would have been assimilated by the 5 great nations long ago. The 5 great nations would never allow the emergence of a 6th great power, nor permit small nations to divide the interests of the great powers. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo, leading the Rain Village, faced a coalition assault from Konoha, Iwa, and Suna. After the 3 nations clashed within the borders of the Land of Rain, Hanzo attempted to retaliate. However, the disparity between nations was insurmountable, leading to his eventual defeat. From Hanzo's confrontation with the legendary Sannin, it becomes evident that had he been willing, the Sannin of Konoha would not have existed at all. They might have perished at his hands. Yet Hanzo was deterred. His spirit had been extinguished by the ravages of war. He feared provoking the might of Konoha behind the Sannin, thus leaving the title of the Sannin to Jiraiya and his companions, hastily retreating. From that moment on, Hanzo, once a demigod of the ninja realm, fell into obscurity, retreating to the Rain Village. To maintain his rule, he even allied with his former enemy, Danzo, to eradicate the nascent Akatsuki organization. Years later, he met a tragic end at the hands of pain. Now looking at the young Hanzo, he had yet to conceive of peace in the ninja world, nor did he possess the extraordinary prowess he would later attain. He was merely a youth who had endured a harrowing childhood. In a conversation with Hisashi, Hanzo was moved by Hisashi's display of goodwill. Hisashi imparted his philosophy: we are not yet qualified to discuss peace. However, when you become the leader of the Rain Village and I ascend to the position of Hokage in Konoha, perhaps together we can realize true peace. Hanzo queried, Can I truly become a leader? Hisashi smiled, patting his shoulder. I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself and my judgment. Hisashi silently added, and also trust the narrative I foresee. Unlike Noki and Yagura, Hanzo was not only younger but had not been groomed from an early age as a successor to the title of Hokage, making him more susceptible to persuasion. No, it should be said that he was convinced by the will of fire. The competition concluded, and the results of the top 8 were determined. 6 from Konoha, 1 from Iwa, and 1 from Kumo. This meant that out of the 100+ participants in this Chunin exam, only 8 emerged as Chunin. The exam had reached its end. Yet the matches continued. The top 8 gathered in the arena to draw lots for their matches. Contestant 1, Shimizu Dango, faced Contestant 8, Yagami Kaido. Contestant 2, Mitarashi Anko, battled Contestant 7, Sarutobi Hisashi. Contestant 3, Tsurun Koru, contended with Contestant 6, Uchiha Kagami. Contestant 4, Noki, clashed with Contestant 5, Akimichi Torif. Contestants 1 and 8 were to remain in the arena while the others returned to the waiting area. The participants were already well acquainted with the process. As Hisashi prepared to leave, he comforted Dango. Don't be too nervous. Just approach it with a calm mind. Your wind release has an advantage over his lightning release. Dango replied, I know. I will strive to defeat him. Hisashi affectionately ruffled Dango's hair, saying, I believe in you, before departing the arena. Yagami Kaido, arms crossed, observed Dango and the departing Hisashi. So, this is the fiancé of Sarutobi Hisashi? Intriguing, he mused internally. The match commenced. As Kaido pondered, the announcer declared the start of the competition. Dango formed hand seals and initiated the assault. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Like bullets, wind projectiles surged toward Yagami Kaido. Instantly enveloped in azure lightning, Kaido activated lightning release chakra mode, swiftly darting aside. To the naked eye, he appeared to vanish in an instant, leaving Dango's vacuum spheres unable to keep pace. The projectiles struck the walls, creating numerous craters, while Kaido found himself adjacent to Dango on the opposite side. Dango, not one to remain idle, evaded Kaido's attack with body flicker technique. Dango then launched another offense, wind release, vacuum wave. A series of sharp gusts sliced toward Kaido. This time, faced with a broad attack, Kaido struggled to evade. Although he initially dodged, his previous evasion had caused him to lose balance, leading to a delayed reaction. One of the gusts pierced through Kaido's blue lightning armor, leaving a wound on his dark right arm. Enraged, Kaido's chakra surged, significantly enhancing his cellular vitality as he charged at Dango with greater speed. Dango barely had time to use body flicker technique again, instinctively sidestepping. With a resounding impact, Kaido's strike left a deep gash on Dango's left arm, an eye for an eye. After sustaining his injury, Dango finally completed his hand seals and distanced himself. He dabbed his right thumb in the blood from his arm, quickly forming hand seals. Inu, Tatsu, Ushi, Surumi. He then slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning dark runes. Summoning technique. Dream Eater. With a loud thud, a colossal four-legged beast, adorned in crimson fur and possessing an elephantine trunk, appeared in the arena. Chapter 52. I am unharmed in the waiting area. Hisashi immediately recognized the enormous beast. This was the Dream Eater, the summoning beast used by Danzo during his battle with Sasuke in the original storyline. However, judging by its current size, it had not fully matured. The Dream Eater from the original timeline dwarfed even Sasuke's second form Susanoo. In the arena, it would have occupied over half the space. But the current Dream Eater had yet to reach such proportions, though it was still larger than the African elephant, the largest terrestrial animal on Earth. Hisashi recalled his own summoning beast, the Monkey King. Yet, Sasuke had informed him that only upon becoming a Jonin would he be eligible to form a contract with the White Ape clan, a pact upheld by both the Sarutobi and White Ape clans. Originally, during the Warring States period, the ranking of Chunin and Jonin was determined internally within clans. However, with the establishment of Konoha, assessments were now based on village standards. Thus, Hisashi had yet to learn the summoning technique. Back in the arena, as the Dream Eater was summoned, it immediately recognized its task upon seeing Yagami Kaido. The Dream Eater, rearing up on its hind legs, brought down its massive forelimb toward Kaido. The earth trembled under the weight of its enormous paw, shattering the ground and sending debris and dust flying. Before the dust could settle, a surge of blue light emanated from beneath the Dream Eater's paw, piercing through the haze. With its center of gravity shifting, the Dream Eater lifted its forelimb, only to be met with a thunderous roar as it was suddenly flipped over, crashing to the ground and creating yet another crater. Kaido, leaping from the rubble, had not yet escaped the cloud of dust when Dango formed hand seals and inhaled deeply. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A colossal compressed wind sphere hurtled toward Kaido. Realizing the attack too late, Kaido raised his arms defensively, gathering chakra in his feet. The impact resounded through the arena. The immense green wind bullet collided with the blue lightning emanating from Yi Yuewang. The force of the impact sent Yi Yuewang sprawling to the ground, along with the shattered earth beneath him. Upon striking its target, the wind bullet erupted into a violent gust, dispersing the dust and debris throughout the arena. Just as Yi Yuewang regained his footing, he caught sight of Meng Ma's gaping maw directed towards him, revealing two elongated fangs. Meng Ma inhaled deeply, using wind manipulation to draw in nearby objects, including the debris at Yi Yuewang's feet. The powerful airflow made it difficult for him to stabilize himself. In that instant, Danzai teleported behind Yi Yuewang. Vacuum wave of wind. Yi Yuewang, having witnessed the might of this technique before, swiftly evaded the suction of Meng Ma's breath. He leaped into the air, only to be drawn into Meng Ma's mouth. With a fierce roar from within, the blue light surged forth, crackling with electricity as Meng Ma howled in pain. Observing this, Danzai hastily released the summoning, sending Meng Ma back to its resting place, allowing Yi Yuewang to escape. He turned to Danzai and declared, "If this is all you can do, then prepare to be defeated by me." Danzai, in response, silently drew his long blade. Vacuum blade of wind. Faced with Yi Yuewang, a ninja exceptionally skilled in body techniques, particularly those that enhance physical prowess, ordinary ninjutsu proved ineffective. Thus, the only chance for victory lay in employing body techniques. Yi Yuewang noticed the emerald glow radiating from Danzai's blade and remarked, "Now that is commendable." Subsequently, Yi Yuewang unleashed his chakra and charged towards Danzai. Danzai unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending multiple wind-infused chakra blades slicing toward Yi Yuewang. Yi Yuewang braced himself with his arms, the sharpened blades barely managing to breach the defenses of his lightning-infused chakra armor, leaving shallow cuts on his arms. Nevertheless, he broke through the barrage and closed in on Danzai, delivering a powerful punch. Anticipating the attack, Danzai sidestepped while simultaneously bringing down his blade. The wind-infused chakra blade cleaved through the air, aiming directly for Yi Yuewang's fist. However, under the influence of his lightning chakra mode, Yi Yuewang's speed was formidable. Evading Danzai's strike, he aimed another punch in the next moment. Yet, Danzai's blade remained unyieldingly in place, forcing him to awkwardly block with it. The tremendous force reverberated through Danzai's hands, sending him crashing against the wall. From the spectators' area, Nichiren clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yuewang. Sensing Nichiren's scrutiny, Yi Yuewang looked up, meeting his eyes. At that moment, Liu Yuan entered the arena, declaring Danzai incapacitated and Yi Yuewang the victor. The audience erupted in a cacophony. This marked the first defeat for the Konoha candidates. Upon the conclusion of the match, Nichiren rushed into the arena to check on Danzai's injuries, employing medical ninjutsu to tend to her wounds. Afterwards, he said, "I will take you to the medical unit. You must rest there today." Danzai replied, "I am fine, help me up. I want to see you in the championship today." Nichiren complied, assisting her to her feet. Her injuries were primarily on her arms and from being struck into the wall. Fortunately, she had managed to brace herself before the impact, so her injuries were not as severe. Nichiren promptly applied medical ninjutsu, staunching the bleeding and treating her wounds. Although she would be unable to engage in strenuous activity for the next few days, watching the matches from the spectator area was permissible. Nichiren supported Danzai as they made their way back to the waiting room. Yi Yuewang observed their retreating figures, feeling a sense of emptiness in his victory. He then returned to the waiting room alone. Upon arriving, Nichiren and Danzai were greeted by several Konoha members who inquired about her injuries. Warmth filled Danzai's heart as she smiled and reassured them, "I am all right, thank you all." She then added, "Nichiren, Yen, you two go compete. Take Kaze and Xiaochun with you to look after me." Nichiren settled Danzai comfortably in the waiting area before reluctantly heading to the arena with Mito Gate Yen. As they walked, Nichiren asked, "What secret techniques have you learned from Teacher Tobarama?" Yen adjusted his glasses and replied, "There are no secret techniques. Just recently mastered the shadow clone technique. As for the techniques, I rely on my projectiles." Nichiren and Yen arrived at the center of the arena, where Liu Yuan had already repaired the battleground. Liu Yuan announced, "The second match, Sarutobi Nichiren versus Mito Gate Yen. The match begins." In the midst of the contest, Mito Gate Yen retrieved a large scroll from his back, standing it upright. The scroll towered a meter high. With one hand supporting it, he unfurled it, summoning an array of shuriken that launched toward Nichiren. Taking a step back, Nichiren formed hand seals and shouted, "Great breakthrough of wind." A tempestuous gust of wind erupted from his mouth, attempting to sweep away the shuriken. However, the shuriken seemed to anticipate Nichiren's jutsu, curving around the wind with astonishing precision and attacking from both sides. A closer examination revealed that each shuriken was tethered to a slender chakra line. Mito Gate Yen manipulated the shuriken using these chakra lines, a technique reminiscent of a blend between Tintin's weapon manipulation and the puppet arts of Sunagakure. A deluge of shuriken descended upon Nichiren from both flanks. In a flash, Nichiren formed seals and brought his hands together. Water release, water dragon tornado. Instantly, he conjured a swirling water vortex resembling a tornado. Positioned within the eye of the storm, the incoming shuriken lost their momentum upon striking the water. The chakra lines severed as the shuriken were ensnared and spun within the vortex. Once all shuriken were neutralized, the water tornado dispersed like a cascading waterfall, scattering the shuriken outward. Yen, caught off guard, was struck by the water and suffered several cuts from the shuriken. In the center of the arena, a pool of water formed as Yen awkwardly emerged, hands forming a cross seal. Shadow clone technique. 5 shadow clones materialized. Yen summoned 5 assorted ninja tools from the scroll, distributing them among the clones. Observing this, Nichiren equally formed seals, creating 5 shadow clones of his own. The two sides engaged in close combat on the water's surface, with Yen at a disadvantage. Nichiren unleashed a barrage of punches, while Yen struggled to mount a defense, unable to land a blow on Nichiren, who effortlessly evaded his strikes. After several minutes of intense skirmishing, Yen's 5 shadow clones were vanquished, encircling him as Nichiren prepared to strike. Yen raised his right hand, declaring, "I concede." Liu Yuan instantly appeared in the arena. Mito Gate, Yen concedes. Sarutobi, Nichiren wins. Nichiren returned to the waiting room alongside Yen. "Why did you concede?" Nichiren inquired. Yen replied, "I knew I couldn't defeat you, so I chose to concede early. It saves you chakra." He adjusted his glasses and continued, "Inoki and Yi Yuewang are formidable opponents. You are our only hope for victory." Nichiren nodded in understanding, remaining silent. The next match featured Tanshin Xiaochun against Uchiha Kagami. After a period of combat, Xiaochun also conceded. The prowess of Uchiha Kagami is undoubtedly worthy of a place among the top 4. Hanabi's decision to concede early was merely an effort to ensure that Kagami would be in optimal condition for the subsequent matches. Thus, when Hanabi found herself in an unequivocal disadvantage, she decisively chose to forfeit. The final match of the quarterfinals was a confrontation between Inoki and Akimichi Choji. Inoki appeared diminutive, yet he was remarkably skilled in taijutsu. At this stage, his combat style primarily involved the use of the weighty rock and lightweight rock techniques to augment his rock fist technique. He had yet to master dust release, but his formidable earth release techniques allowed him to maintain the strength of a jonin. As the battle commenced, Choji unleashed his human bullet tank, charging towards Inoki with tremendous momentum. Inoki did not flinch or evade. Instead, he utilized the rock fist technique, encasing his fists in stone. As the human bullet tank barreled towards him, Inoki struck out with both fists, simultaneously employing the weighty rock technique. The weight of Inoki's fists multiplied instantaneously, delivering a colossal force that dented the human bullet tank. The momentum was abruptly halted, sending Choji hurtling several meters backward, crashing into the surrounding wall. Fortunately, Choji's robust physique absorbed the impact without serious injury. However, Inoki offered no respite, swiftly closing the distance with the lightweight rock technique. Before Choji could revert from his human bullet tank form, Inoki struck him once more, sending him crashing against the wall again. The relentless barrage continued, and even Choji's tough exterior could not withstand it. Observers such as Hinata urged Choji to concede, fearing for his well-being. Hearing their cries, Choji seized a moment of vulnerability from Inoki and dispelled his human bullet tank form. Covered in bruises, he slowly raised his hand above his head. Just as everyone anticipated his concession, he declared, "Partial multiplication technique." His raised hand grew to an immense size, crashing down towards Inoki. Reacting swiftly, Inoki employed the lightweight rock technique to retreat several meters. Choji's strike left a colossal handprint upon the ground, and with determination in his eyes, he murmured, "I cannot concede. I apologize, everyone, but I must stand my ground. A Konoha ninja cannot yield to a ninja from another village." With that, he charged forward, delivering a series of mighty blows. The arena was engulfed in clouds of dust as Inoki adeptly evaded all of Choji's assaults, retaliating with a punch of his own. Choji attempted to catch the blow with his doubled hands, but it was futile, and he was sent flying once more. As he crashed against the wall, Inoki remarked, "The gap between us is insurmountable. Surrender now." Struggling to rise, Choji wiped the blood from his mouth and activated the multiplication technique. His form rapidly swelled into a towering giant, reaching 5 meters in height, his current limit. With heavy footsteps, he charged at Inoki, his resolve unwavering. Super push technique. Choji concentrated his chakra in his hands, further amplifying their size. The two enormous hands came crashing down, yet Inoki countered with his own fists. Their colossal clash created an equilibrium of force. Inoki, refusing to engage in a prolonged struggle, deftly lifted Choji's hand slightly and swiftly retreated, utilizing his superior agility. Inoki maneuvered around Choji, who found it increasingly difficult to land a hit. As Choji grew impatient, he raised his hands once more to strike down. Inoki evaded again, but this time he positioned himself behind Choji and delivered a punch to his back. Choji staggered from the impact. Super heavy rock technique. Seizing the opportunity while Choji was off balance, Inoki unleashed another punch, one imbued with greater force than before. This technique, however, placed a significant strain on Inoki's body, making it seldom used. Choji's massive form soared across the arena, crashing down and losing consciousness. Concern for Choji's safety filled the stands, while the referee, Yuhi Kurenai, declared Inoki the victor and summoned the medical team to carry Choji away. Thus, the top four were determined: Yagami Nato, Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Inoki. Chapter 54. My Kidney. After a midday respite, the semi-finals commenced, with the draw results as follows: Sarutobi Hizashi versus Inoki, and Yagami Nato versus Uchiha Kagami. Hizashi and Inoki faced off first. The four competitors had conserved their strength throughout the previous battles, preparing for this very moment. Hizashi fixed his gaze on Inoki and declared, "I will return the pain you inflicted upon Choji tenfold." Inoki retorted, "Sarutobi, let us see if you can back that up." The battle began. Hizashi summoned a crackling surge of lightning in his hand. Chidori, a brilliant blue bolt, surged across the arena, converging on Inoki. Rock fist technique. Super heavy rock technique. Inoki countered, delivering a punch. The collision of azure lightning and stone reverberated through the air, bolstered by the weighty rock technique. Inoki's stone fist's density and hardness were greatly enhanced. The Chidori failed to obliterate the rock fist, merely leaving a dent that Inoki swiftly restored with chakra. Unfazed, Hizashi retracted and launched another Chidori at Inoki. The result was the same. He could not fully destroy the rock fist. Simultaneously, the immense force of Inoki's punch struck Hizashi's hand, causing pain, but Hizashi was not engaging in a direct confrontation with the rock fist technique. Instead, he was leveraging the elemental advantage of lightning to counter Earth. Even so, Hizashi felt the sting of the impact. Both fighters retreated momentarily, and Hizashi formed hand seals to cast lightning release, thunderclap. A surge of electricity coalesced in his hand, striking at Inoki. In response, Inoki executed the earth release, mud wall technique, summoning a massive rock giant before him. The giant's upper body towered over Choji's fully enlarged form by 2 meters. The thunderous strike impacted the rock giant's chest, causing debris to scatter, yet it failed to breach the giant's defenses, only leaving a substantial crater in its torso. The giant raised its arms and brought them crashing down upon Hizashi, who hastily retreated. The ground shattered upon impact as the rock giant relentlessly pursued him, each punch creating chaos in the arena. While dodging the giant's attacks, Hizashi keenly observed Inoki's movements, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. He noticed that the further the rock giant strayed from Inoki, the slower its movements became. Though the differences were minute, Hizashi's heightened awareness allowed him to discern them easily. Sensing the moment was right, Hizashi darted past the rock giant and charged towards Inoki. However, Inoki appeared to anticipate this, forming hand seals once more to dismiss the existing rock giant and rapidly conjure another in its place. Realizing his strategy needed adjustment, Hizashi opted to engage in close combat using the Chidori, splitting into 4 shadow clones. 5 release, great bombardment technique. The 5 elemental chakra types collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. The crowd in the arena was utterly astonished. At this moment, the viewing platform was occupied by Hashirama and Inoki, both intently observing the battle below. Inoki Dano's grandson truly possesses remarkable strength, Hashirama remarked. Your disciple is quite impressive as well, Inoki responded, as they continued to watch the unfolding contest. As the dust from the explosion settled, it became evident that the colossal rock giant lay in ruins, having clearly succumbed to the devastating power of the 5-nature transformation bomb launched by Sarutobi Hizashi. Meanwhile, Inoki had sheltered himself behind the giant, employing the earth release, rock hand technique to shield himself, sustaining only minor injuries. Stepping out from the protective rock hand, Anoki faced Hisashi and said, "Truly, you are a formidable force with your chakra of all attributes. This technique is indeed astonishing." Hisashi replied, "You have yet to witness even greater marvels." With that, Hisashi charged forward, accompanied by 4 shadow clones. Observing this, Anoki swiftly formed hand seals for the earth release, rock clone technique, producing several rock clones that mimicked his appearance. The rock clones and shadow clones engaged in a fierce battle, creating a thrilling spectacle, while the duel between the 2 main bodies reached a fever pitch. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger Strike. A bolt of lightning transformed into a thunderous wolf that Hisashi unleashed toward Anoki. The wolf raced forward, crackling with blue electricity. Anoki utilized the rock hand to intercept the attack, but Hisashi had already closed the distance between them. Lightning Cutter, Double Thunder Strike. Hisashi unleashed a simultaneous attack with both hands, directing the lightning cutter toward Anoki. Unable to withstand the weight of the dual-enhanced rock punch, Anoki was forced to defend with just one hand. Under the relentless assault of the lightning cutters, his rock fist ultimately crumbled, leaving Anoki's arm wounded. Fortunately, he managed to withdraw in time to avoid severe injury, quickly retreating from Hisashi. Meanwhile, the skirmish between the clones concluded, with Hisashi's shadow clones triumphing over Anoki's rock clones. Recognizing the precarious situation, Anoki resolved to employ his most powerful technique, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique, as he formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. 2 massive rock hemispheres rose from either side of the arena and swiftly converged. Hisashi had no means of escape, for the entirety of the arena lay within the range of Anoki's assault. The enormous rock hemispheres enveloped Hisashi, crashing together with a thunderous roar. He vanished from the spectators' sight. At that moment, Anoki ascended into the air, utilizing the super light-heavy rock technique, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Having ensnared Sarutobi Hisashi in his Mountain Earth technique, he thought, he will emerge either gravely injured or not at all. Glancing at the wounds on his arm, he acknowledged the cost of victory but felt a sense of accomplishment. Convinced that no threat remained, he began to lower his altitude. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder echoed from within the massive rock formation. Anoki's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly ascended. Chidori, Double Thunder Strike. Lightning Release, Thunder Transmission. Lightning Release, Thunder Tiger Strike. Lightning Release, Roaring Thunder. The relentless thunderclaps resounded, causing the colossal structure to tremble violently. With a final thunderous boom, the mountain collapsed, and Hisashi broke free from the confines of the Mountain Earth technique. Peering through the debris, it became apparent that a triangular space had formed at the very center of the mountain's base, indicating that Hisashi had employed the triangular seal to shield himself from the crushing force of the Mountain Earth technique. This seal was robust enough to serve as a defensive ninjutsu. Hisashi then unleashed Chidori once more, charging toward Anoki. The latter quickly ascended, distancing himself from Hisashi, a relieved smile of narrowly escaping disaster appearing on his face. He discerned that Hisashi's chakra reserves were dwindling, and that this attack would be his last. The next move would be his own. Thwack! Chidori Sharp Spear. Anoki's smile froze in disbelief. How could this be? He gasped, glancing at his abdomen, now pierced by Hisashi's lightning. He internally lamented, "My abdomen." Subsequently, the electricity coursed through him, paralyzing his body and rendering him powerless as he plummeted to the ground. Chapter 55. I Have Won. Anoki crashed heavily onto the ground. The combination of his penetrating injury and the fall left him unable to rise. Hisashi approached, crouching beside him, and positioned a kunai against his throat. "I warned you that there would be consequences," Hisashi stated. Anoki gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his abdomen, retorting, "You are in no better state. Your chakra is nearly depleted. Let's see how you fare against Yakumo." Hisashi smirked disdainfully, replying, "Just wait and see." Kohara reappeared in the arena, observing the battlefield, now transformed into a chaotic mess, with a sense of exasperation. "The winner is Sarutobi Hisashi," he announced before adding. "Due to the significant damage to the arena, the match will be paused for 1 hour for repairs." Hisashi recognized this as his opportunity to recover. He returned to the waiting room alone, while Anoki was carried away for medical attention. On the viewing platform, Anoki's face darkened upon seeing his grandson injured. Hashirama, lacking in emotional sensitivity, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I never expected Hisashi's training to prove so effective. He has mastered the transformation of lightning chakra." Merely minor techniques. Rakage AI interjected. The lightning release remains superior in our land of lightning. Unfazed, Hashirama countered. But Hisashi is not limited to just lightning release. Hisashi arrived in the waiting room, greeting his companions before settling down to meditate, closing his eyes to enter a state of flow to restore his chakra. In this state, he could seamlessly control the mysterious energies of spirit and body, facilitating a rapid recovery. An hour would suffice, he mused. The hour passed swiftly, and the arena was restored to its former glory by several adept Earth Release ninjas. Hisashi's chakra had replenished significantly, and the next match was set to feature Kagami against Yakumo. Kagami stepped into the arena, bolstered by the cheers of Hisashi and his companions. Yakumo also made his entrance. Having recovered from his earlier injuries sustained in the morning battle against Dango, now nearing full strength. Kagami, observing Yakumo's imposing stature, contemplated, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall help Hisashi by depleting your chakra." As the match commenced, Kagami instantly performed hand seals, activating the body flicker technique. He opened his Sharingan and drew his Tanto, adopting a combat stance. Yakumo activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged forward. 6 afterimages surrounded Yakumo, but he had anticipated this move, having been informed of Kagami's techniques by Blackbeard. With simultaneous slashes from the 6 afterimages, Yakumo astonishingly closed his eyes. As the blade struck Yakumo's shoulder, he swiftly countered, causing Kagami to evade in alarm. Yakumo had made contact with Kagami's real body. Regardless of how swift Kagami's body flicker technique was, the moment of attack inevitably revealed his physical form. After Kagami vacated the position of the afterimage, Yakumo once again closed his eyes, lowering his hands. Kagami found himself in a precarious situation. Although that last strike had missed, it had grazed him, indicating that Yakumo's tactics were effective. Protected by the armor of lightning release chakra, Kagami found it challenging to break through, while he himself remained rather fragile, relying solely on his evasion speed. Night Moon dared to engage in close combat with Mirror once more. The onslaught of Mirror was relentless. There was no alternative. His instantaneous movement technique was exceedingly taxing on his chakra reserves. He had to settle matters swiftly, even if it meant taking risks. This time, Mirror's assault was far more than a mere slash. Fire release, dance of the solar halo. 6 afterimages, each wielding a small blade, erupted in a dazzling blaze. Each afterimage swung their blades, unleashing torrents of flames. In an instant, fiery sword energies encircled Night Moon, relentlessly attacking him. The fierce red of the flames intertwined with the blue of his lightning release armor. Night Moon positioned his hands defensively before him, bracing himself against the fiery onslaught. Unlike the wind blade technique of Dango, which could penetrate lightning release armor due to its elemental superiority, Mirror's fiery sword energies were not so easily thwarted. The flames battered against Night Moon from all directions, yet it was evident they inflicted no substantial harm. Night Moon, however, was not merely a passive recipient. He sensed the fiery sword energies assailing him. Although they appeared to converge from every angle, there was a subtle sequence to their arrival. Despite the minuscule intervals, Night Moon could detect the slight delays. Just as one fiery sword energy grazed his lightning release armor, he sprang into action, dashing towards the source of the assault. Lightning release, hell-piercing thrust. A sharp sound pierced the air, resonating with the tearing of flesh. Night Moon flicked the blood from his hands and opened his eyes to see Mirror clutching his abdomen, retreating several meters away. "That move of yours has been countered," Night Moon declared. Mirror remained silent, panting heavily. The high-intensity barrage had severely drained his stamina, compounded by the gruesome wound inflicted by Night Moon's thrust. Mirror's situation was dire. He met Night Moon's gaze, activating his Sharingan to cast an illusion. Instantly, Night Moon found himself ensnared, his body rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Mirror hurled a dozen shurikens, each enveloped in flames, towards Night Moon. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The fiery shurikens surged forth, while Mirror simultaneously formed seals for another technique. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal dragon of flame erupted from Mirror's mouth, merging with the fiery shurikens as they converged upon Night Moon. The flaming projectiles struck first, and under the control of the illusion, Night Moon struggled to move. The shurikens clanged against his lightning release armor, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The fire dragon surged forward, enveloping him in a torrent of searing heat. An explosive impact ensued, and the spectators held their breath, hoping this strike would spell Night Moon's demise. However, fate often defies expectations. Though Night Moon was hurled to the ground by the fiery explosion, he emerged seemingly unscathed. Rising to his feet, it was clear that his lightning release armor had absorbed the majority of the damage, leaving only a few superficial wounds. Night Moon had heard tales of the Sharingan's illusions, yet he had not anticipated being unable to break free so swiftly. While he was not particularly adept at illusions, he had cultivated methods to counter them through his close association with individuals skilled in such techniques. Yet, he still fell prey to the trap. Channeling his chakra, Night Moon surged toward the distant Mirror with remarkable speed. Mirror attempted to evade, but the frequent use of his instantaneous movement technique had strained his calf muscles, inflicting excruciating pain that hindered his escape. He hastily formed seals to erect an earth release technique, but before the wall could fully materialize, Night Moon shattered it with his momentum. Night Moon's thrust pointed directly at Mirror's forehead. I have won, Uchiha. Chapter 56. I cannot afford to lose. The battle between Uchiha Mirror and Night Moon had reached its conclusion, with Night Moon emerging victorious. The next eagerly anticipated phase was the finals, featuring the remaining two candidates, Sarutobi Hisashi from Konoha and Night Moon from Kumobikure. Both were the esteemed representatives of their respective villages, with Hisashi being the apprentice of the Hokage and Night Moon the disciple of the Hokage. This confrontation would, to some extent, symbolize the strength and honor of their villages. Although Hisashi was 5 years younger than Night Moon, the audience's perception remained unclouded by such details. Victory was all that mattered. Consequently, Hisashi bore immense pressure. Hashirama had orchestrated this joint CHNIN exam and included Hisashi, clearly placing great faith in him. Hisashi was determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. He bid farewell to his fellow candidates, Dango, Mirror, Yin, and Xiaochun, as he stepped into the arena. Greeted by the cheers of the crowd, his steps felt heavy under the weight of Konoha's name. I cannot lose, he thought resolutely. Together with Night Moon, he approached the center of the arena. Night Moon's injuries had healed under the medical ninjutsu of his teammate, and given his tendency for swift resolutions in battle, his chakra reserves remained relatively intact. Overall, he was nearly at full strength. In contrast, Hisashi had engaged in a grueling battle with Noki just an hour prior, depleting much of his chakra. However, during the hour of respite, Hisashi had employed the flow state technique, restoring the majority of his chakra and regaining significant stamina. Thus, in terms of combat readiness, he and Night Moon were on relatively equal footing, promising a fair contest. The duel commenced under the announcement of the referee, Ryuen. Night Moon initiated the attack, activating his lightning release chakra mode. Hisashi countered with the flow state technique. To the untrained eye, Night Moon appeared swift as a flash. Yet to Hisashi, he moved as slowly as a creeping tortoise. Anticipating the move, Hisashi deftly sidestepped. Concurrently, he raised his right hand, unleashing a wind release, Rasengan. The spiraling sphere of wind struck Night Moon squarely in the chest, leaving him incredulous. How is this possible? Night Moon mused, realizing that Hisashi was the only opponent capable of anticipating his attack since the third exam. The wind release Rasengan crashed into Night Moon's torso, the fiercely rotating sphere of chakra delivering a staggering impact. Night Moon was propelled backward, crashing into the distant concrete wall, which crumbled under the force, leaving a sizable dent and scattering debris across the ground. Night Moon slid to the ground, his lightning release armor punctured by the Rasengan, exposing a gaping wound on his chest. Clutching the injury in disbelief, he was astonished that even Dango's wind techniques had not inflicted such grievous damage. Moreover, Hisashi's unwritten technique was astonishing, combining immense power with astonishing speed. Most alarming, however, was Hisashi's reaction time, as if he could see through Night Moon's every movement. Night Moon's mind raced with realizations. It seems this fellow had concealed many tricks in the previous matches, he thought in astonishment. Rising to his feet, Night Moon found Hisashi watching him with an air of calm confidence. This disdainful demeanor irked Night Moon greatly. He unleashed his chakra, and the arena was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant blue light as lightning crackled with intensity. Night Moon catalyzed his lightning release chakra mode to its utmost pinnacle, the electricity invigorating his cells and heightening both his speed and defensive capabilities to their maximum potential. His light brown hair stood on end, charged with energy, as if transforming into a super scion. Yi Yuewang suddenly propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to crack in a web-like pattern. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Reborn activated his flow state to its utmost potential, simultaneously gathering chakra at his feet. Body flicker technique. Most individuals, faced with Yi Yuewang's sudden and full-force attack, would be overwhelmed before even contemplating a response, falling to the ground in defeat. However, under Reborn's flow state, the motion of all things around seemed to freeze, allowing only him to maintain normal cognitive function and chakra circulation. In the next moment, Reborn disappeared from sight, and Yi Yuewang found himself where Reborn had just stood. Lightning release. Hell stab. 3 hands. A bolt of lightning surged from the surrounding walls. Despite its incredible speed, it could not touch Reborn. Observing this, Yi Yuewang shouted, 3 hands split the earth. He raised his 3 fingers together and swiftly plunged his palm into the ground in Reborn's direction. Lightning chakra surged from Yi Yuewang's hand into the earth, generating 3 fissures that unleashed electric shockwaves towards Reborn. Reacting swiftly, Reborn leaped backward, simultaneously forming seals in midair. Wind release. Pressure damage. He launched a basketball-sized sphere of high-pressure wind from his mouth, which collided with the lightning shockwaves. The high-pressure sphere detonated instantly, dissipating the shockwaves, while the residual force sent debris flying towards Yi Yuewang. Though he was propelled backward by the fierce winds, he managed to regain control in the air and landed safely. Yet, Reborn's next attack was imminent. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. For colossal fire dragons surged from all directions, their ferocity undeniable. Even in his lightning release chakra mode, Yi Yuewang found it challenging to evade. He summoned his chakra and leaped upwards, aiming for the foremost fire dragon. Delivering a powerful punch, the collision between the fire dragon and his chakra-infused fist erupted in a dazzling blaze, creating an explosion that allowed Yi Yuewang to break through the fiery light. However, he soon noticed several wind blades approaching. Wind release. Wind blade technique. This technique bore resemblance to the vacuum wave of his previous move, and Yi Yuewang did not dare to underestimate it. His hands crackled with lightning as he unleashed lightning release. Lightning armor fist. The lightning chakra coalesced into a thick armor that enveloped his fists, radiating a brilliant blue light. The wind blades struggled to penetrate his defenses, leaving only shallow cuts upon his hands. Having deflected the wind blades, Yi Yuewang landed on the ground. But Reborn's assault continued. Fire release. Dust concealment. A cloud of searing dust erupted from Reborn's mouth, swiftly enveloping the terrain. Yi Yuewang attempted to evade, but the dust's speed was formidable, and its expansive range thwarted his escape. The dust obscured his vision, and the intense heat scorched his respiratory tract. Summoning his chakra, Yi Yuewang prepared to break free from the dust's grasp. Yet, the dust erupted violently, propelling him outward. To his shock, he found Reborn standing just a short distance away, his right hand wielding a rapidly spinning wind chakra sphere, surrounded by a ring of massive wind blades. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Faced with this close-range strike, Yi Yuewang reacted swiftly, ready to evade once more. However, his feet were ensnared by numerous shadow clones that emerged from the ground, grasping him tightly. Yi Yuewang struggled to break free, but time was against him. Reborn hurled the spiral shuriken, striking Yi Yuewang in the abdomen. The impact sent him flying toward the distant wall. Chapter 57. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The spiral shuriken emitted a deafening hum as it propelled Yi Yuewang towards the wall, rapidly expanding and exploding. The resulting spherical explosion, with a radius of 10 meters, sent shockwaves through the sturdy concrete barrier, threatening the spectators above. Wood release. Forest of trees. Countless trees sprouted rapidly from the ground, forming a protective forest around the explosion's vicinity. Towering trees created a barrier to shield the audience. Meanwhile, the first Hokage, having noticed Yi Yuewang's grave injuries, rushed to pull him away from the blast radius of the spiral shuriken. In the face of the crumbling wall, the first Hokage, Ishikawa, soared above, utilizing earth release, core movement to elevate the earth surrounding the wall, reinforcing its structure. The simultaneous actions of the 3 leaders prevented civilian casualties from the residual force of Reborn's attack. The audience, having disregarded their recent peril, erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating Reborn's victory and the impressive display of powerful jutsu from the 3 leaders. In the waiting area, Members of the Dango team also rejoiced, exclaiming, "Reborn has won." Dango cheered, with a smile breaking across Mirror's face, and Hua and Xiaochun exchanging glances of shared joy, for the championship remained with Konoha. In stark contrast to the exuberant cheers of the Konoha citizens and ninjas, the expression on the first Hokage, AI, was grim. His beloved disciple had suffered such severe injuries. Upon inspecting Yi Yuewang's wounds, he noted a circular gash on his chest from the wind-release spiral sphere and blood marks from the wind blades on his hands. Various degrees of burns marred his skin and respiratory tract, but the most alarming was the deep wound in Yi Yuewang's abdomen, endangering his internal organs. With many cells having perished due to the shuriken's minuscule wind blades, the sight of such injuries left the first Hokage fearful. It was uncertain if Yi Yuewang could be saved. He initiated preliminary treatment before carrying Yi Yuewang to seek the medical team of Konoha. Disregarding the continuation of the Chunin exams, the life of his disciple took precedence. Observing this, Hashirama instructed Tobirama to find Konoha's finest medical ninjas and personnel, emphasizing that Yi Yuewang must not perish in Konoha, lest the reputation of the Chunin exams suffer a significant blow. Tobirama immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish in an instant, while Tsuchikage Ishikawa approached Hashirama and remarked, "Lord Hokage, your disciple is indeed formidable. He not only severely injured my grandson, but also brought the Hokage apprentice to the brink of death. Your disciple is truly ruthless." Hashirama concurred, recognizing Rejon's excessive force, stating, "I will admonish Rejon later. He was too harsh." He continued, "By the way, I must express my gratitude for your assistance, Lord Tsuchikage." Ishikawa waved his hand dismissively. Despite his lack of fondness for Konoha or the somewhat naive Hokage before him, as Tsuchikage, he could not remain idle while the audience was in jeopardy. This was a point of pride for Ishikawa as a leader. It was nothing, merely a small effort. He replied, "Lord Hokage, the Chunin exams have concluded. Now you should announce the results," Ishikawa suggested. Hashirama nodded and turned to face the audience, declaring, "The Chunin exams are hereby concluded, with the champion being Sarutobi Rejon of the Hidden Leaf Village. Rewards for all participants will be distributed in one day. The audience may disperse." As the competition came to a close, Rejon was summoned to Hashirama's side. Noting Hashirama's troubled expression, Rejon surmised the reason behind his mentor's demeanor. Hashirama remarked, "Nyazen, you are being too harsh. We should embody the will of fire of Konoha, which ought to be inclusive rather than filled with hostility. Do you understand?" Nyazen dared not feign ignorance. For the will of fire is tantamount to the political correctness of the Hidden Leaf Village. He promptly replied, "I am sorry, Master Hashirama. It was my mistake." Observing Nyazen's earnest admission of fault, Hashirama softened his demeanor considerably. "Well, it is natural for the young to be competitive. However, do not let it happen again," Nyazen acquiesced. Hashirama continued, "Now that you have won the championship, what technique do you wish to learn?" Hearing this, Nyazen's interest was piqued. High-level ninjutsu is no trivial matter. It ranks among the most formidable techniques in the entire ninja world, such as the Rasengan he had just employed, which existed on an entirely different plane compared to his previous techniques. Nyazen immediately declared, "Master, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique." Hashirama scratched his head and replied, "There are many techniques that Tobirama possesses." "Which one do you mean?" Nyazen clarified, "I want to learn the Flying Thunder God." Hashirama nodded in understanding. "Ah, the Flying Thunder God. That is indeed an intriguing technique. Only someone standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world could describe it as such. Anyone else would seem pretentious." Hashirama added, "The Flying Thunder God requires considerable talent to master. Should you fail to grasp it, I shall not offer a refund." Nyazen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. I simply wish to try." Seeing Nyazen's firm resolve, Hashirama said, "Very well, but I do not possess the scroll for this technique. You must seek Tobirama to obtain it tomorrow. Should you encounter any difficulties, consult him without hesitation." Nyazen nodded in agreement, his interest in the Flying Thunder God technique deepening. Had Tobirama not gone to the medical team, Nyazen would have certainly sought him for the scroll. Hashirama affectionately ruffled Nyazen's hair, feeling quite pleased with his disciple. Nyazen was remarkably gifted, having refined chakra in a single day at the age of 3, with an astonishingly vast chakra reserve from a young age. He possessed chakra of 5 elemental affinities. And Hashirama even discovered that he had yin-yang release, a rare talent encompassing all 7 attributes. He had learned numerous techniques, including those from Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, and the Sarutobi clan's legacies. From an early age, he had developed many techniques such as the Shadow Shuriken technique, Rasengan, Chidori, and various derivative ninjutsu. His strength was formidable. Upon first encountering Niazen, he already exhibited combat prowess comparable to a Chunin. After training at the Ninja Academy and undertaking numerous missions, Niazen's strength had ascended to that of an elite Jonin, far surpassing ordinary Jonin. Most importantly, Hashirama believed that Niazen had inherited his will of fire, marking him as an exceptional successor to the title of Hokage. Chapter 58. It seems I have succeeded. Hashirama imparted a few more words to Niazen before allowing him to depart. Upon returning to the waiting area, Niazen found his friends, Dango, Kagami, and Koharu all present. Dango excitedly rushed over and embraced Niazen. "That's wonderful, Niazen. You won the championship." Niazen hurriedly replied, "Dango, your injury isn't fully healed. Be gentle." As he spoke, he returned the embrace. They held each other for a moment before letting go. Dango, noticing Niazen's tender gaze and the teasing looks from Kagami and Koharu, felt her cheeks flush. To break the awkwardness, Niazen suggested, "Let us visit Takafumi at the hospital and share the news of our victory." The group nodded in agreement. They made their way to Konoha Hospital, which was bustling with activity. Not only were civilians receiving routine care, but many injured participants from the Chunin exams were also being treated there, including Takafumi, who lay in a hospital bed, as well as Yagami, who was in the emergency room. Niazen pushed open Takafumi's hospital room door and saw him lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Takafumi? What are you doing?" Niazen inquired. Takafumi snapped back to reality and, upon seeing Niazen and the others, sat up excitedly. "You all came." "It's nothing. I'm just hungry." The group burst into laughter as they placed the gifts they had brought on the bedside table. Niazen handed a fruit basket directly to Takafumi, who eagerly dug in. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "Did you win the championship, Niazen?" Just as Niazen was about to respond, Dango chimed in. "Niazen won the championship. And he gave that big-nosed guy and the one who hurt me a good thrashing." Dango seemed thrilled about Niazen's achievements. Niazen added, "Dango is right. I gave them a good beating and avenged you both." Takafumi nodded vigorously while chewing on fruit, fully believing in Niazen's capability to win. Not just Takafumi, but all of them had great faith in Niazen, including Niazen himself. After spending some time chatting with Takafumi, they eventually took their leave. Early the next morning, Niazen arrived at Tobirama's residence. He politely knocked on the door, which was opened almost instantly by Tobirama, who was dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt. The swift opening of the door led Niazen to wonder if Tobirama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to do so. Upon seeing Niazen, Tobirama understood his purpose. "Niazen, come in," Tobirama invited, adding, "I'll fetch the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique and briefly explain its secrets to you. The subsequent training will depend on your effort and talent." Niazen nodded obediently. As he stepped inside, Tobirama went to retrieve the scroll, and Niazen stood patiently at the entrance, taking in the simplicity and neatness of Tobirama's home, which pleasantly surprised him. After all, it was quite remarkable for a single man of Tobirama's age to maintain such a tidy living space. Soon, Tobirama returned with a ninjutsu scroll and gestured for Niazen to sit on the tatami mat. Niazen sat across from Tobirama, who handed him the scroll respectfully. The Flying Thunder God technique belongs to the space-time ninjutsu category, a rare type of technique in the ninja world. I invested considerable effort to develop this technique. Its essence lies in spatial perception. The principle is to teleport oneself to the vicinity of the technique's space marker. As the movement involves traversing space, the speed of the Flying Thunder God is infinitely fast, far surpassing other body flicker techniques. It has various applications, such as ambush, relocation, and disruption. Choosing this technique is indeed a wise decision. Tobirama explained at length before continuing. The challenge of this technique lies in spatial perception. Although we all exist within the confines of space, it is remarkably easy to overlook the concept of space itself. Thus, perceiving space can be quite challenging. When I created this technique, it took me a full year to reach this stage. It can be said that as long as you can perceive space, you will have mastered half of the Flying Thunder God technique. As Tobirama spoke, he gestured for Niazen to open the scroll. Niazen complied. discovering that the first section contained instructions on how to perceive space. Following the instructions inscribed on the scroll, Ryzen closed his eyes and settled into a meditative posture, placing his hands upon his legs to begin his perception. Today, Tobirama was not particularly busy and decided to offer some guidance to Ryzen. Under the method taught in the scroll, Ryzen's senses plunged into a wondrous realm, as if the world began to twist and transform around him. Unconsciously, he entered a state of flow, losing track of time, self, and everything else, fully engrossed in the sensations of space. As Ryzen navigated this ethereal mental landscape, a familiar sensation suddenly caught his attention, reminiscent of an infant swimming in water, believing itself to be in its mother's womb. This feeling was both inexplicable and oddly recognizable. Ryzen strained to recall its origin, speculating whether it was a memory of traversing space upon his arrival in this world. He continued to ponder this direction, thinking that if he had once experienced such spatial traversal, it stood to reason that he could rediscover that sensation. Time slipped away as Ryzen persistently sought to grasp the elusive feeling. Suddenly, as if struck by enlightenment, he managed to hold on to it firmly. Following the scroll's instructions, he utilized his chakra to mark the space, akin to a pebble creating ripples in a pond. Tobirama, seated opposite him with arms crossed, wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Ryzen. Upon opening his eyes, Ryzen met Tobirama's astonished gaze and proclaimed, "Teacher Tobirama, I believe I have succeeded." Chapter 59. Who am I? Tobirama, still in shock, replied, "Wait a moment, let me collect myself." He too had sensed the unusual fluctuations in the space where Ryzen had been meditating. Tobirama could hardly believe that Ryzen, seated on his tatami mat, had surpassed his own record of 1 year and 3 months in just a morning. Though Tobirama had inadvertently underestimated the time, his rational mind dismissed all other possibilities. Therefore, the remaining explanation, no matter how improbable, was indeed the only answer. Ryzen had perceived space within a mere morning. Is the Flying Thunder God technique truly so easy to learn? Tobirama thought, grappling with disbelief. Even his most revered elder brother, Hashirama, had not mastered this technique. While Hashirama did not need to learn it to be the strongest in the ninja world, it underscored the fact that the Flying Thunder God was not something one could simply learn at will. Tobirama looked seriously at Ryzen and said, "You are exceptionally suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. This will become your signature move." Ryzen nodded solemnly, responding, "I understand, Teacher Tobirama." Tobirama composed himself and said, "All right. You have practiced diligently for the morning. It is time to rest." Only then did Ryzen realize how long he had been immersed in training, as the flow state had caused him to lose track of time. He bid farewell to Tobirama, scroll in hand, and made his way home. Now, Ryzen was a well-known figure in Konoha, the disciple of the first Hokage, having defeated the grandson of the Tsuchikage and the apprentice of the Raikage to win the championship. As he strolled along the path, many greeted him, and some kunoichi even invited him to train together. However, Ryzen, devoted to his beloved Dango, politely declined their advances. Upon returning home, he found only a few maidservants present, as Sasuke and Kinto were out on missions. Once inside his room, Ryzen fully unfurled the scroll, its dense text giving him a headache. Tobirama had mentioned that sensing space was half the battle won, yet Ryzen felt he had barely scratched the surface. He grumbled about the scroll, which detailed not only the methods of perceiving space, but also the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, how to create it, and how to activate it with chakra. Realizing this was a formidable challenge, Ryzen settled into a meditative position. Suddenly, feeling a pang of hunger, he stood up and exited his room. He encountered Haru, who was busy cleaning. "Sister Haru, is there food at home?" he inquired. Setting down her cloth, she replied, "Yes. Indeed, young Master Ryzen. It's already laid out on the dining table." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ryzen made his way to the table. Having lived in this world for 10 years, he still found himself longing for the Chinese cuisine of his previous life. Regrettably, he lacked the culinary skills to recreate those dishes for his own enjoyment. With a hearty appetite, he devoured all the food laid out before him. Just as he was preparing to return to his room to study the Flying Thunder God technique, a maid entered and said, "Young Master Ryzen, there is someone at the door who wishes to see you. The Hokage has invited you to his office." "Master Tobirama?" Ryzen queried, puzzled, but nonetheless approached the entrance. He was greeted by a young man with white hair who, upon seeing Ryzen, offered a friendly nod. Ryzen recognized him immediately, Konoha's Shikamaru? The young man smiled and said, "You've won the championship, and you still call me examiner? Just call me Shikamaru." At 18 years old, Shikamaru clearly wished to establish a peer relationship with Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded. "Shikamaru, did Master Tobirama send you to summon me to his office?" "Indeed," Shikamaru affirmed. "The Hokage asked me to bring you there." Hiruzen followed Shikamaru toward the Hokage building, engaging in conversation along the way. "Shikamaru, do you have any idea why the master called for me?" Hiruzen inquired, perplexed by Tobirama's sudden summons. He had conversed with Tobirama just yesterday and had spent the morning at Tobirama's home. If it were about a previous matter, Tobirama would have informed him sooner. Thus, it must pertain to something that had just occurred. However, the urgency of the call suggested it was something significant. Shikamaru replied, "I'm not sure. But it seems there's a mission assignment that requires both of us." He too was uncertain about the specifics, merely sharing his speculation with Hiruzen. "Ah, I see," Hiruzen thought, pondering what type of mission could necessitate such haste in summoning them both. Upon reaching the Hokage building, they announced their intentions and identities to the guarding ninja and proceeded inside. Ascending to the Hokage's office, they knocked on the door, hearing a voice call, "Come in." Hiruzen and Shikamaru entered to find Tobirama seated in his Hokage robes, with another individual present. This person, clad in a high-collared black uniform and wearing a tall hat emblazoned with the character for fire, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Hiruzen and Shikamaru bowed respectfully to Tobirama, who nodded and introduced the stranger. "This is Masaru Shimada, the magistrate of the capital of the Land of Fire." Masaru turned to them and said, "I have come to convey the Lord's commission. The esteemed daimyo has summoned the newly appointed Chunin, Sarutobi Hizashi, to partake in a mission. The task entails escorting the sole daughter of Princess Ren, Princess Kitami, to the capital, scheduled for 1 week hence. In addition to Hizashi, the mission requires the presence of 2 jonin and 3 chunin, with a strict emphasis on the protection of the princess." Upon hearing this, Hizashi inwardly lamented that this was one of his most dreaded assignments. Escort missions are inherently challenging, and the responsibility of safeguarding a princess only amplifies the stakes. A single misstep could tarnish the reputation of Konoha. Hizashi felt a sense of dread wash over him. Hashirama interjected, stating that the mission's grading was indeed significant, as the daimyo had allocated 2 million ryo as remuneration, akin to a high-ranking mission. In an instant, Hizashi's perspective shifted. Perhaps this task was not so detestable after all. Hashirama proceeded to elucidate the details of the mission to Hizashi and Kiyoshi. Hizashi inquired about the other ninja involved, to which Hashirama responded that he would handle the arrangements. "You wish to include Kagami and Dango, do you not?" Hizashi scratched his head, feigning indecision. After all, earning money was not something to be scoffed at. Hashirama saw through Hizashi's thoughts and reassured him that the other participants were indeed familiar faces. Hizashi's curiosity was piqued. If the other 2 chunin were Dango and Kagami, who would the jonin be? Surely it could not be Master Mito. Hizashi found himself at a loss. Just then, the office door creaked open, revealing a youth. "It's me." Chapter 60, I am too busy. Upon hearing the voice, Hashirama beckoned, "Come in." The newcomer was none other than Senju Shige. "Shige? You have already become a jonin?" Hizashi exclaimed in surprise. Shige chuckled, "I just recently attained the rank, alongside Kiyoshi." Hizashi remarked, "You have shattered records, achieving jonin at the tender age of 13. Shige clarified, "Actually, I am nearly 14. Hizashi marveled at how Shige had quietly ascended to jonin status. Shige added, "Unlike you, my promotion to chunin didn't become the talk of the ninja world." The two engaged in a casual conversation, treating the Hokage's office like their home. For they were indeed the most influential connections in Konoha. If these two were to write essays, one would be titled My Hokage Father, and the other My Hokage Mentor. At this juncture, Shimada interjected, "Hokage-sama, do you not think your selections are rather youthful? I worry they may not excel in this mission." Hashirama waved his hand with a smile, "Do not fret. Though they are young, their abilities are exceptional. You witnessed the prowess of Hizashi, Dango, and Kagami during the Chunin exams. They are no ordinary Chunin. Kiyoshi is the most gifted ninja of the Hatake clan, having attained jonin status at a young age, and possesses ample experience. Shige, being the son of a notable lineage, is also quite capable. Enlisting them for this mission demonstrates the sincerity of Konoha. Shimada was persuaded by Hashirama's words, realizing the truth in them. The strength of a ninja cannot be measured by age. Many remain genin well into their 30s. While gifted prodigies often ascend to Chunin or even Jonin in their teenage years, Shimada conceded, since Hokage-sama has spoken, I have no objections. I shall take my leave then. The participating ninja need only depart for Kitami Castle 1 week from now, where they will be received accordingly. I apologize, but I am quite busy with official duties and cannot accompany you all. With that, Shimada exited. Hashirama turned to Hisashi, Kiyoshi, and Shige, instructing them, for the next week, refrain from accepting other missions. As you are aware, this task concerns the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Exercise caution. By the way, Hisashi, will Dango's injury heal in a week? Hisashi replied, it should be fine. It won't impede the mission. Hashirama nodded, affirming, good, then I shall finalize the personnel. Suddenly, he recalled something and addressed Hisashi. Hisashi, it seems your teacher Mito is looking for you. She mentioned something about the Baika technique. That jutsu is quite fascinating, as it allows for rapid self-healing. Mito has demonstrated it to me. She intends to teach it to you all, so remember to bring Dango and Kagami along. Hisashi nodded in agreement, preparing to seek out Mito shortly thereafter. He mused to himself, I am far too busy. He had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique. And now he was to learn the Baika technique as well. One could say it was a delightful dilemma, a burden only the most well-connected individual in Konoha, such as Hisashi, could bear. Suddenly, he pondered, if he were to master both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Baika technique, he would have nearly acquired the techniques of every Hokage from the 2nd to the 7th. The 2nd Hokage Tobarama's Flying Thunder God and Water Release. The 3rd Hokage's 5 Natures. The 4th Hokage Minato's Rasengan. The 5th Hokage Tsunade's Baika. The 6th Hokage Kakashi's Chidori. And the 7th Hokage Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. With the exception of Hashirama's Wood Release, which he feared he could never learn, as he did not possess the Senju bloodline, nor was he the reincarnation of Ashura. Awakening Wood Release was simply beyond his reach unless he were to create such a bloodline limit himself, a daunting task indeed. Hisashi felt he currently lacked the capability to achieve this. Hashirama relayed additional instructions before allowing the group to depart. Hisashi stepped out of the Hokage building, bidding farewell to Kiyoshi and Shige, and made his way to Dango's residence, intending to invite him to join in seeking out Mito. Soon, he arrived at Dango's doorstep. After knocking, Dango peeked out. Hisashi? What brings you here? Dango exclaimed with mild surprise, opening the door for Hisashi to enter. Dango's parents were away on a mission, leaving the house empty. Hisashi stated, I came to check on your injury and to share 2 pieces of news. He then relayed the mission details to Dango. Dango's eyes widened. 2 million ryo? The daimyo is quite generous. But why did he specifically choose you? Hisashi admitted he was equally puzzled, speculating that his performance during the Chunin exams must have impressed the daimyo, leading to this direct summons. Dango considered Hisashi's conjecture and found it plausible. In a week, my injury will be fully healed, and I'll be ready for the mission. What is the other piece of news? Hisashi replied. Mito-sensei wants to teach the 3 of us the Baika technique. The Baika technique? Dango exclaimed. Hisashi affirmed. Yes, is there a problem? Dango excitedly responded. Isn't that the jutsu you mentioned that can preserve one's youth? Hisashi chuckled. That's merely an additional effect of the technique. At its core, it's a method to store chakra during regular times, releasing it during combat to heal injuries, enhance physical abilities, and replenish chakra. Clearly captivated by the technique's potential, Dango exclaimed, then let us hurry. Hisashi replied, we still need to fetch Kagami. Thus, the 2 proceeded to the Uchiha clan's compound to seek out Kagami. Upon arriving, Hisashi immediately sensed the Uchiha clan's exclusivity. He felt a discomforting aura simply standing within their precincts, as if his presence was an unwelcome intrusion. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face. A boy with spiky black hair was walking hand in hand with a girl. Uchiha Iwa. Hisashi called out. Iwa, lost in the throes of young love, finally snapped back to reality. Oh, if it isn't my little brother Hisashi. What brings you here? Iwa greeted, recognizing Hisashi. As the sun began to set, Risen inquired, do you know where Uchiha Kagami's residence is? Pan scratched his head and replied, just walk straight ahead. And take a left at the first intersection. Risen expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to Pan and the girl beside him. With Dumpling in tow, he set off towards Kagami's home. As they walked, he could faintly hear Pan and the girl conversing. That boy is the one who defeated you, Sarutobi Risen. Quite impressive. And he even won the CH NIN exams, the girl remarked. Pan retorted, Didn't I tell you? I was only defeated by him after an intense battle of 300 rounds. Besides, if I hadn't allowed him to pass the graduation exam, how would he have had the chance to participate in the CHNIN exams? The girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, Pan, you are the greatest. Chapter 61. Let us depart. Risen arrived at Kagami's doorstep, following Pan's directions. He knocked on the door, and Uchiha Kagami appeared, neatly dressed and seemingly ready to head out. Kagami questioned, "What brings you here?" After Risen explained his intentions, Kagami responded, "That's fortuitous. I was just about to go train." Thus, the three of them made their way to Mato's residence, where Mato awaited them in the yard. "Mato-sensei, we have arrived," Risen announced. Mato replied joyfully, "It's good that you're here. I've compiled the 100 heal technique into a ninjutsu scroll." Producing 3 scrolls, he handed them to the trio. Mato continued, "I heard from Hashirama that you are to undertake a mission a week from now. Perfect timing. You all should come here to study every day this week. The extent of your learning will depend on your own efforts." The 3 nodded in agreement, opening the scrolls to discover the methods for practicing the In sealing and the 100 heal technique. The In sealing, a form of In-type sealing technique, creates a chakra mark akin to a chakra container, allowing for chakra storage and release when needed. This serves as a precursor to the 100 heal technique, which requires In-type chakra. I have checked, and all of you possess it. However, only Risen has a foundation in sealing techniques. You can assist each other during practice. Mato then elaborated on the In sealing, which was originally a supportive sealing technique passed down through the Uzumaki clan. Its initial purpose was to pair with other sealing techniques that consume a large amount of chakra. Yet, under Risen's suggestion, I developed 2 ninjutsu based on the characteristics of In sealing, Creation Rebirth, and the 100 heal technique. Risen was surprised that Mato had even developed Creation Rebirth. However, considering that Mato is Tsunade's grandmother, it was not unexpected that she would be capable of developing Tsunade's ninjutsu in advance. Creation Rebirth is a purely medical ninjutsu that releases chakra from the In sealing to stimulate cellular regeneration, thereby healing injuries. The 100 heal technique shares a common origin with Creation Rebirth, but differs in that it can envelop the body in a sealing form, automatically repairing injuries while enhancing physical abilities. In summary, you should first attempt to refine your In-type chakra and practice the In sealing. Thus, Risen and his companions commenced their training, which lasted for an entire week. While they cannot be said to have made no progress, their advancements were minimal. Aside from Risen, who grasped some aspects under the influence of the mind flow mode, the others struggled even with the In release chakra. Nevertheless, they had acquired the method of practice, akin to having found a route, but not yet embarking on the journey. During their training, they also managed to fully recover from the injuries sustained during the CHNIN exams. On the morning following the conclusion of the CHNIN exams, the 3 met with Hitaki Kiyoshi and Senju Shigeru. Risen and his companions donned black combat attire and brown-green armor reminiscent of the youthful Sarutobi Risen. Dumpling carried a long sword, and Kagami still bore his small tanto. Risen's iron rod was stored in a sealing scroll within his ninja tool pouch. Kiyoshi wore black armor, with a short blade slung across his back, even shorter than Kagami's tanto, resembling the White Fang's short sword from the original tale. Risen pondered if this was indeed the case, realizing that Kiyoshi must be the father of Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo. As Risen contemplated the relationships among the characters, Senju Shigeru donned red armor similar to that of Hashirama, complemented by hair and features that bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Hashirama. Risen felt as though he were standing before a character straight out of the manga. Upon gathering with Kiyoshi and Shigeru, Risen declared, "Let us depart." The small team of 5 set forth towards their destination, Kitami Castle, located in the northeastern region of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Hot Water, the homeland of Haiden. In contrast, Konoha Village is situated slightly to the west of the center of the Land of Fire. Thus, this mission required traversing half the Land of Fire, making it the farthest task Risen had ever undertaken from Konoha. The client requested that the 5 of them travel to Kitami Castle on their own to escort Princess Kitami to Kyoto, only specifying a departure a week later, without demanding a specific arrival time or deadline. Such lenient task conditions and generous rewards made Risen realize the folly of naivety among those who possess wealth. Consequently, the group ambled along leisurely, akin to a casual outing. At this moment, Risen inquired, "Who are Prince Shjin and Princess Kitami?" Having spent his entire life in the Sarutobi clan's residence in Konoha, he had little exposure to the world of ordinary people. Even when undertaking missions outside the village, he never lingered for long. Hence, he was not well acquainted with certain aspects of the Land of Fire. Dumpling and Kagami were equally uninformed. But Risen was genuinely curious about Kiyoshi and Shigeru. Shigeru replied, Prince Sh. is the brother of the current daimyo, while Princess Kitami is his only daughter. The current daimyo is elderly, and his sons are of little use. Perhaps fearing that Prince Sh., with Princess Kitami as his heir, might threaten his position, he summoned her back to Kyoto as a hostage. As the son of the Hokage, Shigeru naturally had more knowledge and experience than the average person, having been influenced by Konoha's early interactions with the daimyo. Upon hearing Shigeru's explanation, Risen began to understand. After summoning Princess Kitami back to Kyoto, Prince Sh. would be less likely to act rashly in the regions, lest his sole heir fall into danger. Risen internally scoffed at the plot reminiscent of a palace intrigue drama. Shigeru continued, I heard that Princess Kitami is only 9 years old this year, but already possesses a remarkable reputation. She was granted the title of Princess Kitami at 6, with her domain being Kitami Castle. She is wise beyond her years, kind to others, and under the guidance of administrative officials, has managed Kitami Castle with great efficiency. Risen nodded, acknowledging her impressive qualities. It was indeed remarkable for a 6-year-old girl to hold the title of Castle Lord without being overshadowed in 3 years, earning a reputation for her capabilities. As the group conversed about the upcoming mission along the road, a peculiar creature resembling a mass of black, gooey substance with eyes and a mouth silently observed them from the roadside. Sarutobi, Risen, I shall not allow anyone to disrupt my plans. You must be eliminated. Chapter 62. Arrival at Kitami Castle. Unbeknownst to Risen and his companions, the strange creature lurking by the roadside was none other than the first filial son of the Hokage, Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu was born from the sealing of Kaguya a millennium ago. Having survived until the conclusion of Naruto Shippuden, Kaguya was once again sealed alongside her. For a millennium, Black Zetsu tirelessly endeavored with a singular purpose, to liberate Kaguya. To this end, it meticulously prepared numerous schemes. At last, the opportunity presented itself through the manipulation of Uchiha Obito. The plan entailed enabling Obito to acquire Hashirama's cells, thereby awakening the Rinnegan. Ultimately, he was to gather the 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails. Once Obito became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, Black Zetsu would betray him, infusing Kaguya's will into Obito's body, thus facilitating her resurrection. Therefore, Black Zetsu had to ensure that Obito adhered to its meticulously crafted plan step by step. Otherwise, it could find itself waiting for countless generations of Ashura and Indra's reincarnations. However, after eavesdropping on Obito's conversation with Hiruzen before his departure, Black Zetsu perceived that Hiruzen might sway Obito's will. Consequently, it resolved to take action against Hiruzen. Yet, Black Zetsu's own strength was feeble, and it had yet to find an opportunity. With Hiruzen venturing far from the village on a mission, this presented a rare chance. Black Zetsu promptly vanished into the earth. In its scheme, there was no allowance for even the slightest misstep. Unbeknownst to Black Zetsu, Hiruzen and his companions remained oblivious to the lurking danger, progressing along their route at the pace typical of ninjas. Whenever fatigue set in, they would seek a place to rest, heading towards Kitami Castle. 5 days later, they arrived outside Kitami Castle. Given its proximity to the border, Konoha had established a stronghold nearby to guard against potential crises. The neighboring Land of Water was a minor power, posing little threat. The true rival lay in the Land of Lightning, separated by only a single country. During the previous Warring States period, ninjas lived in clans, primarily attending to matters within their immediate vicinity. However, with the establishment of Konoha and numerous other ninja villages, a system of one village per nation emerged. The primary military force of each nation became the ninja villages. Thus, the lords of each nation delegated the task of border defense to these villages. This was not merely a matter of negligence on their part. Rather, the vast majority of their ninjas were under the control of the villages. The disparity in combat power between ninjas and ordinary individuals was akin to a dimensional strike. Consequently, the feeble defenses of the daimyo became mere facades. A division of labor emerged, with the nation wielding economic and political authority while the ninja villages held military power. In theory, the daimyo and the village leaders stood as equals, yet the specifics varied across nations. As Hiruzen and his companions traveled, They were halted by patrolling ninjas from the stronghold. "You five, hold on a moment," called out a middle-aged man, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and clad in standard Konoha armor. "The border is heavily guarded. Please present your identification." Hiki Kiyoshi stepped forward and handed over the mission statement along with the identification of the five. The man scrutinized the documents carefully and, upon confirming their authenticity, returned them to Kiyoshi. "All is in order. You may pass," he announced. He then turned to Hiruzen. "You are the disciple who defeated the Hokage and claimed the Chunin exam championship. Sarutobi Hiruzen, am I correct? I heard about your achievements a few days ago. Well done." Hiruzen replied, "Indeed, that would be me. I hope we have not embarrassed Konoha." The man offered no further commentary, but exhibited a noticeable warmth towards the group. As they passed the stronghold, Hiruzen and his companions noted that it housed over 20 ninjas, primarily Chunin and Jinin, with 2 Jonin present. These ninjas were on a long-term mission to guard the border, a burdensome task, but one that came with decent rewards, directly correlated to their abilities. Such strongholds were scattered throughout Konoha's border, complemented by numerous patrol teams, collectively forming the defense line of the Land of Fire. The remuneration for these ninjas largely stemmed from the financial backing of the daimyo. Upon leaving the stronghold, Hiruzen and his companions proceeded towards Kitami Castle. The defenses of Kitami Castle were notably stringent, with armed soldiers stationed at the gates. The military within the castle and the ninjas outside operated independently. These troops were under the command of the Princess of Kitami and were not aligned with Konoha. Upon noticing the Konoha forehead protectors, they approached to verify their identities. Confirming that the group were indeed Konoha ninjas tasked with escorting the princess to Kyoto, they dispatched a young man to guide Hiruzen and his team. The man appeared somewhat reluctant, but he led them to the princess's residence. As they journeyed, Hiruzen observed the various aspects of the castle and noted that, although Kitami was a border town, its prosperity rivaled that of the larger cities in the heart of the Land of Fire. Most significantly, the residents seemed to live comfortably, appearing far from the gaunt and impoverished. In this era, such a sight was quite rare. At that moment, the young man leading them spoke up. "Are you truly going to escort the princess to Kyoto?" Kiyoshi, the leader among them, replied, "This is a mission commissioned by the daimyo." The young man's demeanor appeared somewhat despondent. Hiruzen could not help but inquire, "Is there a problem?" The young man opened up, saying, "It seems our good days in Kitami are coming to an end. This town has always thrived under the prince's governance. However, the prince fell ill a few years ago and has been in poor health since. Consequently, the daimyo appointed a greedy lord to oversee Kitami, who has been plundering the wealth of our town, leaving us in dire straits. Eventually, the prince petitioned to have the princess stationed in Kitami and appointed Lord Aomori as an administrative officer to assist. This restored our former prosperity. Yet now, the daimyo intends to take the princess to Kyoto and has transferred Lord Aomori away. It is evident that they seek to usurp Kitami from the prince." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dango expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "The daimyo has gone too far." Senju Shige turned to Dango, admonishing, "Dango, we must not speak ill of the daimyo. Moreover, the daimyo is our client for this mission. We accepted the commission and must fulfill our duty." Kiyoshi lamented, "Ninjas ought to focus solely on completing their missions, regardless of right or wrong. But is this truly the right course?" The group, now aware of the ramifications their mission held for the residents of Kitami, felt the weight of their steps grow heavier. These 5 young ninjas, with Kiyoshi being the eldest at merely 18, found themselves lacking the experience to navigate such complexities. Chapter 63. Her Highness the Princess under the guidance of the young man. They arrived at the princess's residence. The princess's abode had been repurposed from the former lord's mansion, due to the previous lord's years of exploitation. The mansion had been constructed with opulence, grand in scale. However, while the current princess's residence remained substantial, it lacked the extravagant embellishments of its predecessor. The unnecessary adornments had been sold off by the princess and Lord Aomori to bolster Kitami's finances. The young man approached the guards at the entrance of the princess's residence and stated, "Please inform Her Highness that Konoha's ninjas have arrived to escort her to Kyoto." "Understood. Please wait here," one guard replied before entering the residence. Shortly thereafter, he returned, saying, "You may enter." The young man bid farewell to Hiruzen and his companions and returned to the castle gates. Hiruzen and his group were then led inside the princess's residence by the guards. The interior of the residence mirrored its exterior, grand yet devoid of extravagance. Hiruzen and the others arrived at the central courtyard of the princess's residence. The courtyard serves as the domain for the princess to manage affairs and receive guests. Upon the request of the maidens, Hisashi and his companions removed their shoes and placed them in the designated area before ascending the steps to enter the courtyard. "Your Highness, the ninjas from the Leaf Village have arrived," announced the maid leading the group. A gentle voice resonated from within, "Let them in." Hisashi and his entourage stepped into the courtyard, where they beheld a spacious area adorned with a screen painted with flowers and birds, faintly revealing the princess seated behind it. The maid halted 10 paces before the screen and, kneeling, respectfully declared, "Your Highness, the guests have arrived." The princess, emerging from behind the screen, replied, "I have requested no kneeling." She appeared in a flowing white kimono embellished with delicate purple patterns, her petite frame and exquisite features accentuated by a unique fan-shaped hairpiece. "Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you," she said, bowing gracefully and revealing her chestnut locks. Hisashi and his 4 companions reciprocated the gesture, "Your Highness." The princess gestured for them to take a seat on the cushions beside her, while she positioned herself across from them. The princess began, "I would like to request your assistance in escorting me to Kyoto. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, my attendants and I are unprepared. Might I impose upon you to stay at my residence for the night, and we shall depart tomorrow?" Kiyoshi, representing the group, responded, "That is perfectly agreeable, as you wish." "Your Highness." The princess nodded in appreciation, "That is splendid. I shall arrange for you to have the finest guest rooms." Kiyoshi replied, "You are too kind, Your Highness." The princess continued, "I am not yet acquainted with your names, esteemed ninjas. How should I address you?" Kiyoshi introduced himself, "I am Kiyoshi, a jonin from the Leaf Village." Shigeru followed, "I am Shigeru, also a jonin." Hisashi and the others introduced themselves as well. The princess maintained a tranquil demeanor until Hisashi uttered his name, at which point a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "My name is Biwako. You may call me by my name. It is quite all right," she stated. Hisashi, initially oblivious, suddenly recalled that the wife of the 3rd Hokage in the original tale was named Biwako. "Is my wife the princess? No, that cannot be. I am already in love with Dango. I cannot have a harem," he pondered internally. Biwako then remarked, "You have traveled far, and I appreciate your efforts. If there are no further matters, I shall have someone escort you to your rooms." The group indicated that they had no objections. "Reika, please guide our esteemed ninjas to their accommodations," the princess instructed. The maid stood to lead them away, but then Biwako paused and added, "Sarutobi, might you stay back to converse with me for a moment?" Hisashi glanced back at Biwako and then at Dango, who encouraged him to proceed. "Of course, Your Highness," he replied. "You may simply call me Biwako." Thus, Hisashi remained while the others followed Reika. Alone together, Biwako exhibited grace and poise, showing no signs of shyness or anxiety as she gestured for Hisashi to sit across from her. "Sarutobi, I have long heard of your exploits. The top prodigy of the Leaf Village. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation," she began. Hisashi replied, "You may call me Hisashi. Such accolades are but a name, and they often invite trouble." "You are too modest, Hisashi," Biwako countered. "I envy you ninjas for possessing powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, allowing you to roam freely in this world, unbound by societal constraints." Hisashi shook his head. "Biwako, you do not comprehend the life of a ninja. We tread a perilous path, susceptible to injuries and death, much like anyone else. It is not as glorious as you envision." Biwako nodded in understanding. "Indeed, perfection is an illusion in this world. By the way, Hisashi, could I entrust you with a request?" Hisashi inquired, "What kind of request?" "Teach me ninjutsu, particularly the healing arts," she implored. "I shall ensure you receive due compensation." Hisashi asked, "As the princess of the Land of Fire, why do you wish to learn ninjutsu?" "I was born a princess, yet I have not made any contributions. I desire to use my strength for the benefit of others," Biwako replied. Hisashi countered, "Managing the northern castle is already a significant contribution." Biwako smiled and shook her head. "That is not solely my achievement. It is largely due to the efforts of Uncle Aomori and the others in the court." Hisashi sensed the unspoken truth. A princess leaving her domain and venturing to Kyoto alone, without support, was a precarious situation. A powerless princess's only value lies in political marriage, he reflected. Perhaps in the original tale, Biwako was wed to the 3rd Hokage, uniting the princess of the Land of Fire with the heir of the Leaf Village's Hokage, a match deemed suitable. However, in this lifetime, such a union seemed improbable. The fate of Biwako would be determined by the feudal lords, and neither she nor Hisashi could defy their decisions. I understand. I will teach you, Hisashi affirmed. Biwako's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Hisashi. He replied, no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling a task. You have a foundation in chakra refinement. I presume. Biwako nodded. I have attempted chakra refinement, but my progress has been slow. Hisashi assessed her chakra levels using his Byakugan and found them lacking, even compared to students of the Ninja Academy. Where did you acquire your refinement method? He inquired. Biwako answered honestly, I purchased it from a wandering ninja. Hisashi realized. That explains it. Those wandering ninjas often lack proper techniques, thus slow progress is expected. I will prepare a written guide for the chakra extraction method passed down in Konoha. You must not share it with others. Biwako expressed her gratitude. Hisashi continued, given your current abilities, learning advanced medical ninjutsu will be quite challenging. Techniques like healing palm, healing wound destruction, and creation rebirth are beyond my grasp as well. I will teach you the most basic healing technique. That is sufficient. I only wish to master that, Biwako replied. Allow me to provide your payment first, she said, retrieving a bundle of large denomination silver notes from a small box. She handed Hisashi a note worth 200,000 ryo, which, based on the Naruto universe's conversion, equates to nearly 100,000 yuan in reality. Hisashi marveled at Biwako's wealth. 200,000 ryo is the reward for a highly dangerous mission. This is excessive, he stated. Biwako responded playfully. Then I shall additionally entrust you with the task of ensuring my safety for the next few days. Surely, that is acceptable? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rijan casually remarked, no problem. Your safety is entrusted to me. Paipahu smiled and replied, then I shall leave it in your capable hands. Their relationship gradually deepened as they engaged in conversation in the courtyard. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the princess's residence, a group of burly men had been lurking, making several rounds without drawing the attention of passers-by. They eventually retreated to a secluded area, conversing while keeping a watchful eye for any approaching figures. How about it? The guards are mere ordinary folk, but there are a few chakra signatures within the estate. Aside from the 5 from Konoha, there are other ninjas as well. One of them said, naturally, she is the princess of the Land of Fire. Our target is not her. We only seek to eliminate Sarutobi Rijan. The rakeage is too weak. His apprentice is still hospitalized, and he has yet to take action. We are the true puppeteers behind the scenes of Kimogakure. We shall commence our operation tonight, awaiting the arrival of the last batch. There is no choice but to infiltrate in groups to evade Konoha's defenses. These men were radicals from Kimogakure. Recently, they had acquired intelligence regarding Sarutobi Rijan's upcoming mission, which included escorting the princess. They had meticulously plotted this assassination. At that moment, in the northeastern direction outside the city, a merchant caravan from the Land of Water crossed the border, passing through customs before entering the Land of Fire. As they ventured further, the caravan members revealed peculiar smiles. The leader, a bald man, muttered to himself, the #1 genius of Konoha and the princess of the Land of Fire. Both are the finest offerings for the Dark God. Let your blood please the Dark God. Ha ha ha. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bald man was covered in terrifying scars, an unsettling sight that could induce a sense of fear in those with a phobia of clusters. Meanwhile, a recent commotion erupted at the underground exchange in Kitami City. Is Sarutobi Rijan really in Kitami City? Where did you hear this news? Asked another. I had someone investigate Konoha's records, and it is indeed true. Sarutobi Rijan. Bounty of 10 million ryu. Senju Tobarama. 10 million ryu. Hataki Kiyoshi. 5 million ryu. Uchiha Q. 3 million ryu. And Uchiha Dango. 3 million ryu. In total, a staggering 31 million ryu, a substantial profit. Inside the exchange, several men, bearing fierce appearances, were engaged in conversation. Unbeknownst to Rijan, his bounty had soared to 10 million ryu. No wonder they say that killing and arson yield gold. It is unimaginable how many tasks one must complete to earn such a sum. For bounty hunters, the prospect of earning such wealth with just one kill was enticing. Rijan's high bounty was primarily due to his considerable fame, being recognized as Konoha's foremost genius, while Senju Tobarama's reputation stemmed from his lineage. Although Hataki Kiyoshi was powerful, his low profile kept his bounty lesser than Rijan's and Tobarama's. Hugh and Dango, despite having the lowest bounties among them, still commanded impressive sums of 3 million ryu each. The reward for escorting the princess commissioned by the daimyo was only 2 million ryu, which would dwindle further after the village's share. Each individual would receive merely a meager amount of 100 to 200,000 ryu. News of the five in Kitami City had spread throughout the exchange, igniting a fervor among bounty hunters. At that moment, a scar-faced man proposed, "Who wishes to join me in a collective endeavor? I will share the bounty equally." Instantly, many expressed interest. The scarred man's name was Kawajiro, a formidable bounty hunter with a reputation in Kitami City and the northeastern part of the Land of Fire. The news had not only circulated within the exchange in Kitami City. Nearly half of the bounty exchanges throughout the Land of Fire were now aware of Rijan and his companion's imminent journey to escort the princess to Kyoto. Consequently, numerous bounty hunters began to stir, their eyes turning towards Kitami City, eager to seize the opportunity for profit. As for the potential retaliation from Konoha, these hunters were unfazed. After all, they were already akin to rats crossing the street. The presence of an additional cat pursuing them made little difference. The prevailing norm among bounty hunters was to revel in high rewards and immediate pleasures, with those like Kakazu, who were keen on saving, being a rare exception. As the bounty hunters grew restless, the radicals from Kumogakure plotted their assassination, while the cult from the Land of Water had also infiltrated the Land of Fire. All three factions set their sights on Rijan and his companions within Kitami City. The orchestrator of these events was none other than Kurizetsu, who at that moment had possessed a man, donning a mask, and relayed information about Rijan and his group to the exchange near Kyoto before departing. Kumogakure, the cult. And 26 exchanges now know your whereabouts. Sarutobi Rijan, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 65. Blades of Light and Shadow. Kurizetsu had learned of Rijan's assignment nearly the moment it was conferred upon him, meticulously orchestrating this operation. By possessing a man and disseminating information to those interested in Rijan's life, he aimed to eliminate this potential threat through their murderous intent. Kurizetsu was not particularly strong. Thus, he relied on such cunning strategies to achieve his aims. Meanwhile, Rijan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger of this mission. He was still engaged in a discussion with Pai Pa Hu about mastering medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu stimulates cell growth through chakra. Healing techniques are the quintessential representation of this, capable of mending typical injuries within 5 minutes. While the effectiveness of healing jutsu is considerably diminished, it is easier to learn, making it suitable for novices. Today, I shall impart some foundational theoretical knowledge, and tomorrow I will teach you the actual techniques along with chakra extraction methods. Pai Pa Hu nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, it is getting late. Rijan, you should return to your guest room for some rest. Tonight, I will send someone to summon everyone for dinner." Rijan readily acquiesced, bidding farewell to Pai Pa Hu as he departed the courtyard. Upon exiting, he spotted Dango standing in the courtyard. Quickly donning his shoes, he approached. "Dango, aren't you going to rest?" Dango replied, "I will soon." "Why did the princess ask you to stay?" Rijan anticipated this question from Dango, and thus candidly explained the situation. After hearing Rijan's honest account, Dango remarked, "I see. It appears even the princess is aware of your reputation as Konoha's top genius." With a bemused expression, Rijan responded, "I had no choice. I couldn't refuse the princess's goodwill, especially with such an enticing reward of 200,000 ryu. However, I refrained from voicing that last part." Dango nodded slightly and inquired, "So, you will be personally safeguarding the princess's safety?" Rijan felt a twinge of guilt. He had inadvertently agreed to such a commitment. Personal protection indeed carried certain implications. He insisted he had no ulterior motives, and Dango appeared to reluctantly accept Rijan's assurances. Together, they returned to their guest quarters, which were situated in the annex, conveniently close to the princess's chambers, facilitating Rijan and the others' protective duties. The substantial reward from the daimyo underscored the importance placed on this mission. After all, the princess served as a tool for the daimyo to balance power against the princes. Should the princess fall victim to an assassination while being summoned to Kyoto, the enraged princes might unleash unforeseen consequences. Little did the daimyo realize that it was the very ninjas he had employed that would bring trouble to his niece, the princess. As dusk settled, the shadows deepened, foreshadowing the unfolding of a tumultuous night. As the moonlight and candlelight illuminated the surroundings, Rizen sat at his desk after dining with the princess, meticulously documenting the methods for extracting chakra and the techniques for healing that he had committed to memory. He intended to present these notes to the princess the following day, for he believed that accepting a task entailed a sense of responsibility. As for the duty of personal protection, Hiruzen deemed it prudent to defer that until the morrow, confident in the safety of the princess's residence. Having employed his keen perception, Hiruzen discerned the presence of several hidden ninjas within the estate, unbeknownst to the princess herself. These were likely a precautionary measure left by the prince. He identified 5 nin and 2 nin, a considerable defensive force for a palace, as few would dare to assassinate a princess, lest they weigh the repercussions of invoking the ire of the 5 great nations. Even the most reckless individuals would think twice, considering the dire consequences of being pursued by the combined might of the 5 great ninja villages. In the still of the night, as Hiruzen completed his writings and extinguished the candle, he lay in bed lost in thought. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the silence. A pair of shuriken shot through the air, glinting ominously with a purple sheen, indicative of poison. The guards at the entrance fell silent, collapsing without a sound. 6 ninjas clad in black armor swiftly scaled the walls, moving without a whisper, save for the faint rustle of their armor in the wind. They stealthily advanced through the courtyard, led by a towering ninja who gestured towards an adjoining hall before slowing his pace, with the others trailing behind. Just then, a sharp whistle echoed from above the main hall of the princess's residence, and 2 ninjas descended in response. Within moments, 5 more appeared, encircling the intruders. The large armored ninja cursed under his breath and drew his blade, realizing that if they were not constrained by the borders of the Fire Country, they would not have chosen to carry out their attack within the princess's abode. In an instant, fierce combat erupted, transforming the courtyard into a battlefield. Hiruzen, still awake, heard the clash of battle from the adjoining hall and rushed out of his room. Simultaneously, Kiyoshi and Shigeru emerged, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, followed closely by Dango and Kagami. Upon witnessing the skirmish, they instinctively glanced towards Hiruzen, who, having sensed the situation, declared that the ninjas in black armor were the adversaries. They immediately joined the fray. Though outnumbered, the 6 armored ninjas possessed formidable strength, each nearly on par with nin. It wasn't long before the palace's own ninjas faltered. 1 nin was pierced through the chest by the towering armored ninja. As he lay dying, he summoned his last strength to shout, "Protect the princess." With Hiruzen and the others now engaged, Kiyoshi wielded a short blade against the large ninja, and the two became embroiled in a fierce exchange of strikes. Hiruzen, armed with an iron staff, rushed to aid an injured guard, who bore a gruesome wound to his abdomen. The brutality of real combat starkly contrasted with the more controlled engagements of the nin exams, where every move was aimed at incapacitating the opponent rather than killing. As the battle raged on, Shigeru, Dango, and Kagami joined the melee, having scarcely donned their armor, seizing whatever weapons lay at hand. The guard beside Hiruzen gradually succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing as he muttered, "The blade is poisoned." Instantly alert, Hiruzen repelled the nearest enemy with a forceful strike and dragged the fallen guard away from the fray. With the arrival of Hiruzen and his companions, the tide of battle shifted. Initially, the armored ninjas held an advantage, yet now they found themselves at a numerical disadvantage as 2 nin were among the palace's defenders. Coupled with Hiruzen, Kiyoshi, and Shigeru's nin-level prowess, along with the combined strength of Dango and Kagami, the armored ninjas were gradually overwhelmed. The towering armored ninja unleashed chakra upon his blade, attempting to subdue Kiyoshi. In response, Kiyoshi's short blade ignited with chakra, and their weapons clashed. However, Kiyoshi's technique proved remarkably agile. Realizing he could not prevail in direct confrontation, he swiftly transitioned his attack towards the larger ninja. The armored adversary narrowly evaded, but Kiyoshi's blade extended with chakra, leaving a narrow cut across the ninja's chest, rendering the armor's defenses ineffective. Meanwhile, Hiruzen gained the upper hand against his opponent, delivering a powerful blow that sent the ninja staggering back several meters, the force rattling his insides. The armored ninja wiped the blood from his lips, plunging his blade into the ground and forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon materialized behind him, barreling towards Hiruzen. Reacting swiftly, Hiruzen retreated, driving his staff into the ground while forming his own seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The water dragon collided with the earthen barrier, momentarily breaching it before losing its momentum and dissipating. The armored ninja charged forward, crossing the remnants of the wall, but unexpectedly, two shadow clones emerged from the ground. The armored ninja swiftly dispatched one clone, yet the other successfully executed a jutsu. Water prison technique. The ninja found himself ensnared within a watery cage, rendering him momentarily trapped. At this juncture, another armored ninja was sent flying by Shigeru's powerful punch, crashing against the courtyard wall and spewing blood, his armor shattered. Shigeru had inherited his father Hashirama's immense strength. His fists were no match for ordinary ninja. Seeing this, the lead armored ninja disregarded his injuries, forcing Kiyoshi back before dashing to Rizen's shadow clone, swiftly cleaving it in half and freeing the trapped ninja. "Retreat," he shouted, as one of his comrades hoisted the fallen ninja over his shoulder and made a hasty exit from the princess's estate. The remaining ninjas regrouped around their towering leader and charged towards the courtyard walls. Rizen and his companions attempted to intercept them, but their speed was remarkable, allowing them to breach the palace grounds before Rizen could act. Recognizing their primary mission was to protect the princess, they refrained from pursuing the fleeing ninjas, aware that they might merely be a diversion meant to lure them away. Rizen and his companions allowed the armored ninjas to escape, while two guards carried the deceased and the poisoned ninja away. Another guard turned to Rizen and his allies, saying, "We ask that you remain vigilant in protecting the princess tonight. We must dispatch a few to handle the aftermath." On this night, Princess Pihua was accompanied by her guardians. Only two of the guardian ninjas remained, prompting Rizen and his companions to deliberate and fill the vacant positions. At that moment, Pihua, clad in a nightgown and surrounded by her handmaidens, hurriedly approached. One of the guardian ninjas stepped forward and bowed, stating, "Your Highness, the assassin has escaped. We apologize for disturbing your rest." Pihua looked at the ninja before her, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" The ninja explained, "We are the shadow warriors trained by His Highness, responsible for ensuring your safety. He instructed us not to appear before you unless absolutely necessary. Hence you are unaware of our existence." Pihua murmured, "The shadow warriors trained by my father." She then inquired, "What were your casualties?" "One dead, one injured," the shadow warrior replied. Pihua's expression grew somber as she responded, "You have worked hard. Compensation will be provided to the families of the fallen." "We have no families," the shadow warrior replied. The shadow warriors were secret assassins personally trained by the prince, selected from orphans. Pihua was at a loss for words. "We defend the princess with our lives as a way to repay His Highness's kindness." "Your Highness, we shall handle the aftermath within the estate. Please, go rest," they urged. Pihua replied, "You may attend to your duties. I wish to speak with the ninjas from Konoha." She then approached Rizen and the others, asking, "Are you all unharmed?" Kiyoshi responded, "We are uninjured, although we have exhausted some chakra." "Your Highness, the assailants were rather peculiar. Today, we and the shadow warriors together ensured your safety." Pihua suggested, "Let us rest in the hall of my palace. I shall have the maidens prepare beds." "I apologize for the inconvenience." Rizen and the others agreed, stating that sleeping in trees during missions was commonplace for them, so having beds was quite a luxury. Thus, they each took their rest, and the remainder of the night passed peacefully without further attacks. Outside the city, several armored ninjas fled hastily from Kitami Castle. "Damn it! Do those ninjas from the princess's estate never sleep? How did they discover us so quickly?" cursed the tall ninja. Another ninja inquired, "Should we proceed with our mission?" The tall ninja replied, "Let us wait for an opportunity. They surely cannot identify us as ninjas from Kimogakure. As long as we avoid capture, we should be fine. I recall that the Yamashiro clan from Konoha can probe into memories. However, if they venture deep into the land of fire and we cannot find an opportunity, we shall retreat. Our goal is to assassinate Sarutobi Rizen, not to incite war between the two nations. At least, not at this moment." Back in the princess's estate, Rizen asked Kiyoshi, "What do you think about those ninjas? Where do you suppose they hail from? Their armor is uniform, and their movements precise. They must originate from one of the 5 great ninja villages. The Mist Village excels in swordsmanship and water techniques, while the Sand Village is adept in poison. Therefore, they cannot be from either of those villages, as that would be too obvious. The Rock Village is far from Kitami Castle. Thus, there is only one possibility, Kimogakure. I also believe their target is not the princess, but you," Kiyoshi posited. Rizen expressed surprise. "Me? Is it because I severely injured Yakumo that the Raikage has sent someone to kill me?" Kiyoshi shrugged, I cannot say for certain. They have never approached the princess throughout this ordeal. You are the only one among us with past grievances against Kimogakure. Risen found Kiyoshi's deduction plausible, but thought the rakeage would not be so petty. Surely, he would not wait until Risen was so far from his home to strike. Could it be an internal retaliation from Kimogakure? Risen pondered, feeling perplexed. Kiyoshi urged, enough of this, let us sleep. Risen nodded, deciding to set aside his thoughts. The next morning, the group gradually awoke and, after washing up, gathered in the courtyard. The princess's estate was bustling with activity. Goods were being loaded onto carts, most of which were gifts from the prince to the princess, set to accompany her to Kyoto. Dressed formally, the princess approached the group and said, "Thank you for your hard work last night. Please follow me for breakfast. We have nearly finished packing." Kiyoshi agreed, considering an early departure prudent. After all, who knew if more assassins would appear if they delayed? After enjoying breakfast prepared by the palace chefs, they assisted in loading the luggage. Their provisions included not just treasures and silks, but also many items the princess would require. The cargo filled 3 carts, which, considering Pihua's status, was relatively modest. Other lords or princesses from different cities would have far greater wealth, needing 30 carts at least. While they busied themselves, a man entered from outside the princess's estate. The group halted their tasks. The man appeared to be around 50, with graying temples and immaculately styled hair, dressed in an expansive purple official robe. He approached Pihua and bowed deeply, then nodded to Risen and the others, introducing himself. "I am Aomori Mamaki, the administrative officer of Kitami Castle." Aomori had always been an aide to the prince and had come to Kitami alongside Pihua after she was named princess. Risen and his companions returned the bow. Aomori continued, "I implore you to protect the princess. I heard of last night's attack and how you and the Shadow Warriors repelled the assailants. Should further threats arise on the journey, I trust you will ensure her safety." Kiyoshi assured him, "Rest assured, Lord Aomori, we will protect the princess with our lives." "That is most reassuring," Aomori replied, bowing once more. He then approached Pihua, presenting her with a letter. "Your Highness, this is a personal letter from the prince, who has asked me to convey a message. Pihua, you are aware of your father's health and that he cannot visit you in Kitami. Take care of yourself in Kyoto, and remember to write to me often." Upon hearing this, Pihua's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, "I understand, Uncle Aomori. I cannot remain in my position as administrative officer. Nor can I accompany you to Kyoto. Please take care of yourself, Your Highness." Aomori replied, "I must return to the prince in Nijirai, as per the decree. It is said to be for his care, but in truth, it serves to diminish his power." Aomori and Pihua bid each other a heartfelt farewell. Pihua had grown up under Aomori's watchful eye, their bond rivaling that of father and daughter. Initially, Risen had assumed there was a rivalry for power and prestige between the princess and the administrative officer, but he now realized the depth of their affection for one another. After Aomori took his leave, Pihua and her entourage set off. Risen and his companions guarded Pihua's carriage, which was one of 4 in the procession. The princess's carriage led the way, flanked by 10 guards in front, with several more beside it, totaling around 30 guards. Pihua was accompanied by a few close maidservants, while the Shadow Warriors trailed at the rear. Aside from them, there were no others. The group departed the city in grand fashion, and upon recognizing the princess's carriage, the townsfolk crowded to the roadside to catch a glimpse. Pleading for the preservation of Lake Biwa in Kitami Castle, the lake descended from the carriage. It appealed to the crowd with heartfelt emotion and rationality, explaining that it could not defy the Lord's wishes. It was not a matter of unwillingness to stay, but rather an impossibility. The townsfolk, now reluctantly bidding farewell, watched the group depart with heavy hearts. Upon hearing the news, others expressed their regrets, lamenting the fleeting nature of good days that had vanished too swiftly. Such a burden is unbearable for anyone, yet these people had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. Accepting the unchangeable, they resigned themselves to the flow of fate. The populace is always so compliant, while the rulers never show a modicum of understanding for these obedient citizens. This has become the norm in this world. The group continued their journey towards Kyoto. After leaving the city, Hiruzen boarded the princess's carriage with a book in hand. Addressing Lake Biwa, he said, "This contains knowledge on chakra extraction methods and healing techniques. You may peruse it for now, and I shall teach you further when we halt for the night." Lake Biwa nodded in agreement, accepting the book to examine. Hiruzen then disembarked, resuming his role as a guardian to ensure the princess's safety. Following the assassination attempt the previous day, their nerves were taut, fearing another enemy attack. Kyoto lies at the heart of the Land of Fire, southwest of Kitami Castle. The nearest city along the route to Kyoto is Rukabetsu City, located roughly 40 to 50 kilometers away. The group paused at noon to rest, with the princess preparing provisions for all. Nikizen accepted a pickled plum rice ball from a soldier, unwrapping the bamboo leaf to take a bite. As he chewed, he remarked, "At this pace, I wonder if we will reach Rukabetsu City tonight." Kiyoshi replied, "Perhaps not before dark. We may arrive a few hours after nightfall. It is best to avoid camping in the wild if we can. Safety lies within the city." Nikizen nodded in agreement as they engaged in light conversation, consuming the provisions prepared by the princess with water. At that moment, Nikizen observed a caravan approaching from behind on the road. He alerted Kiyoshi to take a look. Upon turning, Kiyoshi remarked, "That appears to be a merchant convoy. We may need to yield the road." Chapter 68. The Onslaught of the Cult of Evil Gods. The princess commanded the soldiers to move the carriage to the side of the road, allowing the merchant convoy to pass. They resumed their midday meal as the caravan drew near. Nikizen noticed that leading the convoy was a bald man. The man, spotting the group by the roadside, approached with something in hand. The soldiers, on high alert, intercepted him. The man, bowing and smiling, said, "You are the retinue of Princess Kitami, correct? I am a merchant from the land of hot springs, and I have long admired the princess's deeds. Today, I finally have the honor to meet her. I bring a precious treasure from my homeland to present to Her Highness." The soldiers opened the box he held and discovered a splendid jade hairpin. They returned the box. Lake Biwa stepped down from the carriage and approached the soldiers, addressing the bald man. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept something without merit." At that moment, Nikizen had just finished his rice ball and taken a sip of water, observing the bald man from a distance, musing, "It's not winter. Why is he bundled up so tightly?" He silently kept an eye on the unfolding scene, while Kiyoshi quietly sharpened his blade in preparation for potential combat. Sho, with a rice ball in each hand, continued to eat, his cheeks bulging. He had already consumed 6 or 7 rice balls and was evidently still only half satisfied. Tawanzi had just finished eating, while Kai was taking a leisurely stroll. Though they appeared nonchalant, each was acutely aware of the events transpiring nearby. The bald man brandished the jade hairpin, declaring, "The land of hot springs is renowned not only for its hot springs, but also for our exquisite jade. Behold this hairpin." Suddenly, he lunged at the princess with the hairpin. Before the soldiers could react, Kiyoshi swiftly positioned himself in front of the princess, delivering a decisive strike to the bald man's arm, nearly severing it. Simultaneously, Sho dashed forward, landing a powerful punch that sent the man crashing into a distant merchant cart. Sho, still holding an unfinished rice ball, stuffed the morsel into his mouth and chewed vigorously. Nikizen, Tawanzi, and Kai rushed to the princess's side, forming a protective circle around her. "Lake Biwa, are you unharmed?" Nikizen inquired. Lake Biwa, still shaken, replied, "I am fine." Just then, a loud laugh erupted from the direction of the caravan. "Ha ha, how delightful. My followers, draw your weapons. Let us serve the great evil god." The bald man emerged from the wreckage of the cart, clutching the jade hairpin in his left hand, while Kiyoshi's earlier strike had severed his right arm. Blood gushing from the stump as he drew a peculiar circle in the blood on the ground, the center marked by a triangle. A man nearby handed the bald man a sharp iron stake. At this moment, Nikizen, observing the situation near the princess, immediately rushed to Kiyoshi's side, noting a shallow wound on Kiyoshi's hand. Without hesitation, Nikizen charged at the bald man, shouting, "8th gate of opening, 3rd gate, life gate, open." He surged forth at his utmost speed, chakra erupting from his body, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as the bald man prepared to grasp the jade hairpin, Nikizen delivered a powerful kick, fracturing several of his ribs. The bald man, unable to cast any jutsu, was hurled backward once more. Meanwhile, the other members of the caravan brandished similar iron stakes as weapons, rushing toward Nikizen. Their skills were mediocre at best, lacking any significant ninjutsu proficiency. Nikizen dispatched a large number of them with ease, bewildered by their audacity to assault the princess's convoy. Kiyoshi and Sho joined the fray, the 3 of them wreaking havoc among the dozens of merchants. Nikizen struck a man squarely in the face, sending several teeth flying as he spun in the air before crashing to the ground. Turning to Kiyoshi and Sho, Nikizen cautioned, "Do not let them draw your blood. They possess a technique that utilizes blood to curse enemies. Understanding the implication of Nikuzen's previous actions against the bald man, Kiyoshi and Sho proceeded with heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, the injured bald man staggered to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he appeared undeterred. He licked the jade hairpin, and his skin transformed into a macabre black and white skeletal pattern. Discarding the hairpin, the bald man seized the iron stake and charged back into the battle. Observing this, Nikuzen intercepted him. Blood death. He recognized the jutsu the bald man was employing, perhaps more accurately described as a curse technique. It was a move previously utilized by Haiden in the original work. By obtaining the blood of his enemies, the user could invoke the technique, causing the target to suffer the same injuries as the caster while being unable to evade them. However, the caster must injure themselves for the technique to be effective, which is why only the immortal Haiden could repeatedly employ it in the original narrative. Now, the bald man was demonstrating the same technique, raising Nikuzen's wariness. The bald man swung the iron stake, but Nikuzen deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a powerful punch. The bald man staggered again, blood pouring from his mouth. However, he advanced toward Nikuzen as if unperturbed. To avoid having his blood extracted by the bald man, Nikuzen had no choice but to evade. He pondered, does this fellow possess an immortal body as well? Subsequently, he raised his right hand, generating a spiraling sphere. Boom! The spiraling sphere struck the bald man's chest with tremendous force, causing a deep indentation and sending him hurtling into the nearby grass. Nikuzen assessed the bald man's strength. Although, like Haiden, he also had an immortal body and could extract blood, his power paled in comparison to the original Haiden. Haiden, after all, could engage in several exchanges with elite Jonin Kakashi Hatake, showcasing formidable taijutsu prowess. Combined with his ability to extract blood, he was a formidable adversary in the world of Naruto. Even Asuma, another elite Jonin, fell to Haiden. In contrast, the bald man's strength was only marginally superior to that of an average Chunin, far from the level of a Jonin. With his immortal body and blood extraction ability, he could reign supreme in a small place like the Land of Water. Yet, before Nikuzen, who knew all of the bald man's trump cards, these abilities were rendered ineffective. This exemplifies the vital importance of intelligence in the Naruto world. At least at this stage, intelligence proved invaluable. Otherwise, Kiyoshi would have perished at the hands of the bald man. While Kiyoshi attacked the bald man, he too was struck and had his blood drawn. Had it not been for Nikuzen, who, even while opening the first gate, seized the opportunity to kick the bald man away before he could activate his blood extraction technique, Kiyoshi would likely have met a grim fate. The Leaf Village would have lost Kakashi as its 6th Hokage. Chapter 69. The exploding truck. The bald man crawled out of the grass, roaring, "You little brat." His intention was to rush towards the formation and employ his blood extraction technique to eliminate the white-haired ninja wielding a short blade, seeking revenge for the loss of his own arm. Yet, this little brat seemed to be acutely aware of his repeated tactics and effectively blocked his advance. The bald man recognized Nikuzen as his intended target. Glancing at the gaping wound in his chest caused by the spiraling sphere, he realized that despite his comparable immortality to Haiden, he still felt pain. With fury in his eyes, he glared at Nikuzen while using his own blood to draw another formation. Upon witnessing this, Nikuzen could not allow the bald man to complete the formation and immediately charged forward. Chidori. A brilliant blue light erupted from Nikuzen's Chidori, piercing the bald man's chest. However, the bald man seized Nikuzen's hand with one hand, attempting to bite him. Nikuzen leaped and delivered a headbutt, causing the bald man's head to buzz. Seizing the opportunity, Nikuzen withdrew his hand and destroyed the formation beneath him. Had he not been concerned that the speed of forming seals for other jutsu would not match the bald man's ability to unleash his blood extraction technique, Nikuzen would not have risked approaching him. After all, it would have been troublesome had the bald man succeeded in drawing his blood. The bald man's chest was punctured by Chidori, creating a gaping hole through which the scenery behind him was visible. With a furious roar, the bald man tore off his clothing, revealing a body marred by scars, indicative of frequent self-harm from blood extraction. Simultaneously, Nikuzen noticed the numerous explosive tags affixed to the bald man's body. The bald man bellowed, "All glory to the dark god," and charged at Nikuzen. Meanwhile, other fanatical cultists, still engaged in battle, also shed their clothing, each adorned with several explosive tags, shouting, "All glory to the dark god." Nikuzen and his companions swiftly distanced themselves from these lunatics. Kiyoshi, Shigeru, and Nikizane hurried to the front of the princess's convoy. Earth release, multiple earth wall. Thick and towering earthen walls erupted from the ground, encircling the group and separating them from the cultists. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated almost instantaneously as the earth walls materialized. Fortunately, all three were adept at earth release, and with their Jonin-level prowess. The combined earth walls they created were even larger than Kakashi's during the Pain invasion. Furthermore, the explosive tags lacked the potency of Pain's Shinra Tensei. Thus, the earth walls remained nearly unscathed amidst the explosions, standing resolute even after the chaos subsided. Tawanzi and Jing had been protecting Biwa Lake from the rear, ensuring it was sheltered in the center during the initial moments of the explosion. Miraculously, the explosion seemed not to have affected Biwa Lake. Others were also safe under the protection of the earth walls, though somewhat startled by the collective self-detonation. A frenzied act akin to human explosive trucks, an unimaginable occurrence for ordinary individuals. After the dust settled, Nikizane and his companions emerged from behind the earth walls, witnessing the remnants of the cultists scattered about, including the bald leader, whose body had been blown apart into 3 segments. Yet, he still exhibited signs of life, his severed head cursing Nikizane and his companions. Are all cultists this mindless? Nikizane mused internally. He formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow cutter. As he infused chakra into the earth, the ground was instantaneously cleaved open. The remains of the cultists and other debris from the merchant convoy were swallowed into the depths below. As the earth sealed shut, the traces of battle virtually vanished. The bald man's fate mirrored that of Haiden, forever entombed beneath the earth. Nikizane addressed Kiyoshi, stating, "These individuals have been dealt with. They are a cult organization from the Land of Water, known as the Dark God Cult. I do not know why they have targeted Her Highness." Kiyoshi furrowed his brow, replying, "This situation is not simple. We were just ambushed last night, and now this." Regardless of their affiliation, it indicates that someone has orchestrated this entire affair. Our intelligence may have been compromised. Nikizane nodded in agreement, sensing the gravity of the situation. A mission of this caliber should not pose significant danger. Yet 6 elite Jonin appeared last night, followed by a horde of cultists today. Who knows what other horrors await? Shigeru speculated, could it merely be a coincidence? The ninjas from last night and this group do not seem to be connected. Kiyoshi shook his head, asserting, they may not be allied. But I believe there is a true enemy orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. It must be said, Kiyoshi possessed remarkable clarity of thought, deducing the essence of the situation with just 2 ambushes. Upon hearing Kiyoshi's words, Nikizane stroked his chin thoughtfully. The mastermind? He whispered to himself, contemplating. Suddenly, a name emerged in his mind, Kaguya. Kaguya was indeed the quintessential puppet master in the Naruto universe. Firstly, his appearance was sufficiently dark, resembling a lump of black mud, far from commendable. Secondly, Kaguya had been plotting to revive Kaguya since she was sealed on the moon by the 2 brothers, H-Ri and H-Ri, over a millennium ago. From instigating the rivalry between Indra and Azura, Kaguya awaited the reincarnations of Indra and Azura through generations. Indra's lineage birthed the Uchiha clan, while Azura's lineage gave rise to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Uchiha and Senju have been at odds for a millennium, and finally, Kaguya awaited a pair of equally powerful reincarnations. Kaguya tampered with the stone tablets passed down through the Uchiha clan, revealing the secrets to unlocking the Rinnegan. The ultimate method to achieve peace, as proposed by the cunning Abido, lies in the implementation of the infinite Tsukuyami. He aims to employ himself as a mere pawn, gathering the tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails, and once he becomes its Jinchuriki, he will strike. It must be said that Black Zetsu's scheming is indeed formidable. Were it not for Naruto and Sasuke's protagonist aura, along with the soul of the Sage of 6 Paths being bestowed upon them, granting Naruto and Sasuke the power to wield the 6 paths, planetary devastation, Kaguya would have certainly been resurrected. As Naruto reflected on his memories of Black Zetsu, he realized that this mastermind could genuinely be Black Zetsu. However, he could not fathom why Black Zetsu would target him. Could it be that his brief conversations with Abido had drawn attention to him? Surely not. Yet, deep within his heart, Naruto had already unraveled the true answer. It was indeed because of those few words exchanged with Abido years ago that he had come under Black Zetsu's gaze. Chapter 70. The second battle lost in thought. Naruto pondered how he should respond if the mastermind truly was Black Zetsu. Suddenly, a kunai flew from the nearby woods. Explosive tag, Naruto shouted. The three of them swiftly evaded. Why are explosive tags so abundant today? Naruto mused internally. The kunai, adorned with an explosive tag, embedded itself in the earthen wall, and the explosion erupted brilliantly. Nevertheless, the earthen wall stood firm. At that moment, 5 ninjas emerged from the forest. They were evidently not the same group as the previous night. Kiyoshi and Shige engaged 2 of them each, while Naruto confronted the strongest among the 5. A man named Kawaja, a notorious bounty hunter in the Land of Fire, albeit only within the underground realm, as his reputation did not extend to the surface. Kawaja wielded a kunai, launching into combat with Naruto, his movements swift and ruthless. Naruto matched him with his own kunai, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. First on the ground before leaping onto the earthen wall to continue the battle. Naruto aimed a kunai at Kawaja's throat, but Kawaja tilted his head to evade while one foot clung to the wall with chakra, using the other to kick at Naruto. Naruto retreated a few steps. And at that moment, Dango and Kagami, who had been guarding the princess within the earthen wall, leaped out, entrusting the princess to the shadows for protection. They joined the fray to alleviate some pressure from Kiyoshi and Shige. After retreating, Naruto once again clashed with Kawaja. The renowned bounty hunter exhibited impressive taijutsu skills. If not for Naruto activating his flow state, he would have struggled to keep up. However, in flow mode, Naruto was untouchable, even against the lightning-quick Yatsuki. Despite Kawaja's formidable strength, he could not match Naruto's speed in the lightning-release chakra mode, thus failing to land a hit. Kawaja gritted his teeth, realizing that earning the bounty of 10 million Ryo was proving to be quite a challenge. His expression shifted, and the scar on his face twisted into a grimace as he renewed his assault on Naruto, intensifying his speed. Naruto, agile as ever, dodged his relentless onslaught without sustaining a scratch. Growing impatient, Kawaja attempted to create distance, but Naruto seized the opportunity to inflict several cuts on him. Both stood atop the earthen wall, poised for a climactic showdown. Kawaja hurled his kunai, which Naruto deflected, only for Kawaja to complete his hand seals. Water release, water bullet. A conical column of swirling water surged toward Naruto. He sidestepped, and the water bullet blasted a large hole where he had just stood. At that moment, Naruto was convinced that Kawaja's target was not the princess, but rather himself. If the goal had been the princess, the water bullet would have struck her instead. Retrieving his kunai, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spike. Numerous sharp earthen spikes erupted from the wall, thrusting toward Kawaja, though he narrowly avoided most. One spike pierced his left foot, leaving a gory wound. This kid, his hand seal speed is astonishing, Kawaja thought, as he leaped backward, suppressing the pain in his foot to continue the battle. With a flurry, he threw several kunai. Naruto, sensing danger, activated the earthen wall technique to block the incoming projectiles. The explosive sounds echoed from behind the wall, and soon Kawaja vaulted over it. Water release, water whip. Lightning release, electric current. A whip of water, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, descended upon Naruto. He jumped off the earthen wall just as the whip struck his previous position, shattering it into rubble. Kawaja manipulated the whip, relentlessly pursuing Naruto. Each strike, though powerful, failed to connect with him due to Naruto's agile evasion, which only served to frustrate Kawaja. Kid, is your only skill running away? Kawaja taunted. Using other techniques on you would waste chakra. Since you can't wait, let me send you on your way, Naruto replied. Kawaja's scarred face twitched in annoyance at the boy's banter. After the brief exchange of insults, Naruto once more dodged the descending water whip. The impact shattered the ground, sending electric sparks flying. If caught in its grasp, he would either be battered by the whip or paralyzed by the electric arcs. Naruto acknowledged that Kawaja possessed some skill, but it was not enough. Let me show you what true power is, he declared. Water release, water dragon bullet. Lightning release, thunder roar. Lightning water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon formed behind Naruto, its jaws agape, charging toward Kawaja. The dragon crackled with brilliant lightning, resembling a dragon of thunder. Kawaja attempted to strike the water dragon with his whip, but it merely flicked the whip aside. Realizing he could not escape, Kawaja was struck first by the paralysis of the lightning before the water dragon collided with him, sending him soaring through the air. He fell within the confines of the earthen wall, his bones shattered from the impact, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto glanced at the other side, where Kiyoshi had already dispatched his opponent. The enemy clutched his throat, gasping in agony, yet unable to escape death's grasp. Shige delivered a powerful punch that obliterated the enemy's head like a smashed watermelon, rendering him lifeless. Dango then unleashed a vacuum blade that pierced through the chest of another foe, who fell without resistance. Meanwhile, Kagami had also finished off his adversary with a flash of his short blade, sealing their fate. All 5 enemies lay defeated. They were bounty hunters, consisting of 3 jonin and 2 elite chunin. They had presumed that eliminating a group of targets no older than 18 would pose no significant challenge, considering their own extensive experience as bounty hunters. However, they were sorely mistaken. These young ninjas effortlessly overcame the seasoned hunters. This incident served as a reminder that a ninja's strength cannot be measured by age alone. However, in the current situation, one can only say that the emotions of the deceased are remarkably stable. Who are these 5? The soul of the day cut questioned. Suddenly, they emerged from the woods, only to be eliminated by their own hand. Yet, the day cut remains utterly oblivious to their identities and intentions. Chapter 71. The second battle. As the day cut pondered this soul conundrum, several terrified bounty hunters trembled as they retreated from the edge of the woods. Initially, they had intended to follow Kawaja in hopes of picking up a few scraps. However, they were shocked to discover that Kawaja and his companions had been effortlessly dispatched by these little demons. Is the younger generation truly this fearsome? As they backtracked, one bounty hunter collided with something behind him. Turning around, he beheld a towering ninja clad in black armor standing ominously in his wake, like a great edifice. Behind this imposing figure were 4 similarly garbed ninjas. The bounty hunter said, "Brothers, you 2 have come to kill Sarutobi Hayato, haven't you? I advise you not to proceed. That money is certainly not meant for anyone to earn. You all should know Kawaja, right? He has already fallen to that little demon." The bounty hunter evidently mistook these ninjas for fellow bounty hunters. The towering ninja then inquired, "So, they have just undergone a battle?" The bounty hunter nodded. The towering ninja continued, "Then this is our opportunity." He glanced at his companions before they swiftly moved forward. The bounty hunters shook their heads and fled, abandoning the prospect of the bounty. The towering ninja was the first to burst forth from the woods, immediately confronting the day cut and a shadow clone standing before him. "We've been waiting for you to emerge," the day cut stated. Initially, he had used his mind's eye to sense any remaining foes after the battle concluded, detecting several mid-level ninjas retreating from the wood's edge. He had considered pursuing them when he felt the presence of 5 chakra signatures at the level of elite ninjas, identical to those of the assassins from the previous night. The day cut instantly grasped that a 3rd wave of enemies was approaching. The day cut and his shadow clone formed hand seals, unleashing a combined ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Fire Flow. A torrential stream of fiery earth surged forth, demolishing and igniting the trees ahead. As the armored ninjas emerged from the woods, they were met head-on by the searing assault, forcing them to awkwardly employ body flicker technique to escape. However, the day cut continued to form seals. Wind release, cyclone. Trying to escape? The day cut conjured a whirlwind in front of him, drawing several enemies into its grasp. 3 ninjas, unable to evade, were caught in the cyclone's grip and were subsequently struck by the Earth Dragon Fire Flow, sent sprawling a considerable distance away. The remaining 2, including the leading armored ninja, managed to evade the combined assault. Seizing this opportunity, Kiyoshi and Takuya pressed their attack against these 2 ninjas, denying them any respite. The 3 ninjas hit directly by the Earth Dragon Fire Flow were now charred and tattered, rising from the ground, filled with rage as they charged towards the day cut. Takuya and Kiyoshi stood shoulder to shoulder with him, ready to confront the 3 advancing armored ninjas. The skirmish ensued as the 3 armored ninjas faced off against the trio. The day cut summoned his iron staff from the scroll, engaging in close combat with the middle armored ninja, who, due to burns and shock injuries, quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The other 2 ninjas, however, matched Kiyoshi and Takuya in skill. Their battle persisted for nearly 30 exchanges. After 30 exchanges, the middle armored ninja could no longer withstand the pressure and was sent flying by a blow from the day cut, his weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, the day cut leaped high into the air, ready to strike downwards. The armored ninja, in his desperate moment, formed hand seals in midair. Lightning release, thunder wave. The day cut smiled slightly. "You've revealed your true colors, haven't you?" In the face of life and death, this armored ninja unleashed the unique lightning technique of his clan, sending the day cut retreating. As he descended, the day cut executed a wind release. Great breakthrough, using the recoil to escape the thunder wave's range. He landed firmly on the ground, while the Cloud Ninja, having been propelled into the air, failed to control his landing and crashed heavily to the ground. Realizing his mistake, the Cloud Ninja struggled to rise, his complexion pale. The other two Cloud Ninjas, having fended off Takuya and Kiyoshi, joined their comrade. "Look at the mess you've made. Now we are truly at odds." One of the Cloud Ninjas gasped, furious. Though their identities had not been fully revealed, even if Kiyoshi had guessed correctly, it lacked proof. However, the use of the lightning release, Thunder Wave by this Cloud Ninja exposed them entirely. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Kiyoshi had been engaged in a prolonged struggle with the towering ninja. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from his short blade. Kakashi Ri's sword technique, instant slash. A deep wound appeared on the chest of the towering ninja, perfectly mirroring a previous injury. The towering ninja staggered back, clutching his wound, disbelief etched across his face. Such speed and swordsmanship. Terrifying indeed. The towering Cloud Ninja glanced towards the day cut, comprehending their precarious situation. If they did not completely eliminate the day cut and his companions, the repercussions would undoubtedly provoke a diplomatic crisis with Konoha. With gritted teeth, the towering Cloud Ninja roared and charged once more at Kiyoshi, reigniting the clash. The brilliance of blades and the clash of steel erupted once more. As the intensity of their combat escalated, chakra spilling forth and shattering the surrounding trees. Meanwhile, the opponent of Senju Shigeru was not as formidable as the towering Cloud Ninja, but was nonetheless robust and intimidating, with a face full of brutish features. Despite his fearsome appearance, this ninja found himself evading Shigeru's relentless onslaught, darting about like a cornered rat under the pressure of Shigeru's monstrous strength. Shigeru delivered a powerful punch, but the fierce ninja deftly dodged, causing Shigeru's strike to smash into a tree trunk, splitting it cleanly in two. The upper half flew away, toppling trees in its path. Shigeru formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. The ferocious ninja, startled, retreated, but a towering earthen wall blocked his escape. This was not an assault, but rather a strategic maneuver to cut off his retreat. "I've got you now," Shigeru roared, unleashing chakra as he charged forward. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Boom! Shigeru's powerful punch struck the ferocious ninja in the abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp. His eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The ferocious ninja collapsed to the ground, revealing the shattered earthen wall behind him. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Chapter 72. Reinforcements. Shigeru turned his gaze towards the sound, witnessing 6 or 7 ninjas adorned with Konoha forehead protectors rushing towards him. They were ninjas from the Konoha outpost near Kitami Castle. "Are you a Konoha ninja squad? What has happened?" inquired the leader, a ninja of special jonin rank, addressing Shigeru. These Konoha ninjas had been drawn to the scene by the earlier explosive assault from the evil god sect. Thus, they hastened towards the location of Nishiratsu and his comrades. Momo responded, "We have been attacked by what appear to be Cloud-hidden ninjas." Cloud-hidden? The special jonin from Konoha adopted a serious demeanor. This could escalate into a significant conflict that might ignite a war between the two great ninja villages. "We are here to provide support," declared the Konoha ninjas. Subsequently, 7 more joined the fray. The Cloud-hidden ninjas were swiftly overwhelmed. They were already at a disadvantage, and with the arrival of 7 Konoha ninjas, the 3 Cloud-hidden ninjas facing Nishiratsu soon found themselves encircled. The ninja battling Nishiratsu was first surrounded by 2 Chunin, blocking his escape route. The special jonin drew his kunai and advanced alongside Nishiratsu. With a powerful swing, Nishiratsu struck down. The Cloud-hidden ninja raised his arm in defense, but it was rendered numb by the blow. Meanwhile, the special jonin crouched low, thrusting the kunai into the Cloud-hidden ninja's abdomen, piercing through armor and causing blood to seep out. The Cloud-hidden ninja staggered back, only to be seized by 2 Chunin behind him, who twisted his arms brutally. Amidst the anguished cries of the Cloud-hidden ninja, his hands were forcefully broken. On another front, Dango and Kagami received assistance from 2 elite Chunin from Konoha, quickly overpowering their opponents. Nishiratsu and his companions dealt with their immediate foes, leaving 1 Chunin to restrain the incapacitated Cloud-hidden ninja. The other 3 rushed to Dango and Kagami's side. Nishiratsu approached Dango to offer assistance. The special jonin, accompanied by the remaining Chunin, reached Kagami shortly thereafter. Soon, the last two cloud-hidden ninjas were captured by the combined efforts of Konoha's forces. Only the tall cloud-hidden ninja remained, engaged in an intense battle with Kiyoshi. Their confrontation was fierce, and the others hesitated to intervene. At that moment, the tide shifted. Kikuki Ryu sword technique, instant slash. Kiyoshi swiftly unleashed a strike. Clang. Their blades clashed, producing brilliant sparks. Crack. Kiyoshi's strike severed the weapon of the tall cloud-hidden ninja. He then redirected his blade downward. The tall cloud-hidden ninja attempted to flee, but Momo swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. He was propelled towards Kiyoshi, who unleashed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, blood splattered as the tall ninja's limbs were left a mangled mess, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. The Konoha ninjas advanced to subdue him, stuffing a piece of wood into his mouth to secure his jaws and binding him to prevent suicide. "We will send these ninjas back to Konoha for interrogation," stated the special jonin. Kiyoshi shook the blood from his blade and sheathed it behind him. "Thank you for your assistance." The special jonin replied, "As fellow Konoha ninjas, it is our duty." Momo and Nishiratsu approached. Momo, holding the fierce cloud-hidden ninja, remarked, "It seems I may have inadvertently killed this one." The special jonin reassured him, "No matter, we will take him back as evidence." The special jonin bound the hands and feet of the surviving cloud-hidden ninja, while several ninjas grasped the collars of the captured cloud-hidden ninjas, dragging them to the roadside. The special jonin then noticed the corpses of several bounty hunters and inquired, "Were these individuals also cloud-hidden ninjas?" Kiyoshi responded, "They likely were not part of the same group." Nishiratsu added, "Their accomplices fled after their deaths. The cloud-hidden ninjas arrived later." The special jonin approached to examine the bodies closely, and after a while, he remarked, "These individuals appear to be bounty hunters." Nishiratsu continued, "There's another one beneath the earth wall." Consequently, Nishiratsu led the special jonin to the earth wall, where they discovered the corpse of Kawajiro. The special jonin examined the body and confirmed, "Indeed, this is Kawajiro, a notorious bounty hunter active near Kitami Castle. He has committed numerous crimes, and we lacked the strength to capture him. I did not foresee that he would meet his demise at your hands. You have inadvertently rid Kitami Castle of a scourge." Nishiratsu replied, "That's good. It also lightens your burden. You already have enough to contend with in securing the borders." The special jonin patted Nishiratsu on the shoulder and said, "We protect promising talents like you. You will surely become a pillar of Konoha in the future." Nishiratsu solemnly nodded. The special jonin and Nishiratsu exited with Kawajiro's body. "By the way, what was that explosion earlier? You shouldn't have used large-scale explosive tags in your battle, right?" The special jonin inquired. Nishiratsu explained, "That was part of the previous suicide attack by the evil god cult." "Evil god cult? Where are they?" The special jonin appeared puzzled. Nishiratsu silently pointed to the ground, recounting the entire ambush to the special jonin. Afterward, Nishiratsu and his companions parted ways with the Konoha ninjas, returning to the princess's convoy. Biwa asked, "Is the battle over?" Kiyoshi nodded, "It has concluded." Nishiratsu queried, "Everyone is unscathed, right?" Biwa reassured, "We are all fine. How about you?" Nishiratsu replied, "Fortunately, with Konoha's support, we are all right." Biwa scrutinized the group and, seeing that they were indeed unharmed, felt relieved. Thus, they decided to continue their journey. Nishiratsu and his companions dismantled the earth walls surrounding the convoy and discarded them by the roadside to avoid obstruction. They also hastily buried several bounty hunters before setting off once more. Along the way, Kiyoshi and Nishiratsu conversed. Nishiratsu remarked, "Cloud hidden, evil god cult. Bounty hunters. Why is it that everyone seems intent on troubling us?" Kiyoshi shook his head. "How would I know? Who could possibly possess the capability to mobilize such forces against us?" Nishiratsu hesitated to voice the name that lingered in his mind, though his suspicions had reached a peak. After all, it seemed that only Kurizetsu could orchestrate such a scheme. Nishiratsu remained vigilant, fearing that Kurizetsu's methods were not limited to this. The group pressed on, the sun gradually descending from the zenith to the west, the sky dimming until it was completely dark. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright, and the group lit torches to illuminate the path ahead. Since their encounter with the ambush during their midday rest, they had not paused. Finally, shortly after nightfall, they arrived at their destination, Rokubetsu Castle. In comparison to Kitami Castle, Rokubetsu was merely a small town, yet it was sufficient for the weary travelers to rest. Nishiratsu and his companions found a sufficiently large inn and arranged accommodations for everyone. After a brief respite, Nishiratsu approached the door of Biwa's room. Announcing his presence to the guards, he was granted entry. Chapter 73, Night Chat. Nishiratsu, the method you taught me proved remarkably effective, Biwa exclaimed, seated on the tatami mat, her face alight with excitement upon his entrance. Nishiratsu closed the door behind him and smiled. Indeed, the chakra extraction method passed down in Konoha is certainly superior to what you acquired from those wandering ninjas. He sat beside Biwa, who set aside the handwritten book from Nishiratsu and gazed into his eyes, saying, "Thank you for protecting me today." Nishiratsu waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. It was merely our duty. Besides, those individuals may not have been targeting you specifically." Biwa, covering her mouth in surprise, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Nishiratsu explained, "Aside from those few from the evil god cult who attempted to attack you, the other ninjas directed their actions towards us, didn't they?" As Biwa Lake recollected the events, she remarked, "Indeed, that is correct. But is it not precisely because you are protecting me?" Nikizane shook his head and replied, "Do you remember that Kawajuru? During my battle with him, I was utterly preoccupied with the fight and could hardly attend to your safety. Had he chosen to attack you then, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Yet, his focus remained solely on me." Biwa Lake furrowed her brow as she listened and said, "I have heard that a genius ninja from a hidden village like you commands a high bounty underground. Could it be that you have drawn their attention due to this bounty?" Nikizane responded, "Yes, but it is not solely that. Those bounty hunters are undoubtedly motivated by that purpose. They have been operating near Kitami City, and it is not surprising they know I have arrived here. However, how did those from the Cloud Village learn of my whereabouts?" Biwa Lake, astute as ever, grasped Nikizane's implication and inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone is plotting to assassinate you? But how could that individual know the details of your mission? What means did they employ to relay your information across the distance separating our two nations to the Cloud Village?" Nikizane shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Internally, he mused, "Perhaps it is not even a human." He then stated, "Therefore, I suspect that our route of action may have been compromised." Biwa Lake, her brow tightly knit, asked, "What shall we do then?" Nikizane provided his answer, "We shall take a detour." The original route for Nikizane and his companions was to travel along the main road, passing through various towns until they reached Kyoto. This plan was quite conventional, and those bounty hunters who were aware of their destination would surely anticipate their movements, laying in wait along the towns they would traverse. Furthermore, given the crowds in the towns and the significant profile of their group, it would be exceedingly difficult to avoid detection by these bounty hunters. Should a confrontation arise, Nikizane could not guarantee Biwa Lake's safety. If she were to be taken hostage, it would spell disaster. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to avoid the main road and instead traverse a path that would baffle the bounty hunters, perhaps even navigating through dense forests. This route would undoubtedly provide better concealment. However, it posed a drawback. Biwa Lake's guards and carriage could not accompany her. Nikizane continued, "My plan is thus. We shall take you alone on a longer route to Kyoto. The remaining guards, maidens, and even the shadows must not accompany us, for otherwise, the target would be too conspicuous, nullifying the purpose of the detour. They shall disguise themselves as a regular merchant caravan and continue along the main road towards Kyoto. I estimate that we can reconvene in Kyoto in a month's time, at which point we will enter the city together." After attentively listening to Nikizane's plan, Biwa Lake expressed her approval, saying, "I believe this will work. This way, both sides can ensure safety. Let us depart the city separately tomorrow." Nikizane agreed. "Very well. It is decided. It is growing late, so you should rest early. Tomorrow we will not have the luxury of a carriage. Also, remember to prepare light clothing for the journey, as traveling in the wild can be quite arduous." Biwa Lake nodded. "No problem. I can endure this hardship." After bidding farewell to Biwa Lake, Nikizane returned to his room. Due to limited space, he had to share a bed with Kagami. Upon seeing Nikizane, Kagami remarked, "What? Just back from the princess?" Nikizane nodded, stretching his weary body. "I shared the plan with her, and she agreed." Kagami, already aware of Nikizane's intentions, replied, "That is good. Splitting up is indeed the safest course of action. You should get some rest. Today's battle was taxing." Nikizane shook his head. "I am not tired." He then sat cross-legged and took out the sealing scroll to practice. Kagami observed Nikizane and shook his head, deciding against joining him in study. Sleep was more pressing. He quickly fell into a deep slumber, having not rested well the night prior due to the attack by Cloud Ninjas, and having faced 3 waves of assailants that day while traveling. Who could withstand such trials? Hiruzen, however, was different. His mental fatigue could be alleviated by mysterious spiritual energy. Thus, he still had the capacity to continue his training. He glanced back at Kagami, who slept soundly, and chuckled as he extinguished the candle. In truth, Hiruzen had already memorized the method of practicing the sealing technique. However, he had yet to grasp its nuances. Nevertheless, he remained patient, understanding that the study of sealing techniques was inherently challenging. Generally, it was only elite ninjas of the Jonin rank who would delve into such studies. Unless one hailed from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools, which had passed down the methods of sealing techniques through generations. The pursuit of such arts was exceedingly difficult. Even a prodigy like Hiruzen required double the effort to succeed. Fortunately, Hiruzen possessed a unique advantage. Under the tenfold acceleration of the flow state, he began his nocturnal studies. Meanwhile, Biwa Lake was also engaged in solitary practice within her room. Medical ninjutsu also relied on chakra as its foundation. Thus, Biwa Lake diligently worked to refine her chakra. The method of chakra refinement she had previously acquired from a wandering ninja was far too rudimentary, wasting considerable time in her training. Now, having found a suitable method, she applied herself earnestly. Biwa Lake's ninja talent was not particularly high, as evidenced by her swift defeat by Obito in the original narrative. No matter how hard she trained, her strength would remain limited. However, she possessed a tenacious heart. Biwa Lake had never been fond of combat. Thus, she dedicated her perseverance to the study of medical ninjutsu. This determination was quite rare for a princess raised in a sheltered environment. For royal families typically do not engage in the training of ninjas, let alone possess the resolve and tenacity for such endeavors. Chapter 74. The Detour. The following morning, the group gradually roused from slumber. After having breakfast at the inn, Biwa Lake relayed Hiruzen's plan to everyone. The guards and maidens had no objections, as they were accustomed to following Biwa Lake's wishes. However, one of the shadows voiced a concern. "Your Highness, if you leave the caravan, how can we ensure your safety?" Biwa Lake replied, "I trust that Hiruzen and his companions can keep me safe. In contrast, if I remain with the caravan, I may be more susceptible to an attack." The shadows fell silent. Biwa Lake further reassured them, "You witnessed their strength yesterday. They are not inferior to you, so rest assured. You can wait for us outside the city when you arrive in Kyoto." Only then did the shadow speak again. "Since your Highness has made a decision, we shall not insist further." Biwa Lake nodded appreciatively. "Good, then let us all prepare." Subsequently, the guards removed the emblem signifying the princess of the Land of Fire from the carriage and concealed it within. The shadows disguised themselves as merchants. Once all disguises were in place, the group set forth with great vigor towards the southern part of the city. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and his companions waited a while after the caravan departed before leading Biwa Lake out of the city from the west. They planned to take a roundabout route towards Kyoto in the southwest direction, given the need to accommodate Biwa Lake, who possessed chakra levels akin to an ordinary individual rather than a ninja academy student. Hiruzen and his companions did not move particularly swiftly. However, due to the necessity of taking a longer path, they quickened their pace, which proved somewhat strenuous for Biwa Lake, who was following closely behind. The group avoided the main road altogether, traversing through the woods instead. The forest coverage in the Land of Fire remained quite high, and their new route required them to navigate entirely through the forest. After a morning of trekking through the forest, Lake Biwa began to feel overwhelmed. The others, including Hiruzen, noticed this and decided to pause for a rest. They worked together to clear a patch of ground where they could sit. Hiruzen remarked, "This pace will need to continue for a month. Are you sure you can endure it?" Lake Biwa smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, I can persevere." With that, she retrieved her training manual and began reading. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement and said, "You should focus on cultivating your chakra for a few days before I teach you healing techniques." Lake Biwa lifted her head to respond. The group took a break for lunch, consuming the provisions they had purchased in Luby City, before continuing their journey. As they traversed the forest, their pace was only slightly faster than that of an average person walking on flat ground. At this rate, combined with the detours they had to take to reach the heart of the Land of Fire, a month seemed quite tight. Were it just Hiruzen and his companions, they could have leaped from tree to tree and reached Kyoto in 3 days. However, with Lake Biwa in tow, they had to walk steadily on the ground. Meanwhile, trade caravans on the main roads, largely comprised of ordinary folk, would also take nearly a month to arrive. After all, coordinating the movements and rests of dozens of people was not easy. Unlike Hiruzen and his companions, who could simply clear a space to rest whenever they felt fatigued, Lake Biwa, being someone who had trained in chakra, was certainly more resilient than the average person. Thus, Hiruzen and his companions continued their arduous journey through the forests of the Land of Fire, relying primarily on hunting and foraging for sustenance. Occasionally, they would visit nearby towns to indulge in the comforts of human civilization, savoring delightful meals and soaking in baths. Throughout this time, Lake Biwa diligently refined her chakra and absorbed theoretical knowledge of healing techniques. One evening, Hiruzen felt that the time was ripe to teach her medical ninjutsu. He approached her with an innocent little white rabbit in hand and said, "You have grasped the basics of healing techniques, but the essence of ninjutsu lies in practice." Lake Biwa nodded, her exceptional memory allowing her to recite the training manual verbatim. However, she had yet to attempt practical application. Hiruzen held the squirming rabbit still and made a small incision on its back with a kunai. Lake Biwa immediately understood his intent, placing her hands above the wound. A faint light of pale green emanated from her palms. Yet, after a considerable time, the wound remained unhealed. Observing this, Hiruzen placed one hand before the rabbit's injury, releasing a vibrant green chakra, the color symbolizing vitality. The rabbit's wound swiftly mended. This healing technique, though a simplified version of the much more powerful healing palm technique, was nonetheless effective primarily for minor injuries. Severe wounds would only be alleviated by it, whereas the healing palm could revive critically injured individuals on the battlefield and cure most ailments, making it a remarkably versatile medical ninjutsu. However, even the healing palm had its limits. For instance, it would be ineffective against a grievous case of massive blood loss or severe internal injuries, such as those suffered by Kato Dan. Seeing Hiruzen demonstrate the healing technique, Lake Biwa contemplated thoughtfully. "Let me try once more," she requested. Hiruzen obliged, inflicting another wound on the rabbit. Lake Biwa made another attempt, yielding slightly better results, although still limited. At this rate, the healing effect might not suffice before the wound began to heal on its own. Consequently, every night thereafter, Lake Biwa committed herself to practicing the healing technique, while Hiruzen indulged in roasted rabbit each evening, much to the envy of Momo, who watched hungrily. A month swiftly passed, and Hiruzen and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire, Kyoto. Exiting the woods, Hiruzen surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of the princess's convoy on the bustling roads. There were no traces of the procession outside the city gates either. After such a long journey, they had finally reached their destination. Momo sighed in relief, while Kiyoshi patted him on the shoulder, teasing, "Are you already thinking about a grand feast?" Momo sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Dango chimed in, "I just want to wash up quickly." Lake Biwa echoed, "Me too. Me too." During their month-long journey, Dango and Lake Biwa had grown closer, as girls often share many common interests. Kagami approached Hiruzen, noticing he was still observing the surroundings. "What is it, Hiruzen? Have you detected something unusual?" Hiruzen pointed towards the side of the road, saying, "Look over there." Chapter 75. Eradicating Crime. A group of dozens of ninjas wearing the Konoha headband had gathered outside the city. The leader appeared to be addressing the other ninjas, who bore various injuries, their armor stained with blood and bandaged at their wounds. Hiruzen suggested, "Let us go take a look." Kagami agreed, and they made their way toward the Konoha ninjas. As they approached, the leader noticed them and initially dismissed their presence, but then suddenly exclaimed, "Young clan leader?" The ninja was astonished. However, among Hiruzen's group, aside from Lake Biwa, the princess of the Land of Fire, there were 4 other young clan leaders: Hiruzen, Dango, Momo, and Kiyoshi, each leading their respective families. Of course, the Hokage clan was small in number, and Kiyoshi's generation consisted of only a few individuals, making his title somewhat trivial. Yet, Kagami's identity was significant. Though his father was not the leader of the Uchiha clan, he held considerable influence within the clan. Hiruzen, slightly bewildered, was uncertain whom the ninja was referring to, certain it was not himself. Momo stepped forward and asked, "Uncle Kabuki, what are you doing here?" The leading ninja was Senju Kabuki, one of the elite jonin of the Senju clan. Kabuki explained, "Haven't you heard? The village has launched a campaign against underground crime within the borders of the Land of Fire. We have already dismantled several underground currency exchange operations. Just yesterday, we finished clearing out the underground exchange in Kyoto, ensuring your safety while on your mission here. Momo's expression turned somewhat complex. A campaign against crime? He was puzzled. Kabuki elaborated. It was triggered a month ago when your team was ambushed. The Hokage was furious and initiated this campaign, targeting those notorious bounty hunters. It is not unfair to say that most bounty hunters are desperate rogues who often resort to indiscriminate killings in pursuit of their targets. Not only that, but the Hokage also dispatched a team to the Land of Soup to eliminate the evil god cult, pressuring the Hidden Cloud Village in the name of attacking Konoha ninjas. As a result, the Hidden Cloud Village compensated us with 2 billion ryo and even had the Raikage personally apologize to the Hokage. Compared to this, our domestic campaign against crime seems minor. Risen listened quietly, considering that the evil god cult was merely a minor nuisance, and bounty hunters were like rats in the street, with Konoha's campaign against them facing no resistance. What astonished Hisashi the most was Konoha's stern attitude toward Kumogakure. 200 million ryo? Kumogakure had incurred a loss equivalent to nearly 6 asumas. With their army looming, Kumogakure was forced to pay reparations, while Raikage offered his apologies. It was quite the spectacle. Hisashi mused. One cannot deny that Konoha currently exudes undeniable strength. Under the guardianship of the god of shinobi, Konoha stands as the undisputed leader among the 5 great shinobi villages. The other villages, in the face of Konoha's assertive pressure, dared only to resort to petty tricks behind the scenes. Even Kumogakure, a fellow member of the 5 great shinobi villages, found themselves thoroughly constrained. It is no wonder that Hashirama displayed such fury. His son and 3 disciples had been attacked within the borders of the Land of Fire. Who wouldn't be enraged in such a situation? Even a mud Buddha has its limits. Hashirama is known for his good temper, but even a Buddha can exhibit the wrath of a diamond. Fortunately, Hisashi and his companions remained unscathed. Otherwise, with a clap of his hands and the activation of Sage Mode, Hashirama could have obliterated an entire nation, leaving Kumogakure and even the Land of Lightning in ruins. At this moment, Shige remarked, "So, you've eliminated all the money exchange houses in the vicinity?" Takamori replied, "Indeed. We are but a small team dedicated to rooting out evil, and there are many others undertaking this task as well. Essentially, the bounty hunters throughout the Land of Fire have been affected. Those money exchange houses that remain must now hide away." Shige sighed deeply. "What have we been doing for the past month in the woods then?" Hisashi patted Shige on the back, saying, "At least we've safely arrived in Kyoto. Let us not dwell on other matters." Tsubasa added, "Hisashi is right. Now that we are in Kyoto, let us head inside. The convoy may take a while longer to arrive." Tsubasa seemed eager to enter the city, primarily to take a relaxing bath. Shige, no longer lamenting, began to contemplate what to eat once they entered the city. After bidding farewell to Konoha's team, the group made their way into the city of Kyoto. Meanwhile, atop a great tree outside the city, Kurizetsu silently observed everything. Rooting out evil? How laughable. Senju Hashirama, have you uncovered my scheme? Impossible, my plan is well concealed. This must be mere coincidence. Sarutobi Hisashi, I shall not let you off so easily. Kurizetsu thought with malice. Yet, in truth, he chose to bide his time. After all, Hashirama had intervened to protect Hisashi. The machinations of Kurizetsu were rendered futile. He decided to remain hidden, waiting for the next opportunity, turning his hopes toward Uchiha Madara, who still roamed the shinobi world. As long as Madara firmly stood by his side, the fate of the young Sarutobi Hisashi would matter little. Thus, Kurizetsu abandoned the immediate plan to eliminate Hisashi. Without the bloodline of the Tsutsuki, even the mightiest genius is but an insignificant insect. This was the true sentiment harbored within Kurizetsu's heart. He cast one last glance at Hisashi and his companions before vanishing into the earth. "Tobarama, who do you believe is the mastermind behind this?" Hashirama inquired, seated firmly in the Hokage's office. Tobarama, propped against the desk with one hand, responded, "The only individual capable of clearly understanding Konoha's internal mission intelligence and swiftly relaying it to more than 20 money exchange houses across the country, as well as to the evil god cult in the Land of Water and Kumogakure, is none other than Uchiha Madara." As soon as Tobarama finished speaking, Hashirama reacted vehemently. "Impossible. Madara would never engage in such actions. Brother, you must understand, the Uchiha are inherently malevolent, and besides, Madara is already a rogue ninja of Konoha." Tobarama's words were once again interrupted by Hashirama. "Enough, Tobarama. Those are merely your conjectures. I believe Hisashi and Shige must have their own speculations. We shall discuss it once they return to Konoha. Tobirama could only nod in agreement. Chapter 76. Audience with the daimyo. After Hisashi and his group settled in a local inn, they proceeded to enjoy their time in Kyoto. Shige led everyone to indulge in the city's culinary delights. One must admit, Kyoto, being the capital, is exceptionally vibrant, with throngs of people bustling along the streets and a myriad of shops lining either side, leaving Hisashi and his companions quite overwhelmed. After all, Konoha was still merely a small town and could not compare to the grandeur of the most prosperous city in the Land of Fire. The group reveled in their time in Kyoto for 2 days. Not just Hisashi and his companions, even Biwako followed them, relishing the freedom she had longed for, having grown up behind high walls. 3 days later, the princess's convoy arrived at the city outskirts. Hisashi and his companions returned to the convoy, where the princess donned her ceremonial attire and re-entered the carriage. The convoy discarded its guise and reinstated the emblem representing the princess of the Land of Fire. The procession entered the city with great fanfare, headed toward the central palace of the daimyo in Kyoto. Upon arriving at the gates of the daimyo's residence, they were stopped by guards. Halt! One guard stepped forward to block their way. Kiyoshi approached, stating, "We are here to escort Princess Kidami to meet the daimyo." At this moment, Biwako descended from the carriage, displaying a royal insignia. The guards then reported to the palace, subsequently opening the gates to allow Hisashi and his companions entry. However, only Hisashi and his 4 companions, along with Biwako, were permitted inside, while the convoy remained outside. The daimyo's residence was resplendent, grand in scale, occupying the prime location in Kyoto. As Hisashi walked along the spacious path of the residence, he discreetly sensed the chakra fluctuations within, detecting no less than 12 J-nin and numerous CH-nin and Genin-level shinobi. It appeared that the daimyo's defenses were indeed formidable. Upon reaching the palace, they removed their shoes and ascended the steps, adhering to the customary etiquette of wooden floors. Hisashi often found himself grateful that he did not suffer from foot odor. Entering the grand hall, the daimyo casually occupied the main seat. He appeared somewhat aged, likely in his 50s or 60s. Numerous documents were spread across the daimyo's desk, indicating his diligence in governance. After all, the current daimyo still wielded considerable power, responsible for both national affairs and local matters, requiring reports from various officials of the Land of Fire. However, based on Hisashi's observations of the living conditions of the lower class in the Land of Fire, the daimyo's rule seemed to offer little in the way of benefits to the common people. Corruption among officials and chaotic security exemplified the flaws of such a system. Biwako, come, take a seat, the daimyo beckoned. Biwako obediently approached and sat beside him. How is your father's health? The daimyo inquired with a smile. Biwako nodded. Father's health remains the same. The daimyo's expression bore a hint of sadness, though to Hisashi, it seemed somewhat contrived. Let us not dwell on that, Biwako. The purpose of bringing you to Kyoto this time is to better care for you, the daimyo continued. Biwako nodded in agreement. The daimyo then engaged Biwako in small talk, attempting to build rapport, expressing that among his younger brothers, he favored his youngest, Prince Sh-Jin, and reminiscing about how he cherished Biwako as she grew up, treating her as his own. After chatting with Biwako for quite some time, the daimyo finally took notice of Hisashi and his companions standing to the side. You have all worked hard, escorting my niece from Kitami all the way to Kyoto. It seems that the Hokage has indeed sent me a few reliable ninjas, especially you. Sarutobi Hisashi, I noticed your exceptional abilities during the CH-nin exams. Your prowess not only brought great fame to Konoha, but also reflected honor upon the Land of Fire. Moreover, I have profited significantly from the other daimyos. Ha ha ha. Hisashi smiled slightly and replied, to receive the praise of a great daimyo is indeed my honor. The group spent quite some time at the daimyo's residence before departing. Before they left, the daimyo sent someone to guide them to the prepared princess's mansion within the city. Under the guidance of that individual, they arrived at the princess's abode. After assisting in tidying up the mansion, Hisashi and the others prepared to take their leave. Baihiko, you have indeed mastered your healing techniques. You possess a natural talent for becoming a medical ninja, Hisashi remarked. Now that everything is in order, we shall return to Konoha. Baihiko nodded and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your protection and care over the past month. I appreciate your willingness to teach me medical ninjutsu, Hisashi. The group exchanged a few parting words with Baihiko before embarking on their journey back to Konoha. Baihiko stood for a long while, gazing in the direction they had departed. Reflecting, Thank you all. This past month spent with you has been the happiest time of my life. The mission was accomplished splendidly. Hashirama addressed the 5 young ninjas standing before him. You successfully escorted the princess to Kyoto, and most importantly, you returned unharmed. Now I can rest easy. Since learning of the ambush that Hizashi and his group faced, Hashirama had been filled with concern. It was only upon seeing them safe that he felt relieved. Kiyoshi, you led the team quite well, Hashirama acknowledged, calling out the captain of the group. Kiyoshi replied, this is not solely my achievement. Everyone played an indispensable role during the mission. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that these 5 young ninjas represented the future and hope of Konoha. Despite their youth, they exhibited remarkable strength. With time, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konoha. Hashirama felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youthful vigor. However, he cautioned, do not let this success lead to arrogance. This high-level mission encountered significant dangers, which illustrates the need for extra caution in future assignments. Hizashi and the others readily agreed. Initially, they had expected this mission to be an easy task with ample rewards. However, on the very first night in Kitami City, they faced an assassination attempt, followed by 3 more attacks the following day. Had they not chosen to take a detour, along with Konoha's subsequent crackdown on bounty hunters, they might not have returned safely. All right, you may go and rest. This month of missions has indeed been arduous, Hashirama concluded. Hizashi and the others bid farewell and exited the Hokage's office. Chapter 77. The Trials of Training in the Early Years of Konoha. Hizashi was 11, nearing his 12th birthday in 2 months. More than half a year had passed since escorting Bayahiko back from Kyoto. During this time, Hizashi had been occupied with missions and training. However, his progress and strength had become quite limited, primarily due to stagnation in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and the Ein-Sealing technique. Since his prior encounter with spatial fluctuations, his advancement in the Flying Thunder God technique had slowed considerably. Fortunately, Hizashi was prepared for a protracted struggle with this technique, determined to master it. Conversely, the progress in the Ein-Sealing technique had been relatively swift. Hizashi had reached the stage of condensing the Ein-Sealing technique. Yet, he found himself stuck at this juncture. Each attempt to condense the Ein-Sealing technique resulted in its dissolution after he infused it with chakra. After numerous attempts yielding the same outcome, Hizashi sought guidance from Mizuho. Mizuho-sensei, this is the situation. Hizashi explained his predicament with the Ein-Sealing technique. Mizuho pondered for a moment before responding. It may be that your chakra possesses unique qualities that the basic Ein-Sealing technique cannot accommodate. Upon hearing this, Hizashi grasped Mizuho's analogy. Chakra is akin to products bought from a supermarket, while the Ein-Sealing technique represents shopping bags. Although placing products into a bag is not inherently difficult, Hizashi's products were somewhat special. He had acquired a few dumbbells, causing the ordinary plastic bag to tear. In other words, the Ein-Sealing technique struggles to contain Hizashi's chakra. As for the cause, he attributed it to that mysterious spiritual energy. What should I do then? Am I to abandon the Ein-Sealing technique? Hizashi inquired. Mizuho contemplated briefly and replied, perhaps the Ein-Sealing technique truly cannot be utilized. Disappointment clouded Hizashi's expression. If he could not practice the Ein-Sealing technique, then the Byakugan technique would also remain out of reach. It seemed that he was fated to be distanced from the Byakugan technique. However, Mizuho continued, yet, it is not without solutions. Hizashi's interest was piqued by Mizuho's words. What solutions do you propose? Mizuho explained, in my homeland of the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques. They possess a wealth of ancient sealing techniques. I recall one known as the yang sealing technique, which bears a resemblance to the Ein-Sealing technique. Perhaps you could learn the yang sealing technique to use alongside the Ein-Sealing technique. If one bag breaks, why not use 2? Hizashi understood Mizuho's intent. Mizuho continued, coincidentally. A month from now, your master and I will be visiting the land of whirlpools. You should accompany us. Hizashi affirmed that he would. He then asked, what is the purpose of your visit to the land of whirlpools? Mizuho replied, to sign a treaty, representing Konoha and Uzumaki village. Mizuho did not shy away from discussing the political motives behind their journey, recognizing Hizashi as the inheritor of the Hokage in Hashirama's eyes. The friendship between Konoha and Uzumaki village was well known in the ninja world. Mizuho, originally from the Uzumaki clan, had married into the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan, being distant relatives of the Senju clan, had maintained a close relationship. With the advent of the ninja village era, the bond between Konoha, founded by the Senju clan, and Uzumaki village remained strong. In the original work, the Uzumaki pattern behind the Konoha J-nin's vest serves as a symbol of the friendship between the two villages. Yet, the land of whirlpools was later destroyed, and its clan members scattered throughout the ninja world. Some, like Kushina, found refuge in Konoha, though chosen as a Jinchuriki. She was fortunate to meet Minato, a gentle and caring husband, allowing her to live a happy life. Others, like Nagato, faced dire circumstances. Being the offspring of the Uzumaki clan, yet not bearing the surname. He had been raised in the Rain Village, where his parents were mistakenly killed by Konoha ninjas, leaving him orphaned. Then there was Konan, who ended up in the Land of Grass, exploited by her comrades as a tool for healing injuries, leading a miserable existence. However, Hisashi couldn't comprehend why the Land of Whirlpools, possessing formidable sealing techniques and a powerful ally like Konoha, had met such a tragic fate. It is estimated that during the tumultuous times of the Shinobi World War, when the Hidden Leaf Village struggled to survive, it was ultimately annihilated by other nations. Within his heart, Nikizane pondered, regardless of the circumstances, the Land of Whirlpools must be preserved. This is not only for the sake of our allies, but also to prevent the destruction of the Hidden Leaf at the hands of the formidable god of destruction. Even with a second chance at life, Nikizane felt uncertain of his ability to safeguard the Hidden Leaf from such overwhelming power. He remarked, "Is it in a month, then? I shall undertake some simple tasks during this time." Mito nodded and replied, "You may decide for yourself. Nonetheless, you must be available to accompany us in a month." Now a ch-nin, Nikizane possessed the authority to undertake missions independently or lead a squad. Consequently, Mito no longer frequently accompanied Nikizane on missions, allowing him a degree of autonomy. Thus, Nikizane selected several construction tasks around the village that involved earth release techniques. Whether it be compacting soil to create roads or demolishing buildings, he excelled in these endeavors, although he admitted his lack of proficiency in wood release techniques for constructing buildings. It would be unreasonable to expect him to carry bricks. Simultaneously, having discerned the reasons for his failure in the sealing practice, Nikizane turned his focus to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Throughout this month, he made modest progress in learning this technique, renowned for its formidable difficulty. Even under the influence of his flow state, his advancement was painstakingly slow. It is no wonder that the third Hokage, known for teaching ninjutsu, had not mastered this technique. Orochimaru, who clandestinely studied forbidden jutsu, also failed to learn the Flying Thunder God. In the original narrative, only Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze fully mastered this technique. The three members of Minato's bodyguard team could be considered half as proficient. They could collaboratively use a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique known as the Flying Thunder Array. The month swiftly passed amidst training and task completion. Meanwhile, Dango and Q were preoccupied with their respective missions. The three newly minted ch-nin had not executed a mission together for some time, as routine tasks seldom required such a number of ch-nin. Unless in times of war, ch-nin typically formed teams for high-difficulty missions. An example from the original narrative is the mission to destroy the Kaminobi Bridge, which was led by Minato's team of ch-nin. Chapter 78. The Land of Whirlpools. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the day to journey to the Land of Whirlpools arrived. Nikizane received the news in advance and concluded his road construction task. He remained at home, training while awaiting further developments, until a ninja knocked at his door. Opening the door, he inquired, "Is that you, Uncle Kabuki?" The visitor was indeed Senju Kabuki, who had previously been involved in eradicating crime in Kyoto. "Let us go? The Hokage is waiting for you at the village gate," Kabuki stated. Nikizane promptly prepared himself and set off. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, he beheld Hashirama, clad in his iconic crimson armor, amidst a gathering of individuals. Beside him stood Mito and Sho, accompanied by several ninja acting as guards. "Master Hashirama." "Teacher Mito." "Sho," Nikizane greeted as he approached. Hashirama, noticing Nikizane, exclaimed, "Nikizane, you have arrived. Let us depart together." Mito smiled and added, "The Land of Whirlpools has many delightful experiences to offer." This journey was akin to a homecoming for Mito, who brought along her family, filling her with joy. Sho also exchanged pleasantries with Nikizane, who brimmed with anticipation for their expedition to the Land of Whirlpools, viewing it as a sponsored excursion. The group set off, adopting the traditional swift gait of ninjas as they headed east. The land of whirlpools is situated on a small island to the east of the land of fire. Given the pace of the elite ninjas, they would reach the coast in merely 2 days. Including the time spent on boats, the entire journey would take approximately 3 days. The land area of the ninja world is relatively small, comparable to provinces in ancient China. The 5 great nations are roughly the size of 3 or 4 provinces, while the largest of the small nations, the Land of Iron, is no larger than a small province. The Land of Whirlpools, being on this diminutive island, is hardly larger than a prefecture-level city. The journey from the Hidden Leaf to the coast spans merely 2 provinces. For ordinary citizens, this distance would be considerable, taking months to traverse, as travel relied on foot, and only the wealthy could afford carriages. However, this group consisted of elite ninjas led by the Hokage, rendering the distance trivial. 3 days later, the group arrived at their destination, setting foot on the island of Whirlpools. Upon landing, they were met by the guarding ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools. After submitting their application, the group was respectfully escorted by the ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools to Uzumaki village. The Land of Whirlpools is a nascent nation established by the Uzumaki clan, lacking a ruling daimyo government, and instead governed directly by the ninjas of Uzumaki village. The territory is small, with only a handful of towns, predominantly rural. However, the scenery is quite splendid, with a natural environment that surpasses even that of the Land of Fire. It must be said, the local terrain nurtures its people, and the beauty of the Uzumaki clan is equally commendable, save for Nagato, who, after being drained by the outer path, no longer exemplifies this trait. Most ninjas in the Land of Whirlpools are of the Uzumaki clan, with others having intermarried, resulting in the sight of predominantly red-haired ninjas, each akin to a red-haired Shanks. As Nikazane observed, the nation governed by ninjas was unexpectedly tranquil, with everyone living contentedly, embodying the essence of a small nation where the sound of roosters and dogs could be heard. However, Nikazane understood that this was not true peace. Such fragile tranquility could easily be shattered by foreign invasions. Peace requires formidable strength to maintain, a viewpoint that Nikazane has long held. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, keenly observing this ninja-ruled nation for insights he could glean. Perhaps, he mused, the Land of Fire could undergo a transformation as well. After half a day traversing the Land of Whirlpools, the group arrived at Uzumaki village. Not particularly large, Uzumaki village housed nearly 2,000 ninjas, half of whom belonged to the Uzumaki clan. This count does not include those with Uzumaki lineage, together with the civilian population residing in Uzumaki village. The total number of inhabitants is approximately 5,000. After all, the vast majority of ordinary people live in towns and villages designated for common folk, with only a minority residing in ninja villages. As Nikazane and his companions approached Uzumaki village, their pace slowed. The village was enveloped in an expansive sensing barrier capable of detecting unfamiliar chakra within several miles of its vicinity, distinguishing it from the chakra within the village. Should outsiders approach Uzumaki village, they would be detected by the barrier. Nevertheless, due to the submission of their application and prior notification to Uzumaki village, Hashirama and his entourage were permitted to pass through the barrier without issue. Upon entering the barrier, Nikazane and his companions were welcomed by the rulers of the Land of Whirlpools, the village chief of Uzumaki village, and the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Akina, who led a throng of ninjas at the village entrance. Uzumaki Akina donned gray long armor, carrying 2 white-handled ninja blades on his back, and wore the Uzumaki village forehead protector. His hair and beard were entirely white, contrasting with the Uzumaki clan's natural red hair, which symbolizes their vitality. Once a Uzumaki clan member's life force begins to wane, their vibrant red hair turns white, signifying the impending end of their vitality. In the original text, the moment when the reincarnated Nagato turned white-haired is depicted. The elders of the Uzumaki clan are predominantly white-haired, and Uzumaki Ashina is no exception. He hails from an earlier era of ninjas, contemporaneous with the previous clan leader of the Senju, Hashirama Senju, and is even several years his senior. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for its longevity, attributed to both a peaceful environment and the clan's vigorous life force. This is particularly enviable in the ninja world, where the average lifespan of a ninja is less than 30 years. Uzumaki Ashina is the father of Mito, the mother of Hashirama. As Hashirama approached, he respectfully greeted Uzumaki Ashina, saying, "Father." Mito then took Ashina's hand and inquired, "Father, why has all your hair turned white?" With a gentle smile, Ashina patted Mito's hand and replied, "It's simply that the villagers can be quite troublesome. White hair is of little consequence. I have lived enough in this life." He called for his great-grandson, who had grown so much, and expressed his contentment. The boy, following his father's lead, bowed and addressed him, "Grandfather." Ashina's smile widened at the sight of the boy. Mito interjected, "Father, please don't say that." Ashina shook his head and suggested, "Let us proceed to the village to discuss important matters. We can address family matters later." Both Hashirama and Mito were inclined to heed Ashina's words and followed him into the village. Hisashi silently trailed behind them. The group arrived at the hall that had been prepared by the Uzumaki clan. Flags symbolizing both Yuzushiogakure and Konohagakure hung at the back of the hall, the designated venue for the leaders of the two villages to deliberate on forming an alliance. In Chapter 79, the Alliance of Wood and Whirlpool, Hashirama and Uzumaki Ashina sat facing each other, with Mito and the boy beside Hashirama, and Hisashi along with a cadre of guards standing behind them. "What is your perspective on the Wood Whirlpool Alliance, Hashirama?" "No, I should address you as Hokage," Ashina began. Hashirama responded, "My intention is to continue the enduring friendship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, fostering a legacy of camaraderie between Konohagakure and Yuzushiogakure." Ashina gently shook his head, saying, "It is not the same. While the Uzumaki clan can represent Yuzushiogakure, can your Senju clan truly represent Konohagakure?" Hashirama momentarily fell silent, but, after a pause, asserted, "The Senju clan may not suffice, but I, Hashirama Senju, can. I can embody the alliance between Konohagakure and Yuzushiogakure for a lasting friendship." Gazing at Hashirama, Ashina slowly articulated, "Hokage, I hope you can fulfill your promise." Hashirama, sensing hope, declared, "I shall certainly do so." Ashina continued, "It is not enough for you alone to succeed. Konohagakure must also fulfill its part." Hashirama nodded affirmatively. "I believe that as long as Konohagakure exists, the Wood Whirlpool Alliance will endure." Ashina replied, "Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall place my trust in you, especially for Mito's sake." Hashirama rejoiced and instructed his aide, Kiba, to present the pre-drafted alliance agreement. "Please review this," he said, adopting a humble posture as he handed the document to Ashina. Ashina unrolled the scroll and meticulously examined it. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Do you seek the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan?" Hashirama quickly clarified, "Konohagakure can trade ninjutsu or resources requested by Yuzushiogakure in exchange." Ashina responded, "It is not impossible to give them to you, but with one condition." Hashirama asked, "What is it?" Ashina stated, "In the event that the land of whirlpools is invaded, Konohagakure must extend its full support." Hashirama assured, "That is not a problem. The original agreement included provisions for wartime assistance." Ashina countered, "This is different. I am speaking of full support. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are well known throughout the ninja world, and many neighboring nations covet them. Given that the land of whirlpools is a newly established small nation, it would be difficult to ensure its survival if faced with invasion." Hashirama asserted, "I will guarantee peace in the ninja world." Ashina remarked, "Your outlook is rather naive. Peace in the ninja world is an impossibility. Moreover, I do not require your assurance of peace. I only ask for your guarantee of the land of whirlpool's safety." Hashirama then vowed, "I will certainly do so." Ashina nodded and continued to scrutinize the contents of the alliance scroll, recognizing the importance of this military agreement between the two villages or nations. It required utmost caution. This scroll merely reflected the demands and assurances presented by Konohagakure. Yuzushiogakure still needed to articulate its own requests. After nearly 2 hours of deliberation, the two leaders drafted the preliminary version of the Wood Whirlpool Alliance. As nightfall enveloped the land, torches were lit inside and outside the hall for illumination. The two continued to negotiate the details of the agreement. "We can provide you with the method of setting up a sensory barrier, but it must be exchanged for ninjutsu of equivalent level," Ashina proposed. Hashirama nodded, "That is acceptable." Ashina added, "Moreover, the number of sealing techniques requested by Konohagakure is excessive. The Uzumaki clan possesses fewer than 100 sealing techniques, which are the foundation of Yuzushiogakure. You are requesting 20 types outright. We can offer a maximum of 10. Just as Hashirama was about to respond, Mito interjected, "Father, Konohagakure is not without ninjutsu to trade. If 20 types are needed, then so be it." Why be so stingy? Ashina immediately bristled. Child, why are you siding with them? Mito smiled and replied, I am married into Konoha, after all. Ashina shook his head. 15 types. Is that acceptable? Mito seemed poised to negotiate further, but Hashirama interjected. Agreed, 15 types works. Seeing that Hashirama had acquiesced, Mito ceased her bargaining. Ashina remarked, do not underestimate the potency of our Uzumaki sealing techniques. Exchanging sealing techniques for ninjutsu would undoubtedly benefit Konoha. Hashirama nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing Hashirama, Ashina sensed he was merely going through the motions. Thus, he said, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Determined to showcase his abilities, Ashina stood up, stating, we just captured a sea beast today. I need to perform the sealing. Hashirama did not object and followed Ashina outside. While Mito and the boy remained by Hashirama's side, Hisashi also followed the group out. Upon exiting, they beheld a colossal moon hanging in the sky, casting a faint crimson glow. Hisashi remarked, I fear we may be on the brink of experiencing the infinite Tsukuyami. In truth, the red moon is a natural phenomenon, typically occurring during a lunar eclipse. When the moon enters the Earth's umbra, the thick atmosphere absorbs the violet, blue, green, and yellow light, leaving only red light to penetrate. This light is refracted onto the moon's surface, creating what is known as a blood moon. However, if the moon were to possess 9 Tomo Rinnegan, it would transcend scientific explanation. The group arrived at a location on the outskirts of the village, where several Uzumaki clan ninjas had ensnared a sea beast with a diamond barrier. The creature stood an impressive 15 meters tall, with robust hind limbs, short forelimbs, and a long, whip-like tail that flicked back and forth. Its neck was elongated, adorned with a multi-lobed mouth resembling a chrysanthemum, and it extended a long tongue. Its bulging eyes conveyed a sense of intelligence as it gazed at the assembly. In a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen remarked, this little creature possesses a truly unique charm. It bears an air reminiscent of the K species. K species? Mabu inquired, turning back to him. You could interpret it as resembling an octopus, Hiruzen elucidated. The sea beast lay immobilized under the formidable restraints of several whirlpool ninjas, struggling and writhing helplessly. One cannot deny that the Whirlpool clan's diamond locks are exceptionally effective against such cumbersome beasts, easily ensnaring them and making escape nearly impossible. As if signaling, Whirlpool Lawn instructed the ninjas to release the sea creature. The ninjas complied, dispelling the restraints and leaping backward in an instant. With eyes aflame, the beast brandished its diminutive forelimbs, flicked its tail, and twisted its neck, advancing toward the group with an aura of palpable pressure. Stepping forward, Whirlpool Lawn formed hand seals, then struck the ground with one hand. Sealing technique, Sun Thunder Seal. Chapter 89. Card games at Hiruzen's residence. A group sat together, armed with their homemade playing cards. Royal Flush. Thousand Hand Mabu. Why would you betray me, your teammate? Mabu and Hiruzen engaged in a playful squabble, evidently caught up in the excitement of the game. Frustrated, Hiruzen declared, I'm done. You truly are a hindrance. Let us switch to a different game. The others nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued regarding Hiruzen's innovative gameplay. This game is called Werewolf, Hiruzen announced. Among 6 players, there are 2 factions, the werewolves and the townsfolk. There are 2 werewolves who act first each night, able to designate 1 player for elimination. The townsfolk comprise commoners and special roles. Commoners lack skills and must rely on daytime voting to identify the werewolves. There are 2 special roles, the seer, who can verify a player's identity each night, and the witch, who possesses 1 potion of healing and 1 of poison. The healing potion can save a player, while the poison can eliminate one. Hiruzen succinctly explained the rules of werewolf, albeit with a hazy recollection of the specifics. Merely recalling what he could. I understand. Mabu interjected first. The werewolves are the enemies hidden among us, while the townsfolk are ordinary ninjas. The seer is akin to a perceptive ninja, and the witch resembles a healing ninja, he articulated. Hiruzen chuckled. That's one way to interpret it. Instantly captivated by this novel game, the others clamored for Hiruzen to lead them. All right, I shall assume the role of the moderator, he acquiesced. Distributing homemade number cards and identity cards. Player 1, Akimichi case. Player 2, Mito Gaidon. Player 3, transitioning to spring. Player 4, Shimura Dango. Player 5, Uchiha Q. Player 6, Thousand Hand Mabu. Nightfalls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, awaken and confirm your identities. Werewolves, take action. Werewolves, close your eyes. Seer. Awaken and select a player to verify. The identity is this. Seer, close your eyes. Witch, awaken. Tonight, someone has died. Do you wish to use your healing potion? Do you wish to use your poison? Witch, close your eyes. Dawn breaks. Under Rizen's guidance, the group navigated through the first night. As they opened their eyes, they awaited Rizen's announcement. The first casualty was Player 1, who appeared bewildered, expressing a lack of engagement. Player 1's last words were, "I am a townsfolk. I have nothing more to say." Rizen then prompted, "Now, Player 2 may begin speaking." In adjusted his glasses, stating, "I am a commoner. There is no useful information in my initial words." Next was Spring, who echoed in sentiment, "I, too, am a commoner, and I have nothing further to add." Dango frowned. "I am a commoner, yet at least one of the first two must be a werewolf." When it was Q's turn to speak, he calmly declared, "I am the seer." Instantly, all eyes turned to Q, particularly Mabu, who had yet to speak. "Last night, I checked Mabu. He is a werewolf." This statement elicited a vehement response from Mabu, who protested, "I am the seer. He is the werewolf. I checked him last night." Rizen interjected, "The discussion has concluded. We shall now proceed to the voting for banishment." Each person pointed at their suspected target. Player 6 received 3 votes, while Player 5 garnered 2. Player 6 was eliminated, and the game continued. Except for Dango and Mabu, who voted for Q. Everyone else voted for Mabu. Following Mabu's elimination, the game proceeded swiftly into the second night. Rizen announced, "Last night was peaceful," and spoke up, "Yesterday. I found Q's words to be more credible, hence my vote for Mabu. Since today is a peaceful night, I wish to hear Q's thoughts." Spring added, "I am actually the witch. The player who died last night was Q, and I saved him." Dango remarked, "Given Mabu's reaction, he seems much more sincere than Q. I suspect Q is a werewolf." Q responded, "Last night, I checked Spring. She is a townsfolk. Besides eliminating Mabu, there remains another werewolf, either Un or Dango. Between the two, I find Dango's consistent defense of Mabu highly suspicious." Rizen moderated, "The discussion is over. We shall now proceed to the voting for banishment." The outcome was decisively one-sided. Dango received 3 votes, while Q received 1. Dango was eliminated, and the game concluded with a victory for the werewolves. Identified as players 2 and 5, Mabu exclaimed, "Q, you are utterly despicable." Dango commented, "I could tell at a glance that Q isn't the true seer," and remarked, "Q is a reliable ally." Spring chuckled bitterly, You both deceived me terribly." Q smiled, "It was merely luck." The group continued their playful banter at Rizen's home, joyfully marking the day of Rizen's 12th birthday. Subsequently, Rizen returned to the rhythm of completing missions and training. Soon after, he received a special assignment. Rizen arrived at the Hokage's office. "Master, did you summon me?" Rizen inquired. At that moment, Hashirama was diligently reviewing documents. Upon hearing Rizen's voice, he looked up and said, "Rizen, I have a mission that requires your involvement." Rizen listened attentively. Hashirama continued, "You are aware of the Land of Rivers, located to the west of the Land of Fire?" Rizen nodded. Hashirama explained, "In the valley hidden in the Land of Rivers, a chakra metal mine has been discovered. This is no ordinary mine. It is a chakra metal mine." "A chakra metal mine?" Rizen expressed surprise. Chakra metal is an exceedingly precious resource in the ninja world. It can conduct chakra and, when forged into weapons, significantly amplifies their offensive capabilities. In the original narrative, Asuma's 2 weapons were crafted from chakra metal. The rarity of chakra metal makes it invaluable, far exceeding the worth of gold by weight. Given that there are very few chakra metal mines in the ninja world, such scarcity lends it immense value. Rizen recognized the gravity of this mission, understanding that chakra metal is a crucial strategic resource. "Indeed, it is chakra metal," Hashirama affirmed. "I plan to organize a team representing Konoha to travel to the valley hidden in the Land of Rivers to discuss matters regarding the mine." Chapter 90, The Land of Rivers. Led by Kaido, you and Mabu, as my disciples and sons, will accompany the team, Hashirama instructed. Rizen agreed without hesitation. Hashirama added, "I have seen your application for the Jonin examination. You may take the test upon your return from this mission. This task is urgent to prevent other ninja villages from preemptively signing agreements with the Valley Hidden. You shall depart this afternoon." "Yes, Master," Rizen replied. That very afternoon, as the sun rose, Nikon arrived at the assembly point for the team. Among the gathered members, he recognized several familiar faces, with the foremost being Shirakawa. As a seasoned elite J-nin of the Senju clan, Shirakawa's prowess was nearly second only to Hashirama and Tobirama within the clan, making him a fitting leader for this mission and underscoring Hashirama's significance placed upon it. Among the other J-nin accompanying them were Seiji and Shigeru, along with 3 J-nin from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, totaling 5 J-nin. The number of CH-nin was even greater, with 10 in attendance, several of whom were acquaintances of Nikon, including Dango, In, and Koharu, along with the long-unseen Uchiha Iwa. At 16, Iwa appeared significantly taller than Nikon. Comparable in height to Shigeru, his Sharingan activated with a single tomo, a result of a traumatic encounter during a mission. He had recently participated in the village's internal CH-nin exams, an easier pathway than the joint exams involving various villages, thereby fortuitously ascending to the rank of CH-nin. As Q was on a mission, he was absent from the gathering. The task at hand involved transporting supplies to a stronghold in the northeast of the Fire Country, suggesting a prolonged absence. Q was undergoing specialized training within the clan. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans traditionally fought in tandem. However, Q's peers from the Inuzuka and Nara clans were 2 years his senior, thus they did not attend the ninja academy together. Now that Q had achieved the rank of CH-nin, he frequently trained alongside them, honing their cooperative skills. After assembling, the group set off towards the Land of Rivers. Located in the western part of the Fire Country, nestled between the Wind and Fire Countries. It was relatively large for a small nation, covering approximately 1/6 of the Fire Country. The terrain sloped from west to east, with mountains and valleys crisscrossing the land. Numerous rivers originating in this region flowed into the Fire Country. Hidden Valley Village was situated in the largest valley of the Land of Rivers. The group pressed onward, their journey marked by urgency and minimal rest. After 2 days, they finally arrived at the heart of the Land of Rivers, Hidden Valley Village, in the morning. The village leader, Nagasawa Nobutaka, personally welcomed them. As the leader of Hidden Valley Village, Nagasawa had attained the level of elite J-nin, presenting as an unassuming middle-aged man. However, one does not become a village leader without possessing extraordinary qualities. Upon hearing that the Konoha envoys had arrived, he hurried to the village entrance. As the team leader, Shirakawa approached Nagasawa to engage in conversation. Senju J-nin, a pleasure to meet you. I am Nagasawa Nobutaka, the leader of Hidden Valley Village, he introduced himself. Shirakawa extended his hand for a handshake, responding, Leader Nagasawa, we are here to discuss the matter of the chakra metal mines. Nagasawa replied, the Hokage has already informed me via letter. Let us discuss this inside. He gestured for them to enter. Shirakawa nodded and walked alongside Nagasawa, the two conversing as they proceeded. Nikon and the others were essentially present to bolster Shirakawa's standing, showcasing the might of Konoha's ninjas. Hidden Valley Village had only a handful of J-nin, while Konoha had dispatched 5, starkly illustrating the disparity between small and large nations. Leader Nagasawa, I trust the Hokage has conveyed our requirements in his letter? Shirakawa inquired. Nagasawa nodded in affirmation, stating, the Hokage has made a request. Konoha will receive 60%, while Hidden Valley will retain 40%. I accept this division. Without hesitation, Nagasawa acquiesced to Hashirama's terms, demonstrating the benevolence that only someone of Hashirama's stature would extend to a smaller nation. Other Kage would likely have offered a mere 1 or 2% to Hidden Valley. As Shirakawa raised his hand to speak, Nagasawa's pupils narrowed, and he questioned, is it possible that Konoha lacks integrity? Shirakawa quickly reassured him, Leader Nagasawa, there is no need for alarm. Konoha does not intend to overturn our previous agreement. We merely have some additional requests. Nagasawa sighed in relief. What requests do you have? Shirakawa articulated Konoha's demand. We wish to secure the right of first refusal for the output of the chakra metal mines that Hidden Valley possesses. The yield from a chakra metal mine is substantial. Even a mere 40% would be beyond the capacity for a small village like Hidden Valley to fully utilize. Thus, much of the output would be sold off for foreign currency. However, for a large village like Konoha, chakra metal mines represent vital strategic resources, primarily consumed internally or stockpiled for future needs. Nagasawa, without much hesitation, agreed, no problem. His prompt acceptance stemmed from the fact that their chakra metal mine was intended for sale. Therefore, selling to Konoha, a powerful neighbor, also served to foster goodwill. Nagasawa led the group to his office, where he and Shirakawa would negotiate the details of the agreement. leaving Nikon and the others waiting outside. Shigeru turned to Nikon, suggesting, "Shall we take a stroll through Hidden Valley Village? I've heard the wild boar from the nearby mountains is exquisite, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, melting in your mouth with tenderness and a delightful bite. I noticed several barbecue restaurants selling this wild boar." Nikon, tempted by Shigeru's description, felt his interest piqued. Beside them, Uchiha Iwa perked up, exclaiming, "What? Barbecue? Count me in." Nikon chuckled, "Let us go together once we're done here." At that moment, a Hidden Valley ninja rushed in, entering the office. Shortly after, Nagasawa and Shirakawa emerged, the former appearing somewhat troubled, while Shirakawa bore a contemplative expression. "What has transpired?" Shigeru inquired. Shirakawa replied, "We have some unexpected visitors." Chapter 91. The guests from Sunagakure Nagasawa approached the village gate, with Shirakawa and the Konoha team trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Hidden Valley Village, where a group of ninjas awaited them. Each of these ninjas bore white cloth wrapped around their heads, led by a black-haired man clad in a white robe. They all shared a commonality: the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. Nagasawa stepped forward to greet them, aware that Sunagakure, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, warranted his utmost respect. The black-haired leader stood with an air of arrogance, declaring, "I am Manzai from Sunagakure, here regarding the chakra metal mines." Nagasawa, taken aback, responded, "The Kazekage did not mention this matter to me." Manzai retorted, "Does Sunagakure require prior notice to conduct its affairs?" Nagasawa explained, "Konoha is already in discussions with my village regarding the mines." Manzai then cast a glance behind Nagasawa, spotting Shirakawa and Nikon, their Konoha forehead protectors clearly visible. "Since Konoha is also present, let us convene as 3 parties," Manzai asserted, indicating his firm interest in the chakra metal mines. Notably, Manzai was the founding puppeteer of Sunagakure. Although the art of puppetry itself was developed by the second Kazekage, Shaman, Mizukage, the left gate of the village, is the first ninja to have completely mastered the art of puppetry and to have crafted his own unique puppets. The puppets he created are the renowned Jainin of the original work, symbolizing the pinnacle of puppet craftsmanship in this era. Moreover, Mizukage is the first ninja to utilize puppetry as his primary means of combat. Although Shaman has also acquired the art of puppetry, his main combat techniques remain the traditional wind release and the still-developing magnet release. Thus, he cannot be regarded as a true puppeteer. One could assert that Shaman pioneered the art of puppetry, while Mizukage established the role of the puppeteer. Consequently, Mizukage holds a significant position within Sunagakure, subtly edging past the elders and trending towards becoming the 3rd most important figure in the village. It is no wonder that Mizukage converses with Hasegawa Nobu in a condescending manner. Mizukage then declared, "Sunagakure is determined to secure this mine, and not even Konoha can impede us." His attitude was undeniably haughty, leaving one to ponder how he would fare if confronted by Hashirama. The urgency for the mine in Sunagakure is greatly intertwined with the rise of puppeteers who rely on puppets for combat. The creation and repair of these puppets are inextricably linked to chakra-infused metal, as certain intricate components can only be fabricated using this material. Thus, the demand for chakra metal in Sunagakure has surged. While the village is rich in resources, predominantly gold and ordinary iron, deposits of chakra metal are scarce. The village of Kyujin lies to the east of Sunagakure, and from Sunagakure's perspective, the recently discovered chakra metal mine in the land of River's Kyujin village was already within their grasp. They were taken aback by Konoha's unexpected and premature arrival. Bakuki stepped forward and stated, "If Sunagakure desires this, they must earn it through their own merit." Mizukage inquired, "By what means do we prove our merit?" Bakuki replied, "Konoha and Kyujin have reached an agreement for a 60-40 split. If Sunagakure wishes to partake, you must seize it from us." Mizukage crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "No problem." Bakuki continued, "In matters between lords, genuine fire is inevitable. Each of our 3 villages shall send forth 3 young warriors. The 60% from Konoha and 40% from Kyujin will serve as the stakes. You, Sunagakure, shall challenge Konoha and Kyujin, each challenge occurring thrice. For every victory, you earn a share. For every loss, you relinquish a share. Should you exhaust your shares, compensation will be required. 1 share equates to 10 billion ryo. How does that sound? The mine's value is staggering, yet the price is justified. Once the mine begins full-scale operations, the value of chakra metal will ensure that this sum can be recouped within a few years. Mizukage quickly grasped Bakuki's proposed rules. Sunagakure was in a state of destitution, relying solely on challenges to Konoha and Kyujin for shares. The best-case scenario would yield Sunagakure a 60% share, leaving Konoha with 30% and Kyujin with a mere 10%. Conversely, the worst-case scenario would see each member of Sunagakure indebted to Konoha and Kyujin for 300 billion ryo each. Thus, it appeared that Konoha would suffer significantly, maintaining at least a 30% share, while potentially securing up to 90%. Meanwhile, Sunagakure's best outcome would cap at 60%. Nonetheless, Mizukage was confident. He did not come alone, but brought along 3 of his promising disciples. Therefore, Mizukage agreed to Bakuki's proposal. Bakuki then turned to Hasegawa Nobu. With both major ninja villages in agreement, Hasegawa Nobu could hardly dissent. He nodded in affirmation. Bakuki stated, "Very well, I shall select our Konoha ninjas first. Nikizen, who among you wishes to compete?" Bakuki turned to Nikizen and his companions. Nikizen and Dango stepped forward side by side, although Shigeru intended to join as well. Bakuki deterred him with a glance. As AJ Nin, Shigeru's participation would warrant an equal response from Sunagakure, potentially skewing the odds unfavorably. Consequently, he withdrew. At that moment, Mito Munin stood up. Being of a similar age to Nikizen and Dango, and also a Nin of commendable skill, he was a fitting choice. The trio from Konoha were all around 11 or 12 years old, making it inappropriate for Sunagakure to send forth a significantly older ninja. Mizukage smiled and said, "Perfect. You 3 shall join the fray." Emerging from behind Mizukage were 2 young boys and a girl. The lead boy, with striking red hair and handsome features, possessed brown eyes that radiated an unusual maturity for his age. The second boy appeared somewhat younger, his head wrapped in white cloth, hinting at light purple hair beneath. This boy approached, scrutinizing Nikizen and his companions. The girl sported a bun hairstyle, her delicate features and light purple hair rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Ebizi, Chio. You shall represent Sunagakure in battle." "Understood," replied the red-haired youth named Ebizi, and Chio echoed in agreement. "No problem, master." Nikizen observed Sunagakure's trio. He recognized Ebizi and Chio, yet A was a name he did not recall from the story. However, A's striking red hair naturally evoked thoughts of the infamous Sasori of the Red Sand. It seemed that he was indeed the grandfather of the renowned Sasori. As Nikizen assessed A, he noted that A was equally intrigued by him. Chapter 92. The tournament commences just as Nikizen and A exchanged fervent gazes. Hasegawa Nobu arrived with 3 teenage ninjas from the village, addressing Bakuki and Mizukage. "Gentlemen, let us proceed to the arena of Kyujin village." Both Bakuki and Mizukage nodded in agreement, and the group made their way to the internal arena of Kyujin village. Hasegawa Nobu had already cleared the area, leaving the arena vacant for the forthcoming battles. Seated upon the dais, Hasegawa Nobu remarked, "It appears that Sunagakure's trio comprises exceptional young talents." He continued, "The members of Konoha are equally impressive, being disciples of the Hokage himself." Bakuki smiled, responding, "It seems that Chief Hasegawa is well acquainted with the ninjas of both Sunagakure and Konoha." Hasegawa Nobu replied, "After all, we are neighbors. Mutual understanding is essential." Bakuki nodded, perceiving Hasegawa Nobu as a cunning diplomat, skillfully navigating the interests of both Konoha and Sunagakure without offending either party. In the arena below, Sunagakure's trio opted to challenge Kyujin village first, prompting Nikizen and his companions to take their seats in the audience. The arena was relatively small, approximately half the size of Konoha's, yet it sufficed for their needs. Nikizen settled in the audience, eager to observe the prowess of Sunagakure's trio. All 3 were puppeteers, with their puppets stored within portable scrolls, their strength largely reliant upon these creations. A step forward to enter the arena. After a brief discussion, Kyujin village selected a ninja to compete. They dispatched a tall, slender youth, around the same age as A, 13 years old, adorned with the Kyujin village forehead protector. This boy was a prodigious talent, achieving the rank of Nin by the age of 13. While this may not be remarkable in Sunagakure or Konoha, it was a rare achievement for a small village like Kyujin. There was no appointed referee for the match, as that role fell to Hasegawa Nobu seated at the dais. He addressed the participants. "Once you are ready, you may commence." Retrieved a scroll from behind him, unfurling it to summon 2 puppets. The 2 puppets were clad in white robes, with only their heads exposed. One bore a crimson horse face, while the other displayed a gray bull visage. They appeared grotesque and menacing, exuding an aura of danger. These bull-headed and horse-faced puppets stood before Ao, casting sidelong glances at the tall, slender youth opposite them. The young man swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The battle commenced. From the viewing platform, Hasegawa Shin remarked. Ao remained motionless, quietly observing the youth before him, merely manipulating the two puppets with chakra threads, positioning them in a defensive stance. The slender youth reached into his ninja tool pouch, launching a flurry of kunai. Whoosh! The sound of kunai slicing through the air resonated, aimed directly at Ao's main body. Unperturbed, Ao commanded the bull-headed puppet to shield him. The puppet raised its arm, revealing several mechanisms, and a blue chakra shield manifested on its forearm. Puppet technique, mechanized shield. Meanwhile, the horse-faced puppet had already circled around to confront the slender youth. The young man brandished a kunai, engaging in close combat. He battled fiercely against the horse-faced puppet, which concealed its hands within its voluminous white sleeves. As it swung, the sleeves obscured the youth's vision. The horse-faced puppet's hands transformed adeptly, morphing into dual blades, iron chains, and grappling claws, making the confrontation exceedingly arduous for the young man. On the other side, after deflecting several kunai attacks, the bull-headed puppet retracted its chakra shield and charged toward the youth. Sensing impending peril, the young man swiftly retreated several steps, forming hand seals. Water release, water surge. A torrent of water surged toward the two puppets. However, the puppets effortlessly lifted off the ground, unaffected by the deluge. The bull-headed puppet leaped into the air, its hands morphing into grappling hooks. The youth evaded, but the hooks were firmly embedded in the ground on either side of him. The chains of the grappling hooks retracted rapidly, closing the distance between the bull-headed puppet and the youth. The young man executed earth release, flying pebbles, launching numerous stones of varying sizes at the rapidly approaching bull-headed puppet. The puppet transformed, extending several sharp steel blades from its body. The blades whirled, shredding the incoming stones to pieces, continuing its relentless advance toward the youth, its momentum unwavering. At that moment, the horse-faced puppet also charged from the ground. The young man found himself cornered, left with no option but to surrender. He raised his hand in submission. Ao's fingers twitched. The two puppets, previously menacing, came to an abrupt halt, as if inertia did not exist, highlighting Ao's precise control over them. Ao retracted the puppets into a scroll and exited the arena. On the viewing platform, Shirakawa observed Ao's departure and remarked, "Is this the puppet technique of Sunagakure? Indeed impressive." Monzuk declared proudly, "Naturally. Moreover, Ao possesses the greatest talent for puppetry among my three disciples." Shirakawa nodded, yet a sense of trepidation brewed within him regarding the so-called puppet technique. A formidable puppeteer can often control 2 or more puppets, equating their strength to that of 2 or 3 ninjas. In a one-on-one confrontation, an ordinary ninja would likely find themselves at a disadvantage, outnumbered. This is where the puppeteer's true prowess lies. However, a puppeteer is not invincible. Their vulnerability lies in their physical form. If the puppeteer is defeated, their numerous puppets become powerless. Meanwhile, the spectators, including Nichiren, closely monitored Ao's battle. Nichiren began to gauge Ao's capabilities. The bull and horse puppets were formidable, their strength under Ao's command comparable to that of an elite chunin. The two puppets, when coordinated, could unleash power rivaling that of AJ Nin. Yet, if Ao's strength was merely this, he would stand no chance against Nichiren. Nichiren sensed that Ao must have a hidden card, for he had noticed another scroll when Ao retrieved his. It was likely reserved for dealing with the 3 from Konoha. One could not deny Ao's cunning. By holding back, even after witnessing a match, Nichiren could not ascertain his true strength. It seemed only a direct confrontation would reveal the truth. The second contestant from Sunagakure stepped forward, a girl with purple hair styled in a bun, Chiyo. As a fellow female, the girl beside Nichiren, Dango, displayed a competitive glint in her eyes. Nichiren turned to her, leaning closer to whisper, "She is certainly not as formidable as you." Dango's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Nichiren, don't get so close." Chapter 93. Puppet Technique. Nichiren and Dango exchanged playful banter in the audience, while Chiyo scanned the spectators before addressing the trio from Tsushigakure. "Who among you wishes to challenge me?" A black-haired youth stepped forward, stating, "I shall." Like Ao, Chiyo summoned 2 puppets from her scroll, both adorned in white robes with broad sleeves. However, these were not bull and horse puppets. Rather, they resembled the black and white guardians of the underworld. One had a face painted in white, with a ghastly pallor, while the other was entirely black, seemingly crafted from a unique material. Both were poised for battle. Hasegawa Shin announced, "Let the battle begin." The black-haired youth immediately formed hand seals, invoking Earth Release. Earthstone spikes. Sharp, stalagmite-like rocks erupted from the ground, targeting Chiyo's puppets. With deft fingers, Chiyo manipulated her chakra threads, allowing the puppets to evade the boy's attack with an uncanny grace. Subsequently, the black and white puppets extended their arms, shattering the incoming stone spikes before launching an assault on the black-haired youth. The youth threw several shuriken, but they were thwarted by the puppet's chakra shields. Surprised to find the girl adept in such techniques, he had no choice but to retreat, attempting to distance himself to unleash another ninjutsu. Yet, Chiyo would not allow him to retreat to safety. The two puppets raised their hands, firing a volley of kunai. The black-haired youth dodged to the side, but was still struck on the right arm, leaving 2 bloody scratches. Moving aside, he prepared to cast another ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon. A dragon made of rock erupted from the ground, surging toward Chiyo's main body. Chiyo deftly controlled her puppets, executing a seamless coordination. The puppets' hands converged, drawing out 5 slender, sharp wires. They swiftly approached the stone dragon, ensnaring it and slicing it into segments. Nichiren observed Chiyo's finesse from the audience. Although she was merely 12 years old, her prowess as a future puppet master was already taking shape. Like Ao, she could manipulate a puppet with one hand, demonstrating remarkable skill. With just the 10 chakra threads on her fingers, she maneuvered the 2 puppets with agility and precision. Seeing the stone dragon dismantled, the black-haired youth resolved to unleash another ninjutsu against the advancing puppets. However, upon forming seals, he found himself unable to control his chakra, his body growing weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Chiyo retracted her puppets. "Please assist your companion," she instructed the other 2 contestants from Tsushigakure. "He has been afflicted with a paralyzing toxin. He will recover in 20 minutes. The 2 from Tsushigakure stepped forward to help their fallen comrade to a resting place. As the sun set, Chiyo witnessed the cunning use of poison, pondering to herself that the puppeteers of Sunigakure were indeed masters of toxic arts. With 2 consecutive victories under their belt, Sunigakure seized a significant share from Takigakure according to the betting rules. Soon, they dispatched their 3rd ninja, the future high-ranking advisor of Sunigakure, Chiyo's younger brother, Ibiz. At this moment, Ibiz was not the frail old man known to many, but rather a spirited youth. He deftly produced a scroll, summoning forth a puppet, a fearsome creature with a blue face and sharp fangs. Though the young Ibiz's proficiency in puppetry seemed somewhat inferior to that of Chiyo and Kankuro, he was capable of controlling a single puppet in battle, which was sufficient to contend with the ninja from Takigakure. The remaining youth from Takigakure stepped forward, and with a flourish of his hands, Ibiz connected 10 chakra strings to his puppet. The blue-faced puppet sprang to life, imbued with an almost soulful vigor. Upon the command of Hasegawa Shin, the battle commenced, and both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. The Takigakure youth appeared adept in taijutsu, charging forward with a kunai in hand. The puppet advanced without hesitation, raising one hand to deflect the youth's downward strike. The clang of metal echoed as the puppet effortlessly blocked the attack, while its other hand transformed into a sharp blade aimed at the youth's midsection. The youth, having witnessed the fate of his companion, evaded just in time, narrowly escaping the puppet's deadly strike, which was laced with various toxins. The blue-faced puppet retracted its hands and unleashed a barrage of shuriken from its mouth, raining down like a storm upon the youth. The young ninja swung his kunai with fervor, slicing through the incoming projectiles. Yet, the assault was far from over. After expelling the shuriken, the puppet released a small black sphere, akin to a ping-pong ball. Upon detonation, it unleashed a cloud of poisonous purple smoke, which the youth instinctively dodged while holding his breath. The thick smoke was not only potent but also obscured visibility, causing the youth to retreat to a corner, while the puppet, unfazed by the toxic fumes, plunged through the smoke. As the puppet approached, it transformed its arms into blades and began spinning like a top, creating a fearsome whirlwind of cutting edges. Trapped against the wall with no escape, the youth had no choice but to flee sideways. The puppet crashed through, its whirling blades slicing through the rocky wall with a deafening screech. Ibiz remained stationary, utilizing sensory ninjutsu to effortlessly track the youth's evasive maneuvers despite the smoke. With the puppet in pursuit and the poisonous mist closing in, the youth found himself with no path to safety and resorted to running up the wall. However, Ibiz was determined not to let him escape. The puppet's arms extended, attacking the youth as he scrambled along the wall. With no means of evasion left, the youth cried out in surrender, "I concede." Upon hearing this, Ibiz commanded the puppet to withdraw. In an instant, the aggressive puppet halted and was pulled back to Ibiz's side. He retracted it into the scroll while on the viewing platform. Hasegawa Shin's expression darkened momentarily before he masked it. Initially, Takigakure had negotiated a 40 stake in the mineral vein, but Sunagakure had audaciously pilfered 30, leaving them with a mere 10. The anguish of gain followed by loss was particularly stinging. Had they begun with only a 10 share, the pain would have been less profound. Meanwhile, Mons Eamon displayed no restraint in his smugness. Addressing Hasegawa Shin and Kashiwood, Takigakure has been defeated. How will Konoha fare? Chapter 94. The Trifaction Seal and the Spiraling Sphere in the Arena. Ibiz stepped down for a moment's rest, while Kankuro ascended the stage once more, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze on the seated Hayashi. The name of the first genius of Konoha had reached Sunagakure, and Kankuro was already aware of it. He had even heard tales of how a disciple of the Kazekage had fallen to Hayashi during his 7th year. Naturally, this incident had not been publicly aired by Sunagakure, as it was a matter of their own missteps. Kankuro learned this from Mons Eamon's conversation with Shaman. Since then, he had etched the name Sarutobi Hayashi into his memory. During the Nin exams, Kankuro had wished to face Hayashi in combat. However, the Kazekage had declined Konoha's invitation. Thus, it was an unexpected encounter in Takigakure that reignited his fighting spirit. Hayashi noticed the fiery determination in Kankuro's eyes and leaped down from the audience to the center of the arena. Kankuro smiled and summoned forth 2 puppets, the bullhead and the horseface. Observing this, Hasegawa Shin declared, "Let the battle begin." Kankuro promptly directed his puppets forward. The bullhead puppet launched its arms, transforming them into claws that sped towards Hayashi. Simultaneously, the horseface puppet, wielding dual blades, crouched low and charged at Hayashi. The bullhead puppet leapt onto the back of the horseface puppet, launching itself into the air for an aerial assault. Hayashi, forming a cross seal with his hands, unleashed the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive pops, 20 shadow clones materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. As the puppets approached, several clones intercepted the bullhead puppet's claws, while 4 or 5 clones faced off against the descending bullhead puppet itself. Meanwhile, the remaining clones surged forth, clashing with the horseface puppet brandishing its blades. Hayashi's true form, assisted by a clone utilizing the gale palm technique, soared into the sky, leaping over the chaotic battlefield below, aiming directly for Kankuro. In midair, Hayashi formed seals and unleashed the great fireball technique. A torrent of flames descended like a meteor towards Kankuro. In a swift response, Kankuro sent forth a chakra line from his fingertip, retrieving a scroll from his waist pouch. With a flourish, the scroll unfurled, and a red-clad puppet emerged before him. Puppet technique, chakra shield. The explosive flames collided with the blue chakra shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Kankuro narrowly dodged to the side, evading the flames that spilled forth. The red puppet withdrew its arms and launched them at Hayashi, who had just landed, greeted by the incoming limbs. "Are you a puppeteer or a robotic marvel?" Hayashi mused internally, bemused by Kankuro's peculiar obsession with launching arms. Puppet technique, arm projectile. The 2 hands exploded into a myriad of shuriken, resembling a rain of deadly needles aimed directly at Hayashi. These projectiles were laced with potent toxins. A single hit could seal his fate. In a reflexive motion, Hayashi employed the earth release, rock wall technique, a defensive maneuver he had mastered. The deadly shuriken were thwarted. Kankuro grimaced, sensing the tide of battle was not in his favor. His bullhead and horseface puppets were entangled with the multitude of shadow clones. Despite their combined efforts, they struggled against the sheer numbers of clones, each armed with a shuriken, far beyond what the 2 puppets could withstand. Simultaneously, the puppet master found himself in a stalemate against the day slash, despite the fact that merely grazing the day slash would secure victory. Yet, he was thwarted at every turn by its defenses. It is well known that puppet masters hold a distinct advantage over the majority of ninjas, as ninjas typically possess high attack power but low defense. Their resistance to poison is not significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals. A mere touch from a weapon coated in poison could easily bring a ninja to their demise. Moreover, puppets are remarkably resilient, giving them a considerable advantage in physical confrontations against ninjas. However, there are two types of ninjas that pose a significant challenge to puppet masters. The first are those skilled in defensive ninjutsu, like Conan, who is completely immune to physical attacks. In such cases, the physical assaults from the puppets become ineffective. The second type consists of highly agile ninjas, who can evade a series of puppet attacks, leaving the puppet master at a loss. These ninjas can then swiftly eliminate the puppet master. Day/ embodies both of these attributes. A series of earth release techniques effectively neutralizes the puppet's assaults. While Day/'s speed and reflexes, enhanced by the flow state, are exceptional. Consequently, the puppet master finds himself on the defensive. Day/, concealed within a slab of rock, initiates his ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Utilizing Earth Release, he conjures an earth dragon that launches projectiles at the red-clad puppet. The puppet grows new arms in response, but the earth bullets have already struck. Though the puppet is crafted from specially treated hardwood and metal, easily withstanding the barrage, the moist earth clings to its attire, rendering its movements somewhat cumbersome. Day/'s objective has been achieved. At that moment, the battle between the bull-headed and horse-faced puppet and the shadow clones reaches its conclusion. The puppet's reduced to mere scrap by the clone's spiraling sphere. The shadow clones dissipate voluntarily, forcing the puppet master to retract his chakra strings and focus entirely on maneuvering the red puppet. The puppet's hands transform into two spinning scythes, prepared to launch another assault on Day/. Suddenly, 3 shadow clones of Day/ emerge from the ground. Sealing technique, tripart sealing. Day/ had long desired to apply this sealing technique in combat, but his past lack of proficiency had hindered his execution speed, resulting in what is colloquially referred to as a wind-up. He had only employed it once during a spar with his teacher, Mito. However, after his studies in the land of whirlpools, Day/'s sealing technique has seen considerable improvement, allowing him to utilize it in battle. In an instant, a green, 3-sided sealing barrier materializes, trapping the red puppet, which is unable to evade in time. The tripart sealing disrupts the puppet master's control over the puppet, which now hangs limply. Arms drooping, Day/ bursts forth from the rock slab, rushing towards the sealing barrier, which begins to dissolve on his side. He forms a spiraling sphere in his hand. Yet, the puppet master seizes the opportunity to regain control of the red puppet, hurriedly transforming its hands back into the form of a chakra shield. A blue chakra shield stands resolutely before the puppet. Observing this, Day/ enlarges his spiraling sphere. Puppet technique, chakra shield, super spiraling sphere. The blue chakra shield collides with the blue spiraling sphere, illuminating the entire sealing barrier with a dazzling blue light. As the dust settles, the chakra shield proves inadequate against the force of the super spiraling sphere. The red puppet is disassembled into parts. The tripart sealing and shadow clones dissipate. Without puppets, how can a puppet master contend against a ninja who has merely expended some chakra? Reluctantly, the puppet master raises his hand in surrender. The battle comes to an end. Chapter 95. A play between two women. The puppet master gazes at Day/, clenching his fists and declaring, "This time I have lost. However, next time I will devise even more formidable puppets." Day/ regards the boy, who bears a striking resemblance to Sasori of the Red Sand, and replies, "Indeed. Puppetry is impressive, yet my ninjutsu surpasses it." The puppet master refrains from retorting, for the truth remains that he was bested by Day/. Unbeknownst to him, this is far from Day/'s full potential. Not to mention the high-ton technique he has recently mastered. He has yet to utilize his prior skills in 5-release Great Bullet and Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The puppet master's prowess ranks among the elite of his peers in Sunagakure. Yet, when faced with Day/, who stands out even in the illustrious village of Konoha, the puppet master realizes he is still lacking. The ability to simultaneously control 3 puppets places him on par with a J-nin. Some J-nin, if struck by the poison of a puppet, would find themselves defeated. However, Day/ has transcended the level of an ordinary J-nin. The puppet master stands no chance against him, and this disparity will only widen as Day/ continues to grow. Of course, this is merely a prelude. The puppet master's defeat stirs concern within Manzawaman. This marks Sunagakure's first defeat, altering the balance among the 3 villages, Konoha now holds 70%, while Sunagakure retains only 20%. Manzawaman's expression darkens considerably. The puppet master is his most exceptional disciple, having not only inherited his secret techniques for puppet creation, but also developed a unique method known as the Crimson Secret Technique. He is capable of controlling 3 puppets in combat, and Manzawaman believes he will one day reach the pinnacle of puppetry, manipulating 10 puppets simultaneously. Of course, this refers to human puppet masters. Humans have their limits. No matter how skilled a puppet master may be, they possess only 10 fingers, thus can only manipulate 10 chakra strings. Hence, the original story Sasori chose to abandon his humanity, opting instead to transform himself into a human puppet. This is how the Crimson Secret Technique, 100 Machines performance came to fruition. Returning to the matter at hand, following his defeat at the hands of Day/, the puppet master descends from the arena. Chiyo hastens to comfort him, and it is evident that a bond has begun to form between the two. In response to Chiyo's gentle words of solace, the puppet master smiles and admits, "I accept my inferiority." Chiyo solemnly vows, "I will help Sunagakure reclaim victory from Konoha." The puppet master nods in agreement, placing his trust in Chiyo. At this moment, Day/ also steps down from the arena. The rules do not stipulate that a person can only fight once. However, upon observing that Chiyo is the next to take the stage, it seems that Dango wishes to challenge her. Day/ entrusts the task of battling Chiyo to Dango. As Dango approaches Day/, he encourages her, "Do your best." Dango smiles and assures him, "No problem." She strides onto the arena, while Day/ turns to watch her retreating figure. Over the past 2 years, Dango has blossomed into a breathtaking beauty. Her radiant silhouette has left an indelible mark in Day/'s mind. He muses to himself, "Chiyo and Dango. Indeed a source of anticipation." Day/ then takes his seat among the audience. Chiyo stands within the arena, summoning forth 2 puppets, the black and white impermanents. Dango draws her long sword from behind. The battle commences as both Chiyo and Dango launch their assaults. The black puppet and the white puppet extend their hands, firing a barrage of poison shuriken. Dango, having witnessed Chiyo's mastery of poison, brandishes her long sword and counters with wind release, vacuum blade. Several emerald wind blades slice through the air, intercepting the incoming shuriken. Yet, Chiyo's onslaught is far from over. She skillfully maneuvers the black and white puppets, merging their hands to unleash a razor-sharp wire, performing the technique, unity of heart and body. The 2 puppets advance with remarkable agility towards Dango, their wires glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Wind release, vacuum blade. The wind blades surge forth, targeting the wire between the 2 puppets' hands. Multiple wind blades converge on a single point. Even the finest steel wire, crafted with the utmost precision, cannot withstand the onslaught of a wind blade. The 2 puppets, or rather, Chiyo, swiftly regained their original forms. Subsequently, the black and white puppets transformed once more. The black puppet's hands morphed into sharp blades, while the white puppet's hands transformed into a chakra shield. The 2 puppets coordinated seamlessly, thwarting all of Tsubaki's attacks with the white puppet's shield. In the blink of an eye, the 2 puppets had nearly closed the distance to Tsubaki. In response, Tsubaki unleashed a vacuum blade against the black puppet's dual daggers, which appeared to be composed of an unknown material, remarkably resilient. Tsubaki's vacuum blade failed to inflict any significant damage. Meanwhile, the white puppet extended its head beyond the chakra shield and unleashed a barrage of high-density poison needles. Anticipating this, Tsubaki promptly retreated, relinquishing his weapon and forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. This technique, known for its tremendous power and wide range, sent the needles hurtling away. Wind release has always been particularly effective against such airborne projectiles, akin to the battle between Temari and Tenten. The highly compressed massive wind sphere deflected all the poison needles, maintaining its momentum as it surged towards the white puppet. The white puppet retracted its head, seeking refuge behind the chakra shield, which absorbed the impact of the colossal wind attack. Although it did not shatter the defense as decisively as the Rasengan, the force was sufficient to destabilize Chiyo's control over the white puppet. The white puppet was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing onto the ground. While it appeared intact, the internal components had sustained significant damage, impairing Chiyo's control. In a desperate attempt, Chiyo tried to command the white puppet to rise and continue fighting, while simultaneously maneuvering the black puppet, armed with its dual blades, to close in on Tsubaki. Caught unarmed, Tsubaki found himself on the defensive against the relentless assault of the black puppet. As the black puppet pressed its advantage, Tsubaki halted his retreat, choosing to advance instead. The black puppet, fixated solely on offense, neglected its defenses. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Tsubaki formed a spiraling shuriken with his chakra and hurled it forcefully at the black puppet. Although Tsubaki's spiraling shuriken was not fully refined, its trajectory was sufficient to strike the advancing black puppet. After launching the shuriken, Tsubaki swiftly retreated to the edge of the surrounding wall. The black puppet was cleaved in two by the spiraling blade. Simultaneously, the shuriken maintained its trajectory towards Chiyo. Chiyo hastily commanded the white puppet to extend its chakra shield in an effort to intercept the oncoming attack. However, before the spiraling shuriken could reach the white puppet's shield, it struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion of wind. The shockwave penetrated the chakra shield, utterly destroying the already damaged components within the white puppet. Once again, the white puppet was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendering Chiyo's attempts at control futile. With a heavy heart, Chiyo reluctantly admitted, "I have lost." Chapter 96. Triple consecutive defeats. Chiyo's defeat incited considerable ire in Monzaemon. His two most promising disciples had fallen to the ninja of Konoha, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Tsubaki, who seemed to embody the renowned genius of the village. Monzaemon observed the departing Tsubaki and the approaching Hisashi with growing apprehension towards Konoha's younger generation. Konoha had always been formidable, but if their youth were equally as powerful, the village would undoubtedly maintain its dominance as the premier ninja village indefinitely. Monzaemon was greatly vexed by this prospect. The current Sunagakure was far removed from the diminished state depicted in the original narrative. During that time, Sunagakure was undeniably weak, with few strong shinobi remaining. After the assassination of the third Kazekage by Sasori, Sunagakure lost two elite shinobi. The fourth Kazekage was slain by Orochimaru, and both Chiyo and Ebizo had aged significantly. Gaara ascended to the position of Kazekage at the tender age of 15, largely due to the lack of formidable shinobi within the village. Consequently, when the Akatsuki invaded Sunagakure, not a single ninja was available to assist Gaara. In stark contrast, Sunagakure now flourished. The first Kazekage, Reto, established the village through overwhelming strength, demonstrating his formidable prowess. The future second Kazekage, Sabaku, was equally adept in wind release, having developed both puppet techniques and magnetism, making him a force to be reckoned with. Monzaemon, already a powerful figure within Sunagakure, swiftly mastered the ultimate techniques of traditional puppet mastery, the J-nin of Chikamatsu. These three individuals were undoubtedly elite shinobi, ranking among the highest echelons of combat power in the ninja world. This has fostered a sense of arrogance within Sunagakure during this period, as evidenced by the first 5 Kage summit. The first Kazekage, Reto, brazenly rejected the tailed beasts allocated by Hashirama, even demanding land compensation from Konoha. Such audacity was unprecedented. Monzaemon now bore a similar attitude, initially dismissing Konoha's strength. However, reality delivered a stark rebuke, as both Sasori and Chiyo suffered consecutive defeats, leaving Monzaemon's reputation in tatters. Observing Monzaemon's expression, his companions, Kabuki and Hasegawa, could not suppress their derision, though they refrained from voicing it out of respect for Monzaemon's power. Monzaemon pinned his hopes on the last remaining member, Ebizo. With both Sasori and Chiyo's puppets rendered inoperable, the village had already lost 20% of its standing. Should they falter again, they would leave the arena empty-handed. Ebizo summoned his puppets to the field, and Konoha's final participant emerged, Mido Monin. Mido Monin placed a massive scroll upon the ground. Ebizo contemplated Mido Monin's strength. He had heard of Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Tsubaki, but Mido Monin was unfamiliar to him. Thus, Ebizo felt confident of victory, believing that defeating an unknown opponent would be a simple task. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate his adversary. Instead, he steeled himself, knowing he held Sunagakure's final hope. The azure-faced, fang-toothed puppet writhed, appearing eager for battle. Mido Monin steadied himself against the enormous scroll, locking his gaze onto Ebizo. The battle commenced. Mido Monin immediately unfurled the scroll, shadow tools, hidden weapon technique. He summoned an overwhelming array of shuriken and kunai, each earned through arduous missions, for he was not a wealthy individual. The sky darkened with the multitude of projectiles. Mito Monin manipulated the chakra threads emanating from his hands, directing the deluge of ninja tools. Taken aback, Ebizo realized the technique resembled that of a puppeteer. Puppeteers utilize chakra threads to control their constructs, and Chio had previously employed chakra threads to manipulate kunai in the original narrative. Mito Monin's chakra threads, though limited to 10, allowed him to manipulate an extensive array of ninja tools through continuous adjustments. Unlike puppets, which require precise, constant control from the puppeteer, ninja tools can achieve surprise attacks with minimal alterations to their trajectory. The torrent of ninja tools circumvented the azure-faced, fang-toothed puppet, hurtling directly towards Ebizo. In a panic, Ebizo yanked the puppet back to his side. Puppet technique, machine shield. Clang, clang, clang. The ninja tools collided against the azure chakra shield. However, the machine shield's defense was not infallible. It only effectively blocked incoming projectiles from the front. Numerous ninja tools assailed from the sides and even from the rear, while Ebizo was deftly maneuvering his puppets. Thus, he could only clumsily evade the onslaught, sustaining numerous wounds from shurikens and kunai that grazed his body. The offensive of Mito Gate temporarily came to a halt, allowing Ebizo to prepare for a counterattack. The blue-faced, fang-bearing puppet opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of sunbon needles. Mito Gaiden had anticipated this and swiftly formed hand seals, invoking Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The sunbon struck the earthen barrier densely but failed to penetrate it. Subsequently, Mito Gaiden summoned a colossal shuriken from his scroll, hurling it forcefully towards Ebizo. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, dozens of colossal shurikens materialized, all targeting Ebizo simultaneously. The principle behind the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique was straightforward. With his mastery of the multi-shadow clone technique and adeptness in utilizing ninja tools, Mito Gaiden easily grasped this skill. Ebizo commanded the blue-faced puppet to wield its arms like blades, managing to deflect the incoming barrage. He was astonished. While he could accept the strength of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, how could this seemingly unremarkable bespectacled man be so formidable? Ebizo continued to valiantly fend off the multitude of colossal shurikens, while Mito Gaiden completed his hand seals aimed at Ebizo. Earth Style, Earth Flow Great River. Fire Style, Fireball. Mito Gaiden had also learned the art of combining ninjutsu from Hizashi, though he could not fuse 5 elemental styles as seamlessly as Hizashi. Combining 2 styles was not particularly challenging for him. With both earth and fire chakra natures, the resultant combined ninjutsu wielded considerable power. A torrent of earthen rivers surged forth alongside explosive flames. Only then did Ebizo completely fend off the earlier Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Faced with the oncoming combined ninjutsu, Ebizo had no choice but to position the blue-faced puppet in front of him. Puppet technique, Light Shield. The earthen river ensnared the blue-faced puppet in a mire, while the flames struck the chakra shield. In an instant, the blue-faced puppet was toppled into the swamp. Mito Gaiden's kunai launched once more towards Ebizo, who continued his desperate resistance. Controlling the blue-faced puppet, he unleashed a black sphere. The sphere detonated, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke. However, the kunai was already pressed against Ebizo's neck, leaving a trace of blood. Had it not been for Mito Gaiden's control over the chakra thread, Ebizo's neck would have been pierced. The battle concluded with Konoha's victory, as Hasegawa Nobu announced from the podium, his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 97. Mission accomplished. The kunai was pressed against Ebizo's neck. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. The kunai lost its force and fell to the ground. Ebizo was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Mito Gaiden smiled, relieved not to have shamed Konoha. He retrieved the scattered ninja tools using his chakra threads and exited the arena. However, as soon as he stepped down, he felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. It turned out that during the battle, he had inadvertently inhaled the toxic smoke. Although he had only taken a single breath, it was sufficient to sap his strength. Tika Shikiheim rushed over, calling out "N," followed closely by Hizashi and Dango. Tika employed medical ninjutsu in an attempt to heal Mito Gaiden. However, ordinary medical techniques proved ineffective against the poison from Sunagakure. At that moment, Chio approached, tossing a small vial to Tika. "This is the antidote. Administer it to him." Though he only inhaled a little, prolonged exposure could still endanger his life. Tika hastily opened the vial and administered it. Gradually, Mito Gaiden began to regain his strength. Had this confrontation been a life-or-death duel, it could only be deemed a mutual destruction, merely a matter of who fell first. Nevertheless, since the battle occurred in the arena, those who could walk away were the victors. Meanwhile, on the podium, Mons Eamon snorted coldly and departed without a word. Hasegawa Nobu quickly interjected, "Mons Eamon-sama, want you stay in our village for a few days?" Mons Eamon did not respond, silently leading the Sunagakure ninjas away from the arena and out of the valley. Mons Eamon, who harbored immense pride, would not easily break his word. With 3 consecutive losses against Konoha and the complete loss of their mineral vein, he had no face left to remain in the valley. As the Sunagakure contingent departed, Hasegawa Nobu turned to Kabuki, stating, "Let the final shares of that Senju Nin be determined as follows. Konoha receives 90%, and Sunagakure gets 10%. Following this match, Sunagakure gained nothing, while the valley lost 30%. The ultimate victor was Konoha, increasing its share from 60 to 90%. Kabuki, however, remarked, "This is merely a means to drive away Sunagakure. We shall proceed as originally planned and sign the treaty. Konoha will only take 60%, treating it as if Sunagakure never came." Hasegawa Nobu was elated at this, expressing, "Konoha has shown great generosity towards Sunagakure. I am deeply grateful." Kabuki's strategy was astute, leveraging an already established plan to secure a favor from Sunagakure. It could be said that Sunagakure's visit was merely to extend goodwill to Konoha. Kabuki skillfully capitalized on this to secure the favor. The relationships between nations cannot be easily traded for mere currency. Using what rightfully belonged to Sunagakure, 30% of the mineral vein, to gain their goodwill was a clever maneuver. Hasegawa Nobu and Kabuki returned to the office to continue discussions regarding the chakra mineral vein, while Hizashi and the others went to rest. SHBU approached, exclaiming, "Everyone performed splendidly. What a pity. I had wanted to join in." Hizashi chuckled, "If you had gone in, I fear those 3 from Sunagakure would be no match for you." SHBU, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. "After all, I am a few years older." SHBU's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary Nin. Considering his lineage, being the son of Hashirama and the union of Senju and Uzumaki, how could he possibly be weak? Although SHBU did not inherit the wood release of the Senju clan, he did inherit their formidable physical prowess, akin to monstrous strength. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves, which rivaled those of the Senju, SHBU's talents, perfectly inheriting the bloodlines of both clans, were extraordinary. With his father being the first Hokage and his future daughter destined to be the 5th Hokage, how could SHBU, positioned between them, be anything but strong? At that moment, the familiar Uchiha Izuna approached, eagerly asking, "When are we going for barbecue?" SHBU's eyes lit up, clearly enticed by the prospect of barbecue. He said to Uchiha Izuna, "Just in time. I'm hungry. Let us head over now." Hizashi looked helplessly at the sky, realizing that the sun was indeed positioned at its zenith. It was time for lunch. He then addressed the group, "Let us go now." The group set off towards the barbecue restaurant in the valley. Soon, sizzling meat, dripping with oil, was served before them. The following day, after discussing the specifics of the mineral vein with Hasegawa Nobu, Kabuki led a group back to Konoha. He reported to Hashirama that 60% of the chakra metal vein near Sunagakure now belonged to Konoha. This meant that all output from this 60% would be determined by Konoha alone. Naturally, Konoha was not receiving this yield without cost. Firstly, this portion of the vein was not a gift from Sunagakure. Konoha was required to provide some ninjutsu resources to Sunagakure. Moreover, Konoha pledged not to invade Sunagakure, while simultaneously, Sunagakure and Konoha would engage in official trade. The village of Guin primarily exports raw materials, including but not limited to iron ore, copper ore, and coal, as well as unique timber and stone resources from the land of rivers. In contrast, Konoha specializes in the export of high-quality ninja tools and explosive tags, which are essential war resources. After all, the ninja villages predominantly serve military purposes. Hashirama is quite pleased with this outcome and has distributed the rewards for this mission, which is classified as an A-rank task. Although the danger level is not particularly high, it involves the relationship between 2 nations and 2 villages, thus warranting such a classification. This marks the first A-rank mission for Hizashi, who has received a reward of 200,000 ryo. Simultaneously, Hizashi's application for the Nin examination has been approved by Hashirama. The first practical assessment will take place 3 days later at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at training ground number 1 in Konoha. Hisashi has been diligently preparing for this over the past 3 days. Should he pass this assessment successfully, he will break the current record for J-nin promotion in Konoha, becoming the youngest J-nin in the village's history and equaling Kakashi's original record of becoming a J-nin at the age of 12. Such prodigious talent is rare in the ninja world. Hisashi's ninja resume will certainly be impressive, graduating from the Ninja Academy at 9, becoming a Genin, winning the first joint Chunin exam at 10, and now, just days after turning 12, qualifying for the J-nin assessment. This rapid ascension is unparalleled. It has taken him less than 3 years to rise from graduation to J-nin status. One must note that J-nin is regarded as the pinnacle for most ninjas. A moderately talented ordinary ninja typically requires around 20 years post-graduation to achieve J-nin status, with many being stuck at the Chunin or even Genin levels. Thus, Hisashi's extraordinary talent becomes evident. Chapter 98. J-nin assessment 3 days later, Hisashi prepared his attire, donning his combat uniform and armor as he arrived at Training Ground No. 1 in Konoha. The training ground had already been cleared in advance, repurposed as the examination venue. Hisashi approached the entrance, submitted his candidate information, and then entered the field. The J-nin assessment differs from the Chunin exam. It is conducted solely within the village, and the number of participants is often in single digits. After all, there are only a few J-nin in the entire village. With nearly 10,000 Genin and several thousand Chunin, the J-nin count is just over 200, including special J-nin, highlighting their rarity and value. Consequently, the difficulty of the J-nin exam surpasses that of the Chunin exam, specifically the internal village exams, not the joint Chunin exams with outside villages. This time, there are 3 candidates in total, including Hisashi. The other 2 are adults in their 20s or 30s, one with brown hair and white eyes, and the other with black hair and black eyes. The former is named Hokage Taijien, a name reminiscent of the clan's founder, Senju Hashirama. He is a young ninja in his early 20s, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, suggesting he is from the branch family. The latter is Yamashita Satoshi, likely a civilian ninja in his 30s. However, his name gives the impression that he might wield a firearm in combat. The chief examiner is the J-nin Nara Shikaru. Coincidentally, Nara Shikaru was also the host for Hisashi's Chunin exam. Nara Shikaru briefly explained the examination rules. The 3 candidates would take turns facing a J-nin examiner. Several J-nin examiners stood by, waiting. Hisashi spotted a familiar face, Kikuchi Kiyoshi. What a coincidence. It feels like a reenactment of my Chunin exam. Hisashi chuckled to himself while greeting Kiyoshi, who smiled in return. Nara Shikaru continued to outline the rules, which were similar to Hisashi's graduation exam. Candidates who could remain undefeated against a J-nin examiner for a quarter of an hour would pass this assessment. This practical evaluation has no scoring system. Only pass or fail outcomes exist. The first to compete was Hokage Taijien. Upon entering the arena, he glanced at the J-nin examiners standing at the edge and chose a seemingly unremarkable examiner. He faced Ninja Konoha, who wore sunglasses and appeared inconspicuous in both appearance and demeanor. The battle commenced with a flourish. Taijien showcased commendable strength, adeptly wielding the Hokage clan's gentle fist technique. Konoha, on the other hand, fought utilizing the parasitic insects that resided within him. From their engagement, it became evident that Taijien possessed strength sufficient to reach J-nin level, with his mastery of the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the 8 trigrams empty palm being formidable. He exhibited combat capabilities at both close and long ranges, though he lacked the ability to utilize the 8 trigrams palms reversal. His prowess was comparable to that of Neji during the early days of Naruto. Konoha, however, proved to be even stronger, skillfully employing the parasites in battle. As the fight progressed, Taijien gradually found himself on the defensive. Fortunately, the 15-minute mark arrived, and Nara Shikaru announced that Taijien had passed the assessment. Both combatants withdrew, and Taijien appeared quite fatigued, drenched in sweat, as physical combat is taxing on stamina. In contrast, Konoha seemed to recover easily, silently retracting his parasites and stepping aside. Taijien returned to the edge of the training ground, and now it was Yamashita Satoshi's turn for the assessment. Satoshi chose a J-nin from the Uchiha clan as his opponent. His skills were decent, particularly in water release techniques, but he fell short of true J-nin level. His abilities were perhaps on par with a special J-nin. For a civilian ninja, he was already quite strong, yet against a J-nin from the Uchiha clan, he struggled significantly. Within 10 minutes of battle, the Uchiha J-nin, empowered by the Sharingan, defeated Satoshi. At the beginning of the match, Satoshi managed to defend himself with his water techniques, but as soon as the Uchiha activated the Sharingan, Satoshi quickly succumbed to defeat. This illustrates the Uchiha clan's absolute advantage in one-on-one combat and highlights the disparity between many civilian ninjas and clan ninjas. One could only say that Satoshi was unfortunate in selecting a particularly strong Uchiha J-nin. Perhaps in a few years, as Satoshi's strength improves, he may encounter a weaker J-nin in the assessments and finally achieve J-nin status. Finally, it was Hizashi's turn. He stepped onto the field, smiling at Kiyoshi and waving. Kiyoshi immediately understood Hizashi's intention and approached Nara Shikaharu, saying, "Let me handle this." Shikaharu nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hizashi was set to face Kikuchi Kiyoshi. They stood at the center of the training ground. Hizashi, familiar with Kiyoshi's fighting style, summoned a metal rod from his scroll, positioning himself with the weapon held firmly in both hands. Kiyoshi, in turn, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his back. The battle began. Kiyoshi charged forward with astonishing speed, instantly drawing his sword for a downward slash. Hizashi showed no hesitation, exerting his full strength. Such commitment is the highest form of respect among ninjas. Kiyoshi, having served as an examiner for Hizashi's Chunin exam and now as a J-nin examiner, shared a certain affinity with Hizashi. Facing Hizashi, Kiyoshi naturally gave his all to show respect. Hizashi's reflexes were swifter. Mind flow mode activate. Hizashi clearly perceived Kiyoshi's movements and prepared to block with the horizontal rod. The sound of a fierce metal clash echoed through the arena, ringing painfully in Hizashi's ears. Kiyoshi's strike was powerful, yet Hizashi met it with steady resolve, for Kiyoshi wielded a short blade rather than a decapitating sword. Yet, Kiyoshi's assault was far from over. This strike was merely a test. Kiyoshi swiftly transitioned to a horizontal slice. Hiruzen once again parried with his iron rod. Within mere seconds, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Hiruzen faced Kiyoshi's fierce and rapid onslaught without yielding an inch. The two became a whirlwind of combat. After several minutes of close-quarters fighting, they simultaneously executed a strike before retreating 10 meters apart. "You have grown stronger, Hiruzen," Kiyoshi remarked, gripping his short blade. Hiruzen smiled and replied, "As they say, absence sharpens perception." Kiyoshi nodded and charged forward once more. The sound of clashing echoed throughout the training ground. Their fierce battle did not last long before Kiyoshi began to get serious. With a sudden surge, his short blade became infused with chakra. Under the enhancement of Kiyoshi's chakra, Hiruzen's iron rod began to falter. Kikuchi-style blade technique. Instant slash. Clang. Hiruzen managed to block the strike once more. However, the razor-sharp blade, now empowered by chakra, cleaved a notch into Hiruzen's iron rod. Kikuchi-style blade technique. Continuous slash. Clang clang clang. Under Kiyoshi's relentless assault, Hiruzen gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 99. Konoha's white fan. Kiyoshi's short blade glimmered with a dazzling light in the sun. Kikuchi-style blade technique. Instant slash. Hiruzen attempted to block, but this time, he failed to intercept Kiyoshi's blow. It was not Hiruzen's fault, but rather the rod's. With a sharp crack, the iron rod was severed by Kiyoshi's strike, transforming it into two nunchaku. Hiruzen, wielding a piece in each hand, retreated repeatedly. Kiyoshi, however, did not pursue but instead stood his ground and said, "I will compensate you for that rod later." Hiruzen casually tossed the pieces aside and replied, "No worries, I'll have a new one soon. Let us continue." Kiyoshi said, "All right. Here I come." As his words fell, Kiyoshi lunged forward with his blade. Hiruzen swiftly dodged to the side, then formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. 20 shadow clones emerged. The reason for the term again was that Hiruzen had employed this technique during his previous battle with Ao. As for why Hiruzen had taken to using the shadow clone technique more frequently, it could be attributed to his mastery of yin-yang sealing and the 100 heal technique. Mother need not worry about my chakra supply any longer, Hiruzen thought, as his 100 heal seal was stocked with a substantial amount of chakra. Should he run low in battle, he could simply release some from the yin-yang seal. The 20 shadow clones surged forward, each wielding a Rasengan. Kiyoshi showed no fear as he charged into the throng. The clones hesitated to strike simultaneously, while Kiyoshi took advantage of the situation, moving freely amidst his adversaries. He swung his short blade, a flash of brilliance illuminating the area. Two clones, unable to evade in time, collided and were dispatched by Kiyoshi's blade. At that moment, two clones approached, each wielding a Rasengan, flanking him from left and right. Kiyoshi crouched low and swiftly swung his blade, releasing a white arc. Although the clones reacted, they were unarmed and had no space to evade, resulting in their demise. Hiruzen felt a sharp pain as his original form experienced the effects of the clone's destruction. Kiyoshi plunged into the mass of clones, taking down one after another. The clones soon realized that clustering together only played into Kiyoshi's hands, prompting them to scatter. With only 10 clones remaining, they spread out, and one clone charged in with a giant Rasengan. Such a direct attack posed no threat to Kiyoshi. Hiruzen understood this well. Suddenly, 3 clones emerged from the ground. Sealing technique, triad. Kiyoshi reacted swiftly, decisively slicing at one of the clones, interrupting its initiation. Hiruzen was astonished that his triad sealing was still vulnerable to interruption. Kiyoshi sidestepped and severed the arm of the clone wielding the giant Rasengan, causing it to dissipate instantly. 2 more clones charged from behind. Kiyoshi spun and dispatched them with another swift strike. Curse it, without a suitable weapon, I cannot engage Kiyoshi in close combat, Hiruzen lamented. Several clones shared this realization. 5 elements, Great Barrage. The 9 clones and Hiruzen's original form combined their efforts to unleash a grand barrage. Surrounded, Kiyoshi found it challenging to evade attacks from all directions. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire training ground and even the surrounding buildings. As the dust settled, a multi-layered earth barrier, adorned with a dog's head, emerged. Kakashi truly was Kiyoshi's biological grandson. Hiruzen sensed Kiyoshi, unharmed within the earth barrier, through his perception. The barrier held against the great barrage before collapsing into gravel. Kiyoshi emerged from the remnants of the barrier. Suddenly, 10 shadow clones surfaced from the ground, each armed with a kunai aimed at Hiruzen and his clones. Curse it, I forgot to check below, Hiruzen thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Decapitation technique. Kiyoshi, are you also at Hokage? Hiruzen swiftly retreated. Rasengan. Hiruzen and Kiyoshi's clones exchanged blows, resulting in the clones dissipating. Hiruzen managed to grasp one kunai, his hand bleeding profusely. Yet he halted its advance. The clones also exchanged blows, all vanishing in the process. Release Inaugural seal. 100 heal technique. The black and white striped seal extended from his forehead. Hiruzen's wounds healed rapidly. Let us end this swiftly, Kiyoshi. With the 100 heal technique activated, Hiruzen's speed surged, his body brimming with chakra. He released half of the chakra from the inaugural seal, which was sufficient for the task at hand. Kiyoshi charged forward with his blade, while Hiruzen brandished a kunai and surged ahead. In his 100 heal state, Hiruzen felt fearless, engaging Kiyoshi head-on. Kiyoshi lacked the 100 heal technique, and facing Hiruzen's reckless onslaught, he too began to falter. This perfectly illustrated the adage that the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear the reckless. Each wound Kiyoshi inflicted upon Hiruzen healed instantaneously. They exchanged injuries, but Kiyoshi was clearly at a disadvantage. Just as Kiyoshi seemed on the brink of defeat, a quarter of an hour passed. Narashikaharu's remark prompted both to halt simultaneously. Kiyoshi, panting, mused, "What a little monster. If this continues, I will run out of chakra." Hiruzen probably had not even unleashed his full potential. He had to admit, the talent was undeniable. To surpass me so swiftly, what an extraordinary genius. Hiruzen withdrew the excess chakra back into the inaugural seal and deactivated the 100 heal technique. He approached Kiyoshi and asked, "Kiyoshi, does your blade have a name?" A sudden thought struck Hiruzen as he posed the question. Kiyoshi had just sheathed his blade when he replied, "No, it's just an ordinary sword. Let me name it for you." Hiruzen exclaimed excitedly. Kiyoshi, puzzled, nodded, "Sure, go ahead. Let us call it White Fang, what do you think?" Hiruzen suggested. Kiyoshi mused. "White Fang is a nice name. Let's go with that." Hiruzen instantly smiled. Thus, Konoha's White Fang was born ahead of schedule. Hiruzen passed the practical examination and the following day succeeded in the written test. This time, the written assessment genuinely evaluated knowledge retention. Each candidate was assigned a separate examination room, fortified with barriers and monitored by several sensory ninjas, eliminating any possibility of cheating. The examination content was comprehensive. with knowledge of tools and their maintenance, insights into ninjutsu, and examinations on judgment and decision-making. This written test encompassed all that a J-nin should know. However, for Hiruzen, these challenges were of little consequence. He breezed through with full marks. Having passed both assessments, Hiruzen achieved the remarkable distinction of becoming the youngest J-nin in the history of Konoha, a record that seems unlikely to be surpassed. Under Hashirama's formal recognition, Hiruzen received his J-nin certification. Overjoyed, he returned home with the certificate in hand. In Chapter 100, the summoning contract, Hiruzen placed his J-nin certification in his room, intending to show it to his parents upon their return. However, while waiting for them, he was greeted by Dango, who rushed into his room. "Hiruzen, why didn't you let me know you were here?" he exclaimed in surprise. Dango replied, "I heard you became a J-nin. Show me the certificate." Hiruzen then produced the document for Dango to examine. After a thorough study, Dango remarked, "So this is what a J-nin certification looks like. I should take the test too." Hiruzen smiled and nodded. "You can definitely pass. It's quite easy." Only he could utter such words. After studying the certificate for some time, Dango returned it to Hiruzen. "Do you have any missions today?" Hiruzen inquired. Dango shook his head. "No." "Then let me take you shopping," Hiruzen suggested, feeling elated about his new status. Dango happily agreed, "Sure." Together, they ventured into the bustling streets of Konoha, now thriving with numerous shops. Many passers-by recognized Hiruzen. After all, he was Konoha's top prodigy. They enjoyed a delightful outing filled with snacks, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. After satisfying their hunger, Hiruzen led Dango to buy clothes. The mention of shopping instantly excited Dango, resulting in Hiruzen trailing behind, burdened with several bags. Shopping proved to be a strenuous activity, even more exhausting than the J-nin exams. On their way, they encountered Uchiha Izumi, who was similarly laden with bags, leading to an awkward yet knowing smile exchanged between them. Perhaps this was the price of young love. 3 days later, Sarutobi Asuma returned home after a mission, elated to learn of Hiruzen's promotion to J-nin. "In that case, I shall present the summoning contract," he declared, entering his room to retrieve a large scroll. He then led Hiruzen to the courtyard. Unrolling the scroll, he announced, "This is the summoning scroll passed down through the Sarutobi clan." Hiruzen gazed at the scroll, adorned with names of the Sarutobi clan, written vertically from right to left, with Asuma's name on the far left, each accompanied by a thumbprint. "The summoning contract is bound by blood. Sign it," Asuma instructed. Hiruzen nodded, drawing a kunai to cut his right thumb, inscribing his name on the scroll. He then pressed his 5 fingers, stained with blood, onto the parchment. With a swift hand seal, he healed his thumb's wound. Asuma nodded approvingly. "Well done. Now you can use summoning techniques." The seal sequence is Inuzuka, Inu, Tori, Shin, Umi. As he demonstrated the hand seals, he called out, "Ninjutsu, summoning technique." In a puff of smoke, a white monkey clad in a tiger skin skirt appeared, donning a Konoha headband and chainmail, appearing somewhat aged. "Asuma, what have you summoned me for?" the white monkey asked, arms crossed. Asuma stepped forward. "This is my son, who has just signed the summoning contract." "Saru, what do you think?" The white monkey, Saru, scrutinized Hiruzen, stating, "You are already a J-nin?" Hiruzen stepped forward, responding, "Yes, I am now a J-nin." Saru turned to Asuma. "Even if he is a J-nin, he is still rather young, isn't he?" "Asuma, you know the next steps after signing the contract. If he were a few years older, he might have a chance to pass the trials. As it stands, I have my doubts about your son." Asuma chuckled. "Hiruzen's strength and talent cannot be measured by his age. I believe he will be the first in nearly a century to pass the trials." "Trials?" Hiruzen pondered, intrigued by the term. Would he have to participate in further trials? Saru remained skeptical but refrained from further comment. Asuma urged, "Hiruzen, try using the summoning technique." Hiruzen nodded, finding the summoning technique to be a basic ninjutsu, similar to the hand seals for using storage scrolls. Thus he executed it effortlessly. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The same summoning method ensued, and a white monkey resembling Saru appeared, none other than the future renowned Monkey King, Saruma. However, this Saruma appeared considerably younger. Not much older than Hiruzen, with his white hair not as long as depicted in the original story. "Did you summon me?" Saruma asked. Hiruzen nodded. Saruma fist-bumped Hiruzen. Introducing himself, "I am Saruma. From now on, we are partners." Hiruzen, slightly shorter than Saruma, extended his hand for the fist bump. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen." I look forward to working with you. Asuma smiled. Well, it seems our sons have become partners. The Saru clan is a sentient race capable of speech. Thus, the Sarutobi clan shares a cooperative relationship with them, devoid of any hierarchical distinction. The Saru tribe aids the Sarutobi clan in battle. While the Sarutobi clan provides items unique to human society, the prowess of these white monkeys should not be underestimated. Their bodies are impervious to damage, and they can perform ninjutsu with their own seals. In the original story, Saruma is depicted as the strongest summoning beast, rivaling the legendary Three Sages. Albeit he only appeared 4 times. He had a significant role during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, making a memorable entrance that prompted Orochimaru to exclaim about the troublesome creature. Saruma also made appearances in Orochimaru's recollections of his defection and during the Ninetales invasion, where he transformed into the Diamond Rod to fend off the beast. He even served as a tool monkey while teaching the 3 young ninjas summoning techniques. Despite his high status, his true strength was rarely showcased, similar to the 3rd Hokage, whose abilities remained largely theoretical. Saru remarked, "To truly become partners, we must test our synergy. Let us give it a try, Saruma, transform." Saruma turned around and replied, "Yes, father." He then spread his arms, striking a pose. Transform into the Diamond Rod. In an instant, Saruma morphed into a long, thick rod, black in the middle and golden at both ends. The Diamond Rod spun through the air toward Hiruzen, who raised his hand to catch it. The weight of the rod, transformed from Saruma, was considerable, akin to lifting Saruma himself. However, Hiruzen's years of training had not been in vain. He skillfully wielded the Diamond Rod, executing a series of techniques, the rod moving fluidly in his grasp. Sarutobi Sasuke clapped his hands and remarked, "Quite impressive. It seems that Hiruzen has fully mastered it." Sarutobi nodded in agreement, saying, "It appears that Sasuke, you have indeed fathered a remarkable son." Hiruzen set down the Vajra-Rui staff, which then reverted to its original form. Saruma exclaimed, "It seems we share a remarkable synergy." He once again bumped fists with Hiruzen. Sarutobi then stated, "In that case, I shall take him to Flower Fruit Mountain. If he can complete the trial, he would be the first in nearly a century. Even you, Sasuke, did not manage to achieve this." Sarutobi Sasuke replied, "As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. Hiruzen is stronger than I." Sarutobi nodded in affirmation. Hiruzen, puzzled, asked, "What trial are you referring to?" Sarutobi Sasuke explained, "It pertains to the trial of aptitude." "Aptitude for what?" Hiruzen inquired, still confused. Sarutobi clarified, "The aptitude to become a sage." "A sage?" Hiruzen felt a jolt of astonishment. It turned out there were other places besides the 3 holy lands to learn the sage mode. In fact, Hiruzen had subtly questioned Hashirama about this before, asking whether nature possesses chakra since humans can refine it. Hashirama confirmed Hiruzen's speculation and explained the principles of natural energy and sage techniques. Hashirama also mentioned that he would teach Hiruzen sage techniques when the time was ripe, as harnessing natural energy requires a substantial amount of chakra. In the original narrative, Naruto's chakra was legendary, with shadow clones numbering in the hundreds. Jiraiya was also noted as a formidable ninja with a vast chakra reserve. Although Minato was not adept in sage techniques, he certainly possessed a considerable amount of chakra. Hence, Hashirama intended to wait until Hiruzen's abilities advanced before introducing sage training. Little did he know that before Hashirama could teach him, Hiruzen would be heading to Flower Fruit Mountain for learning instead. Sarutobi affirmed, "Indeed, if you succeed in this trial, you will be qualified to receive guidance from the White Ape Sage." The White Ape Sage? Hiruzen mused internally, noting the introduction of a new concept. Sarutobi declared, "Then I shall take Hiruzen to Flower Fruit Mountain." Sarutobi Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sarutobi and Saruma released their summoning technique and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. They then used reverse summoning to bring Hiruzen to the mountain. As Hiruzen descended from the sky, he exclaimed, "Why is it so cold here?" The surroundings were blanketed in thick snow. Clad in light garments, Hiruzen couldn't help but shiver. "Where are the flowers and fruits?" he grumbled inwardly. Saruma laughed heartily. "You humans are always afraid of the cold." Hiruzen cast a resentful glance at the 2 white apes, with their thick fur and tiger-skin skirts, and said, "I didn't come dressed for winter either." Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, "You'll get used to it. If you pass the trial, you'll be here for quite some time." Sarutobi and Saruma led Hiruzen up the mountain. They traversed through a cluster of snowy peaks. where icy summits pierced the cerulean sky. Below, snow settled atop the spruce treetops, crystallizing into ice. The undulating mountains framed the sky, creating a breathtaking panorama. Yet Nichizen looked around, unable to discern any connection between this place and Flower Fruit Mountain. He trudged through the snow, while the two apes swung effortlessly in the trees. Nichizen called out, "Where are we headed?" Sarutobi responded robustly, "You'll know when we arrive." Nichizen pressed on, "Why is this place called Flower Fruit Mountain?" Saruma explained, "Flower Fruit Mountain is a collective term. All the places where our monkey clan resides are referred to as such. Specifically, this is the White Ape Ridge of Flower Fruit Mountain." Sarutobi added, "The place where Sun Wukong and his band of monkeys live is also called Flower Fruit Mountain. However, they are not under our jurisdiction. We are apes, and they are monkeys." Realization dawned on Nichizen. The location where the four-tailed Sun Wukong resided was indeed called the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. The name itself was quite fitting. In truth, many elements of Naruto draw inspiration from Chinese culture. Notably, characters and items from Journey to the West, such as Sun Wukong, the Vajrarui staff, the golden and silver horns, the amber bottle, the banana leaf fan, the golden silk rope, the seven-star sword, the red gourd, among others, abound. Additionally, concepts like the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams are plentiful. The appearance of Flower Fruit Mountain is, therefore, quite normal. Nichizen followed the two white apes. The snow accumulated on the ground was thick, and stepping directly into it would submerge Nichizen up to his calves. He utilized chakra to tread upon the snow, avoiding sinking. Sarutobi and Saruma led Nichizen further up the mountain until the trees grew sparse and eventually vanished. The two apes leaped gracefully from the branches. Before them lay an exceedingly perilous chasm. Nichizen approached Sarutobi and asked, "Are we going down there?" Sarutobi replied, "Not we, but you." He then reached into his tiger skin skirt pocket and produced a black pill, resembling a candy. "Take this," he said, adopting an expression reminiscent of a caregiver administering medicine. "What is this?" Nichizen questioned, skeptical of the pill's cleanliness, uncertain of how long it had been in Sarutobi's pocket. Moreover, Sarutobi had just been swinging from trees without washing his hands before offering it. Sarutobi urged, "You'll find out once you take it." Nichizen accepted the pill, noting its cleanliness. "Here goes. Cheers, everyone," he exclaimed as he swallowed it whole. "You can chew it," Sarutobi added. Nichizen choked slightly, needing to pat his chest vigorously to swallow it down. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" After regaining his composure, Nichizen perceived the pill as akin to a medicinal tablet from a martial arts novel, expecting it to dissolve instantly. Sarutobi approached and placed a hand on Nichizen's shoulder. Then, as if lifting a chick, hoisted him up. Nichizen, bewildered, asked, "Uncle what are you doing?" Sarutobi responded, "The trial has begun." Before he could finish his sentence, Sarutobi tossed Nichizen into the chasm. "What the?" Nichizen exclaimed, uttering a colloquial phrase as he was flung downwards before he could comprehend the situation. As he fell, Nichizen immediately attempted to gather chakra, only to find that the chakra he once wielded effortlessly was now elusive. He quickly realized that this was the effect of the earlier pill. He had intended to gather chakra beneath his feet to reach the nearby cliff, but the action proved difficult to execute. Contact with the rock face offered no respite. He twisted in midair, extending his hands towards the cliff, but they were soon bloodied from the rough surface. The cliff's texture, while coarse, provided no foothold to halt his descent. Without any ninja tools, he found himself still plummeting rapidly. Chapter 102. The White Ape Sage Nichizen was in a state of panic. The rapid descent stripped him of his usual composure. He recognized that this was not the way to proceed. Flow state, activate. Nichizen entered a flow state, carefully contemplating the so-called trial. Since it aimed to test his aptitude for learning sage techniques, it must be related to natural energy. In this state, he attempted to sense the natural energy around him and discovered that he could effortlessly perceive the surrounding energies. His body was even unconsciously absorbing the natural energy. It turned out that the pill was not an ordinary one, but rather a special elixir crafted by the White Ape Sage himself. Upon consumption, it could aid one in sensing and absorbing natural energy. The side effect, however, was the disruption of one's chakra gathering ability. The trial was designed to thrust Nichizen into a dire predicament, making it challenging to rely on his usual chakra, compelling him to save himself through the natural energy he absorbed. Of course, should Nichizen find himself in a life-threatening situation, Sarutobi, why would utilize reverse summoning to bring him back? However, even with the aid of the sage's elixir, harnessing natural energy remains a formidable challenge. It requires a delicate equilibrium between one's physical and mental energies. A misstep could lead to a loss of humanity, transforming one into a mere beast. Hiruzen endeavored to amalgamate the natural energy within him with chakra, a process that, by its nature, should be achieved in a state of complete stillness. In the original text, when Naruto trained in sage mode, Fukasaku remarked that merging with nature equated to a form of death, not in the literal sense, but in the sense of transcending one's own existence, dissolving into the surrounding natural energy. However, it is also true that in moments of life and death, individuals can enter such a state, much like Hiruzen now. In the throes of peril, bolstered by a state of flow, Hiruzen successfully gathered a modicum of sage chakra before hitting the ground. This sage chakra was unaffected by the disruptive influence of the elixir, allowing Hiruzen to concentrate it at the soles of his feet, stabilizing himself atop the cliff before descending rapidly. From his vantage point on the mountain, Sani exclaimed in astonishment. He actually succeeded. He is the first in 100 years. With that, he and the sage of the monkeys took a different path down. Hiruzen quickly surveyed the scene below, noticing a colossal waterfall to his left, beside which stood a modest cabin. The waterfall cascaded into a river flowing downstream. Sensing the dwindling sage chakra within him, Hiruzen plunged into the river. The icy waters struck him with a biting chill, a sensation that was utterly refreshing. He hastily swam ashore, soaked and sprawled on the ground, only to discover white hairs sprouting from his hands. Pulling a strand from his head, he found it was also white. Suddenly, Hiruzen felt a heavy thud on his head, as if struck by a staff. Who goes there? When did they arrive? He thought, startled by the unexpected presence. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld an elderly monkey, benevolent in appearance, leaning on a cane and quietly observing him. Clad in coarse fabric akin to human attire, the old sage's long eyebrows even brushed against his chest. Hiruzen looked down to find that his white hairs had vanished, reverting to their original state. The natural energy he had recently absorbed had altered his appearance to resemble that of a white monkey. Fortunately, the old sage utilized his cane to expel the excess natural energy from Hiruzen's body, restoring him to normalcy. The old sage spoke slowly. You are the heir of the Sarutobi clan, are you not? Hiruzen stood respectfully, replying, Indeed, my name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sage regarded him and remarked, So young. Yet you have succeeded in the trials. A rare talent appearing once in centuries. Henceforth, allow me to guide you in the arts of sagehood. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sage of the white monkey, for your guidance. With the sage's words, his identity became clear. He was indeed the sage of the white monkey. The sage nodded and gestured, Follow me. Hiruzen accompanied the sage to the waterfall's edge, where the sage explained, The techniques of my clan are not well suited for human practitioners. For centuries, only a handful have succeeded in the trials, and only your ancestors from the Sarutobi clan have mastered the sage arts. The white monkey sage continued, Not only does one need to sense and absorb natural energy, but due to the inherent characteristics of our techniques, mastering them necessitates an extraordinary physical aptitude. Our clan possesses a naturally formidable constitution, and even among us, few have grasped these arts. For humans, the challenge is even greater. Hiruzen listened intently, absorbing the sage's insights. So, you mean to say that strengthening the body is a prerequisite to practicing sage arts? He inquired, trying to comprehend. The sage nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. Without the aid of the sage's elixir, it is nearly impossible to absorb natural energy solely through one's own efforts. A robust physique is essential to withstand the immense power of nature. The small amount of natural energy you just absorbed led to a transformation. If you absorb more, you risk damaging your chakra pathways, or, worse, perishing. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. This was far more terrifying than the prospect of turning into a stone frog after failing training at my Bokuzen. The sage continued. The first step in fortifying your body is to endure the pressure of the waterfall beneath it. Hiruzen gazed upward at the towering waterfall, where torrents cascaded down from the snowy peaks, creating a dazzling spectacle in the sunlight, akin to a dam releasing its waters. While the idea of training beneath a waterfall is common in martial arts tales, the scale of this one was astonishing. You are still too weak. You must train underwater first. The surface will mitigate the waterfall's pressure, the sage instructed. In truth, Rizen's physique was already among the best for his age. Having unlocked the third gate of the 8 gates and trained in physical techniques since childhood. However, compared to the indomitable bodies of the White Monkey clan, his strength appeared insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Rizen submerged himself beneath the water, where the immense current bore down upon him, pinning him to the bottom. As he struggled to gather chakra, he quickly found himself in peril. Chapter 103. Training just as Rizen was on the verge of drowning. The sage of the White Monkey calmly used his cane to lift him from the depths with one hand, extending the other as if it had grown longer, a technique of the White Monkey clan. Gasping for air, Rizen felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. After regaining his composure, he steeled himself and plunged back into the water. This time, he maintained his calm, pushing himself up from the bottom and successfully sitting upright. However, as the waterfall continued to batter him, he felt his form begin to bend under the pressure. The sage once again extended a helping hand, pulling him back to safety. This cycle of attempts continued, and after a month of relentless practice, Rizen finally managed to stand firm at the bottom of the waterfall. During this month, he resided in the sage's modest cabin, where the sage's diet mirrored that of humans, albeit more vegetarian and infused with peculiar medicinal dishes. While the flavors were not to Rizen's liking, they gradually improved his physique. Nonetheless, Rizen, being a true foodie, occasionally returned to Konoha for a taste of better fare. He requested a leave of absence from Hashirama, ensuring 3 uninterrupted months for his training. After this period, even if he had not mastered sage arts, he would need to balance his tasks and studies. As a member of the Konoha shinobi, still had responsibilities to fulfill. Next, he would attempt to train at the surface. The immense force of the waterfall far surpassed that of the depths, and Rizen found himself nearly overwhelmed, crashing into the water with a resounding splash. Yet undeterred, he pressed on, striving to break through the surface once more. 2 months elapsed, but Rizen still struggled to stand upright above the water. However, he had no choice but to leave Flower Fruit Mountain to attend to his missions. After completing a level task with his companion, Tawanzi, Rizen immediately returned to the White Ape Ridge to continue his rigorous training beneath the relentless cascade of the waterfall. Ultimately, after a month of intense effort, he succeeded in standing upright. It took him over 4 months to accomplish the initial phase of strengthening his physique. Subsequently, the White Ape Sage instructed Rizen to lift a stone while standing at the base of the waterfall. This task presented a significant increase in difficulty. The stone, rather accurately described as a slab, was broad and substantial, approximately 2 decimeters thick, comparable in size to a door. While lifting it was not particularly challenging for Rizen, the true test lay in raising it under the waterfall's pressure. The added weight compelled him to endure multiple times the pressure he had previously faced. Fortunately, Rizen's 4 months of training had endowed him with considerable experience. In the end, after another month of effort, he successfully lifted the stone. His strength had reached remarkable heights. Without the aid of chakra, he could deliver a fatal blow to a bull. This newfound power was evident in the demise of his adversaries during missions. Next, the White Ape Sage assigned Rizen a formidable task to ascend a sheer cliff face unaided by chakra, towering at 2,000 meters. The cliff was nearly vertical and perilously steep. In comparison to the cliff, Rizen felt as insignificant as an insect. Each step he took required the utmost exertion of his body. After a month of arduous attempts, he finally managed to scale the cliff. Following this, he engaged in weighted climbing, which took another month. Then came the challenge of one-handed weighted climbing, consuming yet another month. These intervals were interspersed with training and mission work, which accounted for the prolonged duration of his endeavors. By now, Rizen could ascend to the cliff's summit while bearing a stone on his back. However, his training was far from complete. The White Ape Sage commenced teaching him the art of shattering stones with his chest. He applied a medicinal liquid to Rizen's body, enhancing the resilience of his flesh. Rizen was then commanded to strike the stone until he shattered the 10-meter monolith. With the aid of the medicinal liquid, his body was fortified, resulting in significantly fewer injuries during his attempts. Finally, through relentless effort, the stone crumbled into a heap of debris. By the early summer of the 7th year of Konoha, a full year had elapsed since Rizen began his training on Mount Huagua. His body had undergone unprecedented enhancement, with the toughness of his flesh nearly rivaling that of the diamond body of the White Ape clan. His strength and explosiveness even surpassed that of most members of the White Ape lineage. Even the formidable Ryu, the Monkey King, found himself outmatched in a contest of strength against Hiruzen. Furthermore, Hiruzen's chakra reserves had significantly increased, propelled by the surge in his bodily energy, which was on a rapid upward trajectory. His chakra had now reached the threshold of the Hokage level. Finally, after a year of training under the guidance of the White Ape Sage, Hiruzen once again engaged in the study of sage techniques. However, this time, there was no ingestion of the sage fruit. Hiruzen was instructed to sit cross-legged beside the waterfall, quietly attuning himself to the natural energies of the world. Entering a state of flow, he immersed himself in nature. Sage training differed from physical conditioning in that progress was not readily apparent, yet Hiruzen was not impatient. Whenever he had a moment of free time, he would return to the White Ape Ridge to refine his sage techniques, without neglecting his regular missions. Days turned into months. After 3 months, Hiruzen had mastered a remarkably refined sage mode. His visage bore the markings of a sage, with a white shadow encircling his eyes. Yet there were no signs of transformation into a white ape. This was even more perfected than Naruto's sage mode. However, Hiruzen's sage mode was not enduring. He required half an hour to absorb natural energy, which would only sustain the transformation for 3 minutes. Hiruzen was dissatisfied with this brief duration, prompting him to continue honing his skills during the intervals between missions at the White Ape Ridge. By the summer of the 8th year of Konoha, Hiruzen had achieved the ability to activate sage mode instantaneously, which could now last for 15 minutes. The drawback was that reactivation required a waiting period of 15 minutes, and he needed to focus on sensing natural energy during activation. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for his current circumstances. Within those 15 minutes, Hiruzen wielded power that surpassed the vast majority of ninjas in the world. This power bore a name, Shadow. Thus, a 14-year-old shadow-level powerhouse was born. Moreover, Hiruzen's regular strength was now also at the threshold of the shadow level. Although he had not devoted time to learning other ninjutsu over the past 2 years, and the Flying Thunder God technique was temporarily set aside, the cumulative growth over these 2 years had resulted in a qualitative transformation. His chakra reserves surged dramatically, and the scale of his ninjutsu expanded exponentially. Additionally, the summoning of the Monkey King contributed to Hiruzen's overall strength, solidifying his status as a shadow-level ninja. During this time, Hiruzen's companions were also diligently training. Tawanzi mastered the fully potent wind release, Raisin Shuriken, reaching the level of AJ Nin. Kagami, having faced the sacrifice of a teammate during a mission, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, also achieving J-Nin status. Kaifeng learned to amplify his abilities, while Mito mastered the 3 elemental transformations of earth, fire, and water release. Tokine, under the tutelage of the enigmatic teacher, also learned a considerable amount of water release techniques. All of them had surpassed the threshold between CH Nin and J Nin. Perhaps in the original narrative, their growth was not as rapid. However, under Hiruzen's leadership, they all began to strive fervently in their training. Chapter 104. Sage Mode. Hiruzen, your training is nearing its conclusion, the White Ape Sage remarked, leaning on his staff as he addressed Hiruzen. Over the past 2 years, Hiruzen had grown significantly taller, now surpassing the White Ape Sage by a notable margin. Hiruzen nodded obediently. Even the sage mode mastered by the progenitor of the Sarutobi clan pales in comparison to your perfection, the sage mused. I have nothing left to teach you. Sage mode, sage techniques, and the ape strike. I have imparted all that I can. From here on out, your cultivation is in your own hands. Hiruzen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sage, for your invaluable guidance over these 2 years. The White Ape Sage inclined his head slightly. It is no trouble. You have passed the trials. It is only right that I do so. This was an agreement made hundreds of years ago with the progenitor of the Sarutobi clan. After a lengthy conversation, Hiruzen bid farewell to the White Ape Sage and departed from White Ape Ridge. Hiruzen returned to Konoha, first visiting Hashirama's office, where Hashirama was busy with paperwork. Oh, Hiruzen, you've returned to Konoha? Hashirama exclaimed. Over the past 2 years, Hiruzen had frequently traveled between White Ape Ridge and Konoha, spending most of his time at the former. I'm back, master. I have mastered sage mode, Hiruzen replied. Hashirama nodded. I am aware of that. Now, let us see it. Hiruzen clasped his hands together, declaring, Sage mode, activate. Instantly, a ring of white shadow formed around his eyes, marking the manifestation of sage mode. Hashirama appeared somewhat astonished. It seems you have indeed mastered the perfect sage mode. You appear to be exceptionally suited for the White Ape Sage techniques. As he spoke, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Sage mode, activate. Red markings appeared around his eyes and forehead, revealing his own sage mode, which was also remarkably perfected. With no signs of transformation, my sage mode may not necessarily be suited for you. After years of utilizing wood release, I discovered I could sense the natural energies within trees. Later, I ventured to the wetbone forest, where I formed a contract with Mito and combined its sage techniques to create my own wood release sage techniques. Therefore, I am uncertain whether you will be able to master it. Fortunately, the Sarutobi clan possesses a legacy of sage techniques. As Hashirama spoke of releasing the sage mode, Hizashi followed suit. In situations where sage mode is activated for only a brief period, Hizashi merely needs to wait a moment to re-enter it effortlessly. Hashirama remarked, I was 30 when I finally learned sage technique. It was only after I became Hokage that I mastered such a level of sage mode. I never expected you to have grasped it at such a young age. Hizashi humbly replied, acknowledging that even if he had acquired perfect sage mode, he was still worlds apart from Hashirama. In a state of full power, with the synergy of the flow state, hundredfold technique, and sage mode, Hizashi's strength could reach a standard level of Hokage. Even without the hundredfold and sage modes, Hizashi could still be considered a weak Kage-level ninja, a far cry from his capabilities 2 years prior. His prowess had surpassed many formidable foes he had encountered in the past. Hashirama shared insights on the techniques of sage arts with Hizashi before he departed from the Hokage building. Upon returning home, Hizashi was greeted by his parents, Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Kodo. They seemed to have just returned themselves. Given Sarutobi Asuma's strength, he was more than capable of stepping back from the forefront of Konoha's leadership. However, being the restless individual he was, Sarutobi Asuma continued to take on missions as a jonin. Sarutobi Kodo busily followed him, which accounted for their frequent absences from home. Hizashi approached Sarutobi Kodo, who reached out to touch his head, exclaiming, before I knew it, you've already surpassed me in height. She then turned to compare Hizashi with Asuma, saying, Asuma, your son is nearly taller than you. Asuma waved his hand dismissively, saying, Hizashi is our son. It is only natural for him to surpass me. He added, however, height is inconsequential. Strength is what truly matters. Hizashi, let me see if your prowess has indeed surpassed mine. Hizashi accepted the challenge, eager to engage in a genuine battle with a formidable opponent to test the fruits of his training over the past 2 years. Thus, they exited their home. The courtyard was too confined for their duel, so Sarutobi Asuma led Hizashi outside the village. The Sarutobi clan followed closely behind. Asuma found an open area and turned to Hizashi, saying, here will suffice. He then called out to Kodo, Kodo, stand back. I fear you may be harmed. Kodo replied, I am a jonin after all, but still moved to a tree 100 meters away to observe from a safe distance, providing ample space for the father-son duel. Asuma and Hizashi faced each other, their auras radiating power. Asuma, a prominent figure from the Warring States period, undoubtedly possessed strength at the Kage level. When Konoha was established and candidates for Hokage were chosen, Sarutobi Asuma was among them. However, Hashirama's overwhelming strength and renown meant Asuma's candidacy was unsurprisingly unsuccessful. Asuma signaled Hizashi to begin. Hizashi formed hand seals, declaring, summoning technique. Monkey King. The Monkey King made a grand entrance, seemingly bewildered at the sight of Asuma. Hizashi explained, I'm having a match with my father. Transform. The Monkey King complied, transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang, which fell into Hizashi's hands. Hizashi swung the staff, causing it to extend instantly, sweeping towards Asuma's lower body. Asuma leaped into the air, forming hand seals mid-flight before clapping his hands together. Summoning contract runes manifested in the air. Summoning technique. Monkey Sun. Monkey Sun appeared above, quickly grasping the situation. Old friend, it seems this battle is between our two sons. Asuma remarked. Monkey Sun responded, let us show these youngsters the might of their fathers. Monkey Sun transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, which Asuma seized, extending it to strike the ground. The staff's rapid extension propelled Asuma upward. He then swung down with tremendous force, a decisive blow descending from above. Hizashi, summoning all his strength, blocked the strike with his staff, leaving a deep scar on the earth as the impact was deflected. Such strength, Asuma thought, astonished. Yet he did not pause. The next attack followed swiftly. Chapter 105. The father-son battle. Asuma quickly shortened the Rui Jingu Bang and descended rapidly, executing a flip and swinging it down once more. This strike differed from the previous one, as flames engulfed the staff, charging forth with the force of a blazing inferno. Hisashi swung his staff again, diverting the attack. Asuma's strike hit the ground beside Hisashi, causing the earth to crack and the surface to scorch, flames erupting around them. Fortunately, Hisashi evaded in time to avoid being caught in the blaze. Asuma landed and unleashed another horizontal sweep. Hisashi raised his staff to block. At that moment, an eye appeared on the Rui Jingu Bang. The Monkey King exclaimed, "It's so hot." While defending against Asuma's onslaught, Hisashi replied, "I'll do my best to shield you." He then released water release chakra, enveloping the staff and isolating it from Asuma's flames. With a mighty swing, a water dragon erupted from the tip of the Rui Jingu Bang, charging towards Asuma. Asuma jabbed the staff into the ground, summoning an earthen wall to intercept the water dragon. This combat style, blending ninjutsu with the Sarutobi clan's staff techniques, had been passed down through generations. Although it was less precise and powerful than casting jutsu through hand seals, it remained formidable. The water dragon collided with the earthen wall, creating waves of splashes. Hisashi then leaped into the air, bringing down his staff enveloped in arcs of electricity. The wall shattered into fragments under the force of the strike. However, Asuma had already begun his next move, swinging the staff again. A towering tornado formed as he unleashed a powerful strike forward, sending Hisashi flying 100 meters. Hisashi strove to maintain his balance in midair, then plunged the Rui Jingu Bang into the ground, embedding it deeply. The tremendous force bent the staff nearly to 90 degrees before it rebounded, propelling Hisashi swiftly toward Asuma. The staff retracted to its normal size as Hisashi dove towards Asuma, throwing the Rui Jingu Bang at him. Asuma raised his staff to block, yet the weapon transformed midair, creating numerous physical clones that encircled Asuma, trapping him within the golden prison. As the prison formed, Hisashi completed his hand seals in the air. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon surged forth, poised to breach the prison and strike Asuma. In response, Asuma drove the Rui Jingu Bang into the ground in front of him, forming a sealing array. Golden seal, monkey sun seal. A blood-red giant hand emerged from the earth, formed from tangible chakra. Grasping the fire dragon in his palm, he crushed it with sheer force. Subsequently, he seized the entire adamantine prison wall and lifted it, causing it to shatter. The adamantine prison wall and the colossal hand vanished together. In the air, Nichiren appeared bewildered. "Where are my numerous rods?" Sarutobi Sasuke offered Nichiren no time to react. Grasping the Rui Bang, he struck with a single blow. Fortunately, Nichiren was quick-witted, sidestepping the attack and landing safely. At that moment, the adamantine Rui Bang in Sarutobi Sasuke's hand spoke. "I have sent that brat Saruma back to White Ape Ridge and sealed his chakra. He will be of no assistance to you." Nichiren found himself in a precarious situation. Without the aid of the adamantine Rui Bang, he could only evade Sarutobi Sasuke's relentless assault. Once again, Sarutobi Sasuke's attack surged forth. Flames entwined with a furious wind approached. A single strike could unleash a dual attribute chakra attack. Indeed, experience proves invaluable. Nichiren unleashed the earth-style wall, only to have it shattered by a single blow. He staggered backward. Multiple earth-style walls. Dozens of tall and sturdy earth walls rose from the ground. Sarutobi Sasuke augmented the rod with lightning attribute chakra and hurled it with great force. The Rui Bang spun through the air toward the earth walls. Flames, tempestuous winds, and thunderstorms merged, erupting with astonishing might. The Rui Bang spun at high speed, piercing through wall after wall of earth defense. Realizing the dire situation, Nichiren decisively retreated into the nearby forest. He leaped onto the sturdy branch of a large tree. However, as the Rui Bang broke through the final line of defense, it extended an arm that swiftly reached for Nichiren. He dodged backward, but was still caught by the ankle. Boom! Nichiren was heavily slammed to the ground. Thud! The Nichiren on the ground transformed into a wooden stump. He reappeared behind another tree, while Sarutobi Sasuke had already closed in on him. Grasping the adamantine Rui Bang, he struck once more. Nichiren stood sideways on a tree trunk, hands forming seals. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A torrent of searing flames rapidly took the shape of a fire dragon, surging towards Sarutobi Sasuke. The terrifying heat turned the flames white, reaching temperatures around 1,500 degrees Celsius, sufficient to melt steel. The flames surged fiercely. Sarutobi Sasuke discarded the Rui Bang and formed seals with both hands. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A similar torrent of flames charged forth. The two fire dragons clashed, But Sarutobi Sasuke's fire dragon proved superior, pushing the flames inexorably toward Nichiren. Faced with the encroaching inferno, Nichiren formed seals once more and executed the body flicker technique to escape. In an instant, the overwhelming flames reduced the tree where Nichiren once stood to charred remains. He narrowly evaded disaster and launched a counteroffensive. 5 nature great bullets. Nichiren summoned 4 shadow clones to join his main body in unleashing the great bullets. 5 colossal chakra spheres of various attributes surged towards Sarutobi Sasuke. To execute shadow clones while utilizing 5 different chakra attributes, Nichiren was indeed imaginative. Unfortunately, I too have learned the shadow clone technique from Tobirama. Sarutobi Sasuke thought as he maintained his focus. 5 nature, 5 dragon bullets. Like Nichiren, Sarutobi Sasuke created 4 shadow clones to unleash his ninjutsu. 5 colossal dragons materialized instantly. The exploding fire dragon charged at the wind bullet. The crystal-clear water dragon surged toward the flame bullet. The razor-sharp wind dragon targeted the lightning bullet. The tempestuous lightning dragon aimed for the earth bullet. And the sturdy earth dragon advanced against the water bullet. The elemental advantages led to Nichiren's great bullets being suppressed, unlike identical elemental chakras that would cancel each other out. Chakras with contrasting relationships resulted in violent explosions. Boom! A massive explosion erupted between the two. Trees within 100 meters were toppled, and the ground at the explosion's epicenter cracked into a lattice formation, with a thick layer of soil vaporized. Nichiren was hurled away by the tremendous shockwave, his shadow clones dissipating. The explosion also affected Sarutobi Sasuke, but fortunately, he stood on the right side during the blast. Thanks to his superior skill, Sarutobi Sasuke's 5 dragon bullets subdued Nichiren's great bullets, meaning the explosion primarily impacted Nichiren's direction. Moreover, Sarutobi Sasuke's timely retreat ensured he emerged unscathed, while Nichiren suffered greatly, coughing up blood from the blast's repercussions. Even with his adamantine body, he sustained internal injuries. Struggling slightly, Nichiren stood up. Mind Flow Mode, activate. 100 Heroes Mode, activate. Sage Mode, activate. The black and white dual-colored curse marks intertwined with white-eye shadows, rapidly healing Nichiren's wounds. Subsequently, he vanished in an instant. Almost in the next moment, Nichiren crossed 100 meters, appearing before Sarutobi Sasuke. Chapter 106. A father's kindness and a son's filial piety. Nichiren struck out with his palm. Sarutobi Sasuke staggered back several steps, evading Nichiren's blow. However, he was still propelled into the air. Fortunately, Sarutobi Sasuke instinctively shielded himself with the adamantine Rui Bang. He was sent flying several dozen meters, but managed to stabilize himself in midair using the Rui Bang. This technique was dubbed the Monkey Strike, utilizing the surrounding natural energy to expand his attack range and enhance its power. Sarutobi Sasuke distanced himself from Nichiren. Nichiren raised his right hand high. Sage Art. Wind Style. Great Spiral Shuriken. A spiral shuriken, several times larger than a standard one, was formed and hurled towards Sarutobi Sasuke. The powerful wind generated by the spiraling shuriken pressed the grass firmly to the ground, leaving a dark mark. The great spiral shuriken buzzed ominously, emitting a sharp roar. Earth Style. Earth Flow Mountain Wall. A towering earth wall, 50 meters high and 5 meters thick, erupted from the ground, as indomitable as a mountain. Yet, even it could not withstand the great spiral shuriken. The shuriken sliced through the earth wall, embedding itself deep within before triggering a massive explosion. The earth flow mountain wall collapsed from below. Sarutobi Sasuke, standing atop the wall, leaped downward as the shockwave from the great spiral shuriken dissipated and the wall was destroyed. He raised the Rui Bang high, which instantly elongated and thickened countless times, transforming into a towering pillar. Sarutobi Sasuke brought the Rui Bang crashing down. Faced with the incoming colossal rod, Nichiren fearlessly extended both hands to catch the blow. However, the immense force drove his feet into the ground. The earth shattered beneath the impact. Nichiren braced himself against the Rui Bang, preparing to propel it away. Suddenly, a massive hand extended from the Rui Bang, seizing Nichiren's body. Sarutobi Sasuke then surged down the rod, raising his foot to deliver a kick to Nichiren's face. Nichiren widened his eyes in terror, realizing that even with his adamantine body, he could not withstand a kick to the face. He lamented internally about Sarutobi Sasuke's ruthlessness. Quickly lowering his hands, he forcibly pried open Sarutobi Sasuke's massive hand. Then, with a swift bend, he evaded the kick. He struck out once again, executing another monkey strike. Yet, Sarutobi Sasuke had already adapted to this technique. Kid, you can't use the same trick against your father twice. Though Sarutobi Sasuke could not sense natural energy, he skillfully twisted in midair, causing the Rui Bang to revert to its original form and fall back into his hands. Tsuruhi Sasuke skillfully utilized the diamond rod to evade the range of Hizashi's attacks. While dodging, he swiftly formed seals and unleashed the fire release. Ash pile burning. The area of his ash pile burning was vast, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Hizashi quickly retreated, aware that this technique was one of the few lethal fire releases in the Naruto universe, its power formidable. Just as Tsuruhi Sasuke ignited the ashes, Hizashi employed earth release, decapitation technique to burrow underground, successfully escaping danger. A massive explosion erupted, forming a mushroom cloud, and the shockwaves surged outward with the flames. The sheer force compelled Tsuruhi Sasuke to retreat several meters, planting the diamond rod into the ground to summon a simple earth flow wall, shielding himself from the residual blast. Tsuruhi Sasuke noticed that Hizashi had not emerged from the explosion, deducing that he was hiding underground. Subsequently, he formed seals and struck the ground with his hands. At this moment, Hizashi, concealed below, sensed impending peril. Earth release, earth flow slash. The ground split apart, creating a vast chasm, with Hizashi visibly trapped within. Tsuruhi Sasuke hovered above the chasm, invoking fire release, blazing sun pillar. A pure white column of fire descended, measuring a staggering 20 meters in diameter, its might astonishing. The soil, scorched by the residual heat, melted away. This technique was a unique high-level ninjutsu created by Tsuruhi Sasuke. The Tsuruhi clan was renowned for their mastery of the 5 elemental natures, with fire release being their most potent attribute, rivaling even the Uchiha clan, who were also adept in fire techniques. While not everyone possesses the 5 elemental chakra, members of the Tsuruhi clan predominantly wield fire release chakra. Tsuruhi Sasuke unleashed his strongest move against his son, leading onlookers to assume a deep-seated enmity existed between them. Tsuruhi Kodo, observing from the sidelines, exclaimed in alarm. However, the technique had already been executed, leaving Hizashi's survival to his own devices. At that moment, Hizashi faced the oncoming fire column and heat wave, furiously forming seals. He created 30 shadow clones to fill the bottom of the chasm. Sage art, water release, water barrier. An immense torrent of water surged forth from the mouths of Hizashi's clones, layering water walls together to collide with the blazing sun pillar. Despite the extreme temperature, which instantly evaporated a significant amount of water, the stacked water walls remained resilient against the intense flames. The collision of the fire column and water walls generated a dense mist of superheated steam above, while scalding water dripped from below, causing discomfort to both Tsuruhi Sasuke and Hizashi. Their clash persisted for several seconds. Such a level of ninjutsu confrontation drained considerable chakra with each passing moment. However, chakra was not a concern for either party, and the skirmish continued. Suddenly, Hizashi erupted from the earth beside them. Sage art, lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Tsuruhi Sasuke reacted instantly, ceasing the blazing sun pillar and thrusting the diamond rod forward. The rapidly extending Chidori sharp spear collided with the equally extending diamond rod, the sound echoing through the skies. The two remained evenly matched. Meanwhile, the shadow clones below were swept away by the descending water, and Hizashi, feeling overwhelmed, extended his left hand. Sage art, wind release, great ball Rasengan. Tsuruhi Sasuke found himself confronted with both the Sage Art Chidori Sharp Spear and the Great Ball Rasengan, rendering him in a passive position. At this critical juncture, the diamond rod slipped from his grasp, revealing Tsuruhi Sasuke's true form, who firmly seized the Chidori Sharp Spear with his robust hands. Meanwhile, Tsuruhi Sasuke formed seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clones. Wind release, great breakthrough. Though a basic level ninjutsu, under Tsuruhi Sasuke's command and aided by 50 shadow clones, the power unleashed by the wind release, great breakthrough exceeded that of advanced wind techniques. The Great Ball Rasengan was effortlessly blown away, crashing into the distant forest, decimating trees and soil alike. Observing this, Hizashi retracted the Chidori Sharp Spear and declared, "I no longer wish to fight. Continuing would lead to an endless cycle. Once my Sage Mode expires in 15 minutes, I would undoubtedly lose." "I concede," Tsuruhi Sasuke replied. "Very well, I have gauged your strength. Let us leave it at that." As he spoke, Tsuruhi Sasuke retrieved a pipe from his pocket and began to smoke. Those familiar with him knew that he relished a few puffs after battle to alleviate the stress of combat. The more intense the fight, the longer he would smoke. This time, Tsuruhi Sasuke indulged in an entire hour of smoking, reflecting on the fact that he had indeed raised a remarkable son in a few years. He would truly be a formidable opponent. Chapter 107. A new mission. The father-son duel between Hisashi and Tsuruhi Sasuke reached a conclusion. In Sage Mode, Hisashi was able to contend evenly with the seasoned warrior from the Warring States period, Tsuruhi Sasuke, albeit not for long. Otherwise, he would not have voluntarily conceded. Both combatants had unleashed a significant portion of their power, with Tsuruhi Sasuke holding back more, as he did not genuinely wish to harm Hisashi. He utilized approximately 70% of his strength, which should suffice to defeat the majority of ninjas in the ninja world. Yet, he was only able to match Hisashi evenly. Hisashi, on the other hand, had nearly unleashed his full power. Aside from a few techniques he could not execute in time, this represented about 90% of his capabilities. Continued fighting would merely involve summoning more shadow clones and casting additional ninjutsu, which would evidently be futile against the synergy of Tsuruhi Sasuke and Tsuruhi Y. Thus, Hisashi's decisive concession. This battle also allowed Hisashi to discern his own strength, which had indeed improved significantly compared to 2 years prior. In the realm of ninjas, he could now be considered a formidable force. After all, he had reached the level of a Hokage. In Konoha, only figures such as Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, Tsuruhi Sasuke, Shimura Hage, Uchiha Retsu, and Hyuga Kumo possessed such power. In truth, that was quite a considerable number. Currently, Konoha boasted 7 Kage-level warriors. With the addition of the newly emerged Hisashi, there were a total of 8. This period marked one of Konoha's most prosperous eras, with many of the founding elite still alive. Hashirama, of course, needed no introduction, being among the top in power below the Sage of Six Paths, an unparalleled peak among Kage. Tobirama's strength firmly placed him at the pinnacle of Kage, and when considering Edo Tensei, he could surpass even that level. Mito had yet to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but remained at the peak of Kage's strength. Tsuruhi Sasuke, proficient in all 5 elemental natures and possessing the summoning beast Saru, was only slightly weaker than Tobirama and Mito. Shimura Hage excelled in wind release, regarded as Konoha's foremost wind release user, and was evenly matched with Tsuruhi Sasuke. Uchiha Retsu, a cousin of Madara, was considerably younger, merely 30 years old, and also ranked as a Kage-level fighter. Hyuga Kumo belonged to an older generation, contemporaneous with Hashirama's father, Senju Butsuma. Although his strength had waned with age, he had not fallen below Kage level. Hisashi's strength likely resided between Uchiha Retsu and Hyuga Kumo, but this was only under Sage Mode. Without it, Hisashi would likely struggle against any of the aforementioned 7. After all, he was merely 14 years old, still a young adolescent. At this moment, Konoha was immensely powerful. In contrast, Sunagakure could muster only 4 Kage-level fighters at its peak, making Konoha's strength twice that of their own. The disparity in power was extraordinary. Looking ahead to the future of the original timeline, Konoha was also teeming with formidable individuals. Without discussing the few members who later served in the higher echelons of Konoha, it is noteworthy that the next generation also boasts numerous formidable warriors. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the White Fang, the fearsome Fugaku, including original anime characters, the Yellow Flash, and Shinsui, among others, total 7 individuals of elite caliber. Regrettably, the internal strife among Konoha's powerful has been too severe. Orochimaru defected, Tsunade left, Jiraiya wandered. Tsukumo Hatake took his own life, and Fugaku willingly met his end at the hands of his son. Minato perished in the Nine Tails incident, and Shinsui took his own life after Danzo's betrayal. This has resulted in a significant generational gap in Konoha's strength. The subsequent generation scarcely possesses any ninja capable of holding the title of Hokage, save for the copy ninja Kakashi and the Azure Beast, Might Guy. Were it not for the emergence of the new generation represented by Naruto and Sasuke, Konoha would be on the brink of total decline. However, all of this is destined to change. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was summoned for a mission personally dispatched by the Hokage. Standing before Hashirama, Hiruzen inquired, "Master, what is the mission?" Hashirama replied, "Monkey, see for yourself," as he handed Hiruzen a mission request form. Mission requester, Star Hidden Village, Bear Country. Client, First Hokage of Star Hidden. Mission: assist in guarding the star of Star Hidden Village. Requirements: 1 J Nin, 3 CH Nin. Compensation: 200,000 Ryo. A brief outline of the mission was presented before Hiruzen. As he turned to the next page, he discovered detailed information about Star Hidden Village. It dawned on him that Star Hidden Village is located in the Small Bear Country, adjacent to the Land of Fire. The village houses a meteorite that fell from the sky, initially discovered by the first Hokage of Star Hidden, who recognized its potential to activate chakra within individuals. This self-proclaimed first leader developed a ninjutsu called Peacock Mystique, capable of materializing chakra. Although this storyline is an anime original and Hiruzen had not paid much attention to it in his previous life, some fragments lingered in his memory. Hiruzen's mind began to race, and he subsequently asked Hashirama, "Am I allowed to choose the CH Nin for this mission?" Having served as a J Nin for 2 years, he had gained considerable experience in leading missions. Hashirama nodded in affirmation and handed Hiruzen a list of available CH Nin from Konoha. After scanning the list, Hiruzen found none of his preferred candidates and decided on 3 relatively unfamiliar CH Nin: Kaiba K, Katasora, and Hyuga Shin. These 3 were his peers from the Ninja Academy, with Kaiba and Kata being his classmates. However, they had lost touch after graduation, making this an opportune moment to reconnect. The following day, Hiruzen gathered with his 3 teammates at the village gate. The 4 set out for Bear Country, located to the southeast of the Land of Fire. They arrived at the border of Bear Country after 2 days of travel. The area was shrouded in yellow miasma and bordered by daunting cliffs, making it a challenging fortress to breach. Even for ninjas, crossing this natural barrier proved difficult, requiring specialized tools. Upon reaching the border, the 4 paused. Hyuga Shin activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes as he surveyed the expanse. The miasma stretches for several dozen miles. I cannot see the end. Moreover, the gorge is over 100 meters wide. It is impossible to cross, he reported to Hiruzen. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere classmates. In this mission, Hiruzen was Shin's superior. Given Shin's upbringing in the strict Hyuga clan, Hiruzen acknowledged this with a nod. Hiruzen then formed hand seals to activate the mind's eye and remarked, "Shin, look over there. Someone is coming to greet us." Shin focused his Byakugan in that direction as Kaiba and Kato followed suit. They spotted a purple-haired young ninja from Star Hidden Village wielding a grappling hook, who skillfully tossed it across the gorge. The hook embedded itself firmly in the ground, and the youth secured the other end to a tree before traversing the rope. The purple-haired ninja approached the 4. "Are you the ninjas sent from Konoha?" he inquired. Hiruzen stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, a J Nin from Konoha, leading 3 CH Nin." The purple-haired ninja examined Hiruzen's forehead protector and replied, "Greetings. I am the J Nin of Star Hidden, Zixing. Please follow me." Zixing's demeanor was rather indifferent, tinged with a hint of caution. The 4 ninjas crossed the gorge and entered Bear Country, following Zixing to Star Hidden Village. Soon, they arrived in the village, which was modest in size, housing no more than 1,000 or 2,000 residents, with perhaps 100 ninjas among them. Despite its smallness, Star Hidden Village had established a semblance of a system with a kage and an umbu. As Hiruzen observed, he noticed masked ninjas patrolling the village, which struck him as somewhat amusing. It seemed these individuals did not fully grasp the purpose of the umbu, who were not merely guardians. Zixing led them to a building adorned with a star insignia, stating, "I will take you to meet Lord Star." After knocking, the door opened, and they entered to find the star sitting in a position of authority. Zixing respectfully announced, "Lord Star, the Konoha ninjas have arrived." The star appeared to be an elderly man and remarked, "The ninjas from Konoha seem to be quite promising young talents." The statement could be interpreted as a compliment or a veiled critique of their youth. Hiruzen reassured him, "Rest assured, Lord Star, despite our youth, our strength is commendable among Konoha's ranks. You can entrust us with the task of guarding the star." The star replied, "Very well. However, Star Hidden Village does not solely rely on outsiders for protection. It just so happens that several of our J Nin are away on missions, which is why we have requested assistance from Konoha." Hiruzen nodded in agreement, though a glimmer of strategic thinking flickered in his eyes as he lowered his gaze. The star repeatedly emphasized the importance of safeguarding the star, after which Zixing guided Hiruzen to their designated post. The star was located in a vast meteorite crater at the heart of the village, where a structure had been erected to honor the star, serving as the training ground for ninjas. Daily, Groups of ninjas gathered there to hone their skills, but the four tasked with guarding could not approach the training ground. Zixing explained, "Even you cannot approach the training ground at will." Hiruzen, feigning indifference, nodded in acknowledgement, and they assumed their posts at the crater's edge. Zixing then departed. Hiruzen addressed his companions. "It seems this mission may take quite some time, at least until the absent Nin returned to the village." Hokage concurred, while Kaiba crossed his arms, displaying his dissatisfaction. "In such a small village, there are hardly any Nin, yet they treat us with such suspicion." The blue-haired Katu gently responded to Kaiba, "After all, the star is an essential resource for their village's survival. It is only natural that they would be cautious with outsiders." Hiruzen added, "No worries, we are merely standing guard here for a few days. Besides, we will receive our compensation." Thus, Kaiba chose not to voice any further complaints. A few individuals stood guard by the meteorite crater beside the village of Star Hidden. This vigil lasted an entire month, leaving Rijan feeling thoroughly deceived. For the mission brief had not specified the duration of the guard duty. Thus, a month passed in Star Hidden Village, and indeed, the promised reward of 200,000 Rio was not so easily acquired. Although the period was uneventful, standing guard for a month proved quite exhausting. At last, the return of a Jonin to the village signaled the conclusion of Rijan and his companion's task, and they set off back to their village. Zixing escorted them out of the village once more. Upon reaching the gorge, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted. An incident had occurred in the village. Zixing immediately turned back, forming hand seals with his hands. Behind him, purple chakra coalesced into a pair of wings, lifting him into the air. Rijan gazed enviously at the chakra wings, for it was known that flying ninjas were exceedingly rare in the ninja world, and those capable of flight through their own strength were even fewer. Moreover, the peacock technique was not merely about the ability to fly. Rijan cast a lingering glance at the soaring Zixing, then declared, "Let us lend our assistance." Meanwhile, within Star Hidden Village, practitioners in the training grounds had been rendered unconscious, and the sacred star at the center had been stolen. The perpetrators were three masked individuals, with the leader clutching the star and brandishing a scroll of the peacock technique pilfered from a practicing star ninja. His two companions had just dispatched three members of the village's umbu who had come to thwart their plans. The force of their ninjutsu shattered the training grounds with a resounding crash. The three masked figures emerged from the ruins, drawing the attention of most of the villagers. 5 umbu members of Star Hidden arrived first, forming hand seals. Peacock technique. The purple chakra behind the 5 umbu morphed into a formidable beast. "You truly squander this star." The leader of the masked men stowed the star and scroll into a pack on his back. The 3 masked individuals then began to form seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. 3 towering water dragons, each as high as a 5-story building, materialized from thin air. What? Using such a high-level water ninjutsu in a place devoid of water? Could they be powerful figures from the hidden mist? The water dragons surged towards the 5 umbu, who appeared diminutive in comparison to the chakra beast. The 5 umbu joined forces to attempt to block the impending strike. Boom! The water dragons collided with the chakra beast, propelling the umbu members through the air. They crashed to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. Damn it, the enemy is too strong. Only Lord Xingyin can stop them. At that moment, 2 recently returned Jonin from Star Hidden Village arrived, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Upon observing the fallen umbu and the masked figures before them, the 2 Jonin grasped the situation. "Are you thieves coveting the power of the star?" One Jonin demanded. The other reprimanded, "We will not allow you to succeed." Peacock technique beast. The 2 Jonin formed seals, this time summoning 2 5-meter-tall chakra beasts. However, before they could take action, the masked men advanced, striking with a sweeping palm. The 2 Jonin were sent flying before they could even defend themselves. "How is this possible? I was never even touched," one Jonin murmured before losing consciousness. "I remember that when utilizing the peacock technique, the user cannot move, a critical weakness." The white eye shadow around the masked man's eyes faded. The Jonin of Star Hidden are indeed somewhat weak. With this level of skill, I could have defeated them right after graduation. Are they too reliant on the peacock technique? The masked man mused. Chapter 109, Self-Directed Performance. After effortlessly dispatching the 2 Jonin, the 3 masked individuals departed the meteorite crater. The overall strength of the ninjas in Star Hidden Village was rather lacking. The umbu members there would not have qualified for such roles in Konoha, and the 2 Jonin were merely what could be considered special Jonin in Konoha at best. This was primarily due to their singular fighting style and glaring weaknesses. The three masked figures swiftly reached the village gates, just as an elder clad in a purple shadow cloak intercepted them. "You dare steal the treasures of Star Hidden Village and attempt to flee." The elder was none other than the first Star Shadow. Peacock technique, open wings. Countless chakra feathers erupted from behind the Star Shadow, launching towards the three masked figures. Faced with the onslaught of chakra feathers, the masked men retreated. Now this is more like it. Water release, water whip. The three masked individuals unleashed their water ninjutsu again. Three massive, spiraling water whips surged toward the chakra feathers. The scale of the water whips was comparable, yet the chakra feathers held an advantage in strength, successfully blocking them and continuing their advance. The water whips quickly altered their trajectory, striking at the Star Shadow's form. The Star Shadow was compelled to retract the chakra feathers, forming a robust barrier for defense. The water whips crashed against the barrier with tremendous force, causing the Star Shadow to stagger backward, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. The technique is impressive, but their physical prowess is lacking. Their overall strength is inferior to that of Konoha's elite jonin, yet they dare to call themselves shadows. How laughable. The masked man judged inwardly. The peacock technique indeed possessed considerable power, but it came with several critical weaknesses. First, the caster could not move while executing the technique, which hindered full control over the chakra released. Second, it lacked long-range offensive capabilities, as all attacks emerged directly from the caster's chakra. Third, simultaneous offense and defense of the caster's form proved challenging. The masked man swiftly appeared behind the Star Shadow, delivering another palm strike. The white eye shadow reappeared. Monkey strike. The chakra feathers shielded the Star Shadow's back. However, the overwhelming force nearly toppled him to the ground. The Star Shadow desperately channeled the peacock technique, expanding the size of the feathers behind him while simultaneously launching an attack against the masked figure behind him. Yet, two other masked men had already approached from the front, delivering a similar strike, causing the Star Shadow to cough up blood. What manner of technique is this? The Star Shadow clearly saw that the masked man's strike had not made contact, yet he was struck by an overwhelming force. Having never encountered sage arts, the Star Shadow was utterly bewildered. The surrounding Star Ninjas expressed their concern. "Lord Star Shadow." They rushed into the battlefield to protect him. The high-level combatants of Star Hidden Village were gathered there, with only 6 possessing Jonin-level strength, alongside over 20 Chunin. The lower-ranked ninjas remained in the village, tasked with safeguarding the civilians, fearing that the masked figures would use them as hostages. The group of Star Ninjas found themselves encircled by the 3 masked figures. The masked individuals simultaneously formed hand seals. Sage art, water release, great waterfall technique. Together, they conjured 3 majestic waterfalls from thin air. The Star Ninjas, trapped in the center, hurriedly employed the peacock technique to shield themselves, but it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The immense impact overwhelmed the group of Star Ninjas. Only a few who had mastered the wings of the peacock technique managed to take flight alongside the Star Shadow, narrowly escaping disaster. Who were these individuals? The Star Shadow appeared utterly at a loss against such formidable foes. At that moment, Zixing had already soared into the village. "Lord Star Shadow." Zixing, the youngest Jonin in the village, joined the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Star Shadow in the air. "Trouble has arisen in the village," Star Shadow remarked with a grave expression. Purple Star gazed at the fallen Star Ninjas below, his face equally somber. Currently, the fighting force of Star Hidden Village comprised no more than 10 individuals. The crowd looked to Star Shadow, awaiting orders. With resolute determination, Star Shadow declared, "We cannot allow these thieves to seize the star." Thus, the Star Ninjas in the air began to form seals. Peacock mystical technique. An additional chakra beast formed within their wings and surged downward to attack. The 3 masked figures nimbly evaded while simultaneously launching water dragon bullets upward. Several more Star Ninjas were knocked down. At that moment, the 4 from the Sun Clan arrived. Hyuga Shin, veins bulging around his eyes, activated his Byakugan. Byakugan activate. Meanwhile, Sun Clan charged ahead, forming hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A massive torrent of blinding white flames surged toward the masked figures. The 3 masked individuals joined forces to erect a water barrier, successfully blocking the attack. A mist of water enveloped the ground. Peacock mystical technique. Star Shadow and the Star Ninjas launched their assault into the mist. Boom. The chakra beasts collided with the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Suddenly, silence fell below. As the mist and dust settled, the three masked figures had vanished. Have they disappeared? Kato, Sora, and Akaba were also prepared to unleash their ninjutsu. But upon witnessing the scene, they could only lower their hands in confusion. Hiruzen cast a dubious glance at Sun Clan, quickly concealing his thoughts. This chakra flow must be the reverse summoning technique. But why does the chakra of the masked figures resemble that of Sun Clan? Upon realizing this, Hiruzen felt a shock within. At this moment, within the White Ape Ridge, the ape demon had 3 unfurled scrolls before him. The 3 masked figures appeared on the scrolls. The reverse summoning technique cannot be executed at will. It requires collaboration. Summoning beasts skilled in ninjutsu can also be utilized. The masked figures dispelled their transformation technique, revealing their true forms. They were merely shadow clones of Sun Clan. One of the clones produced the star and a scroll detailing the peacock mystical technique, handing them to the ape demon. These 2 items were to be placed in White Ape Ridge. The ape demon nodded in acknowledgement. Consequently, the shadow clone voluntarily dispelled itself. At that moment, Sun Clan received the memories of the clone, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the enemy vanish, the Star Ninjas began to tidy up the aftermath. Star Shadow dispelled the peacock mystical technique, landing with frustration. Thoroughly investigate the village. Determine how the thieves infiltrated and where they have fled. We must recover the star. The Star Ninjas bowed in unison, yes. The ninjas of Star Hidden Village busied themselves. Sun Clan approached Star Shadow, saying, "The loss of the star is of great concern to Konoha. Do you require assistance from Konoha?" Star Shadow's countenance darkened. "No. This matter is of no concern to you in Konoha." Purple Star, escorting the 4 from Sun Clan, guided them out of the village. Soon, the 4 departed from the borders of the Bear Country, embarking on their journey back to Konoha. After thoroughly distancing themselves from Bear Country, Hiruzen approached with a note. Self-directed? Sun Clan smiled slightly upon reading the words. He formed the shape of his lips to respond. Keep this confidential. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Chapter 110. The Midnight Raid on Konoha Village. The loss of the star from Star Hidden Village is no trivial matter. Should it be revealed that Konoha ninjas were responsible, it could provoke diplomatic disputes. Although both Bear Country and Star Hidden Village are small entities, conflicts between the 2 nations are invariably troublesome. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to assist Sun Clan in keeping the secret. However, in his view, while the peacock mystical technique of Star Hidden Village possesses unique attributes, it hardly warranted the interest of Konoha's foremost genius, Sarutobi Sun Clan. It can only be said that Hiruzen's perspective remains somewhat limited. Despite the peacock mystical technique being utilized rather ineffectively by the ninjas of Star Hidden Village, Sun Clan recognized its potential for greater heights. In the latter stages of the Shinobi War, possessing such techniques became essential for combat. The potential of the peacock mystical technique far exceeds what the ninjas of Star Hidden Village have demonstrated. Feigning indifference, Hiruzen continued on the path. Sun Clan and the others engaged in light conversation. Kato Sora then spoke up. Sun Clan, my brother is getting married at the end of the month. Will you be able to attend? Sun Clan replied with a smile. Of course, I'd be delighted. Kato Sora beamed. That's wonderful. My brother has always envied our friendship. He wishes he were born a few years later. Sun Clan laughed heartily. Kato Sora continued. Your presence is the best gift. No need to bring anything. The 4 continued their banter. 2 days later, they returned to Konoha. However, due to their late departure, night had already fallen. They resolved to submit their mission the next day and returned home. Sun Clan noticed something amiss in the village. Every household was shuttered, and the streets lay desolate. The Konoha security forces had seemingly mobilized in full force. Sun Clan spotted Uchiha Ban patrolling the streets and approached him. Is there trouble in the village? Uchiha Ban, startled by the sudden inquiry in the dead of night, took a moment to recognize Sun Clan before responding. You startled me. I'm not sure. Lord Tobirama has ordered the whole village to be on alert. After thanking him, Sun Clan hurried toward the Hokage Tower. A member of the Umbu intercepted him. I am a disciple of Lord Hokage. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. As the Umbu stepped forward to speak, Lord Tobirama suddenly appeared before the Hokage Tower. Monkey, there's trouble. Come with me. A throng of Umbu gathered behind Tobirama. Mito rushed in. Hashirama, has he left the village? Her tone conveyed her anxiety. Tobirama nodded solemnly. Uchiha Madara has come. Several miles north of Konoha, Hashirama stood clad in red armor, bearing a colossal scroll and wielding a great sword. Uchiha Madara, one hand gripping the Uchiha fan, the other clutching a scythe, loomed atop the nine tails, gazing down at Hashirama. Hashirama, you intend to attack the village? Madara taunted. I merely seek to engage you in battle. For now, I can reach the other shore. Madara stood proudly atop the nine tails, which was in its complete form. Towering nearly 100 meters, even on all fours, a true behemoth. The nine tails' crimson eyes glowed, three tomos spinning within. Hashirama's expression turned grave as he clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood golem technique. A massive figure comparable to the nine tails surged upward from the ground. The wooden figure stood over 100 meters tall, entwined by a colossal wooden dragon. Hashirama stood atop the golem, gazing defiantly at Madara. The mere stance of the two exuded a presence far surpassing that of an average Kage. Hashirama shouted, I will not allow you to harm the village, regardless of your reasons. Madara seethed, are you ordering me? Hashirama offered no reply, but instead commanded the golem to charge northward. Each stride of the golem covered nearly 100 meters, traversing several kilometers in an instant. Answer me, Hashirama, Madara roared, using his Sharingan to command the nine tails to pursue. The two had yet to engage in battle, but the mere sound of their movements reverberated for miles, instilling fear in many unsuspecting civilians. Madara pursued Hashirama with reckless abandon, as if the world contained only the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the borders of the land of fire. By this time, the night deepened, and the moon shone brightly, reflecting off the weapons in their hands. Hashirama halted the golem. Hashirama, is this the battlefield you have chosen for us? Not a bad choice. The battle reached a fever pitch as Madara halted momentarily, exclaiming, Hashirama, is Konoha and the land of fire all that remains in your vision? His voice, laced with fervor, echoed through the air. Hashirama, with unwavering resolve, responded, I simply refuse to allow you to harm Konoha and the land of fire. Madara, undeterred, unleashed the nine tails, its ferocity palpable. Hashirama summoned the wooden golem to engage in a fierce contest of strength against the beast. The nine tails, driven mad by the influence of the Sharingan, roared in primal rage, its instincts and thirst for battle taking precedence. As their clash commenced, Madara's face lit up with exhilaration. It has been far too long since we've had a proper fight. The two warriors charged at one another, their names reverberating in the air. In the skies, their weapons clashed, creating sparks as they exchanged blows before retreating momentarily. Hashirama understood that physical prowess alone would not suffice against Madara's current capabilities. With determination, he plunged his sword into the wooden golem's head, forming seals with his hands. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon materialized, ensnaring the colossal form of the nine tails. The beast bared its fangs, its chakra gathering in a formidable display as it prepared to unleash the tailed beast bomb. In a moment of desperation, the wooden dragon caught the bomb in its jaws, the dark sphere turning a fiery red, signaling impending devastation. However, the wooden dragon could not withstand the overwhelming force and shattered under the pressure. Hashirama, unfaltering, commanded the wooden golem to catch the impending explosion, forcing the tailed beast bomb back. Madara invoked the third form of Susanoo, a towering figure of deep blue chakra shielding the wooden golem. The colossal manifestation, merely a half-formed giant, matched the height of the nine tails. With two enormous chakra swords, Susanoo intercepted the tailed beast bomb, merging seamlessly with the nine tails. The ensuing explosion illuminated the night sky, casting a crimson hue over the landscape. The shockwaves rippled across the terrain, uprooting trees and raising clouds of debris that formed a mushroom cloud. As the smoke cleared, the Susanoo clad in the nine tails form stood revealed, while the wooden golem lay destroyed, erased from existence. Chapter 111. The Valley of the End. Meanwhile, Tobirama, accompanied by a large entourage, sped northward, having distanced themselves from Konoha. Even from over 100 kilometers away, the sounds of Hashirama and Madara's battle resonated, sending tremors through the ground. Sister, monkey, hold on to my shoulders, he instructed, urging his companions to maintain their distance from the fierce combatants. Mito and Hizashi complied, resting their hands on Tobirama's blue armor, utilizing the flying thunder god technique. Tobirama traversed swiftly through the land of fire, marked with numerous teleportation seals. As the battle continued, Madara pondered. Has he truly countered my beast's onslaught with wood release? The forest of the gods? Below, a massive wooden mask split open, revealing Hashirama within. Gazing upward, Hashirama noted, "You've adorned the nine tails with Susanoo like a suit of armor. Quite the strategy, Madara." A subtle smile crept upon Hashirama's lips, despite their divergent paths. Only Madara could ignite such fervor within him during combat. Yet, the stakes had risen far beyond their youthful skirmishes, and Hashirama's expression grew serious once more. The armored Susanoo swung its colossal chakra blade downwards, prompting Hashirama to respond with wood release, the binding bags technique. Several massive wooden hands erupted from the earth, intercepting the descending blade while others reached for Susanoo, attempting to ensnare it. Madara, undeterred, wielded another sword, cleaving through the wooden hands with devastating force, leveling mountains in his wake. The severed limbs shattered into countless wooden fragments, scattering across the battlefield. Hashirama leapt into the air, using the debris to propel himself northward. "Stop fleeing, Hashirama," Madara commanded, breaking free from the binding bags and urging Susanoo to pursue. The colossal figure began to gather chakra for another tailed beast bomb, declaring, "You cannot escape this time." In a moment of desperation, Hashirama turned and struck the ground with a bloodied finger, invoking the summoning technique. 5 heavy gates of hell. 5 towering iron gates rose, dwarfing the trees and hills around them, each adorned with fearsome visages, appearing impervious. However, even this formidable defense could not withstand the tailed beast bomb, which pierced through the gates instantaneously, altering its trajectory and crashing into a distant island. "It has been far too long since we truly clashed, Hashirama. You must realize I have evolved beyond my former self," Madara proclaimed with pride. Hashirama, raising his voice, exclaimed, "Madara, do you intend to obliterate all that we have strived for?" His plea echoed in the air. "This confrontation serves no purpose. It will only bring harm to our village and our comrades." Madara, visibly displeased, retorted, "Are you lecturing me? I have no desire to kill you, Hashirama." Hashirama clapped his hands together, declaring, "What I mean is, we are friends." Yet, Madara dismissed his words, shouting, "I have already crossed to the other side." Hashirama bowed his head, resigned. When he lifted it again, the red markings of sage power adorned his face, his gaze resolute. Sage art, would release, true thousand hands. A colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha rose, towering over the surrounding mountains. Before it, Susanoo appeared diminutive. "I'm coming for you, Hashirama. Let us go, Madara." The two titans surged towards one another, and the skies filled with the sound of countless hands descending. In a climactic clash, tailed beast bombs met with overwhelming force, erupting in a cataclysm that surpassed previous explosions. As the smoke dissipated, the 1,000-armed Buddha's hands lay shattered, while Susanoo's armor crumbled, revealing the nine tails beneath. Realizing the peril, Madara leaped from the nine tails' head as the Buddha grasped its body. Hashirama commanded the wooden golem to leap from the Buddha's head, executing would release. Hand of the Great Buddha? The palm glowed with inscribed characters as it struck the nine tails. "Your power is too great, Nine Tails. I am sorry, but I must seal you." The red light in the nine tails' eyes flickered out, and before succumbing to unconsciousness, it glimpsed the face of its captor, Hashirama Senju. With a reluctant closure of its eyes, the nine tails succumbed to slumber. Hashirama then descended from the golem, standing in opposition to Madara once more. "Madara, Hashirama." They charged at each other in unison. Tobirama surveyed the devastation surrounding him, recognizing the aftermath of his brother's fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. Hisashi, witnessing the craters and fallen trees, was struck with awe. In the presence of Hashirama and Madara, his own strength seemed insignificant, akin to that of an ant. Even the reanimated Madara could effortlessly overpower the 5 Kage. Moreover, in this era, the Uchiha Madara, who commands the nine tails, stands formidable. From a purely combat perspective, while the reanimated version of Madara possesses additional techniques, it lacks the ultimate moves of his living counterpart. The complete nine tails undeniably exhibits strength surpassing that of a Kage. Yet, due to the inherent vulnerabilities of the tailed beasts, fear of the Sharingan and sealing techniques, its power appears diminished before Hashirama and Madara. In truth, the nine tails and the current forms of Hashirama and Madara are on par in terms of combat prowess. Hashirama's assertion that the nine tails' strength is excessively formidable is sincere, albeit presented in jest. The might of Kurama should not be underestimated, as Hisashi reflects on the capabilities of the two strongest individuals of this age. Mito worries about Hashirama's predicament. Has Madara grown even stronger? Mito muses, observing the devastated land and the silhouettes of the two battling figures in the distance. Mito, well acquainted with Madara as Hashirama's closest friend and rival, recalls that Madara was not as powerful during the founding days of Konoha. It seems he has garnered significant experience in the ninja world over the years. The trio ascends a small hill, allowing them to witness the fierce clash occurring several kilometers away. Hashirama engages in a struggle with Madara's complete Susanoo using his Wood Golem technique. Hashirama has exhausted his chakra and cannot unleash the true Thousand Hands technique, thus resorting to wood release techniques such as the Wood Golem and the Birth of the Trees to contend with the complete Susanoo. The intensity of the battle renders Tobirama, Mito, and Hisashi unable to approach any closer, illustrating the ferocity of their conflict. The sword energies of Susanoo crisscross the battlefield, while the wood release techniques flourish. Amidst this chaos, a mound of black sludge silently observes the confrontation from a distant hill. Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. However, 3 uninvited guests have arrived. Chapter 112. The Master of Rasengan Wood Release. Birth of the Trees. Susanoo. Draw the complete Susanoo, brandishing dual swords, lunges forward with a cross slash. 2 arcs of sword energy sweep the land, cleaving through all in their path, unimpeded even by towering mountains. Madara's complete Susanoo stands at an imposing height of over 200 meters, dwarfing the Wood Golem before it. Hashirama stands atop the Wood Golem, surveying the devastated forest and the collapsed mountains in the distance. With a wave of his hands, he urges the surrounding forest to regrow. Wood release, flowering tree arrival. Countless robust trees burst forth from the ground and surge forward, accompanied by enormous blossoms that emit green pollen. This pollen has the potential to paralyze an enemy's nervous system, rendering them incapacitated upon inhalation. Nonetheless, Madara, positioned at the forehead of his complete Susanoo, remains unfazed, wielding dual swords that release sword energy in all directions. The sword energy sweeps forth once more, reaching even the 3 observers kilometers away. Vajra Sealing Barrier. Mito casts 9 Vajra chains into the mountains, forming a barrier that withstands the residual sword energy and the onslaught of trees and rocks. Madara has indeed grown stronger, Mito remarks gravely. Tobirama turns to Mito, saying, "Sister-in-law, should we assist?" Mito shakes her head, her gaze still fixed on the battle between Hashirama and Madara. "We cannot offer much help, and besides, Hashirama would not wish for us to interfere in their duel." Hisashi then speaks to Tobirama. "Sensei, Hashirama will surely triumph." Tobirama nods in agreement. On the battlefield, countless trees are reduced to splinters, only for new roots to emerge instantaneously, rapidly extending. The Susanoo struggles to contend with the sheer volume of trees, ensnaring it. Its hands and feet become bound. Seizing the opportunity, the Wood Golem advances, delivering powerful strikes. Madara exerts all his strength to defend with the Susanoo. Yet the Golem's earth-shaking fists prove overwhelming. Has Hashirama grown even stronger? Madara contemplates as he endures the Golem's relentless blows. Memories of the past flood his mind. Hashirama and Madara, once rivals of equal standing, now diverging in strength since Hashirama awakened his wood release. Madara's fire release can counter techniques like the Wood Dragon and Birth of the Trees. Yet the higher-tier wood techniques, such as Flowering Tree Arrival and the Wood Golem, are beyond its capacity to withstand. Fortunately, Madara has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, enabling him to summon the formidable complete Susanoo, allowing him to contest Hashirama's wood release. Yet, Hashirama's prowess has also advanced, having mastered the perfect Sage Mode, enhancing the potency of his wood release. In their final confrontation, Madara's complete Susanoo could engage Hashirama for an entire day and night, but now, under Sage Mode, Hashirama can effectively suppress Madara's Susanoo. Deprived of the Ninetales' assistance, Madara finds himself at a disadvantage. With a roar, Madara breaks free from the entangling trees, raising his dual swords which merge into a colossal chakra blade. Aiming a strike at the Golem's head, Hashirama, controlling the Golem, blocks the attack, firmly securing the blade. Madara then commands the Susanoo to unfold its wings. Soaring into the sky, did I inhale the pollen? Madara recalls the moment he was overwhelmed, as a small amount of pollen infiltrated the Susanoo. As he inhales, he begins to feel weak, and the massive form of the Susanoo slowly descends. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Hashirama claps his hands together, summoning 9 wood dragons that soar into the sky. The Susanoo swings its blade, severing 6 of the wood dragons, yet still becomes ensnared by the remaining ones. Hashirama directs the golem to leap upward, grasping the tails of 3 wood dragons and pulling downward. The immense Susanoo is forcefully yanked down, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble once more. Fortunately, Madara has already ascended beyond the range of flowering tree arrival, and without the trees to entangle him, he quickly regains control of the Susanoo, rising once more to strike. Hashirama meets the blade with his own, and the golem seizes the chakra blade once again. The fused blade possesses remarkable power, but under Sage mode, the golem proves even more formidable. With a swift motion, it captures the chakra blade and yanks it away. The golem then hurls the chakra blade backward, causing the 100-meter-long blade to plunge into a nearby valley, obliterating a small mountain upon impact. The golem raises its right hand. Sage art, super large Rasengan. With a right hand, the golem conjures a Rasengan of 100 meters in diameter, an astonishing spectacle. What? Madara exclaims, having never witnessed Hashirama employ such a technique. Taken by surprise, he is sent flying thousands of meters by the Rasengan. The complete Susanoo crashing down and flattening countless forests and hills before finally resting against a large mountain. Hashirama remarks, "This is a technique invented by the monkey. As his teacher, I thought I'd give it a try." Monkey? You mean that little rascal Sarutobi? Its power is truly impressive, Madara responds, maneuvering the Susanoo back to its feet. At this moment, he is significantly weakened from inhaling the pollen and suffering the impact of the super-large Rasengan, struggling to maintain the complete Susanoo. Do not question why they can converse from such a distance. It's for narrative necessity, attributed to chakra amplification. Meanwhile, the alleged creator of the Rasengan stands in the distance, utterly astonished. Hisashi, witnessing the scale of Hashirama's Rasengan, is genuinely taken aback. To understand, the ordinary Rasengan is roughly the size of a basketball. The big ball Rasengan is significantly larger, yet its diameter is merely over 1 meter. Even the super big ball Rasengan, executed by the sage Jiraiya in the original work, is less than 10 meters in diameter. In stark contrast, Hashirama's Rasengan boasts a diameter of a full 100 meters, wielding unparalleled might. A single strike could obliterate an entire mountain, sending Madara back thousands of meters. As the Susanoo surged toward Hashirama, it unleashed the great fire destruction. Madara synchronized his actions with the Susanoo, forming hand seals. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the Susanoo's gaping maw, sweeping across a kilometer in a magnificent display. The flames subsequently expanded into a raging inferno, incinerating vast swathes of forest between Madara and Hashirama. The land was stripped bare, revealing a charred surface beneath. In the original narrative, the great fire destruction wielded by the reanimated Madara appeared insignificant in the face of such power. Hashirama's wooden constructs were also reduced to ashes. At this juncture, Madara could no longer maintain the complete form of Susanoo, which began to shrink, transforming into its second form, an adult figure. I personally categorize Susanoo into 4 forms. The skeletal forms as the first, half-adult and full-adult forms as the second, the armored form, known as Yada no Kagami, as the third, and the complete form of Susanoo as the fourth. Hashirama, Madara. The two rush towards each other, quickly entangled in battle once more. Chapter 113, The Break. Yasaka Magatama. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The Susanoo hurled a series of Magatama. Hashirama responded with 9 colossal wooden dragons. The Magatama's formidable power obliterated 5 of the wooden dragons, yet the remaining ones continued their assault on Madara. Madara formed seals to control Susanoo, transforming it into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with each arm wielding a curved blade. With a flurry of strikes, he cleaved through the massive wooden dragons. As Madara severed the dragons within Susanoo, he charged toward Hashirama, who rode atop a wooden dragon in his advance. The two fought for an hour, altering the terrain entirely. Eventually, Madara's chakra was insufficient to sustain Susanoo, and Hashirama, too, could not maintain Sage mode due to chakra depletion. Madara's crimson armor was utterly shattered, while Hashirama's armor was reduced to mere remnants, exposing his arms, one of which bore the mark of a bite from Madara. They had descended into hand-to-hand combat. the big ball Rasengan. At this moment, Madara's fan was knocked from his grasp by Hashirama, making it difficult for him to counter the Rasengan. He could only barely raise the skeletal form of Susanoo to defend. Subsequently, Madara was propelled backward, crashing against the valley wall forged by their battle. Both combatants had expended tremendous energy. Although Hashirama possessed an immense reserve of chakra, using techniques like the True Thousand Hands would still deplete a significant amount. Moreover, the True Thousand Hands required Hashirama to sacrifice his own vitality to wield. Ordinary would-release techniques merely demanded chakra, but the sheer scale of the True Thousand Hands necessitated a toll on life force. Which is why the reanimated Hashirama cannot utilize such a technique. He lacks the pure life force of the living. Madara's situation was not optimistic either. Unlike the original narrative of the Valley of the End battle, Hashirama had now mastered the Rasengan. One must not underestimate its power. In a situation where both were nearly drained of chakra, a powerful ninjutsu could pivot the tides of battle. In the original tale, their confrontation reached a stalemate, with Madara initially holding the upper hand until Hashirama's betrayal. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Hashirama had the advantage. Madara slid down the cliff of the valley, the skeletal form of Susanoo dissipating. Madara, Hashirama gasped, clutching his wounds. If you insist on opposing the village, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. As light rain began to fall, Madara's eyes could no longer maintain the Sharingan, reverting to their original black. The two stood on opposite banks of a flowing stream. Gazing at one another, Madara spoke. Why is it that despite having reached the opposite bank, I find myself in this predicament? He instinctively covered his eyes. Before the battle, he had sealed Izanagi within his right eye using a transcribing seal. Should he be mortally wounded by Hashirama, he could resurrect himself through the Izanagi within his right eye. Madara was confident that his body would be preserved intact, knowing that Hashirama's brother Tobirama was deeply engrossed in forbidden techniques and harbored a fascination with the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Madara's corpse would be perceived as a treasure by Tobirama, who would undoubtedly safeguard it, a choice any ninja scientist would make. Madara had anticipated his own defeat from the beginning, having been overshadowed by Hashirama throughout his life. Yet, the current state of affairs was an even contest, surpassing Madara's expectations. Had it not been for Hashirama's acquisition of the Rasengan, the advantage would have been his. This was the very reason why Madara felt an unexpected joy in the original narrative, leading to his eventual downfall by Hashirama's hand. However, the frustrating nature of their stalemate, coupled with his inability to secure victory, drove Madara to the brink of impulsiveness, yearning